My name is Almond Crochet. I had just turned 18, and this was supposed to be the beginning of a new life, my second one, though I didn't even know that at the time. Instead, I found myself standing in a dark stone hall deep within the Grand Abyss Labyrinth. The place was lit only by torches on tall pillars. This was the first floor, one of the 8 starting areas, and somehow I'd ended up with the worst company imaginable. 3 of my classmates who used to mock me, now fully ready to take it further. I was lucky, or so I thought, when I found a treasure chest. Inside was a rare grade item, the Pearl of Light flower. It could heal and protect me, something that could have made a difference in a place like this. But my luck ended there. Lampung and Jacob cornered me. They mocked my weak class, dear-ranked clergymen, and made it clear they wanted my item. I couldn't fight back. My body was too weak. Even though I'd learned physical enchantment, I watched helpless as Seeing pressed a dagger to my throat and demanded the item. Fear and hatred swirled inside me. I gave it up, hoping they'd let me go. They didn't. Siang stabbed me, and I felt the poison spread. My health dropped fast. I was left there bleeding and twitching on the cold floor while they walked away, talking about hunting goblins and maybe killing more classmates. I didn't want to die. I used the only skills I had, healing Wisp and Whisper of Peace. They slowed the damage, calmed the pain, but I was still dying. The system said my chances of survival were 0. I thought about everything, the chest, the attack, my useless class, and wondered if it would have been different if I'd found nothing. I begged the system or anyone for help, but in the end I died, and then something changed. A condition was fulfilled. 10 years ago, everything changed. A strange event called the world break hit our world. Earth Art. A glowing golden film protected all life while earthquakes, tsunamis, and shrinking oceans reshaped the land. No one died, but the world was no longer the same, and then the labyrinth gates appeared. Thousands of them, leading into one massive place, the Grand Abyss Labyrinth. At the same time, everyone 18 and older was forced to pick a class. Warrior, mage, thief, tank, or support. If they didn't choose in time, they would die. After choosing, they were thrown into the labyrinth. This marked the start of a new era, the Age of Adventurers. Money became gold coins earned by killing monsters. Everyone had to pay monthly taxes in gold once they turned 18. Powerful guilds formed, and countries were replaced by a new government, the Earth Art Union. Adventurers explored the labyrinth, cleared dungeons, and fought monsters to survive and grow stronger. I turned 18 9 days ago. Because of a genetic defect, I was weak, unable to train my body properly. But I studied everything I could about the labyrinth, classes, powers, and monsters. I planned to choose support, survive until level 10, and then get a better second class. I trained my mana control and learned physical enchantment even if I couldn't use it well yet. I believed I could turn my life around, but when I finally entered the labyrinth, I was betrayed. My classmates nearly killed me and left me for dead. I should have died, but I didn't. Somehow I stayed between life and death. My soul refused to give up, and then something happened. The system gave me a special class, Spirit Dealer, an SS rank class. My body healed. I felt stronger than I ever had. Floating in the air, power surrounding me. I realized something. I'm alive. Not just alive, I've been given a second chance, one far greater than I ever imagined. I couldn't hold back the tears after coming back to life. Relief, joy, and something deeper. But I knew I couldn't waste time. If I wanted to survive, I had to fight. Jacob and the others tried to kill me. If I left the labyrinth alive, they'd hunt me down. So now I've made up my mind. I'm going to kill them first. With my new SS rank class, Spirit Dealer, I felt a power I'd never known. I could collect spirits from the dead and use them for attacks, stat boosts, or even crafting spirit-based weapons. My mana pool was bigger and my stats were already improving. I checked my location. I was at the southwest entrance of the labyrinth near Murky Woods. That's where they went too. As I ran through the forest, I found dead direwolves. Their spirits were still floating, so I used my spirit pocket skill and started collecting them. For the first time in my life, I felt my body moving fast and strong. No fatigue. It was like I was reborn. Then something unexpected happened. The system told me I had awakened a mythic rank innate talent called Heir of Oblivion. It boosted my recovery speed and halved my stamina and mana costs. It even made me easier to forget by others unless I cared about them. That trait might become useful, but for now I focused on getting stronger. With each spirit I absorbed, I felt closer to my goal. Eventually, I reached the edge of the goblin settlement and spotted the trio fighting inside. They'd already killed some goblins, but I noticed something. They weren't tired. Jacob had potions, maybe even rare ones, likely from his father's guild. I had to stop him before he grew stronger. Then I got a notification. My spirit factory skill finished crafting. A weapon made from spirit power was ready. Perfect. It's time to begin. After using Spirit Factory, I spent half my mana to create items from the spirits I collected. I was amazed when I saw what I'd made. A pair of wolf claw gauntlets, a wolf fur coat, and 2 rings that could release a powerful howl. These weren't just ordinary items. They had real power. I felt like some kind of spirit blacksmith. I equipped the gauntlets, ready for close combat, and put on the coat for defense. Then I looked at the fight in the goblin settlement. Only the goblin captain and those 3 traitors were left. I had to act before they killed the boss. Jacob especially had to die first. He was already level 3, and with his potions and combat training, he was dangerous. Using the Ring of Crimson Howl, I stunned everyone in the area and dashed forward. Then I used Spirit Explosion twice, one in front of Jacob, one behind. The blast caught him completely off guard. Just like that, he was dead. His half-burned head landed near Xiang, who screamed in shock. I didn't stop. I killed Lamp with my gauntlets, then faced Xiang. He begged for his life, but I didn't care. He was part of the ones who tried to kill me. He said my hand was trembling. Maybe it was, but not from fear. It was the excitement of being alive, of fighting back. Before I could finish Xiang, the goblin captain stabbed him from behind. I let it happen and claimed Xiang's spirit. Then I turned my attention to the monster. The goblin captain was strong level 5, but I had a plan. I used a spirit explosion behind him, then charged with my claws. I struck him down cleanly. I gained experience, reached level 2, and even earned a level up boon. I chose to upgrade his skill, and my spirit pocket evolved to SS rank. Things were finally turning around. For the first time, I didn't feel like a weak, cursed kid. I felt like someone who could survive and maybe even thrive. Spirit pocket rank SS effects. Pull spirits within your vision and store them. Pocket spirit. Kadaku adds spirits to this special pocket where they would devour each other until the last one surviving has devoured others and devolved into a spirit wraith that you can use as your summon 20 cost. None. Current number of spirits 2100. This is interesting. A new effect in my pocket also got bigger. Spirit wraith. I want to see what it is, but I have to gather more spirits. I don't want to use 20 of my 21 spirits in the spirit wraith. I used 3 on spirit explosions and 4 to create items. The ring is powerful for now, but judging by how Jacob recovered, the ring's effect won't be useful on higher-level monsters in Fairy Mountain. Still, I have one left, and it can be my emergency bomb. Even if it was a higher-level monster, it could give a window of a second or less for him to act. As long as the ring proves to be a surprise element for the enemy, it was useful. Ammon looked at the mountain from afar, which was spreading out glow as the evening descended. Let's wrap up the preparation before entering that area. The goblin colony is on the way, so I'll clear it and level up. But before that, he picked up Jacob's storage pouch and put it in his backpack. He also put spirits of Jacob, Lamp, and Xiang into Spirit Kadaku. Afterward, Almond used his class skill, Spirit Devour S. Let's see how this skill rolls. You have devoured a level 2 Direwolf Spirit. You have gained +1 strength. You have devoured a level 3 Goblin Warrior Spirit. You have gained +1 health and +1 stamina. You have devoured a level 2 Direwolf Spirit. You have gained nothing. Wait, what? No more points after just devouring 1. Let me try with a higher level 1. You have devoured a level 3 Direwolf Spirit. You have gained +1 mana. Before using one more level 3 wolf, I should check the Goblin one. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Archer Spirit. You have gained +1 focus and +1 perception. Interesting. Level 3 Goblin Warrior gave me 2 stat boosts, and level 4 Goblin Archer also did the same. Is it because they are different monsters? Almond grinned and looked at his clenched fist filled with newfound power. Let's continue. It feels awesome to actively feel myself getting powerful. You have devoured a level 3 Direwolf Spirit. You have gained 0.5 strength. Well, better than nothing. I have 4 wolf spirits left, so I'll use them for Spirit Wraith ingredients. Next, you have devoured a level 5 Goblin Captain Spirit. You have gained +2 mana and +2 strength. Awesome. Almond could feel strength surging from within, both physical and magical. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Archer Spirit. You have gained +1 perception. I have one more Goblin Archer, but I might get nothing or 0.5 if I devour it. No, I better use it as an ingredient since I'll have more spirits to devour later anyway. Almond put the Goblin Archer Spirit in the Spirit Kodica pocket along with the 4 Direwolf Spirits. You have devoured a level 5 Goblin Warrior Spirit. You have gained +2 stamina and +1 focus. Nice grin from ear to ear, feeling his stats increasing. Others need to level up to increase stats or eat rare and precious potions that are always in demand but not always in stock. Not to mention, whenever such items are found in the labyrinth or even raw resources that can be processed to make a potion that increases stats, the big shot guilds and those with the money grab them first. Many also end up in auctions. My stats are already way higher than what people of my level should have. Almond's eyes glinted. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Guardian Spirit. You have gained +1 focus and +1 health. All right, this is it. The remaining spirits were of 2 level 4 Goblin Warriors and 1 level 3 Goblin Guardian. I already devoured a level 5 and a level 3 Goblin Warrior Spirits. I might get nothing, but I'm not sure since I could also get 0.5 stat points. Almond thought for a moment and decided to experiment since he felt it would be better to find the limits and effects of the skill properly. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Warrior Spirit. You have gained +1 health. Alright, so it's related to my level to a certain extent since I devoured a level 5 Goblin Warrior before this, and this level 4 Goblin Warrior still gave me a full point. Amen. Put the remaining level 4 Goblin Warrior and level 3 Goblin Guardian within Spirit Kadaku's pocket along with 4 wolves and 1 Goblin Archer. I need 11 spirits more to create a Spirit Wraith. Alright, let's do this. Spirit Kadaki 920th Spirit Pocket. 100 Almond started walking towards the Fairy Mountain, but his next goal was the Goblin Colony, which was somewhere at the base of the Fairy Mountain in the west. The rough and slightly green open ground continued for 500 meters before more trees appeared. There's fire at top a wooden tower, and Almond squinted his eyes and focused, which caused his eyesight to get better, and he gained a slightly zoomed-in view. That's a goblin, which means that's the place I'm looking for, but he was still around 100 m away from the Goblin Colony. Russell's Almond paused as he heard a rustling sound. My senses are sharper there. Almond infused mana in his Wolfclaw gauntlets, causing both gauntlets to turn into a beam of dreamy light before they transformed into 2 spectral dire wolves. Go. Almond commanded the wolves to get into the bushes. Wait, please stop. Almond hurriedly commanded the wolves to stop upon hearing the words before an orangey-haired girl with a short ponytail emerged from the bushes, a wand in her hand. She was surprised upon seeing a familiar face. This guy is the one who sleeps in the corner mostly and gets bullied sometimes. I think you Almond right, she asked with a bit of doubt. Natalia Adventurer ranked bronze level for class. Almond's brows creased upon seeing the girl. Natalia, she was his classmate. Oh, so you him? Natalia heaved a sigh of relief before she approached him. Have you seen Jacob and others? He told me we would meet up near the Goblin Colony when we met earlier. I think only Jacob's group, you, me, and Lily spawned in this area. The other classmates must have spawned at other starting areas. Almond's hand holding his staff clenched, but his expression remained slightly frowning as he shook his head. I haven't seen them. He glanced around Natalia and asked, Are you alone? No, I'm with Lily. She got a powerful Phantom Thief class, so she has concealed herself near the Goblin Colony to be on the lookout and scouted. Anyway, you seem pretty good. What's with the wolves? Natalia looked at 2 ghostly wolves with a metallic sheen in front of Almond in surprise. She's with Lily. That's bad. It's my skill. Almond flatly replied before saying, Anyway, I'm going to find some dire wolves to kill and level up. Bye. I guess Goblin Colony is cannelled since Lily is there. But Natalia won't be suspicious, right? Almond thought as he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. She saw me and if she thinks a bit more, I came from the same direction where Jacob and others were. According to her, normally speaking, there's a high chance for us to meet given that the starting area is not big. And it's not as thick with trees, Almond thought, while walking past Natalia. Good thing. She's stupid, I hope. But should I really just walk away from her? What if you came from the Goblin settlement, right? Jacob and others were also there, though Natalia rubbed her chin with a confused expression. Where did they go? Did you see any signs of them going anywhere? Almond cursed internally as he turned around and shook his head at her. No, but I can't be sure since I didn't pay attention to that kind of stuff. I skipped the Goblin settlement area and directly walked here. As you can see, I am just level 2. Fine. It's over an hour and we haven't even done much. Natalia wryly smiled before she asked, But since you are here and I am tired of waiting, how about we 3 work together to clear the Goblin Colony? But I don't want to show you my skills. Almond annoyingly thought it. I'll have to wing it by using the 2 wolf spirits and my holy staff. Goblin Colony is a good place to earn exp. I shouldn't revert wolves back to the weapon form. I have to keep this a secret until I decide what to show for my class to others. Almond didn't want to create a hassle, so he agreed. And the duo silently walked toward the spot where Lily was hiding. That furry coat looks pretty good, Lily said as she emerged from conceal. So he is Almond. His eyes are indeed as beautiful as rumored. She was covered in a sleek black ninja-like robe, and only her beautiful dark blue eyes were visible to others. I didn't sense her until she spoke, Almond thought as he looked at the black-haired beauty with a slender figure and ample looking yet deadly in that outfit. She is prepared. That outfit is definitely a magic item. Lily Darkwood Adventurer, rank bronze level 5 class Phantom Thief. Did she kill some level 6 wandering trolls around here? They are the only ones around here that can make you reach level 5 aside from goblins in the colony. Her class is a vest rank from what I've heard. Her stats should be high since she is level 5. That's 15 stat points from level up, not to mention her combat ability that's best in the academy. Almond glanced at Lily and Natalia as the trio walked towards the Goblin Colony with him in the middle. What should I do? Lily is not as stupid as Natalia. Natalia was chubby in the right areas and a beauty of the class. However, Lily was considered the top beauty of the Frostar City Academy and also the most powerful student in it. She was already scouted by one of the globally renowned guilds, League of Firefly, one of the top 10 most powerful guilds in the world. On top of that, her background was also powerful. Her father and mother were in the GAA branch in Frostar City. They were not just normal staff members, but the Frostar City's Global Adventurers Association branch president and branch commander. Both were strong adventurers, but her father was the branch commander, meaning that he was one of the strongest adventurers in Frostar City, like Jacob's father, who was a guild leader of the strongest guild in the city. With Lily entering the League of Firefly, her parents' influence and power were bound to grow further in the Frostar City. Jacob's father can easily talk with Lily's parents and launch an investigation unless he has a bad relationship with GAA's top brass. But even so, he can still use his influence and money to get help. If Lily or Natalia mention me, I will come into his radar. No, in fact, he'll be suspicious of me because there's no other suspicious element aside from me. We just entered the labyrinth and their first meeting was with me. Nobody would see them afterward because they are dead. Their bodies are in Goblin Settlement, though they will be eaten after 3 days once new goblins spawn. But still with his people, he can easily find out that I was getting bullied by them sometimes, which also gives me a good reason to kill them after gaining power, a result of power trip. Almond's eyes glinted, but they killed me, so I simply paid back and I won't let myself get caught no matter what. Almond, there's a pack of wolves over there. Since you're just level 2, why don't you kill them and gain a level or 2, Lily said as she pointed her dagger at a cave to the east of Goblin Colony. The cave was small, and there was rough grassless ground outside, perfect for wolves to rest with stones and boulders around it. The river stream was also not far, as one could hear the sound of it flowing down from the mountain. All right, I'll be back. No, we are coming. Well, watch from behind and be on the lookout, Lily said, her sapphire blue eyes looking at him. Fine, Almond flatly replied before he walked towards them. Almond, are you always this boring? Even the way you speak is boring. Natalia chuckled. No wonder you get bew. Lily glanced at her, but Natalia also realized she was about to say something bad, so she stopped. Almond didn't bother replying and continued walking silently before stopping behind a tree. The cave was 20 m away on open ground near the mountain's base area, and this was the last tree to hide. Wait a second, I want to assign my stat points. All right, Lily nodded. Almond Adventure rank, bronze level 294, class Spirit Dealer, SS Vitality, 100 mana 256, 325 plus 10 stats 3 unassigned points physical strength 10.5 health 9, stamina 10 mental mana 13 plus 19.5 focus 13 perception 15 focus can improve my overall all magic control and efficiency, while perception will allow me to get insight to improve my skills and enhance my senses. Both need to be improved to get better and learn new skills, but I have a flexible way to get stat points. So Almond added 2 points in strength and 1 in health. All right, I am going, Almond said as he started walking towards the open ground from the woods. But one of the wolves had woken up and was walking around. So the moment it saw him, the wolf howled and the other 4 wolves woke up. A pack of 5 direwolves. Almond's eyes glinted. All of them are at level 4. Guess I'll reach level 4 if I kill them all alone. Suddenly, Almond heard a voice as if someone whispered in his ear. Do you need help? It's Lily's voice. For her to learn Magic Whisper, both her focus and perception must be over 15. Magic Whisper was a simple application of mana, using it to carry one's voice directly toward a target's ear, but the range depended on one's control. Almond simply raised his hand and shook it left and right to answer her. I had 9 days to learn some tricks myself. Lily must have taken a potion to boost her stats before entering the labyrinth and learning some skills thanks to her background, but I also learned Physical Enchantment. Physical Enchantment would show its power now that he had higher stats and strength. Almond was confident. He had given his all for this day and his future. There was a hiccup, but everything was going well. Aside from the 2 new surprising elements, Natalia and Lily, that he had to ensure wouldn't trouble him in the future before leaving the labyrinth after 3 days. The 2 girls stayed behind in the woods while watching him. He is level 2 and alone. Natalia rubbed her chin. Do you think he can kill those 5 wolves? I don't know, Lily replied. I don't remember him doing anything in the academy, but Rosa mentioned him to me a few times since she often sees him in the academy's library. Well, that's the only thing he can do since he is physically frail, Natalia said before she chuckled as she remembered something. I remember swooning over him on the first day of the academy because he looked handsome and his eyes were mesmerizingly attractive, but he looked very pathetic afterward. He would get tired after running a bit and always stumbling in physical classes, not to mention getting bullied. Natalia wryly smiled. Is that so? Lily looked at Almond's back as the fight had already begun. He doesn't look bad or unfit right now. Almond sent both of his spectral direwolves into the fray of 5 wolves while he cast Holy Blast to attack the strongest wolf of the pack. Fortunately, his aim wasn't bad and the orb from his staff struck the wolf, causing the Holy Blast. Interesting. I can use mana to heal my spirit wolves. Almond's eyes glowed. His spectral dire wolves were stronger. Even if their limbs would tear away, he could use mana to regenerate them, and he had no lack of mana. Growl. The alpha that survived the first Holy Blast dashed toward him with bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear him to pieces. I can see its movement clearly and react. Almond's eyes glinted as he dodged and ducked while clenching his fist tightly and punching with all of his strength after infusing 10 mana points in his fist. Physical enchantment Cree. His fist penetrated the direwolf's head from below as Almond simply uppercut the beast. Blood splattered, painting his face red. This was easy, Almond grinned. You have killed a level 4 direwolf. You have reached level 3. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points. Instantly after that, he released Holy Blast on the wolf that his 2 spectral direwolves had attacked and finished it off. After using 20 mana to heal both of his spectral direwolves, they began fighting against the remaining 3 wolves while Almond also joined the fray. His physical enchantment is perfect. Lily's eyes glinted, showing a hint of shock. It's even better than mine. He is able to infuse the mana evenly and accurately in all chakra points. How it requires 50 perceptions to even detect the chakra points. I had my father's help, and I still couldn't accurately do it like him. How did he do that? Is this even possible, or does he have some kind of skill, or he awakened a talent to help him with that? Whoa, he really killed the wolves just like that. Natalia's mouth was wide open in surprise. Those 2 wolf spirits look just like direwolves. Is he some kind of summoner, and it's weird? He never attended physical combat classes, but he is fighting like a warrior. Natalia muttered as she wasn't expecting Ammon to join the fight physically and kill the wolves brutally like that. He never did. Maybe he trained at another place, Lily said, her eyebrows raising in surprise because his movements are not at all of a beginner who never trained. Could be, but he is a poor boy and works part-time to get by. I doubt he can pay for any good training center. On the other hand, Ammon devoured a level 4 direwolf spirit and got +1 stamina. He stored the remaining 4 spirits in the spirit Kataka pocket. Now I only need 9 spirits to create that spirit wraith. Ammon thought as he turned around and walked towards the girls. He could see them looking at him and feel their eyes on him a bit different than before. I'm not sure I can defeat Lily. She is an assassin type, and her perception and focus seem higher than mine. Ambushing her is a tall order. Not to mention I've seen her fight, and I am not at all confident if I were to brawl against her with a weapon or without a weapon. She'll wipe the floor with me. But as long as these 2 live, there's a high chance I could get caught and killed. What should I do? I don't want to kill unnecessarily, but I want to survive. Ammon was feeling anxious about the upcoming future, but he calmed down as it was no use getting anxious over it. He just had to think more and reach a conclusion. He still had time. We can wait for a few minutes so you can recover your mana, Lily said. You can meditate and recover fast. You know the method, right? Ammon nodded and closed his eyes, but he didn't meditate, which requires one to enter a deep focus state. If he did, he wouldn't know what was going on around him. My mana recovery is already fast thanks to my innate talent. Ammon looked at the status and saw his mana recovering. Meditation would increase mana's recovery by 100 of the normal rate. The initial normal rate of mana's recovery depends on one's class rank. The higher the rank, the better the mana recovery rate. Afterward, it would increase every 10 points into the mana stat. His SS rank class gave him a natural mana recovery of 0.7 mana per second. And with over 30 mana points, he gained 0.3 extra, which propelled his normal recovery to 1 mana per second, which was then doubled due to his innate talent. If he meditated on top of that, it would increase even more. 2 minutes later, Almond opened his eyes and nodded. I'm done, we can go. Good, here's the plan. Lily began explaining. I've scouted the goblin colony. There are 20 goblins inside, unless I missed 1 or 2, and most of them are level 5 and 6, but 4 of them are at level 7, which includes the goblin chief, 1 goblin archer, 1 goblin mage, and 1 goblin guardian. Natalia can use a decoy-type skill to create a clone. It can move, and it inherits 50 of her stats, and she can use her skills through it. We'll use it to lure out the goblins from the front gate, while you and I will attack from behind and take out the goblin archers and goblin mages who will stay behind first, Lily said to Ammon. Got it? Almond nodded. After that, Lily took out 2 daggers from her storage pouch. That's all to the plan. Well, fight the rest of the battle accordingly since it won't be hard. I've done a simulation of fighting in this colony multiple times in the training center. All right. Ahmed nodded as he glanced at the daggers. They are not common grade for sure. Let's go. Natalia grinned and used her skill, conjuring another Natalia looking just like her. Her class must be pretty useful if it has a skill like this. Almond's eyes glinted. She and her friends talked about their classes during lunch break. If I remember correctly, it's called Mirage, which B rank class. Well, I can confirm it right now. Amen checked her status this time, and indeed her class name and rank appeared as his information was true. I wonder what else she can do with it. The trio moved towards the goblin colony. Natalia went towards the front gate and hid 10 meters away behind a tree. Since she could share her senses with her clone, she controlled it as the clone arrived in front of the goblin colony's gate. The colony was like a tiny village with 7 wooden huts, one wooden house bigger than the huts, and a wooden watchtower at the center. The gate was closed, and there were 2 trees on both sides along with a few other trees inside. As Natalia's clone appeared near the gate, the level 6 goblin archer on the watchtower soon noticed her and picked up a crude blowhorn to alert the goblins. Natalia's clone threw a flask of flame, an attack-type potion that could explode and set flammable things on fire to destroy the colony gate and set both trees to the sides on fire. This aggravated the goblins further as 4 level 56 goblin guardians and 4 level 56 goblin warriors, along with a level 6 goblin mage, and the level 7 goblin chief rushed out and chased after Natalia's clone, who ran at full speed into the woods. The other goblins remained inside and rushed towards the gate and trees to put out the fire by filling up water buckets from their well. Meanwhile, Lily and Almond jumped over the wall from the back and landed on a wooden bridge that was fixed around the colony's walls for goblin mages and archers to give them higher ground. Lily's daggers glowed before she threw both of them toward the level 7 goblin mage, who stayed at the back along with the level 7 goblin archer. Both daggers penetrated the goblin mage, one into its throat and the other into his chest. But the goblin mage didn't die instantly like she expected, since it seemed to use a skill to heal itself while barely holding on. TSK real life still has variables that simulation can't compute. Lily thought as she saw the goblin mage living, but she didn't bother with it anymore and took out about aim at the goblin archer in the watchtower. According to her plan, she had to kill it before it could alert the goblins chasing Natalia's clone. It had a blowhorn which could give a message to the goblins outside, so it was important to kill it fast. Meanwhile, Almond had also attacked, commanding both of his spirit wolves to pounce on the level 7 goblin archer, pinning it on the ground while he rushed forward with physical enchantment and jumped, landing directly on the goblin archer's head with a kick to finish it off. Splatty saw Lily failing to kill goblin mage due to it having some kind of support type skill, and took the chance to use a spirit explosion by using a level 3 direwolf spirit from Spirit Codica Pocket. The explosion would alert other goblins, but that's fine. We finished off 3 who were at the back. Naturally, Lily heard the explosion right as she released the arrow at the goblin archer on the watchtower. She wanted to make sure this goblin archer died, so she didn't hold back in using mana and finished it off. What was that? Lily asked as she turned to Almond. So he killed both level 7 goblins. That must have propelled him to level 5. Almond Adventure rank bronze level 5 class. It was my class skill. Almond answered, his eyes on the goblins near the gate. The explosion alerted them. Let's finish them off fast. Yeah, there are a few more goblins than I initially counted, but that won't change anything. Lily looked at the incoming goblins screaming and shouting with red eyes and released arrows while her daggers flew back at her. Geez, she is loaded with items. Almond also stored all 3 spirits and used Spirit Devour on them. 2 level 7 goblins and 1 level 6 goblin gave him +2 focus, +1 perception, +1 health, and +1 stamina. Almond commanded his wolves while he stayed back with Lily and assigned all 6 stat points to his strength. If I want to kill goblin warriors and goblin guardians with 1 attack solely using physical enchantment, I need to increase strength. Physical enchantment could increase the user's strength stat by 10 to 100, depending on the proficiency of the skill. And Almond's proficiency was enough to give him a 100 boost. Thanks to the intense training, he designed himself to learn physical enchantment after reading and learning about it from various sources. The mana consumption required to use physical enchantment was relative to the strength stat in the area it affected. The higher the strength stat and larger the area, the more mana it requires to use physical enchantment. The duration it remained active also depended on one's proficiency. And for now, Almond's physical enchantment could last for around 20 seconds. Almond only enchanted his arms and legs. He didn't even know how to enchant his whole body yet because he didn't train in other areas. After assigning stat points, he rushed forward with physical enchantment to finish off the level 7 Goblin Guardian, since Goblin Guardians could have support type skills as well, and they could prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Lily finished off the 2 Goblin Archers who were at the back using her bow. They didn't get the chance to even release a single arrow before they were killed. A skilled marksman, Ammon thought as he saw the double kill by Lily. On the other hand, Almond was instantly surrounded by the remaining 9 goblins, among which one was a goblin mage, 4 goblin warriors, and 3 goblin guardians, all of them at level 56. The wolves pounced on the goblin mage at his left upon his command, and he exerted strength in his legs, jumped out of the encirclement while dodging an attack from the goblin warrior, and landed behind the goblin mage before killing it with a kick. The goblin warriors and guardians couldn't catch up with Almond's speed. And they were melee combatants, so they angrily rushed at him to attack him, wanting to skewer him with their swords and spears. "I'll finish them off. Thanks for gathering them." Almond suddenly heard Lily's voice in his right ear. Lily, with glinting daggers in her hand, jumped right into the middle of the group of 8 goblins. Almond was wondering what she would do, and then he saw Lily's figure clad in purple lightning before her speed drastically increased. And she moved zigzag around the goblins, her daggers slashing away at their throats as they were beheaded while they couldn't even react. Seeing this, Almond's eyes widened before they lit up with blaze, his fist clenched. Physical enchantment, a self-buff skill, and a movement-type skill, all in a perfect symphony that allowed her to make a move like this. She must have learned other skills outside thanks to her background and trained herself. Skill scrolls are rare to come by, but it shouldn't be hard for her. "Natala, you should be coming here soon," Lily said as she walked towards Almond. Ammon nodded, status open. Almond reached level 6 while Lily remained at level 6 after leveling up once despite killing many goblins, since killing monsters weaker than one's level would yield lower exp than usual. Still, she was only a bit away from reaching level 7. Strength. Almond added all 3 stat points into strength, feeling power surging in him. Physical strength 21.5, health 11, stamina 12, mental mana 13, plus 19.5, focus 14, perception 16. Almond, how did you learn your physical enchantment? Lily asked, after she chugged a mana potion, instead of meditating to recover her mana and a training method after learning about it to master. It answered what Lily's eyes showed disbelief. "You can't be serious," frowned, but didn't bother arguing and calmed his expression as he replied flatly. "I have no reason to lie." Did he really master physical enchantment himself? Lily didn't want to believe, but a part of her believed he was telling the truth since it didn't feel like he was lying. "What was the training? I can tell you, but the training is. You won't do it even if you learn it. Just tell me." Lily stared at Almond's eyes. "I learned that infusing mana appropriately in chakra points is the key, but it was impossible to find these points, so I tried to spread mana and feel them." Wait, Lily interrupted Almond, her eyes trembling. "You spread mana that hurts, like especially around the chakra points. You don't feel anything other than pain if you do that. How can you even sense the chakra point's location? There are so many in each limb and other parts. You also need to find mana control and precisely infuse mana in the chakra point to avoid pain and injury in case loss of mana control." Lily was still in disbelief. Almond wryly smiled. "It was hard. I spent 3 days simply in pain without any results, but I couldn't quit. I had to learn it. Since I picked a support role, I needed something that makes me strong and increases my chance of survival." Almond looked at his fist. "The pain I went through was well worth it." He remembered how many times he thought about giving up, but giving up because of that pain painted a picture even blearer in his mind. He formed the picture to make himself go forward. Lily saw Almond's fist clenching, while she herself felt involuntarily admiration. She knew the pain, and literally nobody was willing to go through that. Anyway, physical enchantment is one of the most important skills to learn, and one could learn it right after awakening. I had to learn it to become better. Simple as that. Almond cracked his index finger and turned to the gate as he heard something. "Natali is here." Meanwhile, Lily's eyes glinted as she looked at Almond, and a grin formed behind her mask. "This guy is a monster. What happened to Jacob and others?" Almond was startled at the sudden question from Lily. "Why is she asking me? Is she suspicious of me? How would I know I haven't seen them?" He turned to Lily with a plain expression and answered before turning to the gate again. Lily's eyes showed an amusing expression. "I would have believed you if I didn't hear your name from Seeing's mouth." He didn't finish the name when we met as Jacob glared at him, but he was likely going to speak your name. Something definitely happened between you and them. Meanwhile, Almond's brain was heating up. "I can feel her gaze on my back. Why is she suspicious of me? This is not good, guys. The goblins are returning." "Let's get ready," Natalia said as she rushed towards them. "All right," Lily nodded and took out her bow again to deal long-range damage first. Meanwhile, Almond devoured the goblin spirits he captured. 9 goblin spirits, with one of them being level 7 and the rest being level 6 or 5. You have devoured a level 5 goblin warrior spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 perception. Already over must be because I've already devoured goblin warriors from the goblin settlement. And I am also at level 6, level 64.2. You have devoured a level 6 goblin mage spirit. You have gained plus 1 focus. All right, last one. You have devoured a level 7 goblin guardian spirit. You have gained +1 health and +0.5 stamina. I guess I'll be able to get a point from one more Goblin Guardian, even if it's level 6. Rurar, the sound of goblins arrived as they enter the gate. Goblin Chief furiously roared upon seeing dead goblins and humans in his colony, rushing at full speed using some skill while the giant club in its hand also glowed. Lily, showing no hesitation, instantly fired a powerful arrow toward the incoming Goblin Chief, who couldn't dodge at the frontal speed it was coming at. However, its reaction speed wasn't bad, as it swung its hand, holding the black wooden club towards the arrow, causing it to explode. The black wooden club was half destroyed, while the Goblin Chief was slightly injured and slowed down. "I'll kill it," Almond said as he sacrificed a wolf spirit to cause spirit explosion since Goblin Chief was within range of 10 meters. Boom. But Almond was surprised to see this spirit explosion's wisp color turning red right before exploding in the crimson spectacle. "Oh right, it's that effect that can activate by chance." "Whoa, what was that?" Natalia exclaimed in shock. "It's almost dead." Lily raised her eyebrows. "This explosion skill is quite powerful." The Goblin Chief was gravely injured, and since this spirit explosion acquired the bleeding effect from the direwolf, it was also more powerful. Goblin Chief started bleeding all over, and even the Goblin Mage's healing didn't work. Goblin warriors and guardians rushed at the group with bloodshot eyes to attack, but just 8 of them were no match. Amen's face couldn't help but form a grin as he rushed forward with his fists glinting from physical enchantment. His steps slid as a feather. He jumped and swung a kick at Goblin Guardian's head, exploding it. Right after landing, he threw his punch after ducking a Goblin warrior's sword slash and exploding its head. I didn't know fighting like this unrestrainedly would feel so good. You have killed a level 6 Goblin Guardian. You have killed a level 6 Goblin Warrior. Meanwhile, Lily also attacked, not backing down. After releasing an arrow to kill the Goblin Mage who was trying to heal Goblin Chief, she joined Almond with her daggers, swiftly killing one level 6 Goblin Warrior and proceeding towards a level 5 Goblin Warrior. Lily reached level 7. I need to do something or I won't get any experience. Natalia quickly used a skill like Pebbles B rank. 5 glowing brown pebbles formed as she controlled them and shot towards Goblin Warrior and Goblin Guardians, damaging them. Meanwhile, Goblin Chief died of bleeding. Since it was the leader monster, Almond got a lot of exp from it. You have killed a level 7 Goblin Chief. Almond attacked the last level 5 Goblin Guardian that got damage from Natalia's skill, finishing it off. You have killed a level 5 Goblin Guardian. You have reached level 7. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points. You have triggered the level up boon. You two are monsters. Natalia wryly smiled and looked at Almond before adding, "And what's with your love for heads, Almond? Geez, it's not love but common sense. Exploding heads guaranteed death for the majority of the monsters." Almond flatly replied before he looked at the dead bodies and absorbed their spirits. You have devoured a level 7 Goblin Chief. You have gained +1 health, +1 stamina, +1 mana. Let's rest here for a bit. We have plenty of huts here to explore and rest, Lily said as she looked at the wooden house. We might also find some useful things here. Natalia grinned and walked towards a nearby hut. Let's go, Almond. You can come with me to explore the house since you contributed a lot. I won't need stuff from here unless it's something rare, Lily said to Almond before she started walking towards the only wooden house. Are you saying if it's something rare, you won't give it to me? Almond asked as he caught up to her. Yeah, but it depends. Lily glanced at Almond, her eyes glinting, a faint smile behind her mask. If you continue to team up with us, I don't mind giving it to you. Almond thought for a moment before nodding with a smile. Sure, I have no other choice. Lily and Natalia are a danger to my life. I have to resolve this issue before the exit opens on the 3rd day. Almond thought as he opened his level up boon. Please give me a skill option. Almond opened the boon window. Selector level up boon. 1 skill random, 2 accessory random, 3 random, 3 options, but I got skill again. Almond was thrilled. He instantly selected the skill option. Congratulations, you have acquired. Congratulations. You have awakened a new class skill, Spirit Syringe. S Spirit Syringe rank S effect. Consume 10 of your stamina to conjure a Spirit Syringe. You can inject it and absorb the target's mana and health in the syringe, with the syringe's limit being up to 100 of your health and mana. You can then use it to heal and recover yourself or others. You can store up to 5 Spirit Syringes, full recovery syringes. Almond was dumbfounded. I need to see how it works, Almond thought as he entered the house. This could also work as an offensive skill because it drains the target's mana and health. It was a 2-story house, so Lily went upstairs while Almond started browsing below cupboards, beds, or anything that looked like it contained something. Common grade weapons that are useless, but I use a melee one since it's better to use wolf claw gauntlets as spectral direwolves. Almond grabbed a common grade sword, feeling it settling in his hand. Sword dot. I felt like using it many times, but I couldn't because of my weak body. Swoosh. Ammon swung the sword horizontally, his eyes gleaming. This feels good. He then continued searching, and a minute later looked up before thinking. Usually the bronze treasure chest spawning in this colony is on the second floor of this house from the information. Lily shortly returned and said, I found the treasure chest. What did you get from it? Almond curiously asked. However, Lily just walked towards Almond while looking at him, her eyes piercing into his. Soon she was close enough for her to touch his chest, which prompted Almond to step back before his back was against the wall. What is going on? Almond frowned. They are pressing against me. I know, Lily said as she blinked once before her eyes looked into Almond's golden almond-colored eyes. Her pressed against his chest and her face just a few inches away from his. Your heart is beating very fast, Lily chuckled. Almond raised his eyebrows. So is yours. My perception is not that low. Well, I am feeling a bit excited. That's why. Lily smiled behind her mask. So what happened to Jacob and others? And before you say any, allow me to tell you that I absolutely don't care about those three idiots. Lily narrowed her eyes. I just want to know you. Really? Almond looked at her silently, her eyes crystal clear. He didn't feel she was lying. And from what he knew about Lily, she indeed didn't give two hoots about anyone in the academy, be it any rich boy or talented boy, because no one was more rich or talented than her in the academy. Looking at her sapphire eyes that looked as if curious, Almond's expression gradually eased as he came to a conclusion. I killed them. Why they killed me in the starting area for a rare grade item I found in the bronze treasure chest. But I survived, Ammon coldly said. So I killed them because if I don't then Jacob won't leave me alive after I leave, and his trash father would also support him to hunt me, because I am a nobody outside, quite literally. After a few seconds of silence, with just them staring into each other's eyes, Lily took a step back and grabbed his hand before taking out a ring from her storage pouch. Earthflower ring rank uncommon effect. Infusing 50 mana in the ring will create a defensive earthflower in front of you the size of a 5m radius. It will disappear after 1 minute or if it's destroyed by attacks. This is what I found from the bronze treasure chest above. Lily put the ring on Almond's index finger before looking at Almond. From now on, you're not a nobody, but my partner. Almond's face showed a bit of confusion. Lily's dark blue eyes glinted as she removed her mask, revealing her angelic yet cool beauty-type face as she charmingly smiled. Closing in, she paused with just an inch of distance between their faces, her pink lips just a centimeter away from his as she whispered with a sassy smile. In other words, my boyfriend. Are you messing with me? Almond frowned. Lily chuckled. Not at all. I felt attracted to a boy for the first time. I feel like we have chemistry, and that's how I roll in my life. I want to experience some new things with you because of what I feel. Do I have a say in it? Almond asked with a serious expression. No, whatever the case, it's better to go along with her for now. Is she seriously serious? Blinking twice, Ammon's hand went around her waist before he pulled her towards him and pecked her lips. All right. Lily was stunned, her ears turning red and her white cheeks a shade of pink. She was so bold, and now look at her. This confirms she has a reason to pull this on me. A reason I can't understand yet. Why does she want to be in a relationship with me? We talked for the first time today. That was my first kiss. Lily Riley smiled and put her mask back on as she walked towards the door. So was mine, Amen said as he followed her out. What is going on? Good to know. Same, she is not faking it. What's going on? Ammon wasn't sure about the reasons Lily had to like him. He didn't know what she saw in him. But I have gained eyes to see if someone is sincere or scheming when I deal with them, thanks to the life I lived. She has nothing to gain by deceiving me. Not that I feel she is doing that. So what does she see in me? He would be more than happy if he could get an ally instead of an enemy. But he knew it was hard. Based on points, she has no reason to rat me out to Jacob's father. There's nothing he can give to her that she doesn't have already. Not to mention, she is going to a top 10 guild soon. Maybe she's just really interested in me. She is an oddball from what I knew about her, but this was a crazy ball just now. As they both left the house, Natalia saw them and said, Yo, did you find anything? Yeah, Lily nodded. You can search the other huts. We are going to rest. I can keep things I find, right? Yep, great. Natalia grinned and dashed into the third hut. Jacob's father will investigate. 3 days later, he will send people here to find his son once he sees he didn't come out. Almond said as he sat down cross-legged against a nearby tree, leaning at its trunk. Did you forget about your girlfriend already? I'll spit it out. Almond's lips twitched. This feels unreal. Just a while ago, I had considered the possibility of killing you too, to keep myself safe. Lily's eyes expressed her smile as she moved and boldly sat on his right side lap before putting her arms around his shoulder. You need to better hide your intent to kill, but that's what made me curious in the first place. You could sense even that Almond was startled as sweat beads formed on his forehead. She sensed that. Well, that is thanks to my passive class skill, Phantom Sixth Sense. If it's an intent directed at me, I'll be able to sense it even if it comes from a pro or a noob. As for Jacob's father, Lily's dark blue eyes glinted as she slightly smiled. GAA will support his investigation if he comes, but it won't lead to you. Now that you are my darling, of course, I will support you. Almond Riley smiled. Well, that's reassuring to hear, but what about Natalia? She has hung out with Jacob multiple times. So, if his father asks her and she tells him about meeting me, Natalia. Lily looked at the hut and saw Natalia emerging from the third hut and smiled. But Natalia was shocked to see the duo in their position and hurriedly rushed towards them instead of going to the fourth hut. What's going on? What's going on? Lily Natalia asked, her expression uncomfortable, her body language fidgety. Why are they so close? What's going on? Almond blinked as he looked at Natalia. Something feels weird, her expression. We got into a relationship a few minutes ago, Lily said as she rested her head on his shoulder, her slightly pressing against him. Natalia's eyes started tearing up. But you know my feelings, so that's what it is. Almond Riley smiled. She is a Natalia. Since I understood your situation and hung out with you as your partner, you should also understand that I am more attracted to males. I've made that clear. Lily stood up and approached Natalia, her mask vanishing as she faintly smiled and caressed Natalia's cheeks as she gently said, I know you love me, and I won't stop you or keep you away, but you have to accept me at my feelings, too. Natalia angrily pouted and wiped her tears, looking at Almond with a hateful gaze as she stomped her feet and said, But how is this possible? You two just met and talked for the first time today. Almond raised his arms in surrender. I don't know. To be honest, I still haven't accepted the situation fully, but I am trying to see. He doesn't even love you. Natalia's cheeks puffed as she intently looked at Lily. Lily turned to Almond with deadpan eyes. So you don't feel attracted to me? No, that's not what I mean. Almond weakly smiled as he looked at her eyes and then below, sizing her up. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, and as a male, I feel super attracted to you. God forbid if someone puts us in a room together. Actually, never mind about that, Almond coughed. But you know, Almond stood up and continued as his smile vanished, his golden almond eyes sharply gleaming. I've been a weak nobody until now. And although I believed I could change my life after turning 18 and entering the labyrinth, I died because of some pieces of trash in my luck, but fate was with me. So I am here and I don't want to die but thrive in this world. Almond continued with a somber expression. Lily, you are attracted to me, but as of right now, do you think you put your life on the line for me? Lily raised her eyebrows. Natalia suddenly said with gritted teeth, I can put my life on the line for Lily. Let me finish at least. Almond rolled his eyes and said as he looked at Lily's eyes with determined expression, Lily, I want someone who I can completely trust. I've been alone forever, so I do long for such a person. It would be great if I have someone who has my back. But it's hard to do in this world for someone like me who has always been alone, and you were the first person who got this close to me. I can feel you were sincere because you acted on your impulse and what your heart tells you, and that's good, that's better, and that's why I will extend my trust to you. Will you do the same? Lily's dark blue eyes sparkled as she walked towards him and put her arms around his waist before gluing together, her face an inch away from his as she said with a grin, You don't know how you are making me fall for you more and more with each passing second. Darling, her face inched closer and she planted her lips on his before kissing him. Natalia's face turned horrified. Lily's first kiss. No. Lily chuckled and linked her arms with Almond as she winked at Natalia while grinning. That wasn't our first, Almond coughed. How fast are you guys? Don't start now. Natalia pouted and angrily stomped her feet, her words causing both Almond and Lily's ears to turn red. Natalia went back to scavenging the huts while Almond and Lily rested under a tree, checking their status. My current focus and perception are enough for now. My main offensive arsenal is physical enchantment, so increasing strength will allow me to kill the higher-leveled monster easily. Almond's eyes glinted, adding the 3 stat points into strength as it reached 24.5. Here's my current stats, Almond. Take a look, Lily said as she shared her stats with Almond, her curious eyes indicating she also wanted to see his stats. If she sees my stats, Almond internally shook his head. If I want trust, I need to give trust. Lily Adventure rank, bronze level 711, class Phantom Thief, S Vitality, 100 mana, 250,250 stats, 0 unassigned point strength, 25 health, 15 stamina, 15 mana, 25 focus, 17 perception, 20 pretty good. Almond raised his eyebrows, thanks to the stat and increasing potions I had before, and now leveling up my stats are better than average, Lily said with a thrilled sheen in her eyes. We'll visit all 5 important locations on the mountain and a secret one. Secret one, are you talking about White Poland's lair? Almond asked in surprise. This lair is randomized every time and we have to follow small clues to find its location, but with her, we should be able to find it rather quickly. Yep, I assume you know all the information about the first floor, right? Yeah, that's what I did for years. Gathering information on the labyrinth floors, Almond said as he couldn't help but smile. I know everything that is revealed in any piece of media, saying that he shared his status with her. Almond Adventurer rank bronze level 74 class. Spirit Dealer SS Vitality 100 mana 335,335 stats 0 unassigned point strength 24. 5 health 13 stamina 13.5 mana 14 plus 19.5 focus 15 perception 16.5. The first thing she saw was the class and its rank as her eyes widened in shock. Your class. Lily's eyes sparkled as she looked at Almond. It is unheard of to get an SS rank class right off the bat. I don't think so. Almond shook his head and faintly smiled. What if those who awakened it didn't reveal it? I initially awakened a D rank class, but I met some sort of conditions. So there's a high chance there are other people who have an SS rank class. Lily became thoughtful. True, it could be that the S rank is the maximum rank of class 1 can naturally get. The higher rank class might need to fulfill some conditions to acquire. Amma nodded. I have one more insight in this matter. I think that if we can trigger some kind of event by fulfilling conditions, we can rank up our classes. That, Lily blinked and nodded, her eyes twinkling. It does sound possible. I want to try doing it. Do you have any information about this since you experienced it? I died. I didn't almost die as I said before, but I actually died. Almond wryly smiled. I was killed by those 3 beyond doubt. I could feel that darkness. But then I heard I fulfilled some condition and resurrected with this new class. That's a rather extreme condition. Lily lamented. I don't want to try dying. Of course, Almond released a hollow laugh. But I think the clue should be in our class. Also, we should wait until we get our specialized class after reaching level 10 before exploring this. True that. Lily nodded with a grin and stretched her arms as they went around Almond's neck before she planted her lips on his before. Shortly, Almond's hands went around her waist. Her tempting smell laughed into his nose as their lips played with each other, the taste of her lips feeling strangely sweet. Lily's hands tightened as she pressed closer, feeling an electrifying pleasure. The slightly sweaty yet manly smell numbed her brain as their lips wildly played with each other. Their heartbeats quickened each second, their breathing rugged yet coming in sync. It was a new yet desirable experience for both of them. Feeling this warmth and pleasure of becoming close to someone, Ahmed didn't want to push this away. Your hormones are exploding, I can tell, but this is not the place or time, guys, Natalia said while rolling her eyes. Cough. Let's go. It's time to start moving. Almond stood up and grabbed the belt holding sword in the sheath before putting it on his body at his back. Put your backpack in this storage pouch. It would be bothersome to carry it now that you have a sword to carry, Lily said as she opened the storage pouch. Thanks. And then the trio finally resumed their exploration, moving towards the Fairy Mountain Southwest area base. This mountain was humongous, stretching at 6 km in height with a mountain base taking up to 10 km radius of area. So which site do you think we should raid first? Lily asked with a smile. I trust you have more comprehensive planning than me. Almond chuckled and said, we'll go to the Nest of Willowbees area first. Leveling will be harder now, but our goal is to reach level 10 to trigger our specialized class's initiation before Labyrinth's night descends, because once 24 hours pass, the monsters will double in number. Yeah, it will take time to complete quests of our specialized class, so the earlier we get them, the better. Lily nodded. Thank you for carrying me in advance. Natalia cheekily said, Nah, you will be our key player. Almond deviously smiled. Natalia felt a chill. Are you planning? It's fine. Lily held back her laugh and smiled as she patted Natalia's shoulder. He will surely lead us well. Natalia TT. First, I sacrificed my love, now my body. Fine, do whatever you want with me. As the trio entered Fairy Mountain and started walking towards their first destination, Almond took out a parchment from his pocket and opened it. It revealed the map of this mountain and the special areas on it. Fairy Mountain. Major Location 1. Nest of Willowbees Bronze rank level 7102. Cavern of Glass Blaze Bear Silver rank level 133. The Shimmering Fin Silver rank level 354. Briarwood Grove Silver rank level 57. 5. Frostbite Cliff Silver rank level 7 to 10. Secret areas on the mountain. White Pollen's Lair Silver rank level 1 to 10. Field bosses on the mountain. Blade Manny's Bronze rank level 10. Maddening Silver rank level 5. Wandering Fairy Silver rank level 10. We'll most likely spend 3 days on this mountain and we won't be alone here. Amen said as he looked ahead at the higher ground containing new types of tall and big trees. If we encounter another group, we'll act according to their power and conduct. Lily narrowed her eyes. Let's hope we don't encounter a big group. Natalia weakly smiled and added, by the way, is that area of Willowbees? Not yet, but we'll get there. After crossing that patch of trees, Almond tapped on the parchment in the Willowbees area, and it changed, revealing information. This item was map parchment. It's a blank paper when bought, but it can be filled with details drawn and written by a person. You've really made sufficient details on this. Lily raised her eyebrows. Don't tell me you have all the details like this of all areas on the first floor. All floors. Natalia couldn't help but utter in amazement. Nest of Willowbees description. Hidden among the towering trees and thick flowering vines, this is the hive of the Willowbees. Large, aggressive insected creatures that resemble a cross between bees and willows. They feed on magical nectar from enchanted flowers, giving them the ability to shoot blasts of pollen and summon vines to entangle intruders. Key features: dense foliage, towering enchanted trees, massive beehives dangling from branches, and scattered pools of magical nectar that can be collected as a resource to craft healing potions. Monsters: Willowbe workers weaker swarm enemies, Willowbe guards larger with venomous stings, Willowbe queen boss summons roots and vines to trap enemies. Let's go. We'll enter their territory after crossing a kilometer of distance. We might encounter wild monsters, but they won't be a threat to us unless it's the field boss of the lower area, the Blade Mandies. There were 8 major locations on the first floor of the labyrinth, like Fairy Mountain. Exploring any of those 8 locations and adventuring there successfully can make adventurers powerful. As each major location has monsters up to silver rank level 10, which is also the limit of level on the first floor on the Fairy Mountain. The higher one went up, the stronger the monsters one would encounter, including silver rank monsters. The bronze rank's limit was level 10. After reaching level 10, 2 things happen. 1. Specialized class quest. 2. Advancement trial to reach silver rank and start from level 0 until level 30 for gold rank trial. Almond's goal was to reach level 10 by clearing the nest of Willowbees. It was dangerous as Willowbees were flying monsters and required a certain amount of combat expertise and skills, but it was the fastest place to reach level 10 on the first day of the labyrinth. According to the calculation of experience needed to reach level 10 from level 7, one was required to kill 15 level 10 monsters, 50 level 9 monsters, or 100 level 8 monsters to reach level 10. Farming in one place wasn't useful because killing the same monsters lower level than them would eventually give them 0 exp. As the trio finally entered the area of towering trees, Natalia almost cursed out loud. The 3 of them quickly hid behind a tree. "There's already a group here," Natalia whispered. "What do we do? Are they familiar to you?" Lily Ammon asked as he secretly looked at them. Lily's head was right above him as they both peeked out from behind the tree to look at the group of 6 people. They were similar in their age, but had an older man in his mid-20s with them as well. "They're foreigners, definitely not from our city." Lily narrowed her eyes. Although their outfits are different, each of them has an armband above their elbows, which is kind of familiar. Almond felt his head on a soft cushion as Lily's pressed on him, her arms around his neck from above as she entered a thoughtful state to remember about the armband. Meanwhile, Natalia stared at Lily's from behind, her hands raised and fingers moving with an eager expression as if she wanted to squeeze them. "I remember now." Lily sat down behind the tree, a light bulb glowing in her eyes. "That armband belongs to Thunderbird Guild. It's not a top 10 global guild, but it's still powerful enough to be ranked 14th. So they are the new recruits they got this month." Almond frowned. "They even got a knight with them." Knight was a term used for adventurers who were at higher levels, but still visited lower floors of the labyrinth to accompany other adventurers. The term knight was given because each floor had limitations on entry. The first floor's limit was silver rank level 10. If anyone higher than this level entered the labyrinth, their stats would be suppressed with a penalty. Their stats would become the same as when they were silver rank level 5. In short, there was a high chance that knights would die if they encountered powerful monsters or adventurers of silver rank level 10, unless the knight was exceptionally skilled and had a refined combat arsenal. This is troublesome. My parents had no contact or deal with this guild. So they won't give me a face even if they know I am the daughter of a GAA branch president and branch command. Lily clenched her fist, and I don't believe they will be happy seeing us here. I got an idea. Almond's eyes glinted. "Let's make contact with them and see what they think about strangers." "You mean?" Lily raised her eyebrows before she looked at Natalia. "What are you two looking at me for? Don't tell me. Use my clone." The giant hives of Willowbees were not present on trees at the start, but the group had just entered the area and spotted a big hive the size of a house 50 m above, dangling on a branch with around 50 arm-sized bees working high up in the trees to collect nectar from flowers and fruits growing these unique trees. The group had stopped behind a tree to prepare a few traps before initiating their attack, but then they heard something and looked back. Natalia's clone was running towards them, her eyes and expression weary and her outfit dirty as if she had recently experienced some struggle. The group silently watched her. 1 girl, 3 boys at 18 years old, and a 25-year-old man who was a knight. The boys, seeing Natalia's bouncing, couldn't help but look there as they felt blood rushing below. She was a mage and wore a dress that showed her cleavage, so it was a tempting sight. Natalia internally snorted. She quietly arrived behind the boulder as well and took deep breaths as her chest heaved up and down before smiling. I'm sorry to disturb you, but my group and I separated because of Blade Mantis. Blade Mantis, you didn't bring it here, right? The man in his mid-20s asked with a frown. I don't think so. Natalia hesitantly shook her head before she pleaded as her eyes got a bit terror-y. I can't survive alone. Can I stay with you, please? Yeah, of course, a blonde-haired young man said with a dashing smile as he approached her. A fair lady like you shouldn't wander this mountain alone. Zoran, you know we can't do that, the knight said as his brows furrowed. I said we can. Zoran glanced at the knight. Any problem with that? Henry internally cursed, but he couldn't defy Zoran, who was the second son of Vice Guild Master of Thunderbird Guild. The other three didn't say anything because they had no say in this, though the two boys were stealing glances at Natalia's figure while the red-haired girl appeared a bit annoyed and looked at the beehive as she ignored this matter. Come sit here for a bit. Zoran gently grabbed Natalia's shoulders and sat her down at the boulder. The plan might go smoother than expected thanks to this. I am Natalia. Thank you, Zoran, Natalia said as she wiped her tears and smiled. Can you help me find my friends? Please, you can also kill Blade Mannies and get rewards. They're not far from this area. Blade Mannies might drop a special sword with a low chance, so it's a priority, Henry said. We have to kill it before others, but for now, we'll clear that one hive of willow bees since we are prepared. It should take 10 minutes max with the traps, as long as you coordinate properly according to the plan. But Blade Mannies might be after my friends, Natalia said while she glanced at the red-haired girl briefly before turning to Zoran. Why is that looking out? Let's hope we aren't discovered before we pass by them. The plan was to distract this group while they went around them and enter deeper into this area to farm a hive or two of willow bees. Of course, this plan had 2 points to clear, and Natalia proceeded to the second point. Please, Zoran, I am worried about my boyfriend. I will be eternally grateful if we can go to them right now, Natalia said as her eyes turned terror-y again. Natalia felt a stinging pain on her cheek as Zoran angrily slapped her. Do you think I'm a fool? You have a boyfriend already, yet you want me to save them, Zoran said, his narrowed eyes glinting darkly as he obbled at her and grabbed her wrist tightly. His other hand went into his storage pouch as he took out a pair of handcuffs, a magic item crafted by Earth Union that disrupts mana flow to prevent anyone from using skills. What are you doing? Natalia found her hands in handcuffs. The red-haired girl wanted to say something but stayed silent. This piece of trash. The boys also wanted to stop him, but if they said anything, Zoran could easily kick them out of the guild. I'll have fun with you when we camp. If you satisfy me, I'll save your friends. Zoran nastily grinned. That's it. This needs to die. You better be careful now, you piece of garbage, Matala coldly said before her clone exploded. Boom. The Zoran was closest to her, so he was injured. The defensive item on him reduced damage further, so he only got superficial burns. The 3 bronze rank adventurers were slightly injured, while Henry was unscathed. On the other hand, Ammon and Lily had already passed by the group and arrived around 100 meters deeper into this area while carrying Natalia's real body, which was resting behind a tree. At the moment, Lily was in the position to aim at the beehive that was near that group for the last minute, and the moment she heard the explosion, she released the arrow that went straight through a level 7 willow bee worker before hitting the giant beehive the size of a house. Hit the beehive, kill that. Natalia hissed the moment her senses regained in her real body. What happened? Almond was surprised at Natalia's outburst. What did they do? I already did, Lily said as she looked at Natalia. They have a knight, so they can't be in danger even if they're good people, but her eyes narrowed as she continued. What happened there? Were they that bad? Not all, Natalia said as she calmed down and continued. But that blonde-haired called Zoran is apparently a big shot's son, so even the knight obeys him. Not to mention the other 3 random new recruits of their guild who can't do anything since they want to join the guild. Natalia clenched her fists, her eyes trembling. That slapped me and wanted to me. He even put sealing handcuffs on me to prevent me from escaping. She shuddered as some memories surfaced in her mind and hung her head down, her breathing becoming uneven, her fists clenched. That piece of trash. Sorry, Nat. Lily walked towards her and hugged her as she caressed her back. You did well, and don't worry, we'll deal with him. Does she have some kind of trauma? Amen thought as he felt it was the case seeing Natalia's state. Rest for 5 minutes and relax, Lily said as she wiped Natalia's tears. We have time since that group will be busy fighting and finning off that swarm of willow bees. Amen looked at the area as a big barrier covered the group. He could not see the people from this position due to the big boulder, but it was clear they decided to stay from the look of the situation there. It seems they are going to kill the willow bees instead of running. That knight is silver rank level 5, but his barrier skill can easily protect them from these bronze rank bees for an hour, even if the willow bee queen emerges from that hive. Not to mention they won't have a lack of mana recovery potions, Lily nodded. They have plenty of time to prepare and let the 4 newbies deal with them. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if that knight killed the willow bees, as nobody would get any exp. What if I use 10 spirit explosions? At once, what if I stack them? This is the kind of skill that doesn't cost mana, but spirits. Almond's eyes glinted, eager to try, but he needed more spirits for this, and it wasn't wise to stay here to collect the spirits. While that group attacked, they had to move away from them and start killing willowbees at another hive. Ammon looked into the mysterious spirit Kodica pocket where he had put 20 spirits. When they left the goblin colony, this spirit Kodaku also had the spirit of Jacob Lamp, and seeing alongside goblin spirits and a few direwolf spirits, I wonder what would come out from this. There was no countdown or anything. He just had to wait until the process inside this spirit Kodica pocket was finished. 5 minutes later, the trio moved deeper as they created distance from the Thunderbird Guild. Almond wanted to earn free spirits, but it was too dangerous to stay there. That knight was a silver rank level 5, someone they couldn't hope to defeat at the moment and couldn't run away if he decided to chase them. They passed by 3 hives of willowbees and crossed 600 m of distance before finally stopping at the next hive they saw. "Let's do this fast," Lily said as she took out her bow, aiming a 45 degrees angle at the house-sized hive 60 m off the ground, dangling on a big branch. Natalia was hidden behind a big rock, while her clone was right below the hive on ground level, which she would use to taunt and distract the bees. Almond also commanded his spectral wolves to accompany Natalia's clone for higher efficiency in taunting the bees. After all, it was clear that no matter who attacked the hive, the willow bees would first go for the targets that were close to them. A few seconds later, Lily released the arrow as it struck a level 7 willow bee worker, killing it before proceeding to stab the hive. The willow bee workers hummed heavily as the air vibrated, all flying towards Natalia, who started running. Almond captured the spirit of that level 7 willow bee and immediately used it right below Natalia's clone. But with its lag of a second, Natalia got out of its range, while the 3 willow bees that were closing in on her got caught up in the blast. "You have killed a level 7 willow bee worker. You have killed. 2 wilb workers died while 1 was injured." Meanwhile, Lily also started shooting arrows empowered by mana, often piercing 2 or 3 willow bee workers at once. The moment 15 willow bee workers died, the willow bee guards spawned from the hive. They were bigger and had a huge venomous sting. Unlike the willow bee workers, who only had small stings and usually attacked with their piercing hands, 10 willow bee guards of levels 8 and 9 arrived as they quickly flew towards Ammon and Lily. "Dodge their stings or destroy them," Ahmed said before he unsheathed his sword, his eyes dancing with the light of thrill as he rushed forward. He wanted to move and fight physically with a sword since the moment he held it, and seeing the incoming willow guards, he couldn't hold himself back. 3 for black venomous things shot at Almond upon seeing him rushing forward, but Almond waved his sword as he destroyed one while moving at high speed before jumping and directly landing on a willow guard, his sword piercing its head. Physical enchantment was activated as he overpoweringly moved his hand, slicing the willow guard's head to its tail in half. "You have killed a shush." Almond jumped as a willow guard was about to attack him with its piercing claws, but it was as if he was already skilled with a sword. Almond parried the attack by moving the sword, his hand speed fast as he sliced it into 2 pieces. What the Lily was taken aback, but she didn't have time to take a look at Almond as she took out her daggers, jumping into the fray to kill the 3 Willoughby guards coming at her. Boom, boom. Almond used 2 spirit explosions by using 2 level 7 Willoughby workers' spirits. One of them turned special, oozing out a green spark that poisoned the Willoughby guards, ultimately killing 3 Willoughby guards in 2 explosions. Almond's legs anchored on the ground as he exerted his strength and jumped high, his sword directly piercing a Willoughby guard from below, but he still went up until he was within 10 m of distance between him and the Willoughby hive. Spirit explosion. He put 5 spirits of Willoughby workers, stacking them and sticking them right in the hive as he used the spirit explosion skill. Moreover, since they killed over 7 Willoughby guards, the Willoughby queen was also emerging and got caught in the blast. Boom! The hive was destroyed as its chunks fell on the ground while the injured Willoughby queen shrieked. "Let's see." Almond's eyes glinted as he fell down, but his eyes were on the Willow Bee Queen as he used his new skill, Spirit Syringe. A mystical, ghastly syringe appeared and was injected into the Willow Bee Queen before. It was filling up rather quickly, 20 in 1 second. Almond landed on the ground, Lily appearing right beside him. The remaining Willoughby guards were killed by her, and Natalia's clone was also destroyed. She arrived here beside them as well, ready to fight the remaining Willoughby workers and the Queen. Almond and Lily leveled up to 8 while Natalia reached level 7. "Let's do this." Lily smiled as she chugged a mana potion and dashed, her daggers glinting. Almond held his sword tightly as he also dashed. Still having plenty of mana to last in the battle, he continued slicing the Willoughby workers in half while waiting for the Willoughby Queen to descend. A few seconds later, the Queen descended, already injured and poisoned as one of the explosions became special. Its vitality was at 67 already. The spirit syringe was already filled, so Almond was about to go there and grab it himself with a high-speed dash empowered by physical enchantment. But surprisingly, the moment he looked at the syringe, it vanished and appeared in front of him. Nice. The fight against the Willowby Queen was uneventful as Lily and Almond finished it off with one attack each, while Natalia used a debuff skill on it called Mirage Blindness, making the Willowby Queen hallucinate that there were multiple Lily and Almond, which caused its attacks to miss. Let's go. We have to change our location, and I know a perfect place, Almond said as he absorbed the spirits into his pocket and started moving. Arriving at a nearby tree before punching it. Not this, he moved to the next tree several meters away and did the same while Lily and Natalia followed him. What are you doing? Natalia asked. There's a chance one of the tree trunks is hollow, and it's a good hiding place since these tree trunks are wide and big, especially at the bottom. A minute later, they found a hollow tree. Almond pierced his sword and carved out a door, and the trio entered inside. After creating small holes for the light to pass through, they sat down in meditation to recover. A hiding place was required if one wanted to meditate, since meditating would require them to focus deep enough that they wouldn't know what was happening around them. Strong adventurers had multiple ways to keep themselves safe, but for the newbies, it was better to be safe than sorry by finding a good hiding spot. Time to check the loot and get strong. You have devoured a level 7 Willowby worker. Gain +1 health and +1 stamina. You have devoured a level 7 Willowby worker. Gain +1 focus. You have devoured a level 7 Willow worker. Gain +0.5 focus. 3 is a rough limit to gain stats from the same species. Unless I devour higher level ones, then it would be one more, I guess. Next, you have devoured a level 8 Willow Guard. Gain +1 strength and +1 health. You have devoured a level 9 Willow Guard. Gain +1 perception and +0.5 focus. You have devoured a level 8 Willow Guard. Gained +0.5 mana. Last to devour. Almond used Spirit Devour on the Willowby Queen spirit. You have devoured a level 10 Willowby Queen. Gain +1 strength, +1 perception, and +1 mana. Almond clenched his fist and opened it a few times as he felt the surge of power up he gained settling. Almond Adventurer rank, bronze level 80, 5.2 class Spirit Dealer SS Vitality, 100 mana 388,388, stats 3 unassigned points physical strength, 26.5 health 15 stamina 14.5 mental mana, 15.5 plus 23.25 25 focus 17 perception 18.5. After he looked at his status, he decided to add 3 unassigned stat points to his focus. Almond felt a slight change as he added 3 points to the focus stat, and a second later, he heard a notification. The activation range of your Spirit Explosion has increased to 20 from 10 awesome. He could now use Spirit Explosion anywhere within 20 of himself. If I could get a vision like a bird's eye from above, it would make things easier since I'd be able to put spirit explosions with uncanny precision. Almond thought, all right, this is a goal. I'll have to get a skill like that somehow. He then looked at the Spirit Pocket skills interface in his mind and fell into thought. Spirit Pocket 47,100. After a second, he put the remaining 7 Willow Guard spirits into the Spirit Factory, along with 3 Willowby workers. Almost all of his mana was exhausted as he put these 10 spirits into the Spirit Factory. The stronger the spirit, the more mana was required to put it into the Spirit Factory. However, the cost of mana was lower than when he put the Direwolf spirits. Almond guessed that the cost was adjusted according to his level as well. One more addition was that the Spirit Factory didn't have a timer before, but it showed a timer after he put the spirits this time. It could be related to increasing focus. Time until the first production 1 minute and 42 seconds. Afterward, he looked at the Spirit Codica Pocket, though it still didn't show any timer. Hurry up, Almond internally said to it before he closed off everything and entered meditation to recover mana. The room in the trunk was silent as minutes passed by. After the trio recovered their mana, they drank water to quench their thirst and continued to rest to recover their stamina for a few minutes. 5 minutes later, they left the trunk and crossed a bit over 100 meters of distance before targeting another Willowby hive. It took them a bit over 5 minutes to kill all the Willowbys. How are you so good with the sword you couldn't even hold one properly? If I remember correctly, Natalia asked as she stared at Almond weirdly. Is he some kind of natural-born genius with the sword? Yeah, I am honestly impressed, Lily nodded. And it's like you're improving crazily fast. Yeah. Amen looked at the sword, his wrist masterfully bending as he swung it swiftly around him. I don't know. The sword just feels right in my hand, and I somehow know how to use it. I can figure out new ways to attack with it fast while fighting. Weird, but good for us, Natalia snickered. We'll need to hunt 2 more willow beehives to reach level 10. Yeah, let's go and get a quick rest somewhere before continuing. Lily nodded as she put away her daggers. We doing way better than I expected. The trio continued walking and soon found a small pond after crossing a bunch of bushes. However, they immediately skirted away from there and found a hollow tree trunk before settling inside. Blade Manny's is drinking water there. What should we do? I heard they are really perceptive and can find their prey from 50 m away, Natalia said as she gulped. Are we safe in this trunk? Don't worry. The Mannies can't smell much, so we are safe here. It's their sharp vision from those big eyes that can look at all sides and weird aura-sensing antennas that make it a hunter. Ammon said, yes, it's impossible to ambush that blade mantis. Lily nodded. It will sense me even if I use my skill, which makes me invisible to the eyes. I have yet to master Mana Shroud. If I could use it alongside my Phantom Cloak skill, I could ambush it. Mana Shroud was another technique that used mana to close all nodes of one's body to prevent any aura from leaking. It required 20 focus and 20 perception to begin learning it due to the requirement on mana control. We can kill it. Almond suddenly said, I thought you were a walking encyclopedia, Almond. Natalia rolled her eyes. Blade Mantis Bronze rank level 10 is the same level as Willow Queen, but it is twice or more as strong if you don't know. I know, Almond said as his eyes flickered a bit and a strange wooden crossbow with patterns of Willow Guard's yellow and silver design. Willow crossbow uncommon. Great. Oh, Lily blinked. Item. I thought you could summon monsters. Natalia was startled. One of my class skills can create items from monsters I kill. Basically, dead monsters drop something unique that only I can see, and I can use that thing for my skill, which can create random things. But where would you get arrows for this? Natalia tilted her head in confusion. I think there's no need for external arrows, right? Lily smiled. Yep. Amma nodded and shared the item's status with them. It costs mana per shot. Willow B crossbow grade uncommon. Durability 10,000, duration 1 day. Attack 100 per shot. Cost 10 mana per crossbow arrow. Spirit effects. You can infuse an additional 10 mana in the crossbow to grant the poison effect to the arrow. Feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers its durability. Dada, I have more items. Waving his hand, Almond took out 9 more items as they lay on the ground, causing Natalia and Lily to stare at them with a dumbfounded expression. 3x Willow crossbow. Uncommon 3x Willow poison bomb. Uncommon 1x Willow shield. Uncommon 3x Willow daggers. Common, take a look at them, Ahmed said, sharing details of the items. Willow be poison bomb grade. Uncommon type 1-time use item effect. A bomb that explodes upon impact and covers a 5-meter radius area into a poison mist that slows and damages everyone within, with a chance to paralyze them if inhaled. Use. You can throw it after infusing 10 mana points and it will activate at the location where it is impacted by anything. The bomb was palm-sized, etched with Willowbee's characteristic patterns. This is amazing. Lily blinked to see if she wasn't mistaken, clearly impressed. It's even better than those recently developed potions. 5m radius is not small either. Natalia grinned. Almond, you can make some sick stuff. Hey, let's see the others. Lily curiously looked at the dagger's window panel next. Willowbee dagger grade. Common durability 100, duration 1 day, attack 15, effects greater than 15 chance of paralyzing. Spirit effects. Infusing 10 mana in the dagger will increase the paralyzed chance to 50 for 2 seconds. Feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence. So it doesn't last long unless you feed it a spirit. Natalia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Almond nodded as he glanced at Lily. Take them. You'll use them better. Thanks. Lily smiled and took the 3 daggers as she put them in the storage pouch. These are pretty good. At least this paralyzing effect will work on monsters of bronze rank up to level 10. So is it hard to get the spirit or easy? Natalia asked. 1 monster's death gives me 1 spirit. Almond faintly smiled. So long as we hunt monsters, I won't run out of spirits. That's good. Lily nodded as she chuckled, her eyes showing eagerness. Your class lives up to its rank. I also can't wait to upgrade mine. That reminds me, what's your class and its rank? Natalia pouted and shared her status with Ammon. Here's mine if you're curious. Natalia Adventurer rank, Bronze level 8 class, Mirage Witch B Vitality, 100 per 100. Mana 250,000, 250 stats, physical strength, 15 health, 12 stamina, 12 mental, mana 25 focus, 15 perception, 14 here, Ahmed said, revealing his status. But added, tell anyone about this class, only you two know. And I don't trust anyone else with it. That means you trust me. Natalia cheekily grinned and looked at Amen's status before she suddenly exclaimed SS rank. Natalia's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. Are you sure about this? Lily somberly looked at Almond. Yeah. Almond grabbed the shield and felt it as he moved it around. It's light and will work in case plan A fails. Let's kill it before anyone else does. Willow Shield Grade Uncommon Durability, 200,200 Duration, 2 days Physical Defense, 41 Magical Defense, 38, Effects greater than 15 chance to retaliate with a dart if attacked by a melee attack. Feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers 50 durability. Jez, I'm getting fidgety. Nathalie O'Reilly smiled, her heart beating faster. It wouldn't be strange if Blade Man has suddenly pounced on them any time now. They were too close to it. The only reason it hadn't discovered them was because it was taking a rest and drinking water, because when it usually starts roaming for hunting, it easily discovers prey within 50 m of itself. Your clone is crucial, Almond said, and this is the best time to kill the Blade Mannies. If we kill it while we are below level 10, the chance to drop that rare grade sword increases. Almond paused and looked at his common grade sword before continuing. I want a better sword. Lily resigned upon seeing that Almond was adamant about killing the Blade Mantis. All right, let's do this. If you get that rare grade sword, you won't have to fear anyone on this floor. Given your crazy sword mastery, Almond nodded, feeling a rush of adrenaline and thrill. It was time to execute their plan. The trio crouched behind a tree at the edge of the pond area that was surrounded by bushes and trees. The clearing was about 12 m in radius, with the pond itself covering a 5 m span in the center. Natalia conjured her clone and made it walk around the area silently. It wouldn't be strange if the Blade Mantis found them. The only saving grace was that it wasn't in hunting mode, which allowed them to initiate against this hunter, who usually takes the initiative in attacking others. Ammon knew this was a good opportunity, and he wanted to grasp it. As Natalia's clone covered halfway distance and reached the west side of the pond, the Manny's antenna moved, and its head looked up before turning straight at Natalia's clone. The Manny's was drinking water from the southeast side of the pond, while the trio was hiding behind the tree on the south side. There was only around 10 m of distance, and some bushes between them and the Blade Mannies. Please don't sense us and go after the clone, Natalia thought as she looked at the Blade Mannies through her clone, her eyes soon meeting its eye. It's 2 m tall with those crazy scythe blades. One attack and we would die. Natalia stepped towards it, entering the pond area. The moment her clone moved, the Blade Manny's black eyes glinted red and it dashed like a wind. It was time. The plan was to paralyze it with daggers, and Almond finished it off with a full-powered attack of a sword at its neck. Lily and Almond swiftly entered the pond area as they activated their physical enchantment. Eyeing the Blade Man as back, swoosh. Swoosh, 2 daggers empowered by Lily shot at the Blade Mantis, who hacked both of its blades at Natalia's clone in an X-shaped motion, cutting it instantly. Its eyes rotated as it also saw the daggers and moved, but it couldn't dodge that completely as both daggers stuck in its middle body area, which was the widest part of its body structure. It had a roten carapace part that seemed to contain its main organs, and Almond had told her to aim in this area. This area ensured that daggers would strike it and might also increase the paralyzing chance. After getting struck with the daggers, the monster's attention shifted to Almond, who was coming at him like the wind, his sword glowing as he empowered it with mana in a perfectly synced swinging motion. According to his dash, feeling the threat, it wanted to move, but suddenly found itself paralyzed. There was a 50 chance of both daggers to paralyze it, and one of them succeeded. Die. Almond's dash was fast, and his hand swung at deadly precision as he converted the burst of speed to increase his swinging force. His physical enchantment gave a 100 boost to his strength, so his strength stat was higher than Blade Mandy's, who had 45 strength. Its defense was naturally lower. Beautiful. Lily's eyes saw the dash and that arc of sword Almond swung with the sword, her perception and skill allowing her to see this motion very clearly. But right before Almond's sword was about to strike the neck of Blade Mandy's, his sword exploded. Blade Mandy screeched in pain and anger while Almond's heartbeat instantly quickened. I used too much mana to empower this common grade sword. It couldn't handle it. The sword was destroyed right before its blade could cut off that head. Almond had used the sword a lot already, so its durability was already low. It's not over. Almond's pupil shrank to the extreme. His heart beat loud enough to fill his mind, but his focus remained steadfast. It's not over. Almond's pupil shrank to the extreme as the Blade Manny's blade arms swung at him, glowing with a red aura as it was about to hack him into 4 pieces. Naturally, the shield was precisely for this. It was a rectangle shield almost a meter long. Now, Almond's eyes flickered as he stacked 5 spirits right below the Manny's the moment its blades were about to strike him. Usually, this Blade Manny's was sharp enough that it would easily dodge out of Spirit Explosion's range since it had a delay of 1 second, which was plenty of time for this agile monster to react. But how would it dodge while it was attacking him? Almond was dragged back a few meters, as the shield blocked the attack while his powerful strength boosted by physical enchant allowed him to stand his ground with a shield as he remained uninjured except for a minor shock due to the impact. But on the other hand, boom. A loud explosion rang in a colored spectacle of green smoke and dust, obliterating the blade mantis that was already injured by the accidental sword blast. But even if it wasn't injured, the stack of 5 spirit explosions hitting at point-blank range right below it was enough to kill it. Congratulations, you have killed the level 10 blade mantis, the field boss of the lower area of Fairy Mountain. 100 gold coins to all participants in the battle. We did it. Natalia ran towards them as she shouted with excitement. Lily smiled and nodded, looking at the smoke and dust where the explosion occurred. The plan was perfect. Paralyzing daggers are great, though they wouldn't have survived that explosion. She wryly smiled. Almond walked toward the dead mantis, his attention on the drops, if any. You have reached level 10. Please check out the Specialized Class tab and Rank Advancement tab for more information. He had the highest contribution. And since the field boss gave higher exp, he filled the big progress bar from level 9 to 10, successfully reaching level 10. Natalia reached level 9 while Lily remained at level 9. But most importantly, a faint blue glow could be seen as the smoke and dust from the explosion settled. Almond's fist clenched as he took a deep breath, his mouth stretching into a grin as he picked up the black-bladed sword with sharp red patterns on its blade edge. Grabbing the exquisite dark green wooden handle, Almond instantly felt powerful upon holding it. Praying Hunter Sword grade rare low durability 1000 attack 100 plus 100 of user strength. Effects. If you're chasing someone, your movement speed increases by 30. Slash-type attacks of this sword have 35 higher power. Praying Sense. Infusing 50 mana in the sword will allow you to sense all living beings within 50 meters of yourself for 10 seconds. Almond's hand trembled as he read the weapon's details. The chance to get this sword as a drop was usually low. It had only dropped 2 times in 10 years. Even though it was a rare grade low tier, it was still powerful. Moreover, rare grade items were something that usually gold rank monsters dropped who only appeared on the 5th floor and onward. Lower floors had a chance to grant such items at a very low rate or by meeting some conditions. Field bosses were such monsters that had those drops at a low rate. Moreover, just like how stronger people would be suppressed with a penalty if they entered lower floors, it was also forbidden to enter the lower floors with items gained from higher floors. Otherwise, Lily could easily bring more powerful items since her parents were higher floor adventurers and they had tons of items. This is a chance. If we kill the other 2 bosses while being lower level than them, we might also get their rare drops. Even if one of them drops, it will be worth it. How's the sword? Lily asked as she and Natalia walked towards Ammon, looking curiously at the sword. See for yourself, Ammon grinned as he shared the sword's details. Holy cow, Natalia spluttered, her mouth wide. This is going to be so deadly in your hand. Lily's eyes glinted. You mastered physical enchantment in arms and legs, so your strength doubles. And adding that to this sword's offense, Almond, I think you can instantly kill the second field boss with this if the attack lands properly. Yeah, possibly. Almond nodded as he swung the sword masterfully around him for a couple of seconds before putting it in the sheath. Let's continue moving. Almond looked west where the Nest of Willow area was about to end. One more hive and you too will reach level 10 as well. I'll check out my specialized class stuff and rank advancement quest while walking. The trio began moving towards the west while slowly going higher up in the mountain. They were already a bit higher, and once they crossed the Nest of Willowbee's area, they would enter the middle part of the mountain where silver rank monster would start to appear. Interesting dots. So I can choose how I want this to proceed. A. You are now qualified to build your specialized class. Please choose how you want this to proceed. Option 1. Analyzing your journey in the labyrinth. So far, you can have the S-rank class, Runic Spells Word, after completing the Specialized Class Quest Option 2. Selecting this option will allow you to build your own specialized class and each of its aspects through a series of quests that will test your capabilities to determine the class building options. Once selected, you cannot change the option S-rank class, and it's even sword-related. Almond was tempted, but as he looked at his current class, his eyes glinted sharply. I have an SS rank class, and a class above S rank cannot be naturally obtained. There have been cases of people building an SS rank class after they chose option 2, and he wanted to do the same. Heck, the guild leader of the globally #1 guild had an SSS rank class he acquired after choosing option 2, and he was sure there was more than one person with an SSS rank class after choosing this option. They just didn't disclose it to the public. Option 2. As Almond selected option 2, a thought drifted through his mind. Is there a class rank that's above SSS rank? Please select the suffix you want for your specialized class from the options given to you. The first quest will be generated afterward. Suffix option Slayer, Swordsman, Warden, Hunter, Spells Word, Grim Blade. This dot is a bit tricky. Almond frowned. Swordsman is ideal. I don't want to brag, but I feel like I am a genius with the sword, but that last option is making me feel that itch I want to scratch. What's up? Troubling to select your suffix. Lily elbowed Almond upon seeing his frown. Ultimately, it's just a name. The real determination will be the rating you achieve in your quests, which will determine the skill options you'll get. That's true. Ammon looked at the options thoughtfully and decided to dissect the names logically. Swordsman will likely present me with sword-related options, though this will be influenced by the prefix I select later as well. As for Grim Blade, which is Grim plus Blade. Well, swords also have blades. It can be said that blade is a broader term and can include all bladed weapons, including swords. Almond entered a thoughtful state for a while as he just walked alongside Lily and Natalia before he finally concluded after a minute. This is it. Almond selected Grim Blade Quest to determine the options for your prefix objective. Kill 50 monsters. It looked simple, but Ahmed knew he would be analyzed thoroughly on how he would kill those 50 monsters as the options would generate based on that. Skipping 2 hives, the trio stopped at the seemingly last hive as they were almost out of the Nest of Willow area. During this battle, Almond didn't take much action. He stood at one spot right below the hive and held his sword in a leisurely yet masterful grip. Natalia focused on killing instead of baiting the willow bees. Lily also did the same, often switching her weapon between bow and daggers. As for Almond, he stood like a sword god. If any willow worker attacked him with their sharp, pointy hands, he would deflect them and hit them with the back of his blade, throwing them towards Natalia. Having reached level 10, he would get 0 XP from killing those level 7 willow workers, so it wasn't worth it. He also didn't want to fill up his new quest progress with kills of such weak monsters. Incoming willow workers were deflected like he was swatting flies. Soon Wilb guards arrived and started shooting their venomous stings. But with precise slashes and nimble motions of his hand, Almond also deflected those with his sword before swatting them toward Natalia and Lily. His strength after using physical enchantment allowed him to overpower the willow bees. And with his sword being rare grade, it took no damage or loss of durability against these bronze-rank monsters' attacks. Soon, the Willow Bee Queen arrived and targeted Almond right off the bat as vines sprung from the ground around him and snared him. Almond chuckled. He wasn't going to run away anyway. In fact, he hadn't moved a single step from his spot since the start of the battle. Willow Queen was big and level 10, but it still wasn't strong enough to make him move. Almond split the incoming stinger from the precise center. The Willoughby Queen buzzed towards Almond immediately after its stinger attack, intending to impale him with its venomous hands and bite him with its fangs. However, Almond waved his hand, a cold sheen of the blade sweeping across him as all 4 of the Willoughby Queen's legs were cut finely before he bent, spun, and kicked it, shooting the monster straight toward Natalia. Thanks, Natalia grinned, her eyes dancing with excitement. Only she was left since Lily had just reached level 10 after killing some Willow guards. Pointing her ward at the incoming monster, Natalia conjured a cloud of purple sparks that transformed into an ethereal blade as if it were a slash attack. Shri, the incoming Willow Queen, found itself split in half from the middle, its eyes losing light a second later. That was Almond blinked as he paused and confirmed what he saw before he continued a second later. That was my attack. Bingo. Natalia showed a victory sign with her fingers with a grin. Action Mirage, my class skill. It copies a phenomenon I have seen at its original effects, but with 20 reduces potency. Lily killed the last Willow Bee guard with her dagger, stabbing straight into its head. Turning to Almond, she said, her class is quite useful in a group, especially in a powerful group. Picking up her dagger from the bee's corpse, she added, your attacks are strongest among us, even though it's just you swinging your sword. Despite a 20 reduction in them, they're enough for Natalia. Exactly, Natalie laughed. Gosh, Almond is so powerful. I bet he could become one of the super rookies that's been famous these days. Spare me that attention. I'm a scaredy-cat outside, and I intend to remain that way. Almond wryly smiled. That might not be a safe option anymore, Almond. Lily, Almond, and Natalia began walking again as they continued to converse. What do you mean not a safe option anymore? Almond blinked. I am not powerful enough to defend myself against the ugly minds who have more power and backing. Getting attention without protection will land me trouble. Lily calmly shook her head. You have a great deal of knowledge about Labyrinth and other information that's on the surface. But I know the insides of how this society works and news that never gets to the public. Just know that being weak will also attract nasty fellows that prey on the weak now that you are a bona fide adventurer both here and outside. Lily's hand grabbed Almond's, her fingers intertwining with his. You have to get a backing in this world. Having a strong backing in your profile for all the world to see is the best deterrence and protection you can get. Lily's hand grip tightened, and entering a dungeon without a backing is hard because association and guilds get priority. That's right. Natalia equipped, for example, becoming a member of the top 10 guilds. I bet if you participate in those examinations and tournaments they hold, you can get fame and backing. That is not wrong. Almond's face turned contemplative. What Lily said made sense. Although he hadn't heard the news, he had heard rumors of nasty things happening around the big shot families, guilds, and other forces, and not all rumors were groundless. As he accepted the grim reality, the hairs on his body stood, and a sudden wave of goosebumps and harrowing cringe filled him up. Sweat formed on his forehead and everything turned black for a second. Almond, what happened seeing Almond slowing down and swaying, Lily and Natalia stopped, both looking confused and concerned. He recovered swiftly, but his breathing turned uneven, his eyes confused. I don't know, this was strange. That felt familiar, Natalia said, her eyes slightly trembling. Did you have some kind of trauma or any memories of anything happening when you were a kid? Has this ever happened before? Lily asked, her brows creased up in worry. No, it's my first time experiencing this. Moreover, I don't remember anything trauma-inducing. My parents thought I was 8 years old when they entered the labyrinth in the first wave of humans and never returned. Almond shook his head. This was strange. He looked fine now. It was as if what he had just experienced didn't happen at all. But that happened for a reason, Natalia said, her tone firm. Almond, what you experienced happened for a reason. It triggered for a reason. What were you thinking right before that happened? Lily nodded and said, we were talking about the society, undercover news, and top 10 guilds. I was thinking about how the world is. Almond dryly chuckled. But I am thinking about that topic right now and it's not happening. Anyway, let's forget about this. If that happens again, we can talk and explore. Almond added, you two also reached level 10. So it's time to leave this area and complete our rank advancement quests. Advancement quest was simple. One just had to kill 10 silver-ranked monsters. Almond, Lily, and Natalia left the Nest of Willow and arrived in the second large area of the Fairy Mountain containing silver ranked from level 1 to 3. It was a huge cavern inside the mountain with 4 entrances available for people to go inside. The trio entered inside through the southwest entrance of the cavern. Almond opened a map of the cavern. Such maps were available in the market, and he used those maps to create his own on the magic map parchment like the Nest of Willow area. Cavern of Glass Blaze bears silver level 1 to 3. This shimmering cavern is home to the Glass Blaze bears. Enormous crystalline bears that breathe fire and have molten cores. The cavern walls are lined with crystalline formations that reflect light, creating a mesmerizing but dangerous landscape. Key features: jagged crystal walls and flickering lava pools. Monsters: Glass Blaze cubs, Glass Blaze brute bears, elder Glass Blaze bears. Here's the map. We are near area number 25. If we walk just 10 and turn north, we'll likely see a group of Glass Blaze bears. Lily nodded. These Glass Blaze bears are both tough with their armored exteriors and powerful because of their lava and glass-based skills, but they are not as fast. This won't be hard. Sword is a bad weapon against them. Right? Natalia turned to Almond. If you use this sword to deflect their lavatic attacks, its durability will decrease even though it's rare grade. I'll just have to kill them by moving fast. One attack is enough. Almond's eyes glinted as he took the lead, his sword ready to taste a new prey. As the trio approached, Almond's keen eyes scanned the field ahead. The bear shimmered under the reflection of the crystal-laden cavern walls, 8 in total. An elder Glass Blaze bear stood in the middle, its fiery core pulsating with heat like a molten heart surrounding it. For massive brute bears paced slowly, their jagged crystal hides catching the ambient light, while 3 Glass Blaze cubs skittered around, small but still dangerous. Almond glanced at Natalia and nodded, who used her clone skill to attract the bears first so that they would have an easier time initiating the attacks. Seeing Natalia's clone, the bears roared. Elder Glass Blaze bear was the first one to attack. Opening its mouth, it released a glassy orb containing fiery lava that shot at Natalia's clone and exploded, destroying it. Ashen sparks covered a small area, a perfect smoke screen. Almond and Lily both went out with physical enchantment activated. I'll kill the elder one, Almond said as he jumped in an arc, going straight toward the elder Glass Blaze bear, his sword's blade gleaming sharply. Swoosh! The bear swiped its paw as if it wasn't bad, even though Almond attacked suddenly. But alas, it wasn't fast enough. Flash. A head rolled down a second later, and a notification entered his ears. You have killed a silver level 3 elder Glass Blaze bear. Leveling was impossible while advancement quest was ongoing, but he got 28 gold coins for killing it. Lily threw 2 willow daggers at 2 Glass Blaze brute bears, paralyzing one. She attacked one that wasn't paralyzed, her figure vanishing before a sharp slashing sound of flesh tearing rang out as the Glass Blaze brute bear's head rolled down. She didn't wait and attack the one that was paralyzed, though it had freed itself already in half a second, but that was enough. Phantom slash with a wave of her dagger. A black slash with a violet hue shot at the bear, tearing through its armor and slashing its head off. Its whole body was armored, but the neck area was still weaker than other parts. As for Natalia, she copied Lily's phantom slash and shot it at the glass blaze cubs. They didn't have armored plating on their bodies yet, but they were small, nimble, and powerful. One of the bear cubs rolled away from the slash, but one got killed. Meanwhile, Almond had swiftly dispatched the last two agile glass blaze cubs with his sword after slicing a glass blaze brute bear. These small cubs, capable of launching lava-infused claw projectiles with a mere swipe of their paws, were responsible for most of the deaths among novice adventurers who often underestimated them due to their size and armorless exterior. A glass blaze brute bear remained, but Almond and Lily just watched as Natalia dealt with it, releasing the light pebble skill on the surface near it. It exploded in light and blinded it, which was further enhanced by the cavern's glassy style. Right after that, she used Action Mirage again, unleashing Almond's slashing attack as an ethereal projectile swiftly beheaded the monster. Their items are going to be very good. Almond smiled as he captured all spirits, but first, it's time to get strong. He had told them about the Spirit Devour skill as well, since there was no point in hiding just this given his increasing power that would become obvious. Let's take a break and eat something before continuing. Lily said, "True, I made sandwiches, so let's eat those first." Natalia grinned. Lily, take him out. The trio decided to rest for a bit and eat something since this area in the cave was closed on all sides except for the north. Though at the north, two passages parted, one at the west and another at the east. Meanwhile, Ammon began. He would only be able to get stats from 9 to 12 spirits at a maximum of these 3 types of glass blaze bears, so he wanted to do that first. You have devoured an elder glass blaze bear spirit, plus 2 strength, plus 1 perception, plus 1 mana. You have devoured a glass blaze brute bear spirit, plus 1 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 1 strength. You have devoured a glass blaze brute bear spirit, plus 1 focus, plus 1 health. You have devoured a glass blaze brute bear spirit, plus 1 stamina. You have devoured a glass blaze brute bear spirit, plus 0.5 strength. You have devoured a glass blaze cub spirit, plus 1 mana, plus 1 perception, plus 1 stamina. You have devoured a glass blaze cub spirit, plus 1 focus, plus 1 strength. You have devoured a glass blaze cub spirit, plus 1 mana. Almond Adventure Rank, Bronze Level 10 Class Spirit Dealer SS Vitality, 100 mana 342,462. Stats 0, unassigned points, physical strength, 31 health, 17 stamina, 17.5 mental mana, 18.5 plus 27.75 focus, 22 perception, 20.5. The trio had just finished eating and resting for 10 minutes when they suddenly heard something and their faces fell. I swear if that is here, I am going to capture her. Henry, you better act fast this time. Run. Lily's whisper reached Natalia's and Almond's ears the moment they heard it. Use your clone and send it to east. Almond whispered. There were 2 ways, one west and another east. Going east would give them more passages soon according to the map, so the trio quickly ran east side passage. Natalia had used her clone skill and sent it to the east passage while making a sound to attract them. And while the trio ran with Lily carrying Natalia's body like a sandbag over her shoulder so she could control her clone, Almond suddenly received a notification from his skill. Spirit Wraith has been birthed. Due to the involvement of 3 sentient intelligent human spirits, the Spirit Wraith will have human-level intelligence. Please write down the personality description for your Spirit Wraith and its gender. Almond was startled, but acted fast upon seeing a misty dark gold window. Write the name. Describe gender. The trio stopped after crossing 20M in a hurry and hiding behind a natural obsidian stone pillar growing out of the ground. Meanwhile, Natalia let herself get spotted by that group, but only her back, and immediately used light pebble skill on the ground to create a blinding flash. Henry the Knight acted fast, dashing at a breakneck speed as he waved his sword when he was halfway towards Natalia's clone, releasing a wind projectile as her clone was cut. It's that hurry. We have to capture her. Are we here to kill monsters to capture girls, this garbage bag? Why did I have to team up with this guy for my first entrance into Labyrinth? The girl and 2 boys in the group were frustrated, but bound just like Henry. They could only hatefully look at Zoran and nothing else. Because if something happened to Zoran in the labyrinth, Henry knew his life would turn into a living. Those 3 kids also knew that there was no justice out there who would protect them from Zoran's influential father. After all, they had normal parents who were only silver-ranked and had no backing. Zoran's father could make them disappear without leaving any proof for the Global Adventurer Association, or Earth Union. And being a frontline adventurer exploring the 10th floor, Zoran's father had more weight in this world. The plight of the weak against the strong and influential remain the same, no matter the age. We have to kill that, Almond calmly said. Alfred, write the name. Describe Butler's disposition. Gender male. Well, if we continue with our pace, it won't be long before we are strong enough. Lily nodded. You will become stronger even faster, Natalia said. Her eyes a mixture of slight fear and anger. I want him dead because he clearly wants me to be subject to a life worse than death. Voice down, Almond wryly smiled. The next group of bears shouldn't be too far. Saying that, he waved his hand and added, and we got a new ally. Lily and Natalia were startled as dark green and dark gold sparkling smoke gathered before Alurin, who soon turned into a 6 ft tall butler wearing a black suit with a dark gold design and a dark green glowing border around him, appearing material yet slightly ghastly. A butler ghost Natalia was dumbfounded. He seems powerful. Lily blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before she could ask, Almond already shared the Spirit Wraith status with them. Spirit Wraith Alfred ranked Bronze level 1 stats physical strength, 20 health 15 stamina 18 mental, mana 23 focus 17 perception, 21 skills flame manipulation B sword mastery a sword, wave a poison lay C bleeding claws C healing orb C icicle spear, shot B fortitude aura. Can muttered in amazement your summon has a level dot, does that mean it can level up Lily asked, her eyes glinting. If it can, then this is big. It's just like that dragon rider Crumb, dot. His dragon just evolved recently, so Almond's summon can also get powerful, Natalia excitedly said, and this guy got so many skills of different natures and types. Alfred, use your skills appropriately and aid us in battle. We are going to kill a group of glass blaze bears. As you wish, master. Alfred bowed like a butler with one hand on his heart. The trio went towards another group of glass blaze bears and killed them. This group had 10 glass blaze bears consisting of 2 elder glass blaze bears for brutes and 4 cubs. Alfred's fortitude aura increased everyone's resistance to magic and physical damage by 10, and although he didn't have a physical sword, he could conjure one made of flame and use it. His movements were also not bad. And it appeared to learn from Ammon, which was simply a cheat because Ammon was getting scarily proficient with the sword, and so was Alfred by imitating him. After the battle, Ammon devoured 2 elder glass blaze bear spirits, gaining a total of +2 health, +2.5 stamina, and +0.5 mana. He decided to use Spirit Kataku one more, adding 10 Willow Guard Spirit, 2 Willow Queen Spirits for Glass Blaze Brute Bears and 4 Glass Blaze Cubs. However, it didn't work. You must include at least 5 different types of monsters among the 20 spirits. If that's the case, then it seems each human is considered a different type individually. After all, he had added goblin, wolf, and human spirits previously, which technically meant 3 types of monsters. But if Lamp, Ci, and Jacob were considered different types individually, then it made sense. I am done recovering mana, Natalia said as she stood up. The trio continued as they followed the passages and arrived at big or small caverns with groups of bears and continued killing. This area was huge and was like a maze of sorts due to many passages, so it wasn't often they would encounter other people. But there were times when people would encounter another group accidentally as well due to its intertwining passages. There was no way of knowing when they would suddenly find another group at junctions where 2 or more passages intersected. It wasn't long before all 3 of them had killed 10 silver-ranked monsters each and completed their advancement quest. Alfred also reached level 8 since he was participating in the killing of silver-ranked monsters while being lower-ranked, gaining experience faster. His stat distribution was left to Almond, and he evenly distributed stat points to all stats. There was just one problem. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment and such applications of mana. He could only use skills. It appeared that his body wasn't capable of that as he didn't have chakra points. After the group reached silver rank level 1 after completing their advancement quest, they decided to rest at a relatively safe place covered by obsidian pillars. It had been 2 hours since they entered this area, and the group was fully geared thanks to Ammon. He made a bunch of stuff from glass blaze bear spirits, all useful and powerful armors, weapons, and one-time use accessories of defensive and defensive type. There should be glass blaze bears there. Let's check it out. A group of 6 adventurers were passing by and stopped seeing a bunch of stone pillars that blocked their views. Almond, Lily, and Natalia stood up while Alfred also became combat ready. The group of 6 adventurers seemed to be from an academy in another city, and they also became alert when they saw Almond and others. Relax, I thought there were bears here, the leading man with light red spiky hair said with a dry chuckle as he raised his hand holding the sword. Then go back, Almond plainly said. Yet, that group also didn't want to bother fighting against other adventurers. Usually, nobody would fight without a reason, because if a fight occurred between 2 groups of similar levels, it would result in casualties from both sides. After resting for a few minutes, the gang began exploring once again to find bears and kill them. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had reached silver rank level 3, and their progression in the first specialized class quest reached halfway. All of them had killed 25 or more monsters so far. After advancement to silver rank, they started at level 0, so reaching level 3 granted them 9 stat points. Alfred finished his advancement quest and reached silver rank level 1 as well, gaining 30 stat points total as he became more powerful. Spirit Wraith Alfred ranked silver level 1 stats physical strength, 25 health, 23 stamina, 23 mental mana, 25 focus, 23 perception. 25. Almond found it slightly funny that Alfred was stronger than him stat-wise if he didn't count the 30 bonus mana stat he had thanks to his class perk. Almond Adventure rank silver level 3 class Spirit Dealer SS Vitality, 100 mana 500 out of 500 stats 0, unassigned points physical strength, 31 health, 20 stamina, 20 mental mana, 20 plus 30 focus, 25 perception, 24.5 in the end. They didn't encounter that Fire Guild group again, but encountered 2 other groups. Those encounters ended with peace as nobody wanted to fight. There was no point in farming here anymore as they had reached level 3. On top of that, all of the bears were killed by multiple groups who were exploring. They would respawn tomorrow, so it was time to enter the new area. The night will come soon. We'll camp somewhere in the shimmering phenomenon. Yeah, that area is best. The fog covers it all day and night, and the area has a low amount of trees and is open with various plants and flowers of bronze rank and rarely some silver ranks. Lily nodded. I have a magic camp kit that can make a good spot for us to rest. They couldn't harvest any willow nectar pools because it was a bronze rank area. And many guilds usually sent their higher rank adventurers daily, while Labyrinth remained activated, so they could go and farm the nectar since those could be used to make healing potions. However, the Shimmering Fin was a different story. It was an area of silver rank level 3 to 5, along with a field boss silver rank level 5 maddening, who roamed around and target higher level adventurers. Since it stayed burrowed and traveled through the ground, it could pop out at any time. If a group of silver rank level 3 rested there, it wouldn't target them, but instead go for silver rank level 4 or 5 if there were any. And there were bound to be many groups there because that area was vast and good for camping and resting. The evening had already descended, so it was time to find a spot to rest before the night. Naturally, a few groups already planned to camp in this cavern of glass-blazed bears, as there were many passages, and one could take a corner and build camp before taking a rest and keeping a watch turn by one. Ammon and the gang arrived at the northern exit and left. But the moment they emerged, a group was standing 20 meters away under a tree as if waiting. Hee. So that's your group, huh? We saw some destroyed willow beehives on our way out of that area, so I figured you would be with your group and might exit here. Zoran spoke, a nasty sneer plastered on his face. The 3 young adventurers who were new recruits of Thunderbird Guild behind Zoran pointed their weapons at them, nervous and unwilling. Meanwhile, the knight's expression was indifferent, or rather dead as he pointed his sword at them. If you could send that lady over here, we won't need to shed your blood. Are you serious? Lily narrowed her as she took out her bow and nocked an arrow, a rather special arrow that Almond's spirit factory crafted from glass-blazed bear spirits. It could explode in a 2m radius upon exploding, and cover the area in flames if the area had greenery or woods. Natalia held a towering glass shield, and also had a lava crystal chest plate for her defense while holding a wand in her other hand. Alfred had a round glass shield and a glass bone sword made from the spirit factory as well ready for combat. As for Almond, he only kept the rare grade sword in his hand as that was enough. All of those items are uncommon rank. And that chest plate is rare rank. How did they get those? Henry frowned seeing their items. And that guy also got the rare praying hunter sword, so this group was the one who killed it. He had a premonition that this wasn't going to go as well as he and his young master thought. I have a proposal, Almond suddenly said, his eyes flashing disgust as he glanced at Zoran before turning to the knight. Those 3 fellows don't seem to be willing to throw their lives away for this, and you never mind. Anyway, if you're the source of confidence for that piece of trash, then how about we duel and settle this without involving others? Zoran was stunned before he started laughing. You think you can do anything to us? Taking out a scroll, he infused mana as it vanished and created a 5m radius ring, buffing everyone within as their defense increased. That's not going to help you much. Lily snorted as she also took out the same looking buff scroll and buffed the group. Really, but do you have this? Zoran sneered as he took out a scroll, but it was black with dark yellow patterns and oozed out the same colored aura. That Lily's eyes turned somber. Almond also recognized it, his eyes flashing a dark glint. This piece of trash, that unusual scroll in Zoran's hand, was a cursed scroll, a rare drop by the Wandering Fairy, a field boss of silver, rank level 10 that wandered the upper area of the Fairy Mountain. The buff scrolls were something one could buy, albeit at a high price, which wasn't a concern for the established guilds and forces. But this cursed scroll wasn't like that. Lily didn't have that one. It seems you know what this scroll is. Zoran's nose went up, his expression haughty. That's right. Once I use this scroll, all of you will get your stats. Have for 1 minute. I wonder how the battle will proceed after that," he added with a grin. Almond's lips moved as he used Magic Whisper, which he had already mastered after learning from Lily during their breaks. He got the hang of it pretty fast. "Lily, we can dispel that curse. You know how. But that guy is stupid to wait. We'll make the first move." Almond had already retrieved his rare grade item that he fortunately acquired from a bronze-ranked treasure chest right after entering the labyrinth. Pearl of Light Flower, able to cure all harmful effects and grants protection for 10 seconds. The harmful cleansing effect was an AoE effect, but the protection was only for the user holding the pearl, and this effect had a cooldown of a day. Yeah, so are we really killing them now? Just cut off that garbage's limbs instead of killing him for now. I'll fight the knight. Alfred, it's fine if you cut their hands since that will be enough to put them down. Amended. But if they surrender, which I feel they likely will if Lily and I win fast, then spare them. Lily's eyes glinted. Natalia, can you support Alfred while he deals with those 3 adventurers? Got it. They don't even seem that gutsy to fight other adventurers. Natalia nodded. The knight saw their lips move and knew they were talking in Magic Whisper, but he didn't make a move. "So what's your decision? Give her to me, and she will exit this labyrinth from your city's gate after 2 days when the exit opens. Safe and sound. Well, just have a bit of fun." Zoran licked his lips. The knight tightened his grip on his sword, sensing the tension that his young master couldn't feel. He had no choice but to protect him and obey him. If Zoran died here and he exited from the portal, the people of Thunderbird Guild and his father or uncle would most likely be standing outside at the entrance at their city's labyrinth gate. If Zoran wasn't with him, it would be over for him and his family. Suddenly, he saw the guy with praying hunter sword dashing swiftly. Fast, Henry's pupil shrank. Clang. Their swords clashed and the knight's sword cracked as he was pushed back. What Henry was shocked. Wow, the 30 on slash type attack is working well. Almond's eyes glinted. Zoran was startled at the sudden development and quickly used the scroll targeting the group ahead instead of Amond. However, Lily had already vanished using her invisible skill, and Alfred had dashed toward the 3 adventurers, so the scroll only affected Natalia. A woo. Almond's 2 spectral wolves materialized and attacked the knight, but when swirling appeared around his legs as he flew up. However, the wolves jumped and bit his legs just in time while Almond also used Spirit Explosion right above him, 10 off the ground, causing him to smack down violently. Before he knew what happened next, a strong kick struck his belly, causing him to gasp, and his arm holding the sword was sliced off. "Don't kill him, please," the knight shouted with bloodshot eyes. Despite the pain, his gaze on Lily, who had appeared behind Zoran. "My family will die if he dies." Lily, who was standing like a death god behind Zoran with her daggers raised and ready, immediately swung them, cutting both of Zoran's arms from his shoulder. Argue. As for the other 3 adventurers, they didn't stand a chance in the first place. And seeing Zoran and the knight already losing, they immediately dropped their weapons and started pleading, one of the guys even begging to spare them. Jez, this was anticlimactic. Natalia wryly smiled. Naturally, Lily didn't stop at merely cutting Zoran's arms. She threw a willowed dagger right at his crotch as well. Zoran screeched horrifyingly before he straight up fainted. However, a ring on his hand shone and covered him in a golden barrier before he started healing, albeit slowly. The dagger from his crotch also expelled and lay on him. His bleeding stopped and his arms gradually began to regenerate. Ring of Egazalayan. Almond raised his eyebrows. "It's from the major area Fallen Monastery Town, dropped from killing the silver rank level 10 field boss there. Hey, his parents sent him prepared for his first adventure." Natalia scoffed. "So do you want to give us any suggestion on how to end this, Mr. Helpless Knight?" Lily looked at Henry with a deadpan expression as she walked and stood beside Amond. Henry stood up, his expression weary. He sealed off his wound by using mana and tightening his muscles to stop the bleeding before bowing full 90 degrees. "Thank you for sparing him. Look, it would leave a bad taste in our mouth if we kill those 3 newbies who were clearly forced into this." Almond coldly said, "And a case like yours isn't rare as well. So tell me, is your guild leader understanding of his subordinate or listens to his son and believes him?" Henry shook his head. "The guild leader will listen to me, but Zoran needs to stay alive for that. And I hope you can cut my other arm off as well along with Zoran's once he wakes up. We will finish our journey here and wait at the starting area for 2 days for the exit." Henry spoke with determination. "If I am disabled, that won't order me around, and I will also have a reason to state to the guild leader why we pulled out early. I am going to leave the Thunderbird Guild after this." At this the girl spoke as she trembled. The 3 of them were clearly unable to continue the adventure on their own. They were at silver rank level 1, but that was where their first entry into the labyrinth would end. "This is seriously unpleasant." Natalia clicked her tongue. "That will at most get a slap on his wrist from his parents, even if you tell your guild leader that you all landed in trouble because of him." Henry weakly smiled. That's right. But what can I do? My original level is gold rank level 55, and I am one of the promising members of the guild. But in front of the Vice Guild leader's son, my worth is still low. The top most powerful adventurers who were exploring the 10th floor were all platinum rank adventurers. Gold rank adventurers were also considered powerful forces and usually a promising asset of a force because they could reach platinum rank sooner or later. All right, we'll do that. Lily nodded at the knight, and if that piece of trash cries for revenge, then tell him and your Vice Guild leader to meet me at the League of Firefly. I have a rather temperamental master who made me her disciple and will love to solve this conflict. Lily smiled, albeit coldly. I'm sure you've heard of the Lady Arya of Crimson Shadow. Henry's eyes widened, and a strange relief washed over him before he burst out laughing. Thank you. So you are the mysterious disciple she announced she took 5 days ago. Truly, thank you for sparing him and us. This information will surely give Zoran more than just a slap at his wrist. After Zoran woke up, he saw that Henry's arms were cut off as he was held at the point of Almond's sword tip, while those 3 new recruits were lying on the ground surrounded by wolves, Alfred, and Natalia. He looked above and saw Lily looking at him with an icy smile as dread instantly filled him up. While you don't know who you are messing, why Lily instantly swung a kick at his head. Speak another word and your head will fly. I am sparing your life, but not easily. Before I begin, listen to me because you'll once again scream like an faint, Lily said with a disgusted expression. I am Lily Darkwood, a member of the League of Firefly and the disciple of Crimson Shadow. If you have any more problems and beef, bring your father, mother, or your entire family there. After saying that, she didn't wait for his response and immediately swung her daggers, cutting off his arms and legs as he screamed in pain again before losing consciousness. Lily took out a healing potion and threw it on him as it shattered, spilled, and stopped Zarin's bleeding. A healing potion of this level couldn't regenerate limbs, but it could stop the bleeding and seal the wound. Natalia ran towards Zoran and removed the storage pouch from his waist along with that ring of Igizalayan before spitting on his face. These are our spoils, she snorted. Almond faintly smiled, that's for sure. Well, leave the mountain and head out. The faster the better. Henry stood up and bowed again. Thank you again. I will remember this favor. The Shimmering Fin Silver rank level 3 to 5 area. Description: this enchanted bog is a treacherous area where the ground is often covered in a layer of shimmering luminescent fog. The starting part of this area has solid ground, but the further area is unstable land with big bogs. They are inhabited by moonlight wisps and bog slithers, ethereal and predatory creatures that hide in the fog, ambushing adventurers with stealth and deception. He features murky fog-covered waters, floating magical lights, and dangerous sinkholes. Monsters: moonlight wisps, ghost-like, elusive, cast illusions, bog slithers, snake-like blend with the water, lethal strikes, shimmering fin serpent, massive and capable of controlling the fog. The group arrived at the Shimmering Fin, already midway up the huge mountain. There were already 3 camps at the open ground where the Shimmering Fin area began. The fog wasn't much here, so visibility was not impacted. The 3 groups had lit up campfires and built tents, preparing for the night. That spot is big and good for us. Let's go. Lily identified a relatively good spot according to the camp kit she had and led the group there. Alfred was resting in Spirit Pocket, but Almond could summon him with a thought, and he planned to keep Alfred out to watch out for the group along with the wolves. Alfred wasn't a human despite his appearance, so he didn't need rest or sleep. A charge of mana was enough to invigorate him. People were already cooking meat on their campfire as the smell wafted around. Sun was about to completely set, so it was time to eat and rest. By the way, I only have 1 camp, a big one. The 3 of us will have to share it, Lily said as she glanced at Natalia. Nat, you know what I mean, right? Natalia's expression dramatically changed. You want me to sleep outside so you 2 can have fun inside? Almond almost choked on the water he was drinking and coughed violently. Lily, Natalia burst out laughing. Yeah, I got it. I don't have any problem if we 3 share it. The camp was like a room. It was similar to one of the other camps that a group was sharing a bit over 20 m away. The other 2 had lower quality tents. This is pretty good. There are cupboards and even a big bed inside. Almond looked around inside the tent. It was 7 m tall at the center and 6 m overall, while being roughly 144 square ft big. Is that a bathtub? Almond was taken aback to see a small, round, empty bathtub with curtains at the corner. Yep, and I'm going to clean myself first. You should go out, Almond. Natalia grinned, but Lily will join me. Nonsense. Of course I am going to join you. Almond snickered. In your dreams. The development of Magitech was already progressing with more and more access to items and wonders found in the labyrinth floors, dungeons, and exotic skills from the specialized and subclasses that people had. The price of this tent is 350,000 gold coins, but the good thing is that the tent's external corners have monster-repelling talismans attached that can repel all monsters up to silver rank level 10. Lily smiled. That's one problem less, but we still have to be wary of others. Almond wryly smiled. That's for sure. All right, you two freshen up. I'm going out. Almond left the tent before summoning Alfred and the wolves. He had attached the wolf claw gauntlets to his waist horizontally as if they were grabbing his waist so they wouldn't get in the way during the fight. And he could also summon the wolves because the spirit effect required physical contact with the item to be activated. But he planned to fasten them to Alfred's waist later, since they would get in his way of sleeping. One more interesting thing he found was the magical connection between him and Alfred. Ammon could transfer his mana to Alfred and vice versa. He didn't check the distance until this remained activated. So he began with that experiment. Master, that's the limit. I can't absorb your mana anymore, Alfred said in magic whisper while raising his hand and waving it. Almond was 50 m away when he heard Alfred's magic whisper and saw his hand as he understood. He began walking closer, and soon Alfred gave thumbs up along with another magic whisper. Master, this distance is the maximum for me to fluidly absorb your mana. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment because his physical body did not have chakra points. His physiology was different. However, Magic Whisper didn't require chakra points, but only the mental process and proficiency of mana. So we learned that pretty fast and fluently. So the maximum distance is roughly 45 m, Almond muttered. Looking around, he saw more tents standing and more people coming in. It's going to get crowded soon. Returning to the campsite, he fastened the wolf claw gauntlets to Alfred's waist. Keep the wolves materialized by infusing mana. You can absorb mana from me since the consumption won't even matter to me given my recovery speed. Understood, Master. The spectral direwolves had a keen sense of smell and the ability to find hidden targets. They were bound to be helpful in keeping a watch. Lily and Natalia finished bathing roughly 20 minutes later and called them. The girls went to make the campfire and prepare the dinner while Almond went for his turn to freshen up. There was body wash liquid, a brand new towel, and clean water as the old one was replaced with a handy magic item capable of storing 1 ton of water. It wasn't even that expensive, but he still didn't have money to buy it before entering his first adventure. Looking at the gold coins he had amassed and his current status, Almond couldn't help but smile. Life's going to get better. He finished bathing 10 minutes later and saw that the big area already had 12 tents at various spots. Come, the food is ready. The trio sat with the tent at their back and open ground in front of them with multiple tents in view, looking at people as their indistinct chatter rang. It's crowded already, Natalia said as she picked up the skewer stick. I bet there's going to be some drama. There's still space to make tints, so unless a group arrives and demands one of those tints to get removed for them, there won't be a drama, Lily said before she took a bite of the meat piece. Almond was patiently eating, chewing, and watching as well. I wonder if other people would stop such tyranny or just watch. What would you do? Natalia asked. I won't help. I wouldn't mind lending help to such trouble if I was very strong, but I'm not. So I am not in a position to help others and attract an enemy. Conflicts and tyranny inside the labyrinth will reduce. Lily faintly smiled. GAA is developing a type of recording camera that adventurers can bring in and record everything they face. This data can't go out of the labyrinth directly, so they will build stations at the starting points on each floor, and those stations would be guarded tightly with formations and defense from magic items. Natalia and Almond were surprised. If Ga and Earth Union got the proof, they could indeed nab people and punish them accordingly. If a guild group behaved poorly and tyrannically, the guild's reputation would suffer and it would face problems as well. TSK, if we had that now, we could have sent that piece of trash to the pits of Natalia clicked her tongue as she remembered Zarin. Imagine if we uploaded that to the internet. His social life would be over. That will reduce conflicts. But Ammon nodded but felt that this was going to be a double-edged sword. If all big guilds and powerful forces can access those recordings, it might bring trouble. Not to mention, there are people in GAA and Earth Union both who are not exactly righteous enough to protect the weak. Natalia and Lily understood what he meant by then because they knew what Almond did. Yeah, that's why this is not mandatory. You can bring that tiny recording camera with you for your safety only if you want to. Lily faintly smiled, and nobody would know if you bring one with you or not. You can buy it, but whether to use it or not is up to you. So everyone would automatically assume that the other party has the cameras attached. That sounds good. The labyrinth would at most turn like our real world. Justice will be served to few, while powerful and influential will get away in the end. Almond shook his head and continued eating. Whatever. Getting powerful is the only way to survive. That's for sure. The trio finished eating and went to bed without further ado. It was around 8:30 p.m. And most of them were going to sleep already, but around 10 p.m. When the area was completely silent, a group arrived in the area as their noise woke people. They came from the direction where Lily's tent was, but seeing Alfred and 2 wolves, they quietly walked past them. However, it wasn't long before the noise outside increased. Almond and Lily woke up and looked at each other as they got up and peeked outside through a zip window that Lily unzipped. Get thee out of here. Yeah, let others sleep and find a different spot. Just make some place by adjusting your tents and we'll camp, or we won't mind destroying one. Natalia also woke up as the noise increased. What's going on? A group arrived at this late to make a mess of our sleep. She also peeked outside from the window. It wasn't long before the drama settled down. One of the members of that new group apologized and requested to make some space at the side to move 2 tents to make space for theirs. In the end, it was solved rather peacefully, and everyone went back to sleep once again. Of course, most of the others had one person keeping watch outside, taking turns every 2 or 3 hours, depending on the number of people in their groups. Only Ammon's group was sleeping soundly because of Alfred and the wolves that kept watch for them. Around 4:00 a.m., Almond, Lily, and Natalia woke up. They freshened up and emptied their one by one after digging a hole and sitting on a portable toilet inside the tent. A group or two seemed to have left, but the majority were still resting when Almond, Lily, and Natalia departed deeper into the shimmering fun. Usually, it was better to venture when the sun came up because Shimmering Fin already had fog that reduced visibility, not to mention the pitfalls and sneaky monsters in this area. Almond, do you know how to focus field? Lily asked as her dark blue eyes flickered with the faint glinting light blue of mana, while a circular invisible field appeared around her that only she could see. Didn't have time nor stats to practice it. Almond shook his head, and we can't learn it right now, not in this situation. Yeah, Lily nodded and smiled as she said, but I'm sure you will be able to learn it rather quickly once we exit. I plan to train Natala with my mom's help anyway, so you can join us. That I'd be grateful for that, thanks. Focus field required 20 perception and 20 focus and stats. It was an application of using physical enchantment in the eyes, and then using mana to construct a field via their vision. Physical enchantment in the eyes worked wonders, allowing one to sense the aura and potency of things and beings. The better the mastery, the more details of aura sections one could see, which could allow the user to measure a target's parameters. But the focus field was a step higher. Within the range of one's focus field, one would be able to sense movements and auras of other things and beings clearly, allowing them to react fast. They would gain ultimate sight within this range. The downside was that the consumption of this technique was no joke, so it was impossible to maintain the focus field perpetually for beginners. The bigger the range, the higher the consumption. Naturally, it was one of the toughest techniques because one needed to find chakra points in their eyes, and a slight mistake there could cost their eyes. On top of that, after enchanting their eyes, they needed to learn to properly create the field via their eyes, requiring a challenge in control of mana. Controlling a small amount of mana and a higher amount of mana had a big difference in difficulty. Ammon didn't dare to try because he didn't even have enough money to buy a single high-quality potion to recover his eyes in case he went blind. He could torture his arms and legs, and he could recover them using his own healing skills from his previous class, but his eyes were different. His only healing skill wasn't powerful enough to recover his eyes. He had a pain-reducing skill, but it was useless in reducing pain during the process of finding chakra points because he couldn't use mana for it, nor would it remain active for long once he started training, and he had to save mana for his injury recovery using the healing skill. Focus field was one of the essential techniques for adventurers to eventually learn and master because it was also the only way to discover sudden attacks, traps, and ambushes unless one had some kind of skills that helped them in this regard. As such, in case of feeling danger via gut feeling or during battles, one could use focus field to discover threats and react fast. Gore the wolves growled as the fog thickened, and they started seeing glowing wisps. Those glowing wisps were actually silver rank level 3 monsters, moonlight wisps. They showed hallucinations to adventurers via eye contact, altering their perception, so one had to remain focused. Otherwise, they might get attacked walking in divine traps, fall into pitfalls, or get attacked by bog slithers, the silver rank level 4 monsters that remained hidden on the ground of greenery, snake-like, and elusive that released lethal water beams. I'll handle those wisps, Almond said as he looked at the 3 wisps over 5 m away. Spirit explosion. Almond had no lack of spirits, so he immediately executed 2 spirit explosions using willowed spirits on the group of 3 moonlight wisps. One of them turned poisons, but even without that, those moonlight wisps would have died. Their defense was too weak, even weaker than bronze-ranked monsters. Capturing the spirits of those 3 moonlight wisps, Almond said, "We'll encounter more since we are properly in the shimmering finale. I'll use the sword skill and detect the monsters within 50 meters. Great, well hunt them swiftly once you detect them. That's the plan." Almond activated the praying sense effect of the sword, giving him power similar to focus field. In the next second, he looked around and could see all the monsters within a 50 m radius with him as the center. We'll go in the northeast direction, as that's the most crowded area, and clean it up, while Alfred, you will go with the wolves to taunt the wisps and bog slithers in the west. Just bring them to the northeast. Don't fight there or you'll get into trouble. Understood, Master. The hunt in Shimmering was going as smoothly as they expected. Their capabilities were shown to each other, especially with Almond's additional buons like various items. Almond had looted Jacob's storage pouch, and recently they got another storage pouch from an even richer young master. In short, there was no lack of potions for them, so they didn't spare them as well, swiftly using mana or healing potions, and started progressing fast right from the start. They only stopped after 2 hours, and that was when they were truly tired and also found a spot to rest on solid high ground. So far they had killed over 50 monsters total, consisting of moonlight wisps, bog slithers, and 6 shimmering fin serpents. Ammon had also begun his second creation in Spirit Kadaku, adding moonlight wisps, bog slithers, shimmering fin serpents, glass blaze bears, all 3 of a kind, and willow wisps, queens, 5 different types of monsters. He saved Blade Mantis Spirit for another creation process, as he didn't want to throw it in this round. This is going good. Almond leaned on his hands behind him, stretched. We'll likely finish our first class series quest in the White Poland's lair. The next area was usually Briarwood Grove Silver ranked level 57 area, but the secret area, White Poland's lair, was located before that area at this time. They have been observing the places and hints, which consisted of a small white flying bird, tiny white feathers, and white powder. These 3 were clues and hints to find the White Poland's lair, since its location changed every 3 days. They had spotted white powder and a white feather in the shimmering phone, and also removed those hints so that others wouldn't find them. Since those hints appeared in the shimmering fun, they just had to find the small white bird flying somewhere outside of the shimmering fun and follow it, which would lead them to the entrance of White Poland's lair. Suddenly, Lily's ears twitched, and Almond also sensed the danger, as both of them jumped from the ground. A blast occurred with sparkling crystal particles blasting out, throwing Natalia high up. Alfred jumped and caught her before landing, while Lily and Almond immediately pounced on the shimmering finer serpent. Lily directly threw the daggers while she was in the air, while Almond pushed his feet, his arms and legs physically enchanted, and his sword in his hand as he zoomed in towards the monster before cutting off its head. But it wasn't over. This serpent could grow heads and shoot off its semi-crystallized scales, which were poisonous and penetrative. Cutting off its head gave them time to prepare for the next move, since that was its only weakness. Cutting its head would prevent it from shooting its attacks, though it wouldn't kill it. Almond had literally studied all monsters on the first floor and knew their weakness. He had added that data in his magic parchment as well. As such, he jumped away after slicing its head and released 2 spirit explosions, one glued to it below and one above it, boxing the monster between the 2 explosions. Boom! One of them turned special, releasing blue sparks that would show 1 hallucination. You have reached silver rank level 5. You have triggered the level up bone. All right, I'm done, Almond chuckled, and it finally triggered on the last level. You leveled up great. Guess I'll also trigger it at level 5. Lily grinned. So what did you get? No skill option, unfortunately. Almond glanced at the options and put them away, not choosing the reward right away. These snakes are annoying, Natalia puffed as she walked to the side, always coming out of the ground like that. After all, their daddy is that maddening, Lily smilingly said before she looked at Almond. On that note, that might come after us. We are deepest in this area right now, and you're the only silver rank level 5 adventurer here for now. Yeah, I hope it comes to us. Almond was looking at his sword while raising it. His eyes squinted as he looked at the surface of its blade that was sparkling due to some sun rays passing through the fog and hitting it. What are you looking at? Natalia sat down and asked upon seeing Almond looking at the sword's blade like that. I feel something familiar. Almond sat down beside Lily and put away the sword, but it's a bit annoying. I feel like there's something within my reach but infinitely away. Regarding sword, Lily curiously asked. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling sometimes when I swing my sword and it just appeared again. But Ammon shook his head. Forget it. It's annoying. It's like a wall is blocking me while showing and calling me for something attractive. The group rested for 15 minutes and fully recovered their stamina and spirits before finally moving again. Soon, Lily also reached silver rank level 5. Alfred reached silver rank level 4, the same as Natalia. An hour later, they were nearly at the edge of the shimmering fineria. They kept themselves at least half refilled in mana all the time in case of the sudden raid from Maddening. And just as they finished off 3 bog slithers and a shimmering fin serpent, the ground trembled. It's coming, Natalia exclaimed. Almond immediately chugged mana potion before saying, Lily, can I kill it alone? I have an idea to increase the rare item drop chances. He infused 50 mana in the sword to get a scanning of his surroundings. 300, 3 wisps and 2 bog slithers, a fence serpent, and a group of 4 wisps at 800. Alfred, go there with the wolves. There are 2 more groups at 1100 and 1200, which is straight ahead, facing the snowy peak we can see from here. Finish them off. I'll deal with it. And that gave all the directions they needed. Natalia and Lily jumped into action along with Alfred, leaving Almond alone with the maddening that jumped out of the ground right after he finished speaking, its eyes locked on Almond. It also glanced at Lily since she was also level 5, but seeing Almond's gaze on itself, the monster also focused on Almond. It was 6 m tall, fat, and with a thick brown metallic shining, scaly exterior, not to mention those sharp claws that could instantly dig through the ground. Potholes it dug had many adventurers dying since those potholes usually had monsters, and its surface would get swiftly covered with magical moss and greenery, growing in the shimmering fun to make it look like just any other surface of the area. Judging from the marks on its body, it was clear that it had fought other adventurers, but managed to escape either after killing them, or after getting injured and feeling danger since this field boss was a master in escape, and had high vitality and defense. Field bosses were stronger than adventurers of the same rank and level, requiring a group effort to defeat them, but Almond had different thoughts. What if the rare drop chance increased if he fought and killed it alone without any help, and did it quickly despite the gap in stats? Moonlight Wisps x3 is equal to 2 mana, 1 focus, 1 perception, 1 mana, 0, 5 perception. Bog Slithers x3 is equal to 1 strength, 2 health, 2 stamina. Fun Serpents x3 is equal to 1 perception, 2 strength, 2 health, 1 stamina, 1 focus. The above was the result of spirit devouring in this area, and below his current status. Almond Adventure rank Silver level 5 class Spirit Dealer SS Vitality, 100 mana 575,575, stats 6 unassigned points physical strength, 34 health 24 stamina 23 mental mana 23, plus 34.5 focus 27 perception 27. Come on, Maddie Ammond muttered under his breath as his eyes were locked onto the maddening brever that was in the air and falling. But before it reached the ground, the monster had swiped its right hand, shooting a sharp and 2 m long 3-claw projectile at Almond, its speed breakneck. Almond didn't even flinch. His eyes only flickered as the pupil shrank and a blast occurred, his feet kicking off dust while he shot at the like a bullet, his sword's edge gleaming crimson. Refill my syringes, you big healthy. Almond consumed 20 of his stamina right off the bat as a sword cut past the monster's neck and landed behind it. 2 ghastly synergies were injected into its health and mana. Almond's slash-type sword attack penetrated and slashed through its tough armor, and also dealt damage enough to shave away 7 of its health since it was cut at its neck, and sprayed a fountain of blood. Maddening got mad that it was damaged, and didn't even notice the syringes due to the cut on its neck. 200 of Almond's max vitality and mana was akin to over 20 of the S vitality and mana, so the syringe weakened it more, but it was strange to monsters, since this was a type of attack that didn't inflict pain, but still dealt damage in a way. Maddening contributed the weakening to that slash at its thick neck. Not feeling threatening enough to escape, it angrily turned to Almond and opened its mouth, releasing sharp and compact mud bullets. Almond quickly manifested the glass blaze shield, its durability reducing crazily. It was a huge rectangle shield, but it allowed the user to see through it. So Almond approached the wall it shot the bullets, his legs pumping. 2 seconds later, he jumped along with the shield and threw it towards the monster. Maddening S eyes glinted dark red as its tail struck the shield, easily shattering it while its claw went for Almond, who was airborne. Not that easy, Maddie. Almond smiled as he knew this would happen. This monster's reaction was fast, and its fatal point was its head. Moreover, if it was damaged below 50, it would usually escape to the ground. One of its specialties was fast healing while it was under the ground, so once it escaped, it was over. It would recover quickly and target other adventurers. Moreover, if Almond went for the S-head carelessly, it would finish him off with its claw and tails that packed more power with its skill than just displayed in its stats. Even if he didn't die, he would be a mess at least. Frontal attacks like that were useless unless he attacked beyond its speed of reaction, and he only had one way to do that, and he had to one-shot the monster to win. He pumped his feet and did an air jump using mana, dodging the claw swiping while also using a spirit explosion behind him. Right before the explosion occurred, another glass blaze shield appeared behind him to block the explosion while his feet gently laid the shield in the last of milliseconds, all according to his plan. But the satisfaction of actually executing the moves he imagined was exhilarating. He was in full control of his body and mind in perfect synchronization. Boom. The explosion impacted the shield, and then his feet, which Almond used to push forward, getting a speed boost from the explosion's impact. He broke the sound barrier as a loud boom occurred immediately after the explosion, and his sword enchanted with 200 mana suddenly, and unknowingly produced a blade-like aura that extended from it, making it longer and razor-sharp. /W. What did I do? The thick and wide neck of the maddening was cleanly cut. Smash. Almond landed on the ground and rolled several meters before smashing into a tree, his expression dumbfounded while his head began bleeding due to the impact. His speed was fast, so it aided in strengthening impact, cracking his head slightly. However, his mind was on that strange sword attack he just executed. I was going for the stab in the head. But why did I slash through its neck? And what the was that? Did I just perform a freaking aura unfold? His thought train stopped before it began as he felt a headache and pain, his vision turning red. He quickly injected the spirit syringe and recovered himself. Congratulations. You have killed a challenging foe all by yourself. You are rewarded 10,000 gold coins for defeating the maddening alone at your current level. You have reached silver rank level 6. The notification is different. Almond's eyes glinted. He looked at where the maddening died and absorbed its spirit. Nearby, a glowing palm-sized orb was present, blue with brown patterns. Almond had recovered to full thanks to his spirit syringe. He walked towards the orb and picked it up, looking at the rare grade drop. Earth-shattering gloves grade rare low durability, 1,500,500, attack 100 plus 100 of user strength. Effects. Active drilling claw transforms the gloves into claws and consumes a certain amount of mana every second depending on the ground's toughness to dig through and travel fast. Active. Infusing 50 mana in the claws will create an earth elemental barrier with a radius of 5m around the user. Passive. While the gloves are equipped, you exude an aura within a 5m radius that increases physical and magical defense by 50 flat values. This is only applicable to up to 5 ally targets selected by you. These are simply wonderful. Almond smiled. I can wear the gloves and hold the swords. The pair of gloves wasn't a weapon after all. However, it could become one with that first active effect. Rare drops are awesome. He didn't join Lily and others in clearing the monsters. Lily also didn't deal many killing blows. Instead, she let Alfred kill them. She only killed shimmering fin serpents masterfully to leave a good record in her class quest. Natalia was progressing as well, albeit slowly. That was really fast, Almond. I looked away for a moment and the S-giant head rolled off. Natalia blinked in curiosity, but I saw a light aura unfold. Lily said as she stared at Almond, her eyes sparkling with thrill and shock. How did you do that? Almond coughed and stood up, his expression turning solemn as he stood on a sword, holding a pose like a Jedi. Superb blade awakening. Almond cringed at his own words, but he swung the sword and nothing happened. As you can see, I also don't know. Almond wryly smiled. Natalia and Lily almost fell to the ground. You got us. Natalia burst out laughing. True, but that makes more sense because aura and fold is not easy to learn at all. But you're really a monster, my darling. Lily's arms went around his neck, resting on his shoulder and pecking on his lips. A box full of surprise. Here's another one. Almond smiled and showed them the earth-shattering gloves. With earth-shattering gloves in addition, the party's overall power became even stronger. During their last phase of exploration in the Shimmering Fin, Ammon made sure to fill up 5 spirit syringes before exiting the area. He didn't level up anymore, but Natalia and Alfred reached silver level 5 while Lily stayed at silver level 5, barely at the half bar towards silver level 6. Almond only jumped the level because of solo killing the maddening, which gave him an unusual amount of high exp. After finally leaving the Shimmering Fin, the party moved west and arrived at a grove of snow almond trees. This grove was a small collection of beautiful snow almond trees. It was called this name because its leaves were in the shape of snowflakes while having the color of almonds and vein patterns. Almond, Lily, and Natalia lay on the grassy ground under a tree, resting after cooking steaks and egg rolls with bread from ingredients Lily and Natalia brought from outside. Alfred sat on a relatively thick branch of the tree, keeping a lookout in all directions. The leaves have almost the same colors as your eyes. Lily's fingers were interlined with Almond's, and her head leaned towards his shoulder. Yeah, Almond replied, his mind half resting and half thinking about Lily as he turned his head towards her. What are you looking at? Lily asked, her smile like a graceful yet cheery moonlight shining on a clear pond as she looked at him, looked at his glossy almond eyes. Her gaze then went to his lips, and she stole a short smoochy kiss, causing Natalia to roll her eyes as she heard the sound. I feel like something's filling up because of you and it's making me feel good, Almond said, his eyes becoming unfocused as he felt various emotions. Is this what it feels like to get close to someone and trust them while receiving the same? I can feel her affection so purely. It feels real. It must be your love pool, Lily replied with a grin. I am filling it up with my love pool empty, Natalia muttered. Anyway, Lily, what did you see in him? I mean, I can see it now. If I was a normal girl, I would have definitely felt attracted to the current Amit. Most of the girls would jump into his lap for a good future, be it short-term or long-term. But you knew nothing about him except that he was freaky with his physical enchantment mastery at first. I know you have some crazy thought process, but I want a clear answer. Kay Almond felt a bit of a sting, but he was also curious. Lily blinked as she saw Almond's eyes and mischievously smiled. You also seem to be curious about this, darling. Almond dryly chuckled. Well, I can say I am pretty good right now, but at that time, yeah, I don't understand what you saw in me. Do you believe in chemistry between people, the chemical reaction between people, or like an attractive force that pulls you towards a person because of feel, instincts, and those fleeting things wait. Don't tell me my innate talent attracted her attention, because I was thinking about her most of the time since we met. Almond suddenly felt kind of sad, and this made him realize that he didn't feel good that he attracted her because of that innate talent. To be honest, Lily, I don't believe in that, but I think it exists, Almond answered according to what he felt. I don't believe it because I'm not sure I am capable of getting myself to feel that chemistry. I think too much to accept that. Lily smiled gently and adjusted herself, moving to lay her head on his chest, their faces inches apart. Amen's heart started pounding and he could feel her heartbeat against him, both of their pulses quickening in sync. I believe in it, she whispered, her eyes closed, her peaceful smile lighting up her face. I believe in following my instincts and the chemistry that feels right. I decide who I want close to me because of how they make me feel. Their words mean nothing if they're lies, and I can capture that. So I believe in my instincts, my feelings, she paused, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. And when I met you, I felt that the connection, the desire. You were guarded and distrustful, but I could see the drive in you. That to me was incredible. I felt a resonance. Almond could understand. He had seen Lily in the academy, but she was always stoic and indifferent. It felt like she had a mask ready that could be adept when interacting with people. She appeared a professional and level-headed beauty who had an air of confidence with her smile when she was interviewed a week ago. But she wasn't anything like that right now. Natalia snickered. That's why nobody knows her true self. Well, except for me, you, and her parents. True, I have a desire deep down. And that's why I focus more on training. Learning martial arts and honing my skills to become strong is necessary for that desire, and it's most fun to me. Lily spoke while her eyes were closed with a peaceful smile. Almond suddenly felt very connected to Lily. When you thought about killing us, killing me, I felt that desire in you. I had figured out why you wanted to kill us already, so I also felt that conviction and desire to survive. Lily looked at Almond. Only a few inches of distance between their faces as she grinned at Almond. That was super attractive too, and it made a chemical reaction in me like no other. My instincts sought you, desired you, and because of that, I decided to get you for myself, even if I had to blackmail you. But you showed your true colors, and it made me even more happy. Lily smiled. You made a decision to trust me. The level of distrust I saw in your eyes at first was crazy, but for your survival and desire, you decided to overcome that, so it wasn't because of my innate talent. Almond's hands wrapped around her back, his mind and heart feeling infinitely attracted to her at the moment. He could see her dreamy dark blue eyes were oozing out intense affection for him. Lily could see the same in his, and it made her even more happy, more satisfied, as if her cells, her instincts, got delicious food. Amen. My darling, I knew if I showered you with my affection and love, we would work out, but you made a step as well, and that was just amazing to me. That was the proof that our chemical reaction was like no other. You felt it too, but subconsciously, and that's why you made that decision to trust me completely. That Almond was amazed. His eyes turned slightly misty as his emotions whirled. He understood something at the moment that made him grateful. He wanted to think this was fate, but his rationality told him it was really a coincidence. A good one for him, a lucky one. Thank you, Lily. Almond's lips directly went to hers as he passionately kissed her, and both of them got absorbed in it for a few seconds before Natalia coughed. Come on, you're making me jealous. Almond and Lily stopped as they lightly chuckled and got up. Sorry, Natalia. Almond apologetically smiled, but seeing that her eyes were actually watering, he was taken aback. I'm sorry, this was insensitive. We won't do anything like this anymore while we are here. Okay. Lily bit her lips and sighed. Sorry, and that was bad on us. Lily, let's not do this for Natalia anymore. Almond said with a serious expression. I was lucky, truly lucky to encounter you, Lily. I am changing. No, I am developing and evolving because you took initiative for me, and I know what it feels like to have love. Almond turned to Natalia. We won't hurt you anymore. Natalia sniffed as she wiped away her tears. Now you understand. I guess you too, Lily. She pouted as she spoke, but her eyes were still getting watery despite her trying to hold back. I am heartbroken. The two Dunes who were feeling love for the first time only now could understand Natalia, who had her heart broken completely, and the fact that she would have to accept that. I'm sorry, my candy. Lily hugged her. Sniff. Lick me. A few minutes later, as the trio were resting, or rather waiting, Alfred suddenly spoke. "Master, I see the bird you mentioned." Almond sprung up on his feet. Where Alfred quickly pinpointed it, and the group began moving again, following the bird. The clues led them to this area, particularly the direction the feather pointed when they discovered it. Based on that, Lily and Almond deduced that the bird would appear around this area of Snow Almond Grove. After following it for 20 minutes, it led them on a zigzag path upward, and they finally arrived at a tall grass area with a mud pond. The bird flew towards the mud pond and suddenly died down. "So what's under that?" Natalia's face scrumpted. "Guess we'll have to get muddy." But the special area was worth it because defeating the boss, there would give them a random rare grade item. The important thing was that rare grade items found inside the first floor would be valuable forever as long as the labyrinth existed, because rare grade items crafted outside or gained from second or other floors couldn't be brought into the first floor. Selling these first floor rare items would fetch a high price because it could tremendously help newbie adventurers on the first floor. "Alfred, you go first and find the passage so that we can quickly dive and reach there," Amen said with a wry smile. "Got it." Alfred seemed to smile and dived into the pond. A minute later, Ammon got magic whisper from Alfred. "Found it. I've created a mana trail to the passage for you to follow." "Thanks, Alfred." The trio could see a string of mana coming out of the pond. They jumped in and quickly followed the string of mana through the darkness of the mud below. Lily and Almond could tear through the mud and go smoothly thanks to physical enchantment. Both of them held Natalia's hand and pulled her with them since she couldn't travel inside on her own without physical enchantment. Without physical enchantment, a group must have one or two warrior role adventurers to even enter and lead their group to the passage with their class skills, since warrior-based classes usually had at least one strengthening skill. Of course, other skills could also work since there were a myriad of classes and class skills. A minute later, the trio finally entered a passage and met with Alfred before resuming their journey after cleaning up with water from a water bag. "Let's go straight for monsters at silver level 5 and above." Lily said no need to waste time on silver level 1 to 4 monsters. "Yep," Amma nodded. "If I remember correctly, white pollen have those strange white snakes and white lynxes." Right, Natalia spoke as the group arrived at a big cavern with white trees and white fog covering it all. The group stopped at the passage's end and didn't enter the cavern. "This area should have monsters between silver level 1 to 5, Ammon said as he grabbed his sword. "I'll scan the location and we'll make a beeline straight towards that passage at the end." 65 m away was a passage leading to the next cavern. "All right, let's do this." Lily nodded and carried Natalia in her arms. "It'll be faster if I carry you." Ammon nodded as he consumed 50 mana and used the praying sense of the sword, locating all the monsters 50 m in front of him. "The last 15 m will be unknown, so I will take the lead and deal with monsters that jump on us but won't stop our speed. We'll be able to fight better inside the passage even if some monsters follow us. Alfred, you will run behind Lily and Natalia so you can act if some monsters attack from behind after we pass them." "Understood." "Let's go," Almond said and dashed. Lily and Natalia right on his tail and Alfred behind them. Since he knew where all the monsters were hidden in this fog-covered tall grass area, he knew what to do. Crossing 10 m, Almond said with magic whisper, "Jump high." Cross 6 m at once. Almond was 2 m ahead of Lily and Natalia, so it was enough. He jumped and crossed 6 m, skipping over a bunch of white Poland snakes and tigers that were on the right and left. Lily also jumped, powering her legs as she crossed 7 m and resumed running with a 2 m distance between her and Almond. "Tigers on our," Natalia said as she spotted 2 tigers pouncing behind Lily. They were already alerted when Almond jumped, so when Lily jumped, they decided to attack her. Unfortunately for them, Alfred was right behind as his fiery sword slash-cut both of them and tailed behind Lily before smiling at Natalia, who was looking back over Lily's shoulder. Alfred had learned to use flame manipulation to empower his sword, effectively creating a technique flame elemental aura on his sword, coating it with a fiery layer that increased his attack's lethality to a notch above. The group continued behind Almond as he bypassed all the monsters, but the last 15 meters were unknown. "Lily, let's jump with our full power. We can cross 15 m easily with physical enchantment." "Good idea. Better to do that than to rush through." Almond's legs pumped as he arrived at the mark, consuming mana and empowering his legs further as he jumped long. He crossed over 15 m and directly arrived at the solid stone ground in front of the passage. Turning around, he saw Lily and Natalia coming as well, but their balance shifted due to double weight. Lily blinked as she saw Almond looking at them and let go of Natalia with a slight arm motion towards him. Natalia's mouth was open, tongue out, and face shocked while forced to the side as her angel had changed midair. It was a funny scene as she didn't expect to be thrown at such height and speed, but Almond quickly acted and caught her while Lily also landed safely. Alfred arrived right behind, bringing 5 white Poland tigers and snakes. The group entered the passage fast as the monsters followed. But since the space was small inside, the monsters couldn't fight properly, and their main weapon, the specialty of monsters here, white Poland poison, couldn't work that much. White Poland poison was dangerous because it could make someone paralyzed and also sleep, making their consciousness wobbly. Paralyze could only stop the body, but not the applications of mana or the usage of skills. But sleep affected the mind, so it was hard to use mana techniques or skills. White polar monsters all had this poison as their main attribute, so most of their attacks were infused with this poison. However, inside the passage, they couldn't move freely to attack, and they weren't intelligent enough to make a formation. The group killed silver level 4 and 5 white Poland tigers and snakes easily without getting hit. Lily was close to silver level 6 at 97, while Alfred and Natalia were halfway to silver level 6 after the battle. "We got a drop," Natalia exclaimed. "That's our first drop from normal monsters. Nice. It looks like something you can use," Lily said as she inspected the item Natalia picked up. Serpent Curse 1 grade uncommon. Attack plus 10 potency to control type and offense type skills. Perk plus 3 perception plus 3 focus. Effect Serpent Spell. Using 50 mana, you can shoot an ethereal white serpent. If struck, it puts the target to sleep with a 50 chance while having a 100 chance of paralyzing for 2 seconds. "This is great," Almond said as read the status. "It can paralyze boss monsters for a second, not to mention its usefulness against other silver-ranked adventurers. Glad we triggered the drop here. This is indeed one of the better uncommon grade drops on the first floor," Lily smiled. "And its perk is maxed. The maximum stats we can get from an uncommon grade is 6 if I remember correctly. Yep, it's 6. Rare grade has up to 50 based on its subgrade, but mine duped on that one since low-class rare grade could have a maximum of 10 stats bonus." Almond wryly smiled. "But in exchange, I got all possible effects, so that's good. Praying Hunter's Sword didn't get any boost that increased the user's stats perks." His common grade staff also had a stat boost, though it was just plus 1 mana stat, plus 10 mana into the mana pool. "Anyway, this was a good find. Let's continue," Natalia said with a jolly grin, clearly in a happy mood as she gave her common grade wand to Lily, who put it in the storage pouch while she held a white one with a crystal red-dyed serpent head at the top. The chance of getting drops from normal monsters was utterly low. It was less than 1, be it common grade or uncommon grade. It was the same for both since this rate was the rate of drop from a normal monster. This rate increased by 5 every 3 days since the floors would get powerful every 3 days up to 21 on the last 3 days of the month. The elite monsters would also spawn a stronger version of the same monster like Elite Goblin Archer, Elite Bog Slither, and so on. Those had an extra 10 chance on drops, but only one elite monster of each kind would spawn in an area. Naturally, their numbers would also double every 3 days, so the last 3 days of the labyrinth were practically in mode due to a massive increase in the number of monsters. Not to mention how they would be 5 to 10 stronger every 3 days. The party was walking and arrived at the end of the passage after walking for 100 m. "Well, I guess this will be our new battlefield for some hours," Lily said as she looked at a large cavern with glowing plants, tall grass, trees, and less fog than the first area, but more variety of trees, plants, and other things. "The Spirit Factory has successfully finished its production list. Nice. Let's sit down for a bit," Almond said with a smug smile and sat down. "We just got 20 new items." Lily and Natalia clearly appeared excited and sat down. "Bring the stuff on the table, boss." Natalia rubbed her hands with anticipation while grinning. "Let's see what you cook this time." Lily chuckled as she winked at Almond. A scrumptious meal as always, for sure. Almond had put 15 spirits inside, resulting in 15 items. 5x Bog Slither spirits, 5x Moonlight Wisp spirits, 5x Shimmering Serpent spirits. Here we go. Almond waved his hand as he spawned out the items. 5x Bog Slither arrows, uncommon grade 3x Moonlight Crystal, uncommon grade 2x Wispy Illusion Bombs, one-time use uncommon grade 2x Shimmering Spine Spears. Uncommon grade 2x Shimmering Serpent's Fangs one-time use, uncommon grade 1x Shimmering Trapit one-time use, rare grade, that last one. Lily was surprised. "Your Spirit Factory crafted a rare grade. I wonder what it does." Natalia blinked curiously as she looked at the 5 in radius thick ring with shimmering serpent scales shining as its material. "Yeah, I was also surprised to see a rare grade 1. Almond shared the item's details with them. Shimmering Trap, grade rare type one time, use infuse 50 mana in the ring to activate the ring, and then put it anywhere you wish to set the trap. Anyone who steps on the ring or touches, it will trigger the trap in 0.5 seconds. Effects turns 5m radius ground into deadly bog 5m deep that pulls the targets downward while covering the area with thick fog. Voice can't travel out of the fog unless enhanced with mana. Reading the effects, the trio got chills. It was deadly. All right. Almond grinned and said, this is going to be useful. It doesn't even look like a trap, but more like a dropped item or something. Let's see other items. Lily moved her gaze to the arrows, her eyes sparkling. Those seem very useful to me. Me too, Natalia said as she waved her willow crossbow. Almond laughed. Yep, take a look. Sharing the details, everyone looked at the new status window. Log Slither Arrow Grade. Uncommon Durability 100 out of 100 attack. 50 plus 100 of mana infused converting to attack. Max 100 mana. Effects. Target stuck by the arrow will get ensnared by vines from the ground. The number of vines depends on the mana infused into the arrow. 1 vine per 10 mana infused. Note, using the arrow decreases its durability and loss increases per mana infused. 10 mana infused is a loss of 10 durability, and using 100 mana will destroy the arrow after it is hit. You can repair the item's durability by 100 using 1 spirit. Another crazy item, Natalia muttered. These arrows are so powerful. I can repair their durability as well. Almond chucked. We have 5, so split up yourselves. I'll take 2, Natalia said with a grin. Lily, you got a quiver from Goblin Colony, right? Yep. Lily nodded as she picked up the remaining 3 arrows and put them in her storage bag before taking out the quiver. Willow crossbow could generate an arrow using mana, so she didn't need a quiver until now. Check out this. It's most useful in my opinion. Almond shared the details of the Moonlight Crystal. Moonlight Crystal grade uncommon effects. Infuse 10 mana to activate the crystal, producing a bright light to illuminate an area. It also discovers monsters within a 10m radius and gives light up to a 50m radius. It remains active for 1 hour, and the crystal can stick to anything solid but drowns in water. Cool down 1 hour. Note after the crystal activates, it becomes fragile and can be destroyed if struck by an attack of 25, be it physical or magical theses. Very useful, like very Lily muttered, realizing this item's potential. As long as it's not destroyed, we can use it crazy affect the illuminating items like magic torches and lamps in the market. Don't even come close to this crystal's effect, Natalia said in amazement. Yep, but even a level 1 bronze ranked monster can destroy that crystal pistol if it punches it. Almond wryly smiled. So it's safe to say that even shock waves of stronger attack could accidentally destroy it unless Almond grinned and took out a glass blaze shield. Protect it with another item. This shield can work, but we want something like a glass cube. Great idea. Lily's eyes lit up. Once we get out of the labyrinth, I'll tell my father to commission a tough glass cube. We can put this crystal inside it and use it. Excellent. Almond smiled. And for that, we shouldn't use these crystals here. They're too fragile for now, so put them in your storage pouch. After Lily put them inside her storage pouch, Almond shared the details of the Wispy Illusion Bomb. Wispy Illusion Bomb grade uncommon type one-time use. Effect: infuse 10 mana and throw the bomb. Upon impact, it explodes and makes everyone within a 10m radius dizzy and shows them hallucinations for 2 seconds. Not bad. Useful against other adventurers like the Shimmering Trap. Lily nodded. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs grade uncommon type one-time use. Attack 50 plus 100 of user strength effect. Poisonous flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison once struck to the flesh. This one is also good. Lily raised her eyebrows. Yeah, it's deadly. Natalia nodded. And last, Ammon shared the details of Shimmering Spine Spear. Shimmering Spine Spear grade uncommon duration 2 days durability, 11,000 attack 50 plus 60 of the user's strength. Perk plus 2 strength. Effect: Shimmering Stab increases piercing power by 50 and user's action speed by 30 for 3 seconds after infusing 50 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Note: increased duration by 1 day and durability by 50 at the cost of 1 spirit. We'll open our attack with this. Almond grinned as he grabbed all 3 spears and stood up before turning to the passage's exit. The sword was in contact with him at his back in the sheath, so he activated Praying Sense after walking to the edge overlooking the cavern. Praying Sense. Almond's eyes grew as if he was looking from a higher dimension. Everything within a 50-meter radius completely clear. The air felt cooler, carrying a damp, earthy scent that mingled with the faint aroma of the glowing plants scattered across the landscape. The cavern stretched like a sprawling underground forest. Luminescent fungi clung to the cavern walls, casting an eerie bluish glow that bathed the scene in soft, flickering light. Trees with twisted, dark trunks and silver-leafed branches reached upward, swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breeze. In the middle of the cavern, a crystalline river wounded its way through the terrain, its waters glowing faintly. Along the riverbank, tall, thick grass swayed, concealing movement underneath. Some of the plants pulsed with life, their bioluminescent hues flickering from green to purple in a rhythmic dance. Scattered throughout were stone formations, large jagged rocks that jutted out of the earth, some wrapped in vines, creating natural obstacles. The fog here was thinner than in the previous area, but still present, clinging low to the ground, curling around the tree roots and obscuring their feet. It shifted and swirled, giving the sense that something could emerge at any moment. Occasional flashes of movement could be seen in the distance, shadows darting between the trees, their forms indistinct in the pale light. Ammon detected the pinpoint location of every monster 50 m away. He grabbed one of the spears from his left hand and stood in a spear-throwing position, his right arm exerting full power along with his two legs using physical enchantment as he gained a solid foothold. The ground beneath him slightly cracked as his right arm's veins popped out, his strength fully exerted, and then he attacked. A loud sonic boom echoed as the spear instantly vanished from Lily and Natalia's sight. A moment later, another blast rang out, and they saw 4 lethal Fong rabbits impaled in various spots as the spear crashed into the cavern wall 180 m away. You have killed 4 level 7 lethal Fong rabbits. You have completed your first specialized class quest. Amen stayed focused, ignoring the notifications. He had already picked up the second spear with only 5 seconds left. Boom. The second spear shot out like a bolt with another sonic boom, piercing a level 7 white Poland tiger before skewering through 2 level 6 white Poland snakes. You have killed. You have reached level 7 once more. He grabbed the final spear even faster this time and hurled it with a loud rumble, striking 2 level 6 lethal Fong rabbits and a level 7 white dust centipede squarely in the head, splattering it. After 10 seconds of praying, since Almond's body relaxed, releasing visible steam. Whoa, that felt good. Natalia's mouth hung open in shocked. With the wonderful attacks, Lily grinned as she walked to the edge of the passage and put her hand on Almond's shoulder. Cool down a bit and recover. Darling will take the field now. Almond laughed and sat down on the floor. Enjoy, I'll be there soon. Alfred, summon the wolves and let them aid Natalia while you can fight however you like. With pleasure, Alfred slightly bowed before the claws at his waist glowed and summoned 2 spectral wolves. Hurry, Nat, or you'll be left behind, Lily said before she jumped high, her figure glinting with aura as she used physical enchant along with her 2 class skills, turning invisible and boosting her speed as she moved like the wind while her daggers cleanly cut off 5 monsters' heads, 2x level 6 tigers, and 3x level 7 lethal Fong rabbits. Natalia also joined while Alfred took on a different area to be his battlefield with the spectral wolves. Ammon gathered all 15 spirits and meditated, quickly recovering his mana and stamina. I have to add some points into stamina. Using my full physical power exerts more stamina. Those 3 spears drained 80 of his stamina since he had gone all out in physical exertion on top of using physical enchantment, but the results were just as satisfying. Having killed 10 monsters in 10 seconds with Praying Sense, he had 34 strength and 23 stamina. The more strength he exerted, the more stamina he consumed, and his stamina wasn't keeping up with his strength at the moment, just like how a stronger or slash and a higher graded skill would consume more mana. It was the same with exerting one's physical body strength. And just like how one's skill execution mastery, technique execution mastery, and efficiency of the skills brought out higher performance with the same amount of mana consumption, it was the same with using the physical body efficiently to bring out higher performance with the same amount of stamina consumption. Almond had 12 unassigned stat points, and he decided to dump 11 into his stamina to fight longer. He fully recovered 30 seconds later, and cooled down as adding points to his stamina stat increased both his maximum stamina and recovery rate. Almond jumped into the fray with his sword, joining the battlefield at far right. Alfred was in the far northeast 100 meters away, while Natalia was 50 meters below him in the southeast. Lily was in the center of the battlefield, so Almond jumped towards the western area. A level 7 white Poland tiger pounced on him, along with a level 7 lethal Fong rabbit in a pincer attack. Let the dance with blade begin. Almond had an expression of utmost enjoyment and thrill. Almond's sword glinted in motion as he targeted the tiger first as it was closer, his sword cutting in an arc as it rolled off the tiger. His motion slowed down only a bit while it still continued, his foot pressing on the ground as he turned, his blade slicing the lethal Fong rabbit into 2 horizontally. Lethal Fong rabbits were 1 m tall and had sharp blade-like fangs along with claws. Their fangs were truly lethal due to the high they had, capable of even piercing uncommon grade shields and containing a fast-acting poison that deteriorates health. So if they jumped and drove their fangs into an adventurer without defensive skill, it would usually result in 100 death. Almond was more careful of the rabbits, but it wasn't hard. As long as he was careful of their close-range Fong attack, he would be safe. Everyone was in combat using various skills and new items. Natalia's new wand matched perfectly with her class skills. And with the Willoughby crossbow that produces its own arrows at the cost of 10 mana, she could easily finish off the monsters. She also had big slither arrows which were considerably powerful. The wolves were helping her as Almond commanded them, making it easier for Natalia to maneuver and get protection. Alfred had no difficulty fighting solo like Lily and Almond since he had a good assortment of various skills, and he used them proficiently. Everyone was in different areas in this small forest-like cavern, thrillingly fighting against monsters and undoubtedly improving, gaining experience. In their first run of Labyrinth, Almond freely used spirits from his spirit pocket since he was going to get more and he could only keep 100. He restored the durability of both slither arrows each time Natalia used them, and he also restored the durability of the spear, but didn't use them anymore. He also started devouring spirits during the battle since it didn't hinder him performance-wise, even if he used Spirit Devour during the fight. This way, he emptied more space to keep storing the spirits. 3x White Poland Tigers plus 1 Strength plus 1 Stamina plus 1 Perception plus 1.5 Focus. 3x White Poland Snakes plus 2 Health plus 1 Perception plus 1 Mana. 3x Lethal Fong Rabbits plus 1 Health plus 1 Strength plus 1 Focus plus 1 Stamina plus 0.5 Focus. 3x White Dust Centipede plus 1 Mana plus 2 Health plus 1 Strength. The battle lasted for around 20 minutes as the group chugged a few mana potions in the middle of the battle. They didn't exert themselves heavily in the physical area as there were no potions to recover stamina, but by combining steadfast and efficient physical exertion in tandem with using their skills, they could last longer in the battle while killing more monsters. There was no need to exert 100 of physical power every second. In total, the number of monsters killed stood at 58, as Amond acquired 58 spirits, and this also marked the completion of Lily's and Natalia's first specialized class quest. During the battle, Almond also devoured 12 spirits of White Poland's monsters. And his spirit pocket was still 100 out of 100 by the time the battle ended, as he calculatingly used up the spirits he had from previous areas for his skills and recovering items. In the end, Almond remained at level 7, but 92 progressed toward level 8, while Lily, Natalia, and Alfred reached level 7. After the battle was over, the group picked up some uncommon grade flowers and fruits from the tree. White Poland's lair had a good amount of resources, a perk of being a hidden area. The first cavern had nothing, but the second and third caverns were bound to have a good amount. From this second cavern, they got 9 uncommon grade resources. After scouring the Festic Cavern, the group entered the second passage and sat down to recover as well as proceed in their specialized class quest. First of all, Almond added 20 spirits in the Spirit Factory for the new production batch: 5x White Poland Tigers, 5x White Poland Snakes, 5x Lethal Fong Rabbits, 5x White Dust Centipedes. Afterward, he looked at his specialized class panel prefix Grim Blade. Please select a prefix out of the options given below. Options: Shadowbane, Iron, Fong, Stormburn, Cinderborn, Ashin, Void, Rift, Veil. 6 options. Almond rubbed his temples. This was going to be hard to decide. All right, let's break this down. Shadowbane, Grim Blade. This would lean towards Assassin's side, having Shadow attribute and other points complementing it. Ironfang, Grim Blade, Iron and Fong. This sounds like a full class. I guess this would be more like a warrior. Stormburn, Grim Blade. Considering elements, Storm would have wind, lightning, and water, and Storm itself. Sounds like this class would have a bit of versatility, but more on the offense side and powerful with flashy style. Cinderborn, Grim Blade obviously sounds like flame-related. Ash, Magma, Flame. In no doubt this sounds powerful as well, but the next two, Almond's eyes glinted. They are more interesting. A Shinvide. Ashen means many things. Very pale, an indication of fear or being sick. And could be related to ashes as well. Void is self-explanatory, but I can't image how and what kind of skills this class would generate. Lastly, Almond looked at the last option and Riley smiled. This Rift Veil Rift has multiple different meanings based on context, in the ground or space and in the relationship between people or two. But how does it combine with the veil? Veil can mean multiple things. First is a face-covering veil. It also symbolizes mystery and can also mean separation like rift. Some comics and webtoons I read in the library also describe the veil as a boundary between the physical and spiritual realm, that it's used to separate the material world from spiritual stuff. Ammon had removed the first 4 options from his mind. The last 2 were simply too interesting, but he had to choose one. What should I choose? Think more, and reach a conclusion. A Shinvad Grim Blade or Riffle Grim Blade, which one will synergize with me more with my first class, and can enhance my style. Almond was thinking of all the possibilities and crazy fantasies that could be possible with those 2 class names. A Shinvide sounds more powerful for obvious reasons. Void is related to spacetime, or rather the absence of it. It's nothingness. It should be offensive based on its name, but Almond's eyes were glued on the last option. Rift Veil is more mysterious. It also has the concept of void in a way since it nullifies connections, but it seems to be able to do more, and I cannot figure out everything. Who knows what kind of possibilities are there riffle. This word. It's more mystical, and it definitely has more unique possibilities. Almond's thoughts swirled and he made a decision. This is it. You have chosen Riffveal as your special class's prefix. The initial potential rank of your specialized class has been determined, which is based on not just the simple words, but also your thoughts and desires. Show me the rank. Almond's eyes burned with anticipation. A second later, it finally appeared. Riffle Grimblad's initial potential class rank is SS. Depending on your next quest result, this rank could decrease or increase. Decreases to Almond winced. Second quest of your specialized class, Skill Visualization. This will determine the first skill of your class, and also its rank as well as the number of class skills you can initially have and get hints regarding the development of your next class skills. Here it is. Almond Gulp Quest Skill Visualization Objective. Imagine and visualize a skill completely based on your class name. Derive meanings, bend them to your will, and draw your skill. You may visualize multiple times and you don't have to think about restricting your imagination. Be sure to name your visualized skills so you can submit one. Almond, did you finish your class name? Lily asked. Almond opened his eyes and nodded. Yep, here's mine, Natalia excitedly said as she used Mana to ride in the air with her control with a stylish font. Chaos-bound Serenader. Both Lily and Almond were surprised. Chaos-bound Serenader, that sounds good. Lily blinked as she said. Guess the rank, Natalia said cheekily. S rank. Almond smiled. That class name deserves S rank for sure. Can't deny that. Lily nodded before asking curiously. So what's the rank? Never mind. Your expression gave it away, Lily said with a chuckle before Natalia could speak. Natalia merrily grinned. It's an S-rank class, and I'll make it SS rank. What did you two get SS rank class? Lily said as her smile contained a hint of joyous pride. I am satisfied with it because I feel like it's going to synergize with my ego. Saying that she also wrote her class name and rank using Mana. Dread's Buyer Warlock SS rank. Whoa, that's one scary class name. Natalia exclaimed and then snickered. Definitely suitable to you. Lily showed her paws and growled while smiling. I'll make sure you tremble in fear and wet your bed after I get this class. No, Natalia dramatically said before she and Lily couldn't help but laugh. What did you get? Darling, mine is also SS rank, but not as scary sounding. Almond smiled and snapped his finger, drawing his class name in the air as Lily and Natalia looked at it. Riffle Grim Blade SS rank. Natalia smacked her lips, amazed. That's one of a cool name. Very cool, just like mine. Lily grinned. And if we just take suffixes of our class, Grim Blade sounds more scary than Warlock. Grim Blade is strange. I don't think I've seen that suffix on anyone before. Did you? Lily shook her head, her eyes twinkling in curiosity. There are a lot of suffixes, but there's no suffix that's completely unique to oneself so far. Many people have the same suffixes, but it's my first time seeing Grim Blade. That's kind of true, Almond thoughtfully nodded. I saw familiar suffixes in the list, but this one struck me. Serenader and Warlock were not suffixes that appeared the first time. One of the top 10 strongest adventurers had a Warlock in his title, and it was because of his special class. There were even Warlock in the starting class of people like Blood Warlock, Storm Warlock, and such. Serenader was also not that rare. It was just like Bart. There were class names with Serenader as a suffix as well. But Grim Blade seemed to be a new addition. Anyway, our class ranks are promising, but we have to be careful with our next quest, Lily said, her expression turning serious. Based on the information I have, the chance of increasing our class rank with the next quest is low. In fact, the likelihood of our class rank decreasing is higher. You can say that decreasing in rank and keeping the same rank have the same chance on average, while increasing the rank has a low chance. Interesting. Almond was surprised. He didn't have information about this, but it wasn't strange Lily had that information. Having parents in the Global Adventurer Association sure is handy. Natalia grinned. Share some tips with us. The tip is already given in the quest. You can imagine and visualize a drum that shatters the planet. But as the quest mentioned, we have to visualize the skill completely. Lily said, emphasizing the last word completely. Almond muttered. You see, the quest tells us not to restrict our imagination, but it also wants us to visualize skills fully. I feel like we have to visualize an overpowered skill with great details and multiple possibilities based on the meanings we derive from our class names, he added. Yes, darling. Lily smiled. That's exactly what I feel, and most people don't do that. I also think that we have to put as many details as possible in our skill visualization while keeping it tied to our class name's meanings. But Almond, your class name sounds confusing, Natalia said as she looked at Almond Riffle. Grimblade. I am having a headache just thinking about what to visualize with that to make it overpowered. Lol, do you have any idea? Lily nodded in agreement. True, it's a bit tricky. Almond's expression was blank. I have no idea yet. I haven't even begun thinking about anything overpowered related to it. But Almond's eyes glinted as his face shifted into a grin filled with anticipation and excitement. I'll definitely come up with something awesome. That's good to hear. Let's finish off this area and clear the Briarwood Grove area after that, Lily said as she took out a bunch of things from the storage pouch. The evening would descend by then. And we'll take our time visualizing the skill at the camp in high hills at the upper part of the mountain. Sounds good. Almond nodded, followed by a growling sound from his stomach. I was hungry, but now I am even more hungry. Almond, help us this time so we can cook faster. Natalia rolled up her invisible sleeves. All right, I am famished. Lily rubbed her stomach. Let's make something quick and filling. The three of them grinned and spoke at the same time. Steak. After all, they were exhausted after fighting, consuming all their physical energy at the end, and Almond was even more so since he exhausted himself twice. Stamina's recovery heavily depends on hunger, especially for adventurers who exhaust themselves multiple times a day. If the physical body doesn't have any energy, stamina recovery considerably slows down. As such, the trio cooked a meal with a makeshift outdoor kitchen as usual, thanks to the tools Lily brought with her. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and fully recovered as they resumed their journey towards the final cavern of White Poland's lair. Third cavern of the White Poland's lair. It had many monsters and resources, but the final boss was further at the end in the lair, slumbering. Number of monsters in the third cavern 78. Number of resources 26. 36x silver level 89 white reaper beetles. 29x silver level 910 chilling spark panthers. 13x silver level 10 saber snout hogs. Among them, Almond killed a total of 26 monsters, his progress stopping at level 97. Lily killed 23 monsters, her progress stopping at level 939. Natalia killed 16 monsters, reaching level 93, and the remaining were killed by Alfred, who also reached level 98. It took around 40 minutes to fight and kill monsters in this large cavern that was 4 km square in size. Ammon gained a new surge of stat points after devouring 3 spirits of each type of monster, getting stronger again. Devouring those 9 spirits, he got 3x white reaper beetles, plus 2 strength, plus 1 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 0.5 focus. 3x chilling spark panthers, plus 1 strength, plus 2 health, plus 1 mana, plus 1 perception. 3x saber snout hawks, plus 1 strength, plus 2 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 1 focus, plus 0.5 perception. He wasn't even trying hard because if he did, he would eat most of the monster kills. As such, he focused on refining and discovering more sword plays instead. The party was practically invincible against monsters on this first floor, mainly thanks to the abundance of items Almond's spirit factory produced and the synergy of the team. Almond and Lily were absolute beasts in combat. And Natalia was a trickster to the enemy and support in a way. Not to mention the spectral wolves and Alfred, who were not any less powerful. Almond had lent earth-shattering gloves to Natalia for the time being. She could utilize its passive effect of increasing the defense of allies within a 5m radius better since she was in the team with wolves and Alfred. The party dominated this third cavern completely and cleared it before finally under a tree in the center, instead of entering the last passage since it was short and they could see the boss slumbering from there. To make space for the new 78 spirits -9 that he devoured, Almond sacrificed all the spirits he had gained from previous areas by repairing items and using them to increase the durations of some more useful spirit items. Of course, he had recovered Wolfclaw Gauntlet long ago, making it duration 30 days when he was in Willowbee Nest, since he had excess spirits to be used because there were a lot of Willowbees. Wolfclaw Gauntlets were useless to be used as a weapon, but the effect it got from his spirit factory was fantastic since the spectral wolves inherited Almond's stats, making them powerful. As for other items, he mainly increased the duration of all 3 Shimmering Spine Spears to 3 days, costing him 9 spirits, Bog Slither Arrows to 3 days, which cost him 15 spirits. Finally, 1 Glass Blaze Shield's duration 3 days, which cost him 3 spirits. Glass Blaze Bears gave mostly one-time use items except for Glass Blaze Shields, and they had already used them in Shimmering Fun. The shield was good, so Almond kept one since the rest were destroyed. 3x Moonlight Crystals didn't have durations despite not being one-time use items. Fortunately, they were safe in the storage pouch. 2x Wispy Illusion Bombs were one-time use items, and they hadn't used any yet as there was no need so far. 2x Shimmering Serpent's Fangs were also one-time use items, and Almond planned to use them in the incoming boss fight. 1x Shimmering Trap, the only rare grade item his spirit factory has produced so far, was put into the safe. It was a rare grade, meaning that it could affect monsters above silver level 10 easily as well. There was no need to use it blindly. As for other items that Natalia and Lily used, he had already increased their durations to 10 days yesterday. Natalia's Willow crossbow was at 10 days duration. The other 2 crossbows had vanished since a day passed. Lily's all 3 Willifby daggers were also at 10 days' duration. These were useful because of the paralyzing effect. All in all, Almond had 10 different types of items from his spirit factory, all of them abundantly useful and more powerful than regular items of the same grade. Right after they sat down for recovery in a triangle formation, Almond heard the sweet sound of notification from his spirit factory. He looked at the list. 3x Snowhide Cloak, uncommon grade. 2x Poland Tiger's Belt, uncommon grade. 4x White Poland Charm Rings, uncommon grade. 1x Spirit Snakebite, one-time use. Uncommon grade. 2x White Dust Carapace Armor, uncommon grade. 3x White Dust Venom Quiver, uncommon grade. 2x Lethal Funk Sabers, uncommon grade. 3x Lethal Funk's Boots, uncommon grade. Interesting new items and only one-time use item. Just as Almond finished reading the list, another notification greeted him, making him excited. It was from his spirit pocket. Hey party, it's finally time we get one more member. Almond grinned as he eagerly activated the spirit Kodica pocket and brought out the new spirit wraith in the middle of the triangle they had formed. Lily and Natalia quickly attended to Almond upon hearing that, as they knew what he meant. What's it going to be? Lily muttered in anticipation as she saw a swirl of mystical and colorful smoke with sparks gathering in the middle. It won't be a humanoid since there's no human spirits inside. Right? Natalia blinked before she added, if only that Zoran didn't affect others with his death, we could have killed him. He deserves to die. Humph, can't deny that. Almond nodded, his eyes on the spirit wraith manifesting. Half a second later, everyone saw a monster they had never seen before, a chimera type. Lily's eyes glinted in curiosity. It looked scary as Natalia winced. It was 2.5 m tall, had glassy scales over its body, and had 4 snake-like arms with a literal snake-like mouth in place of a standard hand or claw. They wiggled like tentacles, the snake mouth hissing as their venomous fangs glinted. It also had 4 legs like a mantis, but they were thick and stubby. Its crystally eyes glowed dark green with blue pupils. And the final horror factor was a pair of giant bee-like wings, but furry with green and yellow patterns at its back. There were 4 glowing blue crystal orbs on its chest as a part of its body as well, pulsing like a heartbeat. All right, this is one of a creepy thing. No wonder the product is called Spirit Wraith. Almond wryly chuckled. Please name your new Spirit Wraith. Share us the status. I wonder what skills it has. Lily grinned. I'm sure it's powerful. Yep. Almond quickly made a name and then shared the status. Oh, this doesn't start from level 1. And what's with the new things? Almond was surprised and shared it. This is new. All right, take a look. Chimera Viper Fiend classification off tank. Chimera Viper Fiend rank silver level 5 classification off tank quirks. Irrational can switch between defensive and offensive mode quickly. Speed plus 30 in offensive mode. Defense plus 30 in defensive mode. Poison physique can absorb various kinds of poisons and store them. Stats 42 unassigned stat points. Physical strength 15, health 15, stamina 15, mental mana 15, focus 15, perception 15, skills 1 Viper Fang Shot, 2 Synthesized Tank, 3 Toxin Flare, 4 Nightmare Mist, 5 Moonlight Barrier. Note this Spirit Wraith has a chance to awaken new skills upon getting stronger. Whoa, what a monster, Natalia exclaimed. Those quirks are so useful. Why don't we have those? Maybe we would have if we ate each other and evolved like that. I guess that depends on chemistry. Almond chuckled as he looked at Lily. Lily would know. Natalia burst out laughing while Lily jokingly rolled her eyes. That aside, this monster is going to be very useful for us. Lily's eyes glended. Almond, how do you plan to assign the stat points? I'm tempted to focus on strength, health, and mana more, but I'll do evenly for now. What if it awakens a new skill if I increase its focus and perception? Saying that, Almond distributed the stat points, adding 7 to each stat, and Almond grinned and waved his hand. The new batch of items are ready. With them, we'll be able to fight the boss with fewer risks. The boss they were going to fight could be arguably the strongest boss on this fairy mountain. Wandering Fairy was also strong, but it was a different type of monster than the one they were going to fight in White Poland's lair. Both were silver level 10 boss type monsters, the strongest ceiling possible on the first floor of the labyrinth. However, in terms of lethality, White Poland's boss was stronger. Each of us will wear the Snowhide cloak since we have 3. They are made from White Poland tiger spirits. Almond shared the cloaks and then the items details. Snowhide Cloak grade uncommon duration 3 days durability 500,500 defense plus 30 p def plus 30 imp perks plus 3 health effects. Gravity repel infusing 50 mana in the cloak will make you highly lightweight for 1 minute, reducing the gravity effect on you by 30. Cooldown 2 minutes. What's this? Your items didn't give stat perks before. Lily was surprised. And the duration is automatically 3 days. Yep. I think reaching 30 in focus and perception improved Spirit Factory automatically. I got a notification, but it was during the fight and now it's gone, but I remember it was related to it. This is nice, Natalia wore the cloak. It's furry like tiger's fur, but it also gives us good overall defense, especially at the back. Yep, it's indeed very good equipment. Lily nodded as she also wore the cloak and grinned. This effect is going to be my favorite. Yeah, we'll become faster with it. Ahmed nodded and took out the next items. Next is Poland Tiger's Belt, but I only got 2 of those. Poland Tiger's Belt grade uncommon. Duration 3 days, durability 300,300 perk plus 2 stamina plus 2 focus. Effects poly items passive. You can stick items to this belt in miniature form with simple contact up to 5 items. Wait, for real, Natalia quickly took a belt and put her crossbow on it. In the next second, the crossbow became like a keychain and hung on the belt. Lily and Almond were also surprised. These effects from your spirit items are pretty awesome. Lily grinned. You too wear the belt. I already have a storage pouch at my waist to pick things. Yeah, this will be handy. We can hang potions and items at our waist now. Almond got up and put on the belt. He put on the one that gave lower stat perks and gave the one with more stat perks to Natalia. Lily took out 2 mana potions and 2 healing potions before taking out more things here. You wanted to use this at this boss from the start so you can hang them at your waist now. Lily took out 2 shimmering serpent's fangs one time. Use items. Lily, I want 2 bog slither arrows. Natalia's eyes twinkled. I can use them during battle now. No need. Almond interjected with a chuckle as he took out the next item. I have something better to hold the arrows. Whoa. Quivers. Natalia fixed her gaze on the 3 quivers. That's pretty nice, Lily blinked, curious. And I suppose these quivers have effects too. Yep, let's see what they got. Almond shared the details. White dust venom quiver grade uncommon. Duration, 3 days enchant plus 10 damage to arrows in the quiver. Perk plus 2 mana plus 1 perception. Fex Arrow 1 infuse 10 mana to generate a white dust venom arrow in the quiver. Arrow 2. Infuse 20 mana to generate a white dust toxin blast arrow in the quiver. The quiver can only hold up to 10 arrows. Crazy item. Natalia was dazed. How many quivers you got? Lily asked with twinkling eyes. She was also an expert archer, so this quiver was very tempting. More than we need. Almond chuckled and took out 2 more quivers. Take these 2. They got better stat perk. Both of them replaced the normal common grade quivers with the new ones. Next items are rings. I got 4 of them, so Alfred can also get one. Almond took out 4 rings before sharing the status of 1. White Poland Charm Ring grade uncommon. Duration 3 days. Perk plus 1 focus plus 3 stamina. Effects charm. Infuse 50 mana in the ring to manifest a snake illusion that has a 10 chance to charm the target, allowing you to command it for 10 seconds. Magic shield. Infuse 50 mana to generate a projectile shield in front of you to defend. High magic defense but low physical defense. Cooldown 1 minute. The first effect is pretty much useless with a 50 chance, Natalia said, but the second one is pretty good. Yeah, high magic defense shield is good, Almond said as he activated the effect. A meter radius big shield appeared 1 meter in front of him. He could move it just with his thought, making him a little surprised. Lily blinked. That's nice. At least we won't need to hold the shield and can instantly activate the ring's effect. Almond gave the ring with the best perk to Natalia and then distributed the others with him, keeping the one with the lowest stat perk Spirit Snake Bite. This one is a one-time use item that can increase any pain felt by twice for 1 minute, and I got only 1. Almond handed it to Lily. Put it in the pouch. We don't need to use it on monsters. True. What's next? Natalia eagerly asked while rubbing her palms. White Dust Carapace Armor. It's big and heavy, so Lily and I won't use it. Alfred and you can use it. Almond gave the armor to Natalia and Alfred before sharing its details. It looks kind of beautiful, even though it's made from that white dust centipede. Natalia grinned. A mage with that armor looks funny, Lily chuckled. White Dust Carapace Armor grade uncommon duration, 3 days defense, plus 100 P death defaff, plus 70 MDef death perk, plus 3 health, plus 1 strength, plus 1 focus. Affects defense up, infuse 50 mana to increase original defense values by 20 for 1 minute. Cooldown 2 minutes. Dust Mist. Infuse 50 mana to release a dusty mist within a 10 radius for 10 seconds, obstructing the vision of everyone. Not bad, Natalia grinned. Looks tough enough and I love the effects. Thank you, Master. Any more? Lily looked at Almond as if asking for more candies. Almond smiled and took out 3 pairs of boots and 2 sabers. Lethal Fong boots and Lethal Fong sabers. These are the last ones. Boots. Nice. Natalia was excited. Weapons were useless to her, but this batch of production was all useful items that everyone could wear and use. Boots sounds nice indeed. Lily smiled. Let's see what they got for us. Almond shared the status of Lethyong boots. Lethyong boots. Great. Uncommon duration 3 days speed plus 10 normally plus 20 in the forest. Perk plus 2 perception effects. Lethal jump passive increases jumping power by 50. Lethal dash active consume 50 mana and dash anywhere within 10 m at a sonic speed but silently. Kinetic power generated in the process is stored in your body, increasing your next physical attack's power by 10 to 20. Cooldown 10 seconds. This one is simply wonderful, Lily was amazed. Indeed, jumping power 50 is big for us, Almond grinned, not to mention the increase in movement speed. I like the boots, but since we only have 3 pairs, give one to Alfred, Natalia said, a bit reluctant. Since he is paired with me and protects me, they would be better off on him. Ow, my baby finally grew up. Lily teased Natalia. Natalia pouted, I am still a baby. Give me your milk, Mama Lily. Oh, I got an idea. Don't use condoms when you make love, so Lily can produce milk eventually and I can drink it then. Almond threw the saber at Alfred, giving him a better sword. This saber had better attack than the spear, and its effect gave it bonus damage on slash-type attacks. I am not going to use this, so put it in the storage, Almond said as he gave the other one to Lily. All right, ignoring Natalia, both of them closed their eyes and started meditating to recover their mana. White King Manicure Boss rank Silver level 10 Vitality, 100 per 100 mana, 1500 stats, physical strength, 150 health, 150 stamina, 150 mental mana, 150 focus, 150 perception, 150. This boss was 5m tall with a quadruped beastly body, a pair of tough draconic wings, a tail like a snake but with a scorpion sting king, and a dreadful head that was a mixture of lion and monkey. It was mostly white with just patterns on the tail, fur, and wings of other colors. All of them were also at level 9, one level lower, so there was a high chance they would get a rare drop. It's powerful. Natalia's teeth chattered as she looked at its stats. Won't we die if we get hit by one of its attacks? Lily chuckled and said, of course not, silly. Well, you won't die because of that armor, but there's a high chance, Almond, and I get fatally injured if we get hit by a solid attack, which won't happen. Almond drew his sword as he walked into the passage that was merely 10m long, with the manicure sleeping right in the plain barren cavern center. Almond stats 7 unassigned points, physical strength, 41 health, 34 stamina, 38 mental, mana 26 plus 39 focus, 31.5 perception, 30.5 Lily. Do you know its attacks turned to Lily as the group entered the passage its tail, and one of the wings to weaken it. I'll get the tail by sneaking up. Lily held her daggers and scrapped their blades against each other as sparks flew, while the daggers' glowed as she activated their effect. Good. I'll ton it first. So aim for the tail and cut it off as soon as you get the chance, which you will know. Ahmed nodded before turning to Natalia. But send your clone first so I can start with a solid attack. I want to cut off one of its wings first, at least to make it less troublesome for us. Roger. Natalia nodded as she used her skill, summoning a clone looking just like her. Alfred, you will enter last with the wolves. Attack it as efficiently as possible. You don't have to worry about injury anyway. Understood. Lily looked further at the back. How do you plan to use the new spirit wraith? Almond smiled. I have an idea. I'll command it with my thoughts, so let's go. It's time to start. Natalia's clone went first, causing the White King, Manicure, to wake up as soon as the clone stepped foot inside. She made her clone use a class skill, Sparkling Dust, that she got from skill option and level up boon. It covered the area around Manicure in a sparkling purple-red dust, lowering its vision and making it see everything double. Growl. Almond saw it was about to attack and dashed inside. Physical enchantment activated in his arms and legs as he consumed 80 mana. The monster's tail was like an invisible wind wave as it struck Natalia's clone in a horizontal sweep. It was seeing two Natalias, so it attacked like that, but Almond had arrived right above it, his sword gleaming as its red blade glinted straight toward one of its huge wings. Gravity repel, lethal dash. Almond's figure vanished as a glowing slash clearly became visible in a straight line, cutting through the Manicure's right wing while also managing to slash its body in the process. Roar 8 Vitality. Lily had turned invisible and entered right after Almond jumped inside. Not yet. Lily didn't attack. This wasn't the chance Almond was talking about. She observed Almond and Manhwaedit waiting. Meanwhile, the enraged Manhwaedit swiped its claw at Almond, who had landed on its right side. Its claw burned with flame in the process, a powerful attack that only those with tank role and defensive skill could block. As such, Almond didn't plan to block it in the first place. He rolled right below Manicure's belly as he drove two fangs into its stomach. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs, the one-time use items of high lethality. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs grade uncommon type one-time use. Attack 50 plus 100 of user strength effect. Poisonous flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison. Once struck to the flesh, he drove both daggers into it, opening a wound and causing the Manicure to jump away from Almond while it roared in pain and anger. It wanted to fly since this cavern had a high ceiling, but Almond had cut off its right wing. Use Nightmare missed. Almond commanded Chimera Viper Fiend, Manhwaker jumped near the cavern entrance, so Chimera Viper Fiend was ready. Chimera Viper Fiend entered and opened its mouth, releasing a dreamy purple sparkling mist and covering a 10 m radius area, aiming to cover the first half of the Manhwaker's body. This was another debuff skill like Natalia's Sparkling Dust. The difference was that Nightmare Mist would enhance the feeling of fear in everyone inside the mist and cause them to look at living beings in a different way, making them resemble things they fear. Manhwaker was debuffed and paired with Toxin Injury. Before the Nightmare Mist effect kicked in, its rage was towards Almond and had already opened its mouth to release a wide-range attack, bursting out a sea of flame in a cone area in front of it, targeting Almond. But unfortunately for the Manhwaker, Almond had Gravity Repel activated with a strong slam on the ground with his hand. Almond flew 10 meters off the ground at once, easily dodging the attack. Meanwhile, Lily was right behind it where its tail was out of the Nightmare Mist range. Her daggers glimmered sharply as she judged this to be the chance and cut off its tail. Its scorpion tail was most lethal because it was very fast, and a single of it could kill any one of them. At the same time, Alfred was also out of its attack range, so he released Flamesword Wave, a skill that synergized Flame Mastery and Sword Wave. This move was also considered slash type due to its shape and attack, so the lethal Fong Saber's passive effect boosted it. Natalia didn't want to be outdone and also attack along with Alfred since she recognized this was the chance, shooting a Bog Slither arrow to the right side of her head from the passage's entrance. Take it. Manticore was ganged up hard as it roared and jumped again. Nightmare Mist's effect had kicked in, so it jumped away from everyone and arrived at the far northwest of the cavern at a corner 50 m away, shaking its head vigorously as its body glowed. It crossed a big distance, Almond muttered, but his eyes glinted as he dug his feet into the ground and grabbed a tiny spear keychain from his belt. Too bad you won't escape from our attacks. Almond's eyes glinted as the spear became big the moment he grabbed it and he aimed at its head. Boom. This spear attack speed wasn't something Manhwaker could react to, even though it was one of the strongest bosses on the first floor. But even though it couldn't react fully to dodge, it could still react, which caused the spear to miss its head by a centimeter. Ammon knew this could happen, so he aimed the spear to its left. Even if it managed to react, the spear still struck its intact left wing. Its vitality dropped 57 with all the attacks so far, but there was no time to waste. They had a total of 1 minute to finish the battle because of the item's effects they had activated, and 30 seconds had passed by. It was time to go all out. Synthesized tank. Chimera Viper transformed as its feet dug into the ground and its upper body bit, its forearms combining into a single barrel. With it became a literal tank. The 4 crystals on its chest actually produced a frontal barrier for it with a central gap for the barrel. It was a tank that could tank damage and attack. Naturally, Manhwaker wasn't waiting. After suffering the spear's attack, it roared strongly and released several blades of dark winds, targeting not just Amand, but Lily, Alfred, and Chimera Viper Fiend. Natalia was still in the passage at a safe distance. But she entered after seeing that attack, ready to release an arrow from her new quiver. She had consumed 100 mana to summon 5 strong 2 arrows costing 20 mana each, so she released them while Almond and Lily successfully dodged the dark wind blades. Alfred also dodged them while Chimera Viper Fiend was struck, its barrier shattering. However, it also released a powerful shot from its barrel, an attack with acid and poison that could combust. Boom. Natalia's first arrow also struck its head, reducing 3 of its vitality. Roar 11 vitality from Chimera's attack. That one shot had consumed all of Chimera Viperfi's remaining mana according to Almond's command, but it was worth it. The blast was big and a perfect cover. Almond and Lily were less than halfway to their mana pool. So Almond injected both of them with Spirit Syringe, recovering to full as they resumed their attack. Lily released her ultimate combo move as the Manhwaker was damaged and blinded due to the blast Chimera Viper Fiend released. Meanwhile, Almond also dashed and attacked, his sword gleaming coldly as he infused 100 mana to empower it. Lily, we must back off quickly after this attack. Chris. Both of their full-powered attacks struck Manhwaker as it could only blindly release its claw attack, which Almond and Lily easily dodged. Alfred released a Flames Word Wave from 10 meters away with all of his remaining mana at the opportunity as well. The Manhwaker was on the verge of death, and that meant it was going to release its strongest attack that could potentially kill them. But Almond wasn't about to let that happen, and that was why he told Lily to back off after their final full-powered attacks. Spirit Explosion X5 was overkilling it since the Manhwaker had 8 of its vitality left, but Almond wanted to make sure it died with this attack. Boom. Congratulations on defeating White King Manhwaker. 10,000 gold coins to each party member. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. You have triggered the level up boon. Everyone, including Alfred, leveled up to silver level 10. Almond and Lily finally triggered their second level up boon after entering silver rank. Natalia had already triggered it when she reached level 9 and got a skill option in it. Chimera Viper Fiend reached silver level 8 from silver level 5 as well. Are we going to be lucky again? Almond muttered, looking at the spot where the boss had died and absorbed its spirit. It had dropped materials for crafting armor and weapons, but that wasn't what everyone was hoping for. As the dust scattered, they finally saw all the drops, including a blue orb. The trio moved in closer to inspect the item. It's an accessory. Almond raised an eyebrow. White King Manacher's necklace grade rare low durability 1000 aura plus 10 elemental resistance to the user. Perk plus 4 health plus 4 mana. Affects magic scales passive reduce magic damage dealt to you by 10. Mana overload active increases your mana by 100. But after 5 minutes, your mana recovery will be sealed for 10 minutes. Flame barrier active conjures a barrier of fire element at the cost of 100 mana. This could sell for millions. Natalia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the necklace. This is indeed the most valuable item we've gotten so far. Almond grinned. Natalia coughed and looked at Lily and Almond. So, who's going to keep it? You can keep it for now, but I'll take it in 3 days since I plan to stay on this floor. Almond said with a faint smile. Yes, why Spirit Devour? Lily asked, annoying look on her face. Exactly, Almond said with a nod. Devouring lower-level monsters' spirits gives fewer stat points. I've reached the maximum level possible on the first floor, so I'm not going to get any stat points from bronze rank monsters anymore. I might also get nothing from other silver level 5 or lower monsters, though I'll have to check that first. But there are other areas like Fairy Mountain. 7 more to be exact, Almond said, his eyes glinting. I'm going to do a Spirit Devour hunt at every place. Natalia muttered, you're going to be so much stronger than others at the same level. Good, then I'll focus on dungeons after leaving. Lily said with a sharp smile, her eyes fiery. Dungeons don't level you up, but the monsters there drop many things and bosses drop stat-boosting items at a low chance. You can grind here while I'll grind in the dungeons. Almond chuckled as he handed the necklace to Natalia. Sounds good. Lily put the materials in her storage ring while Natalia and Almond went to pick up the arrows and spear respectively. What did you get this time? Skill options, Lily asked Almond with a smile. I got a skill option this time. Let me see, Almond said, thinking about the 2 level-up boons he now had. He'd saved the first one since it didn't have a skill option and planned to keep saving it. As for the second, Almond looked at it and couldn't help but grin. I got it. Without hesitation, he selected the skill option. Your skill Spirit Factory SS has been evolved to Spirit Forge Factory SSS. Your skill Spirit Forge Factory SSS requires some conditions to be fulfilled for a complete upgrade. Oh, Almond raised an eyebrow. Let's rest for a bit. I need to focus, he said, then took a seat. Then he activated the Spirit Forge Factory, finding himself in a cyberpunk fantasy-themed hall lit by spiritual torches. It's bigger, Ammon thought as he scanned the room, spotting a large screen that displayed the skill's details and upgrade requirements. A mystical scully maw with a swirling black vortex was centered below the screen. According to the new information Ammon got after the skill was upgraded, he knew the maw was responsible for creating items after eating spirits. What's this? There were more things. To the left and right of the hall were various square slabs displaying item types. Many types of items. Don't tell me. Almond suddenly thought of something, quickly turning to read the information on the screen. I was right. The skill's new effects were crazy. Spirit Forge Factory locked. Rank SSS effects. Use spirits and turn them into various items via Spirit M. It will not display more details regarding crafting when you add spirits into the Spirit Forge. You can now initiate Super Spirit Item Forge, requiring 20 spirits for a single item creation. It will be a guaranteed maximum potentialized item cool, down 1 day. You can select item type slabs to decide which type of items you want to create for each spirit. You can also select slabs and randomize the creation of items based on selected slabs. Currently available item type slabs: weapons, swords, longsword, greatsword, katana, rapier, simmer, broadsword, shortsword, pull sword, daggers, curved dagger, wavabladed dagger, slender dagger, long dagger, spears, lance, javelin, pike, glaive, halberd. Axe, broad axe, double-headed axe, throwing axe, armors, light armors, leather armor, cloth armor, ropes, medium armors, chainmail, studded leather, heavy armors, plate armor, accessories, rings, necklace, bangles, earrings. He then looked at the requirement on the right side of the screen, making his eyes widen in shock. The class can go above SSS rank. This is crazy, he murmured. Since he'd spoken out loud, Lily and Natalia became curious. They knew Almond got a skill option, so it was bound to be crazy given already his high-ranked skills. What happened? I bet your crazy class skill got even crazier. Natalia smirked. Which one got upgraded? Lily blinked, throwing a guess. Don't tell me it's Spirit Factory. If it's that one, how broken is it now? Natalia was dumbfounded. Is it Spirit Factory for real? No. No way. Actually, it is, Almond said with a wry smile, but it's sealed for now. I need to fulfill the requirement to make it activate. He shared the new skill information with them, causing their jaws to drop. This is too op, Natalia muttered. Agreed. Lily nodded, her eyes twinkling. An SSS rank skill. It's got to be this strong. So what's the requirement? Natalia asked. It's going to make me broke for the foreseeable future. Amond, sharing the details. Requirement to unlock the skill and finish the upgrade. 1. Sacrifice 100 rare grade items. 0. Skill unlock and guaranteed rare grade item forge option. 2. Sacrifice 50 super grade items. 50 guaranteed super grade item forge option. 3. Sacrifice 10 epic grade items. 0 out of 10. Guaranteed epic grade item forge option. 4. Sacrifice 5 legendary grade items. 5 guaranteed legendary grade item forge option. 5 sealed, requires the class to reach L rank. Natalia muttered, wait, the class can go beyond SSS rank, too. Lily's eyes sparkled as she read the end. I can eventually craft epic grade and legendary grade items by using the spirits of epic and legendary rank monsters, but that'll require me to go to higher floors, but it'll be better if I unlock the guaranteed option before that. Lily nodded. Yeah, you can start by purchasing cheap rare grade items from artisans outside to unlock the skill. That's the plan. I also want to buy epic grade and legendary grade items to unlock the epic and legendary forge options as early as possible. All in all, I'm going to be broke for a while, but it'll be worth it. I'll help, Lily said, her eyes lighting up as a plan started forming. The thought of them living together made her grin. I think I have a suggestion you'll like. Want to hear it, darling? I also think I'll like it. Let's hear it, Almond said, smiling. So here's the plan. Since I'm going to League of Firefly and you will surely come with me to the same city, I'll arrange for cheaper, rare grade items with the guild's help. We can live together in the new city, Lily grinned. The apartment I chose is big enough for 2 of us. You will come with me, right? I will come, Almond grinned, his eyes hopeful and filled with anticipation about his future. He had no one to call his own for a long time now, and no one to say farewell in this city. Living in academy dorms, he was a completely isolated student. He had spent most of his time with books and gathering information until 9 days when he awakened and started training for Labyrinth, as he was already ready for a new, better future that he wanted to shape for himself. For your information, I am also going with Lily, Natalia said with a smug smile. Oh, Ammon was surprised. But she will be living with her grandparents. Lily smiled as she patted Natalia's head. She can finally go there and live with her family, thanks to you. Natalia sighed, hugged Lily, rubbing her cheeks onto hers. You seem happy about it, so all is well that you well. Anyway, let's start moving now. Well, recover by the time we reach Briarwood Grove. Yeah, let's start moving. Lily nodded. The trio stood up and began walking out of the White Poland's lair leisurely with Alfred at the back and Chimera Viper Fiend at the front. Now I got 3 boss spirits and there are only 2 more big bosses on the Fairy Mountain left, so that makes it 5. Almond smiled. With these 5, I'll put the 15 other spirits in the Spirit Kadaku. That's going to be one of a crazy spirit wraith. Natalia grinned. I am looking forward to it, Lily said, nodding. That said, you are sufficiently powerful to be recruited by top guilds. How about you join League of Firefly with me? I'll talk to my mentor about it, since we are going to live together anyway. Guildhead, I did plan to join one because having a guild could help me, but that was when I had that D-rank support class. Almond's eyes glinted. I shouldn't join a guild. Natalia blinked and asked as she raised her eyebrows. Yo, boss, do you want to create your own guild? No, I have a better idea. Almond smiled. I can't create a guild. You need to be a platinum rank adventurer as the guild master and need at least 5 gold rank adventurers as members to start a guild and register it to GAA. What's your idea? Lily asked, curious. I am planning. The party eventually walked out of the White Poland's lair right as Almond finished talking about his plan. That's a good idea, Haddad. If I am not recruited in the League of Firefly, I'll join your program, Natalia said with a nod, her eyes glinting. That's seriously a good plan. Lily nodded. True. It won't be hard to find people who will ride on that program of yours, especially in the current generation where youths want to become adventurers, but not everyone gets a good start, either with a class or their background. Yeah, the death toll is less than starting, but it's increasing for those who graduated since last year, Almond admitted, his fist clenching. I had the worst category start, but it changed like someone flipped a coin in my favor. If I flip coins for others who had a bad start with my class, specifically the Spirit Forge Factory skill, I can get good soldiers. Lord Almond, Bonsai, Natalia cheered. I am kind of excited since we are friends, but envious of your class, TSK, TSK. Almond lightly laughed in response. Lily and Natalia could feel and clearly agree that it wouldn't be long before Ammon became a solid force of power at the front. I won't be left behind. Lily glanced at Almond as her eyes turned fiery. I'll make sure to keep up with you, darling. All right, time to get muddy again, Almond said as they arrived at the swamp wall. If only it was just mud, Natalia gagged. It's disgusting and smells, too. Yeah, it's a mix of mud and some aquatic plant growth that turned into a natural chemical of some sort, creating this green-blue swamp. Lily Riley smiled. Well, get out faster this time. Almond smiled and commanded Chimera Archfiend. Alfred, you go and take Chimera with you. Once you are out on the surface, hook your one snake hand at the edge to remain above and stretch your three snake hands to here to pull us. Chimera Viper's forearms could stretch up to 20 m, and the distance from here to the surface was merely 13 m according to Almond's command. Both Alfred and Chimera went up first before three snake arms entered the passage after a minute. Almond, Lily, and Natalia grabbed an arm each before Chimera pulled them up as they swiftly tore through the mud pond and emerged. After cleaning themselves again with the 1-ton water pouch, the party started moving towards Briarwood Growth. They arrived there after an hour and there were monsters on the way. Almond killed 2 new varieties of wandering monsters of the mountain, but they were silver level 4 and 5 respectively. Time to test Spirit Devour. You have devoured silver level 4 blue flame deer spirit. You have gained 0 stat points. Although he expected that, he still felt a bit disappointed. Next try. You have devoured silver level 5 green flame stag. You have gained 0 stat points. It seems you didn't get any from either, Lily said as she saw Almond's expression. Yeah, geez, I want to see if I'll get from level 6 and further. Briarwood Grove has monsters from levels 5 to 7, and there are no boss-type monsters there like the previous 3 general areas. If I don't get stats from level 6 or level 7 monsters there, then we'll rush through it and go to Frostbite Cliffs. Almond opened his magic parchment and zoomed towards Frostbite Cliffs. Fairy Mountain Major Location 1, Nest of Willow Bees Bronze Rank Level 7102, Cavern of Glass Blaze Bears Silver Rank Level 133, The Shimmering Fin Rank Level 354, Briarwood Grove Silver Rank Level 57, 5. Frostbite Cliff Silver Rank Level 7 to 10, Secret Areas on the Mountain, White Poland's Lair Silver Rank Level 1 to 10, Field Bosses on the Mountain, Blade Manny's Bronze Rank Level 10, Maddening Silver Rank Level 5, Wandering Fairy Silver Rank Level 10. Here there's a hidden boss in the Frostbite Cliffs. It's been exposed for years, but due to the difficulty of getting there because of the risk of falling off to death, not many parties try to go there, Almond said with a ferocious grin. We'll hunt it, that's a must. Of course, that hidden boss drops a random skill from rank D to a rank with a 100 guarantee. Lily grinned back. With our party, we can defeat it easily. There's a boss like that. Natalia was startled. Yep, but people actually die before getting to the boss. That's why it is a famous death trap. Usually only high-ranking adventurers go there. Even if they are suppressed to silver level 5 stats of their past self, their skills are not. So with some good skills help, they can reach there. We can reach there, all thanks to Chimera Viper Fiend Almondrint. And the boss is not even as hard as White King Manor. Yep, and we have arrived. Lily observed ahead. Briarwood Grove stretched before them, dotted with yellow flowers covered in sharp spikes and trees bearing large prickly yellow fruits that dangled from high branches. Briarwood Grove, silver level 57 area, a once beautiful grove now overgrown with dangerous magical thorny flora and fauna inhabited by thorn walkers, sentient plant humanoid-like creatures along with briarweb spiders and gloombria shrooms that use the thorny landscape to their advantage. The grove pulses with corrupted energy, creating a hostile environment. Key features: dense, twisting thorny bushes, dark energy pulses, and overgrown ruins. Monsters: Thornwalker, silver, level 5 to 7. Briarweb spiders, silver, level 5 to 7. Gloom Bristol shrooms, silver, level 5 to 7. The party entered the creepy forest full of thorns. Fortunately, not all thorns were poisonous, but the monsters here were most poisonous. The party entered with Chimera Viper Fiend clearing the way with this tanky guy. No traps, thorns, or poison could block their path. Being resistant to poisons and even able to absorb them, Chimera Viper Fiend was a bane of monsters in this area. It wasn't long before they killed their first batch of monsters numbering 6. You have devoured silver level 6 Thornwalker Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. Oh, Almond's eyes twinkled, so it works on silver level 6 monster spirits. It's only half a stat point, so I suppose I won't get more. But there was no harm in trying since he didn't lack spirits. You have devoured silver level 7 Thornwalker Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. All right, I guess that's how it works. I'm sure to gain more stats from level 8 since I know that for sure. But I guess any lower and I'll only get half a stat point per type of monster at levels 6 and 7. That's 1 stat point, so it's still worth it. All right, I'm done. let's continue. The party continued as it went deeper into the forest, but instead of going roundabout like in the Shimmering Fin, they followed the map to take the shortest route to get out so they could reach the Frostbite Cliffs before the evening. After all, there was no need for excessive farming here since they had already reached the maximum level possible on the first floor. Thanks to farming in the hidden area, White Poland's lair, Ammon started using some spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair to make space for monster spirits of Briarwood Grove. He increased his stat points, even if it was only one stat point per type of monster. Here, you have devoured a level 6 Gloom Blister Shroom Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 perception. You have devoured a level 7 Gloom Blister Shroom Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 mana. You have devoured a level 6 Briar Web Spider Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 focus. You have devoured a level 7 Briar Web Spider Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. An hour later, the group successfully left the Briarwood Grove. There was a distance of a bit over 1 kilometer until they reached the Frostbite Cliff area at the top of the mountain. But before that, they had to kill the Wandering Fairy Silver level 10 boss-type monster. A mage-like monster that used whatever area she was to her advantage using her nature magic, evolving nearby plants and guiding wandering monsters to her command, along with using direct nature magic skills, was her specialty. She could very well be the toughest boss monster to defeat if one was unlucky. But that also meant that if a party used their brains and isolated her properly in a small area, she could be easy to defeat because she wasn't that tough. Unfortunately for Wandering Fury of this period, Ammon and the gang were her worst enemies due to having 2 talented attackers with high-rank skills and 3 more with much versatility along with a bunch of items. After the party found Wandering Fairy, they didn't attack directly, but waited for her to wander toward a relatively barren area with more stones and less greenery due to the rocky terrain. It took over 40 minutes of stalking the fairy, but they had time to waste, so they leisurely stalked the monster until it wandered to a disadvantageous area. The rest was easy. The battle started with Chimera Viper's Nightmare Mist skill, causing the wandering fairy to flinch and cower. If she had seen anyone, then it would have taken time, and she could have used a skill before Nightmare Mist took effect. But by getting stuck with Nightmare Mist first out of nowhere, the effect was quick. And looking at Almond, Lily, Natalia, and Alfred caused her to cower slightly, prompting her to escape first instead of attacking. But how could she escape? Almond and Lily were swift in their attacks. Lily shot a Bog Slither arrow while Natalia used her debuff skill, Sparkling Dust. The arrow quickly caused vines to produce as it ensnared the wandering fairy, ensuring that Sparkling Dust took effect. Half a second later, Almond arrived with a super fast dash. Aided by Gravity Repel, the cold blade of his sword targeting Wandering Fair's neck. But this wasn't a boss monster that died just by getting beheaded. It was a boss monster with some tricks. Her fallen head produced vine-like threads that rooted on the rocky ground, causing the ground to before a golem formed. Viper Fang shot. Chimera Viper Fiend blasted 4 orbs with snake head designs with open mouths and gleaming fangs ready to bite from its snake-like arms hands. Alfred unleashed an icicle spear shot at the golem's lower body, making it freeze on the ground and immobilize it. Natalia and Lily attacked its original body since it was also capable of using skills, while Almond unleashed a devastating full-powered sword attack on the golem with the fair's head. There was a striking weakness to both after this transformation, which was why Almond aimed to behead her. For the golem's body, it was a core right below the head, tucked inside a rock safely. For the headless original body that made a makeshift head with leaves and vines, it was the hard area. Lily threw a dagger and stabbed one into her heart while Natalia used light pebbles to destroy her wings, preventing her from flying. Meanwhile, Almond's sword squarely pierced through the rocky throat and destroyed the core. Congratulations, you have defeated the field boss Wandering Fairy. 10,000 gold coins to each party member. Let's see if it dropped a rare grade. Natalia grinned. Nope, I don't see it, Almond said as he looked at drops on both spots. There were a total of 5 materials, but no item drop of rare or uncommon grade. Lily was about to say something, but her pupils suddenly shrank and she turned around, her daggers in a crisscross position before her. Almond also turned as he heard some sound and saw a group of 10 people. You killed Wandering Fairy. 10 people, all in their late teens. It was clear they were students of another city's academy, different from the group they had encountered in Glass Blaze Cavern. Yeah, we killed it. Almond walked and stood beside Lily with Alfred and Chimera Viper Fiend at their sides. Behind them was just a rocky terrain wall and to the sides open. Natalia stayed at the back as she stayed on the lookout. What's that monster? Must be a summon. That looks a bit familiar. I mean, not exactly, but it looks like a mixture of monsters. Now that you say it, doesn't that armor and those snake arms look a bit familiar, but it's as if they got some new design. The group started talking in magic whisper. It was clear from their lips moving. The group's leader seemed to be a fair brown boy with a rather calm expression and silky short red hair. After Almond spoke, there wasn't any response for 3 seconds until the red-haired young man said with a nod, "Sorry for disturbing you. We just heard some big sounds, so we came here to take a look. No problem, you can go now." Lily nodded, her face deadpan behind her mask. "There's nothing here." The red-haired young man nodded before turning around. "Let's go, y'all. Bro, we could totally get those materials if we ask." "Yeah, Kyler." Wandering Fairies drops can be used to craft a mage-type weapon, either a wand or a staff with some good effects and affinity with nature magic. Dolly here has nature-type skills. "Shut up," Kyler snorted. "Do you think they will give up on their items just because we are high on number learned to read the room?" Kyler is right. A blue-haired girl, Sophie, rimmed up her glasses with her finger and said none of them were even the slightest injured even while fighting the Wandering Fairy. Their clothes were also fine. The damage in the surroundings indicates that the fairy couldn't do much because they had a very strong attacking style. They also had a lot more items on each of them. It was an unusual party. They are strong and higher level than us. Kyler narrowed his eyes, especially those two who were at the front. Their vibes were dangerous. "Jiz, I don't know how you can sense those vibes but got to trust you on that since we've come this far thanks to you, Kyler. But wait, we are all at silver level 7 after farming for hours in Briarwood Grove, and we didn't even see them there." "How are they higher level than us? They must have farmed at a hidden location," Sophie answered. "That's the only answer. Also, they were the first to clear the shimmering fun. I remember seeing them at the camping area there. To be honest, I didn't get a clear picture like Kyler, but yeah, those two looked bad news to me too. We'll meet them again soon." Kyler said they should be planning to camp at Snow Rock Plateau as well. It's evening, so people would gather there. "Are we also going there already?" "Yeah, we'll rest now. I'm also hungry, so y'all better cook something good." After storing Wandering Fair's materials and its spirit, the group stayed there to recover for a bit before walking towards the Snow Rock Plateau for camping. They were the fourth to arrive there and easily got a good spot for the camping. Snow Rock Plateau was just half a kilometer away from the border of Frostbite Cliffs, located in the east of the upper part of the mountain. Most people camping here would go to the Frostbite Cliffs after resting to kill monsters there. The monsters there were the strongest in terms of troublesomeness and power, but their numbers were high, and it was a good spot to farm to reach silver level 10. Ammon put away Chimera Viper Fiend in the spirit pocket to see how the storing worked since he obviously couldn't go around with spirit wraiths after he left the labyrinth. Fortunately, the slots to put spirit wraith were different, and from that, it appeared that he could keep 10 spirit wraiths stored. But since it didn't take up a slot after he summoned them outside, it was safe to assume that there was no particular limit on the number of spirit wraiths he could have. Lily and Natalia took a bath first, and then Almond went inside to freshen up while those two started preparing for dinner. After he finished bathing, Almond lay on the bed inside and opened Spirit Kataku. It was time to create a new spirit wraith: 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit, 3x White Dust Centipede, 3x Lethal Fong Rabbit, 3x White Reaper Beetle, 3x Chilling Spark Panther, 3x Saber Snout Hog, 2x Thorn Walker. That's 20. Ammon was about to activate it, but he looked at the list and something clicked in him. No, wait. If possible, he wanted a slightly more humanoid spirit wraith than Chimera Viper Fiend. Next, among the types of spirits he had, the only humanoid-type monster was Thorn Walker. Chilling Spark Panther is not needed since I already added White Poland Tiger. Both are kind of similar, but just different skill sets. Rabbit for agility, Beetle for toughness and wings, Centipede for poison and toughness, Saber Snout had a sword at its snout. This could be interesting. He adjusted the spirits to add inside 5x Thorwalker, 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit, 3x Lethal Fong Rabbit, 3x Saberhawk, 2x White Dust Centipede, 2x White Reaper Beetle, 2x Briar Web Spider. Yep, this looks good and hopefully it will make for an interesting spirit wraith. Ammon grinned and activated Spirit Kadaku with these 20 spirits. Almond got up and was about to go out when he suddenly heard some sounds along with a clear voice. "Hey, beautiful ladies, it looks like you'd love a company. Haha, how about we have dinner together?" Almond raised his eyebrows, his hands slightly shaking. Noticing it, he stopped right before the exit. Am I expecting a drama and getting excited about it? Don't tell me. Almond gulped, his fist clenching. "I want to kill people." Am I hoping for a conflict that would result in us killing them to get human spirits? It wasn't like the thought and desire to add human spirit in the spirit Kadaku didn't cross his mind, but he didn't want to kill people for it unless they want to kill us. Amen's eyes glinted. Ammon stepped out and saw 4 young men in their late teens along with a man in his mid-20s. There was also when Natalia was shooing them, waving the vegetable knife at them. "Go away, we are busy." Leave, Lily said, looking at them with a deadpan expression. Whoa, chill, chill. We were just asking, and it seems you are not alone. One of them spoke upon seeing Amen coming out. Haha, what luck you got, friend, living with two beauties. Almond looked at them, feeling something amiss in their smiling and friendly face. But he didn't want to sound sour given their friendly tone. Yeah, I guess I'm lucky. Almond smiled. Anyway, if you'll excuse us now, we could focus on our things. Yeah, enjoy. We might run to each other again. Friend, see you ladies. The group left laughing and smiling, but with a sinister air that Almond could strangely feel. Bunch of trash. Lily muttered and continued peeling the potatoes. Did you feel it too? Almond asked as he sat beside her and started helping. What did you feel? Natalia glanced at Almond while cutting the potatoes. I just feel like they have some ulterior motive. Almond frowned. I did feel their bad intentions. Lily nodded, her eyes icy. My phantom sixth sense could feel it. Amit narrowed his eyes. The way that guy spoke at the end about seeing each other again. It seems they won't leave us alone. What? Natalia muttered. So are they like that? Zoran, not different from him for sure. Lily said as she coldly glanced in their direction. They won't make a move here with many groups, which means they will likely follow us or find us in the Frostbite Cliffs area. Almond said as he cracked his finger. We should prepare to bury them there if they have some plans for us. If they have any weird ideas, then well, strike first if they run into us again. Lily sharply said as her hands blurred, cutting the potato she peeled into dices. What are we making? Almond asked as he looked at the veggies and meat. Tortilla, meat wrap, and fried leaf meatballs. Natalia grinned. My original recipe. Just make sure we don't get diarrhea. Almond chuckled. Lily laughed while Natalia snorted and replied. Fine, you can make your own dish. Come on, I was just joking. Do you thought I would say that? Almond grinned and rolled up his sleeves. Well, make something according to my recipes today. Living alone for so long has its merits, you know. After having a good meal, Almond kept Chimera, Viper Fiend, and Alfred, who summoned wolves to be on the lookout while they leisurely fell asleep without worry. If anyone approached them or something happened, the spirit wraiths could quickly wake up Ammond. Naturally, the spirit race that stood guard around their tent attracted the attention of everyone. Many of them were the ones who had seen Alfred already at the camping area at the Shimmering Fin. But seeing an eldritch monster in the addition this time, the people couldn't help but wonder about them. There were also groups who had entered the first floor for the second time. Some people wouldn't level up that high on their first try. And once the first 3 days passed, some of them wouldn't enter the first floor of the labyrinth during this month because the danger would have increased. The group that approached Lily and Natalia while they were preparing the meal was one such group. The 4 18-year-old young men had entered the labyrinth's first floor a month ago, but only reached silver level 5 or 6 before leaving, and the reason they didn't progress all the way was nasty and criminal. During their first run, they had a taste of the debauchery they could do and had their first kill as well. It was none other than the 2 girls they brought with them to their party. These 4 had fun with those girls for 2 days at the Valley of Shadow Song, a big area just like Fairy Mountain, since they were closed to that area when they arrived on the first floor the previous time. They also didn't have a night at that time, as they hadn't entered a guild yet. But after entering the guild, they waited a month before entering the labyrinth again. This time they had a knight with them sent by the guild to observe their performance. As the moon shone in the sky, the knight went to sleep in the tent, while the 4 youngsters sat around the fire camp, talking with each other using magic whisper. What's the plan? Guys, do we tell that knight about it? That guy seems upright and all. What if he disagrees? I'm telling you guys, we are doing this. One of them licked his lips with a crazed expression as he remembered the experience a month ago. Don't tell me you all didn't enjoy that. I mean, who they can catch us here, we going to get those 2 for sure. But the topic, how do we go about at it? And what about the knight? I have an idea. Everyone looked at the dark-skinned guy with a military cut in the group, their ears perking. First, we'll leave once those girls leave. We have to follow them, and we have a good skill for it, thanks to Jason's eagle-eyed skill. He can look at them from afar. Everyone nodded before a blonde-haired guy called Rodri asked, Good. What about the knight? Isaac, once we arrive at a relatively isolated place in the Frostbite Cliff somewhere, I'll ask the knight about the main question. Isaac grinned. You'll stay in his blind spot and look at my hand. I'll ask him what does he think about capturing those 2 and having fun in our last day here. If he expresses displeasure and tries to lecture us, I'll show my first. Isaac's eyes glended. At that sign, you 3 will attack him at once. He needs to die or he will kill us if we fight. Not all, but some of us might die in the fight, even if he is lower level since he got better skills than us. That's a good idea. All right, let's go to sleep now, but in turns we got to keep an eye on that tent. We'll take a turn of 1 and 12 hours each. I'll keep on the lookout first. A slim and tall guy with long brown hair said, You wish, Loke, I worked hardest today, so I'll look out first and then have a long, sweet sleep. No, Jason, we are doing rock, paper, scissors for this. First and last slot is best. All right. No getting sour over the results, fellas, Rodri said, grinning. Let's start. Almond, Lily, and Natalia fell asleep by the time the clock hit 8:30 p.m. while most of the parties were also sleeping by 9:00. There was no disturbance of any sort during the night. So when Almond's eyes opened, it was already 4:00 in the morning. 7 hours of sleep and he would automatically wake up. Get up, I want to take a dump. Almond got up and lightly kicked their legs as they woke up. Be quick, Matala said as she went out, followed by Lily. By the time the clock hit 4:30, the group had packed up and began walking. A few others were also packing up, one of which was the group of 4 little who were courting death. Frostbite Cliffs Silver Level 7 to 10 area. The Frostbite Cliffs rise high on Fairy Mountain, where the air is thin, biting cold, and perpetually dusted with swirling snow. This frigid expanse is covered in sheets of ice and jagged cliffs, providing the most challenging area for the adventurers to tread. The cliffs have an ethereal glow from the frost crystals that shimmer under any available light, and the sky above is often obscured by thick rolling clouds, occasionally broken by flashes of lightning that illuminate the mountain peaks. Key features: ice-covered terrains, frigid winds, perilous ledges and caverns, frequent avalanches. Monsters: Ice Golem Silver Level 7 to 10, Snowspine Leopard Silver Level 7 to 10, Stormling Butterflies Silver Level 7 to 10. Frost Feather Harpy Silver Level 10 Hidden Boss. The party moved towards the northeast direction in the Frostbite Cliffs. Down the cliff, there was a wide yet slippery icy ledge with a cavern's entrance inside where the hidden boss lay. It was extremely dangerous to reach there because a slight mistake would result in a fall amidst biting cold and strong winds straight to death, but it was at the very end of the northeast, so there was still a considerable distance to cross. After an hour of roaming and hunting leisurely, Almond had devoured all 3 kinds of monsters of all levels, gaining more stat points. With his current capabilities, he could literally one-shot any monster with a single sword move. And while Lily could also do that, she would need more energy overall to do that, while Almond could do that with relative ease. All in all, Almond devoured many spirits and gained another surge in stats. Ice Golems Level 7, 0.5 health. Level 8, +1 stamina. Level 9, +1 strength, +1 perception. Level 10, +2 focus, +1 health. Snowspine Leopard Level 7, +0.5 mana. Level 8, +1 health. Level 9, +1 strength, +1 stamina. Level 10, +2 health, +1 perception. Stormwing Butterfly Level 7, +0.5 mana. Level 8, +1 focus. Level 9, +1.5 health, +1 perception. Level 10, +2 mana, +1 stamina. In total, he gains stat points equivalent to leveling up 6 times, plus 1.5 stat points. Almond Adventure Rank Silver Level 1042 Class Spirit Dealer SS Vitality 100 mana 750,750 stats 10 unassigned points Physical Strength 43 Health 41 Stamina 41 Mental Mana 30 plus 45 Focus 35 Perception 34. He couldn't wait to reach 50 in Focus and Perception. Since it was within his sight, the main advantage of reaching 50 in those 2 stats was a significantly deeper view into the skills, not to mention the ability to pinpoint chakra points in one's body that could open a new world of techniques. One could even find out what stats affected their skill and gain insight into their skills, allowing one to fiddle with skill executions and modifications upon comprehending the skill. While the party continued moving on the relatively flat snowy ground with a low amount of trees, 70 behind them was a group following them. Guys, those 3 are quite powerful, not to mention their summons. If Big Brother John wasn't with us, we would have had to cancel our plan, Jason said with a grin. The knight with the name John heard that and lightly chuckled, nobody noticing a glint passing through his eyes. Did you find out who is the master of those summons? Isaac asked. Yeah, it's that dude. We got to take him out first, so his summons will probably vanish. How are we going to do this? Brother John has more skills. We can make a plan based on that. Good idea. It's better if we can ambush them, but they are moving fast. We have to go around them faster while skipping monster hunting to ambush them. That's actually better. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, I can't wait, brothers. Let's go. They are going in the same direction since the start, so that makes it easier for us. Haha, Jason led the group in a detour after seeing the general direction in which Amond and others were going. 20 minutes later, they were just 60 away from Almond and others to their left behind a boulder. Let's start, John the Knight said as he narrowed his eyes. Let me repeat the plan. Jason will stand here, ready to use his class skill, Meteor Arrow after Isaac and Rodri, make a dash towards them with my buff, and use their attack type skills. Their aim will be that dude. Look, since you have a mage class with offense and defense skills, I want you to act according to the situation after Isaac and Rodri's attacks, John said with a serious expression. Observe and make a decision. Got it, Brother John, all right. John was ready with his mace and shield, a cold glint passing through his eyes. He used his class skill, Warrior's Blessing, to buff Isaac and Rodri's strength by 30. Isaac had 2 daggers in his hands, while Rodri had a long sword. Both of them were ready and immediately made a dash. Let's do this. The party was walking leisurely, unaffected by the biting wind and snowfall. To their left, the number of trees was high, making for a good obstacle division. Isaac and Rodri moved at full speed through the woods with their weapons and skills ready to unleash. When they were halfway, they saw an arrow streaking above them, going straight for Almond. Wait, isn't this a bit soon? Rodri thought, feeling that Jason shot that arrow early. They were looking at Almond as they continued. Something shocking happened in front of their eyes. They saw Almond turning towards the arrow while his hand moved in a way their eyes couldn't even follow. They only saw a clashing spark as his sword struck the arrow, deflecting it as it exploded a meter above him. Getting covered in smoke, Almond felt his ears ringing as he was injured, but not much, his vitality dropping by only 11 as he bled from his ears. But the effects of the arrow still affected him as the concussion from the blast made his vision shaky with a headache. Those rats. Almond stabilized himself. Meanwhile, Alfred and Lily reacted instantaneously as they spotted Isaac and Rodri before they could launch their attacks at Almond. What the he released that arrow early. We ain't even in the attack range yet, Jason. Isaac cursed, but there was no going back. Meanwhile, Jason's lips trembled. Brother John, you told me to release the arrow, but wasn't that a bit too early? Argue. Jason suddenly heard a scream from behind and saw John's mace stuck inside Loke's chest at his heart. Yeah, it was early. Not that it would make a difference, John said, his eyes flickering with magic as he looked at the Isaac and Rodri. Those 2 idiots are not a match against them anyway. Jason felt his heart turning cold, his eyes trembling. He suddenly aimed his bow at John, but only saw John's body covered in a bronze glow before crashing onto him, feeling his entire body in shambles before he puked blood. You pieces of trash. I only agreed to your plan because I knew what you planned to do if I disagreed, and I also wanted to make sure you died here. John spat on Jason before crushing his head with his glowing foot as he used physical enchant. Splat. John looked at Isaac and Rodri, but saw that they couldn't even hold a candle against their opponents. Rodri immediately lost his head a few seconds into the battle, as Lily beheaded from behind while Alfred simply overpowered Isaac, unerring him by cutting his arm from his elbow and then cutting him into 2 with the flame-coated simmer. Almond had already injected himself with a spirit syringe and walked towards Lily and Alfred. These really courted death. Natalia made a disgusted face as she looked at the dead bodies. Amen captured their spirits and looked ahead. There's more, Lily said. The one who shot the arrow. Let's go. Almond used physical enchant and made a dash towards them at full speed, but it wasn't long before he saw a man standing with both of his hands raised high. Lily raised her eyebrows in surprise as she saw 2 dead people nearby. Did you kill them? Yeah. John nodded, his hands still high. Natalia, Alfred, and Chimera also arrived there, staying behind Almond and Lily to be on the lookout. Almond captured the 2 more human spirits. Weren't you this group's knight? Almond asked, confused. I was here as an observer since they joined my guild. John nodded, but they turned out to be pieces of trash. Little wanted to do that again and even told me about it. Lily and Almond understood the gist, so you pretended to agree with them. Lily's eyes flashed. These were going to kill me if I didn't agree. John coldly smiled. But these cocky little idiots forgot that I've been an adventurer for 5 years. Well, thanks, I guess, Almond said. You can put down your hands now. John Alacastaster. I live in Desmod City and am vice president of the Death Angel Guild. John said as he put his hands down and smiled. Pleased to make your acquaintance, promising adventurers. I'll get going now. Come find me if you want some help in Desmod City. John left without waiting, dashing away with silent steps on the snow. He serves these right. Natalia sneered. They got what they deserved. And I got some human spirits. Almond's eyes glinted as he looked at the dead bodies. I'll make good use of them. The party continued moving towards their destination and encountered 2 more monster groups. Almond refilled his spirit syringe stock during the battle. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the edge, overlooking a vast and exotic territory ahead. Fallen Monastery Town is 10 km away below that patch of dark clouds, Ammon said as he looked at dark clouds far away. I'll go there to hunt after finishing here. That aside, this is scary, Natalia said as she looked at the steep cliff, quickly moving back after taking a look. Fortunately, the ground here is solid since the snow isn't gathering here much, Lily said as she looked around the ground before turning to the edge. Which one of those 3 ledges are we looking to land on? The middle one to our right. This won't be hard with Viper Fiend's help. Almond smiled. Let's go. Let me go first, Lily said as she crisscrossed her daggers. I can also stab the daggers into the ice and get hold. All right, be careful, Natalia bit her lips. Don't fall to death or I won't have a chance to drink Mama Lily's milk. Lily rolled her eyes. Get ready, Almond said before he commanded Viper Fiend. Shortly, Lily's waist was wrapped by the Viper Fiend's arm. Afterward, she jumped off the cliff without hesitation, nearly causing Natalia's heart to leap. Gosh, this girl is too much. Lily maneuvered in the air as she turned around and swung towards the wall with momentum, stabbing the daggers into the wall as she stopped and started moving towards the ledger. Almond chuckled and commanded Viper Fiend to do the same to him before he also jumped off. I think I'm good here. And anyway, you two and Alfred can kill the boss yourselves, Natalia shouted while standing at the edge, but suddenly her feet slipped and she fell forward as her horrified scream rang out. Fortunately, Viper Fiend had enough intelligence to react to save an ally as his third arm stretched and quickly wrapped around Natalia's waist. She crashed into the wall before as her tears and snot ran out. My life. Almond and Lily were already at the ledger as they successfully landed and saw Natalia dangling with tearful eyes and frozen snot as biting wind struck her, causing their lips to twitch as they held back laughter. Well, you're already here, so you might as well join us, Almond said with a laugh before he commanded his summon. Vipe Fiend, move her to our side a bit and don't stand at the edge or you might slip too. Come, baby, Mama will lend you a hand. Lily chuckled as she stretched her hand. After everyone arrived at the cave, they entered and walked through the passage for 50 m before arriving at an icy cavern. At the center was a 10 m tall harpy with her frosty wings curled up around her. The moment they exited the passage and entered the cavern, Frost Feather Harpy woke up and screeched sharply as ice pillars produced around her and she flew up. You know the plan. This will be our quickest boss fight. Almond grinned. Let's start. Viper Fiend, Alfred, and Almond went first, attracting her attention. Viper Fendi and Alfred unleashed their long-range skill attacks while Almond waited as he took a potion at far left, his eyes on the monster. Natalia and Lily also took up a crossbow and bow, respectively, shooting arrows. Lily also used her newly acquired class skill during this Phantom Moon's Edge. Phantom Moon's Edge effect 1 grants 100 boost and 50 damage boost to any attack, 50 mana cost. Effect 2, disintegrate a weapon-type item and convert its entire potential into a single highly penetrative projectile attack of any shape you desire. 100 mana cost. The higher the mana consumption when using this, the higher the potential boost. Lily fired 2 arrows instead of 1, both being produced from the magic quiver. She used both effects of her new skills, enhancing one arrow with first effect and using second effect on the second arrow as it disintegrated and shaped into a vertical slash of hazy white light, slicing off Harpy's right wing before her wing was sliced off. Harpy had attacked Alfred and Viper Fiend with ice shards, but that was the only attack she could make before everyone's attack struck her. Including Almond's ultimate attack, Spirit Explosions x20, 10 in front of her, 10 behind her. Boom, the stacked explosions of 20 spirits were destructive to say the least, not to mention that 7 of them burst out in special effects. The Harpy was immediately frozen and attacked with unique ice-type attacks and poison attacks as Almond had used 10 spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair and the other 10 from Frostbite Cliff's area. This is crazy, Natalia muttered. Isn't that too op, Lily? It is. Lily nodded. It doesn't cost mana, so he can stack 100 spirits. Imagine the damage from those. Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, Frost Feather Harpy. Everyone in the party is rewarded 10,000 gold coins and 1 random skill generation which you can access in your status. Good luck. The battle was over and everyone reached the peak of level 10. Their level of progress stopped at 1099. The only way to reach level 11 would be when they entered the second floor of the labyrinth and killed their first level 11 monster. No rare drops, but we got nice materials. Almond said as he looked at the drops. Money, Natalia grinned. Thinking of something, she blinked and asked Almond, Wait, you don't want to craft items with materials, right? No, I don't need it because I have a factory. Almond laughed. Well, sell them. Yay. The materials sell for a good price while commissioning to craft an item will instead cost us. Natalia was happy with the decision, and Lily doesn't want gold coins from them, so it's only for us to split. Really, Almond turned to Lily. Yep, you two keep the gold coins from selling things. I'm getting a big salary on gold coins from the guild on top of 50 of whatever I'll earn myself from their dungeons. Since dungeon doors randomly appeared all over the world, their ownership became territorial. Big guilds had larger territories under their name, so they had access to more dungeons. GAA and Earth Union had the highest territory as they were a kind of new joint government of the world. So they had access to a lot of dungeons whose access they provided to smaller guilds and their own adventurers. That's a nice deal, but I guess you'll become an adventurer celebrity with that and all the stuff that comes with it. Almond wryly smiled. Yeah, we'll have to participate in some events and competitions and other stuff you see in media, but Lily shrugged before she put her arms around his shoulder and grinned. I want you in my life from now on, so well, I am happy. So you were waiting for someone to make your life interesting. Almond smiled as his hands went around her waist, but both of them suddenly remembered something and glanced at Natalia. Natalia clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. Fine, you can kiss this time. Party sat down in the cavern, ready to unveil their most important reward, random skill generation. At the end of their profile status was a new tab, Random Skill Generation, DTA, time to use my good luck spell. Zula Arsaka Voodoo Zing Bing. Natalia spluttered gibberish with her eyes rolling upward, causing Almond and Lily to be speechless. Come to me, a rank skill. Natalia pressed the tab as a notification rang. What did you get? Lily asked. That was some advanced spell for sure. It might have worked, Almond snickered. Natalia appeared blank as she read the notification. Silence ensured as Lily and Almond looked at each other after not getting any response for 2 seconds. Almond was interrupted by Natalia's shriek as she raised her arms with an excited expression. Let's go. Call me Divine Witch Natalia from now on. It's just an A-rank skill. Almond wryly smiled. Well, you're wrong. Natalia's smile had stretched from ear to ear as she shared the notification. Congratulations. You have triggered a lucky break, acquiring an S-rank skill, Arcane Bastion from the Random Skill Generation. S-rank. Lily was taken aback. Almond was dumbfounded. Divine Witch Natalia. All right. What does it do? Lily curiously asked. Natalia shared the skill status with a grin. It's awesome. Arcane Bastion skill rank S effect conjures a tower shield in front of you, capable of absorbing damage and generating Bastion aura based on damage it absorbed. Bastion aura. You can use Bastion aura to boost an attack or heal. Bastion aura limit is based on the amount of mana consumed when using the skill. Cost 100 mana. That's truly a good skill. Almond raised his eyebrows. Suppose you consume 300 mana on this skill to defend against a powerful attack, storing a high amount of Bastion aura, and then use your remaining 100 mana to use Action Mirage skill, copying an attack and boosting it with Bastion aura to increase its power. Ho ho, nice idea. This skill can come in clutch in that style. Natalia grinned. Lucky Lily Riley smiled. Let's see, what do we get? Almond, I ain't using my spell for you too. Natalia snorted. Yeah, Almond rolled his eyes, pressing on the button with his thought. The tab Random Skill Generation disappeared and a notification rang. Congratulations, you have acquired OB-rank skill, Lightning Lash. Lightning Lash skill rank B effect lashes at an enemy within 10 meters of yourself with a lightning whip from either of your hands. Has a chance to shock the target if the target takes damage from the skill properly. Shock ailment was different from paralyzing. Shock could weaken the enemy, slowing down their action and responses. Lightning-attributed attacks could also cause paralyzing. But this skill couldn't do it given how it was structured according to the effect. Well, not bad. Once I hit 50 in focus and perception, I might be able to improve it. Almond truly couldn't wait to explore the world of magic and learn how the skills were created. What did you get? Lily asked before adding with a downcast smile. I got a measly D-rank skill, Water Palm. It wasn't that bad for me, but nothing impressive, Almond said as he shared his skill with the duo. Anyway, once we reach 50 points in focus and perception, we might be able to improvise these skills. So all skills are welcome. True, Lily nodded while looking at her status in the quest section. Well, it's time to start with our final ordeal here. Yes, Natalia said as she remembered it, her expression turning somber. You two got to help me. All right, I heard discussing such stuff can give us ideas. That's not wrong, Almond faintly smiled. All right, let's settle your skill first. I already have an idea of mine, which I will expand my way. Same, Lily said before adding with a chuckle. Let's fill up Nat's empty brain first. Hey, after discussing for 10 minutes, so I have to imagine an orchestra of different instruments, all releasing different kinds of powers, giving buffs and debuffs. Natalia muttered. Lily and Alma nodded. Natalia's class name was K-Abound Serenader. Imagining a mystical array of instruments with all-around effects in combat seemed suitable to the name. To give it more substance, Almond said, Natalia, imagine these chaotic instruments facing a horde of monsters all around you. You are alone with your array of mystical instruments produced from your skills. Image all kinds of effects and attacks, destructive sound waves of various shapes. Sound-based infiltrative effects like causing sleep, shock, confusion, charm, and everything you can think of. The goal is to just imagine without limitation about what your first-class skill can do based on your class's name. Natalia closed her eyes and began imagination, entering deep focus. Lily smiled. This should be more than enough. I can't think of anything else related to her class. Yeah, Almond cracked his neck and sat straight as he closed his eyes. We should also start now. Lily nodded and closed her eyes as well. Both of them had ideas of what they wanted to explore with their class's name. Almond's class name was the most peculiar, but he had the imagination to stretch it open. Riff Fail, Grim Blade, a grim blade, an unpleasant blade, a grim blade that can cut anything, create a rift between anything, not just physically, but serially, mentally. Yes. A grim blade that can cut off connections between powers, between people. A grim blade that can cut off emotions. a blade that cuts off anger, happiness, excitement, sadness, all emotions from someone. A grim blade that cuts off a man flow of someone. A grim blade that brings the most unpleasant experience onto someone. I have to add veil in the equation too. A veil. A cover. A blade that can uncover anything, unveil anything. Almond was in trance as he started imagining everything possible. A grim blade that sees through mysteries. A grim blade that rifts through any veil. A grim blade that creates a veil to preserve everything I have cut for my benefit. A grim blade that cuts off enemy strength and veils it. For myself, it should be possible. No, this must be possible. My grim blade must cut through the world, cut through the material plane and spiritual planes if they exist. My grim blade must open the veil of mystery of myriad existences so I can explore them for myself. Almond's mind was in overdrive as he was fully absorbed in exploring the imagination he could make with his class. Time passed and half an hour passed when he was done. Ammon decided to encompass everything he had imagined into a single skill, naming it Grimblade Art, the paradox of Rift Veil. Submit. You have submitted your imagined skill to portray the potential you see in your class. Evaluating. Almond opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It seems you are also done, Lily said with a smile upon seeing Almond opening his eyes. What did you name your skill? Almond grinned as he answered. Grimblade Art, the paradox of Rift Veil. Oh, that sounds like a super edgy overpowered name. Natalia chuckled. Well, I named my skill Myriad Symphony of Sound. I have a better name. Do you want it? Almond smirked. Sure. Natalia crossed her arms. Behold harmonious crescendo of anarchy. Lily's eyes twinkled. That's way better. Nat, use it. Boy, all right, I'll use it. Natalia was amazed. What about your name? Lily Almond curiously asked. Dressed by Warlock can have way more options, more than Natalia's class and mine. Yes, since it's a warlock, I could go in any direction in the realm of magic. Lily smiled. I decided to emphasize curse and death as this is also suitable with Dread's pie word. And my skill's name is Lily grinned, pausing for a second before revealing Omen of Abyssal Eldritch. I've made sure to imagine cool enchantments, too. Call it Dread Spire, Darkened Flame, Withered Wind, Curse Weaved Water, and Gloombound Earth. Almond blinked, amazed. Impressive. That's an awesome idea considering the class has Warlock. That's going to be out for sure. My class evaluation just arrived, Natalia exclaimed as she quickly checked the notification. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SS rank. The first skill of your class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Let's go, it's an SS rank class. Natalia squealed excitedly. I can't believe it. When I become as powerful as Ammon now. Lily rolled her eyes. You wish. His first class is SS rank, and it's a complete one with a skill set and new skills that can be obtained by chance. Specialized classes are different. Almond added with a chuckle as soon as Lily finished. Natalia, SS rank is your specialized class's potential. It's up to you to reach that potential by creating and improving your class skills. Sigh, you two can't seem happy, right? Lily and Almond both rolled their eyes upon hearing that. Natalia laughed. I know. Specialized class needs to be nurtured, and it's thanks to you two that I was able to beat the low chance and acquire a higher ranked class than I was initially assigned. Truly, thanks a lot. You're welcome. Almond smiled. It's fine, you're my baby after all. Lily lightly laughed as she patted Natalia's head. Now show us your first class skill. Let's see what you got. K-Up Bound Serenader class rank, SS class perk, plus 100 mana capacity, plus 100 mana recovery. Class skills 1. Chaos Bound Requiquum. Chaos Bound Requiquum rank, SS effects. A Requiquum to manifest Chaos Bound instruments. 1. Chaos Bound Drum increases the strength of allies designated by you and decreases the strength of enemies based on mana consumed. 2. Chaos Bound Cello increase the potency of your skill or a target skill based on mana consumed. 3. Chaos Bound Piano unleashes sound-based attacks with shapes according to your desired damage based on mana consumed. 4. Chaos Bound Flute. Charm the enemies to control their body movements forcefully while calming allies. Requires mastery in flute for increased chance of charm and more mana to increase intensity. Cost 10 of your max mana locked per instrument summoned. Note each 10 of your max mana locked increases your mana recovery by 10. Almond was startled and so was Lily as they read the skill with amazed expression. As expected of a specialized class, Lily muttered, they do be very powerful, especially of SS rank. Natalia was grinning from ear to ear. Right, it's so awesome. My mana pool doubled and so its recovery. It's good indeed. Ammon nodded, but it's SS rank. Natalia Riley smiled. I can't imagine what kind of power your SSS rank class will have. Lily grinned. Well, find out soon. Our evaluations aren't finished yet, so in the meantime, let's test your new class. Almond said and stood up. Let's see the Chaos-Bound Piano's power. Yay, I better get the hang of it. 5 minutes later, Natalia slumped on the ground, her expression blank. It's fine. You can start learning in the Firefly City. Lily patted her head as she chuckled. It turned out that although the instruments could play themselves with her command, there was a hidden effect that activated when she played piano herself. Increases the effectiveness of the chaos-bound instrument by up to 100 if the user plays the instrument. It was up to 100, meaning that if she could play decently like a professional, the boost would be increased by 100. You should learn instruments. Start with piano, Almond said with a nod. I feel like the better you play the instrument, the more its power will increase and even its effect executions too. It might also go above 100 boost, and this could be some kind of condition for your class to go to the next rank. Lily nodded in agreement. Yep, and weren't you good with guitar? True, but there's no guitar here. Natalie sighed. Well, I guess I'll start with learning piano once we leave. Good girl. Lily patted her head while grinning. She suddenly got a notification and chuckled. Nice, I got my evaluation done. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SSS rank. The first skill of your specialized class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Lily directly shared it with Almond and Natalia as they began reading the information. Dreadspire Warlock class rank SSS class perk plus 100 mana recovery plus 100 blood recovery. Class skills 1 Warlock enchant Dreadspire elements. Warlock enchant Dreadspire element skill rank SSS effects. You can use these 4 Dreadspire elements to enchant your weapons or skills with added effects. The higher the mana consumed, the more potent the effects. You can have multiple Dreadspire elements enchants in one attack. 1. Darkened Flame continuously burns fueling from the target's blood and bans the healing process even from skills. 2. Withered Wind corrode durabilities and defenses. 3. Curse Waved Water drains target's mana and stamina. 4. Glue-Bound Earth reduces target's movement speed and action speed. Cost 50 mana and 1 of blood per enchant. Stays active for 10 seconds. Every 1 of blood sacrificed increases potency by 1 and duration by 1 second. And the lower your blood, the more powerful the enchants. That Darkened Flame is crazily powerful. Natalia was dumbfounded. The others too, as expected of SSS rank class. You can consume 1 of your blood to increase duration by a whole 1 second. Almond raised his eyebrows, not to mention that the class perk gave you a 100 recovery boost in blood. This is op. All right, Lily took out her daggers as they were coated in black flame, her face grinning. This is nice. All right, I want to check my blood recovery. Let's see. Amma nodded as it was important to check that. He looked at Lily's vitality, but it was still 100 although she lost 1 of her blood. After 10 seconds passed by, she started losing 1 of her blood every second. Meanwhile, the black flames became darker and glowed more intensely. 3 seconds later, 1 of her vitality was reduced. It reduced by another 2 seconds later, and after that, she started losing 1 vitality every 2 seconds. Suddenly, Lily changed the enchant as a dark blue watery aura coated around her daggers. The consumption doubled, so Lily removed the dark and flame enchant. Hit me, Almond said, seeing the curse weaved water. Let's see how long the effect stays on the target once you hit them. Lily slightly cut Almond's palm and he immediately saw a debuff on him in his status window while stamina and mana started draining at a weird rate. It's a percentage-based reduction for this curse weaved water. Almond was startled. That's crazy. 6 seconds. It stayed for 6 seconds. That's a lot. And I felt my stamina and blood recovery increase. Is it because I drained your stamina? Lily was surprised. You can drain stamina. That's freaking powerful. Natalia was tongue-tied. Lily's vitality was reduced to 83 when she made that slash. So Almond thought of something as he said, do it again. Let's see if the duration of debuff increases, since it technically mentioned losing blood would increase the power of enchants. Moreover, Almond saw that the debuff and his status showed 3 seconds. So he figured the duration also increased. Lily made a small slash again, and indeed the duration increased to 7.1 seconds, and the reduction rate of mana and stamina also increased slightly. When she made the second slash, her vitality had been reduced to 78. All right, your first skill is extremely powerful. Almond grinned. Well, it's an SSS rank, so that's obvious, but this is cool. Lily deactivated the skill and nodded a thrilled smile on her face. All 4 elemental enchants are powerful, and they also have the original elemental attributes on top of these Dread's Pie effects. She suddenly thought of something and said her eyes widened, but this makes one thing clear. The guild leader of League of Firefly has an SSS rank specialized class. My men told me about one of his skills in rough detail, and if I compare it with mine then it makes sense. This means that there are indeed people with SSS rank specialized class. Almond Riley smiled. Well, we expected that, so there should be relatively more numbers of SS rank specialized class adventurers. Natalia murmured. Yeah, but this is still rare. We are just way better. Lily cheekily smiled. And you were lucky you got us to help you with your specialized class. Tusk, I don't deny that. Having a high-ranked class is good and all, but in the end, what matters is how good our abilities and hard work are. Ammon said as he felt something deep in his heart but couldn't figure it out. We don't become undefeatable with high-ranked classes. If we become careless, we die. Ugh. Almond clutched his head as he suddenly saw some images of pure destruction and shook his head while his breathing turned heavy and uneven. What happened, Almond? Are you okay? That Natalia frowned. It's the same as before, I'm fine. Almond shook his head a few times and rubbed his temples as everything disappeared. The headache was also gone instantly as if it never appeared. So weird, Almond sighed. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. Congratulations, the starting rank of your specialized class. What Almond was dumbfounded as he looked at the notification. This can't be. Seeing Almond's expression, Lily and Natalia were confused. Why did he look shocked? Shouldn't he be excited if he got SSS rank class? Hey, don't tell me it's not SSS rank, Natalia said, frowning. It can't be. Lily was speechless. It shouldn't be lower than SSS rank. Almond reined his excitement hearing their words and weakly smiled at them. It's not SSS rank. Natalia clicked her tongue. That's really sad. I for sure thought you would get it. Wait, Lily narrowed her eyes. You don't look upset. Almond burst out laughing and directly shared his class details with them. Well, it's freaking one rank above SSS rank. Rift Veil Grimlade class rank. Legendary class perk plus 100 perception, plus 100 focus, plus 100 will legendary quirk Rift Veil Eyes class skills. 1 divine divider harvest dollar and $% at Natalia, muttered. Gibberish. The meanwhile Lily's eyes were twinkling. This is incredible. So the legendary rank class gained. Something called legendary quirk. How cool. Here, let's check it out first. Grinned. And shared the quirk's power. Rift Veil Eyes type quirk. Effect allows you to see the desired attributes of your targets. Using it will exhaust your mind and overdoing it will make you unconscious. What's it talking about? What kind of attributes? Natalia tilted her head confused. I can check right now. Almond blinked as he used the quirk, looking at Natalia and Lily. A few seconds passed by, but Almond's brows furrowed. Nothing showing up. He looked at the skill again and it clicked. Wait, so it's up to my desire on what I want to see. Almond rubbed his chin. What if I want to see Natalia's emotional attributes, just as Almond willed that he saw the attributes: empathy, ability to understand and feel the emotions of others, impacting social relationships, and compassion-based abilities. 83 out of 100. Compassion, capacity for kindness and care, may affect healing abilities, trust-building, and supportive interactions. 51 out of 100. Mental resilience, emotional toughness, determining how well one can cope with trauma, stress, and adversity. 64 out of 100. Hope, optimism, or positivity that influences motivation, morale, and one's ability to inspire others in dire situations. 73 out of 100. Fear tolerance measures how well one can endure fear, useful in facing intimidating opponents or frightening environments. 52-100. Confidence, belief in one's own abilities, often impacting courage, assertiveness, and performance under pressure. 58 out of 100. Determination, drive to achieve a goal regardless of challenges affecting stamina, persistence, and willpower in difficult tasks. 67 out of 100. Curiosity, desire to explore, discover, and learn, impacting intelligence, adaptability, and resourcefulness. 63 out of 100. This is scary. Almond was shocked as he read the information. What did you read about me? Natalia rapidly blinked. Show me. Lily looked at Almond's eyes and wryly smiled. If what I am assuming is right, then it's indeed scary. Are you sure you want to see this? Almond asked as he looked at Natalia. Natalia's lips twitched, but she vehemently nodded. I want to see my mental and emotional attributes. Yes, just as Natalia said that Almond actually saw 3 of her attributes increase by 1: fear tolerance, mental resilience, and curiosity. Wait, will her attributes be affected if I show this to her? Almond was curious now. Here, take a look, both of you. Soon they finished reading and both had different reactions. Wow. Lily was amazed, and Natalia $and %. Mother of, but this ain't so bad. I am coping well in some areas, Natalia muttered as she nodded. This is kind of accurate now that I think about it. Ammon soon saw her attributes increasing again. Her mental resilience, fear tolerance, and confidence went up. It seems that since these are all emotional attributes, they can affect each other and change. She's growing basically, which we all do while living life. Seeing one's own attributes and numbers can be quite an experience. People usually have the wrong idea about their attributes unless they dictate it through their actions, which most people don't really do, even myself. It's the first time I've been this talkative and open in front of others. I am changing and I accept these changes. Almond was genuinely excited. For someone who prized knowledge and understood its significance, this newfound power was incredible. Here, Nat, your attributes increased. Ammon shared the updated attributes. Oh, wow. Natalia was amazed and a fire lit in her eyes, her fist clenched. I am going to overcome this, especially my trauma and fear. Check mine, Lily said as she stared at Almond. Check dot. Let's say psychological attributes. Yeah, but let's narrow down more, Almond said as his expression turned thoughtful. I could feel that getting information about 8 attributes drained my mental stamina a bit. How about we check your intuition and charisma? Both are in different fields in a way. Lily contemplatively nodded. True intuition is psychological, but charisma that can be described as a social and relational attribute. Almond looked at Lily and willed it, soon getting information about her intuition and charisma. Intuition, the ability to sense things beyond logical understanding. Useful for decision-making and detecting hidden motives or traps, 98 out of 100. Charisma, natural charm and influence over others. Impacting leadership, persuasion, and social interactions, 92 out of 100. Bingo. Almond grinned and shared it with Natalia and Lily. I knew these 2 attributes of yours were crazy high. Wow, way to go, my oddball mama Lily. Lily was very flexible in a way, as Almond had seen different faces of her, not to mention her natural beauty that enhanced her charisma further. As for intuition, he had experienced that firsthand. Lily smiled, satisfied with the result. Well, I'm going to reach 100 in both sooner or later. You will, Almond chuckled. Anyway, let's check out the skill now. He glinted as he added, I'm sure there's a reason why I have rift veil eyes. I may be able to affect these exotic attributes of others. That's seriously scary if you can do that. Natalia cringed, getting goosebumps. True. Lily Riley smiled. Let's see. Almond checked the skill and shared it with them. Divine Divider's Harvest skill rank. Legendary effect. Conjure a grim blade only you can see. This blade is able to cut through anything up to a divide physically and ethereally, including the attributes you see via your rift veil eyes and ethereal aspects of mystical things, and harvest the cut-off parts. You can use the harvested attributes or aspects for yourself. If you wish, cost dividing any attributes or aspects above 80 will cost 100 plus 10 mana and 20 of your mental stamina. Dividing any attributes or aspects above 50 will cost 50 plus 5 mana and 10 of your mental stamina. Dividing any attributes or aspects below 50 will cost 30 plus 3 mana and 5 of your mental stamina. Holy moly, Natalia screeched. This is way too scary. It could indeed slash everything by half with every use of the skill. Almond immediately used the skill as an ethereal black grim blade with pale white aesthetic patterns on its blade manifested and slashed Lily. Lily immediately felt something and saw that her mana capacity was divided by half. Crazy, Lily muttered. So this is the power of a legendary skill. It's broken, it's awesome. Ahmed nodded, extremely thrilled as one could see in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and wondered. I can also cut things physically. More specifically, divide them. What does that mean? Don't tell me, Almond muttered as he looked at the girls. Can I try it on you? Too, what Natalia demanded, uncertain and confused, feeling a cold chill. What are you trying to do? Lily blinked as she thought of something. That would be interesting. Do it. Almond grinned as his eyes glinted, reflecting the ethereal grimblade as it cut both of them. In the next second, Natalia's height shrank by half, including her clothes and everything she had worn, because Almond thought of dividing her height by half and everything else to be proportional to her height. On the other hand, Lily cut melons. Well, it could bet between C and D shrank by half. He decided to use the harvested aspects of the girls on him as his bust grew, but not in the woman's way, and his height also became taller. This is insane, Ahmed muttered, and he quickly removed the harvested attributes from him while Natalia and Lily returned to normal. That was so weird. Natalia was dumbfounded. Everything looked so big to me. Indeed, it was a bit weird. Lily dryly chuckled. Well, I'm going to mainly use this to divide the target stats and boost myself. Almond grinned. That alone is crazy powerful. Yeah, Lily nodded. Almond is getting crazy powerful. Natalia was dazed. Feels like the protagonist of some movie. Nah, Almond Riley shook his head. Though I can't deny I am getting a windfall here, I still have some desolate feeling I can't explain. Anyway, all I know is getting powerful is my priority, and there's no stopping it no matter how strong I get. With that said, let's get moving, Almond said, smiling as he stood up and stretched his arms. It's time to finish our first floor's journey. Sounds good, Lily grinned. So what are we going to do, trigger the floor boss or go through the trial floor boss with just 3 of us? No way. Natalia sprung up on her feet and firmly shook her head. I did consider triggering floor boss, but yeah, it's not worth it right now, Almond said, rubbing his chin. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can use my Divine Divider's Harvest on it, weakening it while empowering myself. But that would still be dangerous. I don't mind taking the risk, but you were right, Lily nodded. We also need around 3 hours just to get to the center of the labyrinth, and then collect the materials required to trigger the floor boss. Yep, if we fail to defeat it by the time the exit gate appears, it will vanish, wasting our efforts. As such, let's go through the floor clearing trial. That's best for now. There were 2 ways one could go to the next floor. either by defeating the floor boss of each floor, which is massive in size with tons of health and various attack patterns with multiple phases. The ideal party to defeat the first floor boss was 50 silver level 10 adventurers. Moreover, defeating floor bosses gave rewards according to contributions on the leaderboard that the labyrinth generated each time a floor boss triggered. Any action done by an individual that contributed to the damage on the floor boss would count, including healing other adventurers who were focused on attacking, defending, and everything else. The three of them could try, but frankly there wasn't enough time. Up to the 5th floor, the floor boss would vanish every 3rd day's end, and it would spawn stronger every 3 days cycle. But from the 6th floor onward, new types of rules applied where the entire floor would change once the floor boss appeared. All other monsters would vanish, and the floor boss would remain perpetually active until it was defeated. It would also get stronger every 3 days as long as it wasn't defeated, making it a tough ordeal since as long as the floor boss remained on the floor, nobody would be able to level up by defeating monsters as there would be no monsters to kill. This incident happened on the 6th floor, and it caused a high death toll where even some talented and promising rising adventurers and frontline adventurers of that time died, since the floor would shrink and it would be hard to escape from the floor boss. Exit would appear every 3 days for 5 hours, but it would be random, while the floor boss would roam the floor, so only lucky ones could escape. From then onward, a rule was applied where GAA and top guilds would first discover the floor boss triggering condition and keep an eye on it so that no one would trigger the floor boss of the new floor without preparation. Unless top guild's core members reached the maximum possible level to be reached on the new floor, nobody was allowed to trigger the floor boss. Let's check our new class specialized quest before moving up, Natalia said as she looked at the new quest. 3rd quest of specialized class. 2nd skill creation. You may use one skill insight given to you to get insight into your next skill. You will be given hints during the insight, and at the end will get multiple skill options. You may select one of the skills as your 2nd skill. Well, we should start this quest once we are outside. Almond suggested the skill insight will put us in a deep focus state for hours, maybe even 10 hours or more from what I've heard and read. Yep, Lily nodded. We should start that quest. After leaving, Almond climbed up first after storing Alfred and Viper Fiend in his spirit pocket, after which Viper Fiend used his arms to pull up Lily and Natalia. There was also an option to stay in the cavern until the exit portal appeared, but they would have to stay for over 10 hours there. As such, the party started descending the mountain at a faster pace. Most of the adventurers were still hunting in Frostbite Cliffs, so there was no one to court death as they descended. After all, it wasn't that uncommon for adventurers to loot others on the 3rd day, a risky move, so only big groups would do that. The target could either fight for their items or give up on life. Threats from a big group often worked towards smaller groups. Over the years, the GAA received many complaints and worked to resolve the issue, capturing looters outside and imprisoning them. There were also some groups who killed others and someone witnessed it, coincidentally leading to their punishment. With the changing world, rules and means to get information were easy with the usage of skills, so although the number of looters decreased, they weren't completely gone. The party successfully descended the mountain without anyone looking to court their deaths. Ammon originally planned to go to the fallen monastery town, but his specialized class's perk changed his mind. His perception and focus stats surpassed the 50-point mark with the class perk, so Lily and he decided to open chakra points. Lily had first-hand experience on how someone could do that properly, and Almond had a self-experimented experience. They decided to return to the starting area and open chakra points on Almond. On the way back to the starting area, Ammon started feeling something weird. He felt as if he was being observed. He ignored it at first, thinking that a monster might have seen him, and his high mental stats captured that gaze, leaving his instincts to push this notion that he was being observed. But this happened again when he passed by the goblin settlement. And again when he passed by the goblin camp where he had killed Jacob, Kong, and Lamp. What's going on? I've checked thoroughly, but I saw no monsters. So why do I feel like I am being observed? Ammon shared his findings with Lily after they got through the Direwolf Woods. Was that why you stopped to look around at those 2 places? Natalia raised her eyebrows. Yeah, but I saw no monsters, Ammon said, his brows furrowed. I really don't think I'm feeling this for nothing. I believe you. Lily nodded. With your current level of perception and focus added to your natural cautiousness and mental attributes, your instincts and intuition should be high. You can't be wrong about the feeling of getting observed. She thought of something and added, I might have a clue, but I can't confirm it here. I have to go outside. All right, since there's no use thinking about this, let's get started. They arrived at the starting area, one of the 8 stone chambers where people would spawn once they entered any labyrinth gate outside. Lily and Almond sat across each other as Lily guided Almond. Since she knew the method of properly detecting chakra points from her father, who did this procedure on her, she taught it to Almond, who slowly began to proceed and find chakra points one by one, and carefully opened using mana without the hellish pain he had gone through in his reckless method. On the other hand, Natalia began practicing her specialized classes skill, Chaosbound Requiquum. She played different instruments, seeing how well she was with each and practicing them since there was nothing else to do. Almond and Lily were absorbed in opening chakra points all over Almond's body. Rumor had it that there were hundreds of chakra points within the body, some so hidden that they required extremely high perception and focus to find. There were a few frontline adventurers who had some kind of unique power unrelated to skills or classes, but purely via some mysterious hidden chakra points. This was a mix of speculation and truth formed by people by watching videos and streams from frontline adventurers, with one of them even revealing a hidden chakra points experience. Since there were also mentions of chakra points and texts from ancient countries that existed thousands of years ago, many believed there were some special chakra points that could grant unique powers. The top adventurers also periodically scan their bodies in deeper layers, with growing power trying to find them. Those who had apparently succeeded haven't revealed much about them, as well as nobody who supposedly opened one had actually come forward with solid information. But it was clear there was truth to this, and it was only a matter of time before it revealed itself to some people, and some more, and then everyone. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. While Almond and Lily had taken a few breaks and continued with their chakra points opening session for hours, they didn't realize the time was over until the exit portal opened nearby them. "We opened over 300 chakra points in your body," Lily said as a mischievous glint flashed across her eyes and her hand went towards Almond's crotch. "The only place that's left is this, and you're at the back." Coughed out. "I can do that on my own," Almond said before he came true to his desire and added, "Or we can continue after I return. What do you say that's better?" Lily grinned and leaned on him as her arms went around his shoulder. "See you later, darling smooch." Yes, that's enough. We're getting late, Mama." Lily. Natalia glanced back at Almond and stuck out her tongue as she magic whispered to him, "Lily will be mine until you return. Have fun, you two." Almond chuckled. He knew Lily wasn't into girls. She was a true woman down to her wild instincts, seeking an ideal male mate and power. As they two left, Amen turned around and stretched his arms and legs. Now then, coming out of the stone chambers, it was already evening as the portal opened at 7:00 in the evening and remained until 12 midnight. Let's see how it feels to hunt at night. Almond left at full speed, and his senses wide opened. Over the past 3 days, his natural hunting and survival instincts had sharpened, and combined with his powerful physical and mental attributes, he felt practically invincible on the labyrinth's first floor unless he did something reckless, which he wouldn't do. As such, with his two powerful classes and his innate talent that increased his recovery drastically, he was about to speed hunt every single different kind of monster at silver level 6 and above on this floor to raise his stat points at the maximum possible. Lily and Natalia emerged from the city's labyrinth gate, where families had gathered, some waiting hours to see their loved ones. Parents wept with relief and pride as their sons and daughters returned from their first venture into the labyrinth. Although not many were professional adventurers, every single person who was above 18 10 years ago and has survived until today was technically an adventurer since it was mandatory to enter the labyrinth. Everyone above 18 was at least silver level 10 or higher. Paying the monthly tax of the labyrinth system required gold coins, so many just cleared the first floor again and again instead of risking their lives on higher floors. These people had jobs outside and didn't live their lives as adventurers, but as civilians. Naturally, GAA was still encouraging them to participate in higher floors, at least until becoming gold rank level 1 adventurer to attain the subclass, which would grant one of those development classes like blacksmith, tailor, and such to boost their world. There were already many people like this. They didn't have experience in combat as much, but focused on developing their subasses. Mom, Dad, Lily smiled as she saw her parents standing a bit far from the initial crowd. She also saw Jacob's father standing with 2 people from his guild. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Natalia grinned as she waved at them. "I can see you two progressed a lot from your demeanor to gate to the light of your eyes. Haha, good work, girls." Lily's father, Dion Darkwood, said with jolly laughter. Lily's mother, Sabrina, gently smiled. "Welcome back, come on. I have prepared a feast in celebration. Ooha, but before that I want to talk about something," Lily said as she stared into her parents' eyes. Digon and Sabrina blinked. They knew what that look of their daughter meant. It was something serious and a priority. "Well then, let's head back to the home." While the group left, Jacob's father was walking to and fro as even after 5 minutes Jacob hadn't arrived yet. Something's wrong. Jacob's father, Draven, looked convinced as he spoke. I told him to exit within 5 minutes. He wouldn't disobey me. Something's wrong. Taking out a cig, he started smoking while walking to and fro. Something's wrong. He immediately started walking towards the gate, but the muscular man beside him suddenly stopped him. Guild Master, you don't need to go. I've called people and I am also going in. You have a meeting coming up for the deal you finalized yesterday. Hurry up, Draven said, his face ugly. Within 5 hours, all traces will vanish and the floor will reset. His heart was telling him that something was wrong. Draven crushed the cigarette under his foot and vanished like a gust of wind, entering the labyrinth gate. The Vice Guild Master, Rufus, turned to a man in his late 20s and said, Mark, stay outside and handle the guild's matter and tell those guys to hurry up. Got it. Rufus also dashed nimbly and silently, entering the labyrinth gate and choosing the first floor to enter. After entering, he took out a Magi Tech device and contacted Draven. Rufus, Draven, searching like this is a waste of time. We don't know where Jacob was spawned in the first place to begin looking around for his traces. Draven, where are you? Rufus, I am at the eastern spawning point. Draven, go out and use your focus field. Tell me if you get the feeling of getting observed at starting areas where monsters spawn and see if you can find something. Rufus was confused, but he did as told since Draven sounded as if he was onto something. But as he speedily went out and looked around using focus field, he indeed got the feeling of being observed. The focus field heightened one's senses via eyes and allowed them to see things normal eyes couldn't observe. Almond had abnormally high perception and focus for someone at silver level 10, so he got this feeling even without using the focus field, and he was right. Draven and Rufus both felt the same thing, Darkwood Mansion and the Frostar City. So what's the serious talk? Daughter Dion asked. A maid arrived from the kitchen putting juice glasses on the table. You two drink this first, Sabrina said. Natalia grabbed the juice and chugged it down while Lily took a sip before saying, Did the GA already start testing the prototype you were talking about? Dion and Sabrina looked at each other, their expressions shifting. Lily, please tell me you didn't do anything stupid, Sabrina asked, her face somber. And to your question, Dion said before nodding. Yes, they've planted arcane eyes on the first floor for testing. This is not to go public. You understand this project is directly approved by the top brass of the GAA. It's not the same as the personalized camera project. Natalia almost spat out her drink and gulped before looking at Lily, who started rubbing her temples. Natalia muttered, What did you two do? Dion frowned. Cough, we didn't do anything. Natalia quickly said with a wry smile, but someone else did. Sabrina and Dion clearly heaved a sigh of relief before becoming curious. Ammon was right about getting the feeling of being observed. How it's impossible for newbies to discover arcane eyes, not without a properly honed focus field. Dion raised his eyebrows. What happened? Sabrina asked. Who is Almond? Lily's expression turned deadly serious as she looked at her parents. Can we somehow access the arcane eyes data and delete something not possible? Sabrina shook her head. This is handled by the top brass of the GAA headquarters. Branches like us have no access to anything related to arcane eyes. That means Jacob's father won't be able to access them either, Lily muttered. Dagon's brows furrowed upon hearing that. Are you talking about Draven? Don't tell me his son. Sabrina looked at Natalia, who quickly nodded. He coughed dead. And I assume this almond person killed him. Dagon asked with a wry smile. Who is he to you? We've never heard of him from your mouth. This is strange. Sabrina looked at her daughter, feeling something amiss. It's the first time we've seen you concerned about someone else aside from Natalia. Lily smiled and said, He is my boyfriend. What your boyfriend Dion was taken back. That's not an unexpected news. Sabrina digested it before adding, So who is that unfortunate fellow? Mom, Lily pouted. Natalia snickered and said, Don't worry. He is also crazy like our Lily. Well, that sounds like a worry on its own. Dion Riley smiled. Lily rolled her eyes. Don't worry about that. He's not a bad kind of crazy. Natalia laughed. Well, this unknown young man is piquing our curiosity more if even Natalia says that. Sabrina chuckled. Right, honey, indeed, Dagon said, laughing, but he stopped seeing Lily's expression. All right, let's see what's the matter. We are all ears now. Sabrina nodded. Okay, so Almond killed Jacob and 2 others, but they almost killed him first. Wait, Lily, Natalia interrupted her. Let's start from the very start. Like who was Almond in our academy and then him in the labyrinth. Right. Dion and Sabrina patiently listened to Natalia and Lily as they jointly began telling their story. Draven, let's get out. I need to attend the meeting. Rufus, if what we are perceiving is indeed that rumored project, then we can talk about it in the meeting and ask Mr. Han if he can talk to the GAA's top brass and let us have a look. Both of them had discovered the existence of arcane eyes, a type of monitor device that could directly relay everything it captured on the labyrinth floor to the outside. Arcane eyes were deployed hurriedly on the last 3 days of the previous month's labyrinth cycle. For one, the GAA's top brass wanted to see what was happening inside while the labyrinth remained close. and second, they wanted to start observing adventurers inside. This way, they would be able to observe newbie adventurers and pick out some talents while also discovering nasty individuals to punish them. Draven and Rufus arrived at their Wild Hunt Guild's base, a magnificent wooden metal castle reflective of modern and magic tech in the mix. Entering the hall, he sat down on the couch and lit up the cigarette, his heart unsettled. Rufus sent someone to the academy with party invitations for all the students and their parents from the same batch as my son, Draven ordered, a cold glint passing through his eyes. And get me the status of every student who entered, who's returned, and who hasn't. I want to know about each one. All right, Rufus nodded and took out the phone, but before he could call, he received a call. Hello, Mr. Han. Yes, we are at the guild base. Yes, understood. Draven looked at Rufus, who promptly said after cutting the call, they are coming here in 10 minutes. Got it. Afterward, Rufus contacted a guild member to work on the part invitation plan while he and Draven waited in the hall. Several minutes later, 3 people arrived at the guild base. A middle-aged man, a black brownish-haired woman in her 30s, and an old man in his 60s, all wearing different colored professional office suits. To grow the guild further, Draven had made a deal with GAA to get some dungeon doors owned by GAA in the forest 50 km away from the city. As the biggest guild in Frostar City, the Wild Hunt Guild had many members. Entry into the labyrinth was limited, but the same was not true for the dungeons. There were riches and power to be earned by exploring the dungeons, making them important resources for overall growth in the world. The deal was already done, so these 3 from GAA were here to give the locations of dungeon doors and finalize the deal's terms. After an hour of peaceful meeting, the old man in his 60s, Mr. Han, spoke as his eyes slightly narrowed. You seem to be in distress, Mr. Draven. Draven leaned back and lit up a cigarette as the meeting was finally over. After puffing once, he took a deep breath and said, My son didn't return from the labyrinth, and I'm certain something bad happened to him because he was supposed to come out. Draven closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening again. I'm worried. Did you send people inside? I did. I've sent over 100 people inside. All of my silver ranked and 5 gold ranked adventurers are looking for him. Draven stubbed the cigarette on the ashtray to his left after taking a long puff and looked at Mr. Han in his eyes. Everyone could see his bloodshot eyes. Mr. Han, I need a favor. It seems you went inside and discovered it, spoke the middle-aged man, a known platinum-ranked adventurer ranked 78th in the global leaderboard. Austin Wur, Iron Heart Crusader. The woman adjusted her rims and said, I'm afraid access to arcane eyes is not possible. I want to know what happened to my son, Draven said, his fist clenched tightly. If the arcane eyes are deployed, I'm sure someone at the top is watching everything. It's fine if you can't show me the video screens, but at least tell me what happened to my son. Mr. Han. Draven looked at the old man, his eyes almost pleading. I will forever remember this favor. Mr. Han stood up and sighed. I will try to see what I can do, but please know that only 3 people are allowed to watch the video screens right now. Not even I have access to it, so don't keep your hope on me and try investigating your way. I'll pass down the order to the city's GAA branch to cooperate with you as well, he added. Thank you very much. Draven stretched his hand for the handshake. After leaving the Wild Hunt Guild's base, Mr. Han said, Let's go to the GAA branch here and have a talk with Dean and Sabrina. It's been a while since we last talked. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia also had been speaking for the past hour and finally relayed everything. So he is that impressive. Sabrina was slightly dazed, especially at the last part. I can see why your heart settled on him. He must have rocked your so-called chemistry meter. Dion dryly chuckled and rubbed his temples, but this trouble is serious indeed. The matter is a bit tricky. Sabrina sighed and said, Arcani's video screens are fully restricted. Only 3 people can watch the video screens, and those 3 are the GAA president, GAA's most powerful adventurer, and GAA's Grand Admiral. Hearing the end, Lily's eyes lit up. Dad, you know the Grand Admiral, right? You said you were friends with him. That old man had broken many of my bones when I was in the military. Degon Riley smiled, and even more when we worked together in the labyrinth exploration in the beginning. He's a stickler for the rules, but Degon looked at Sabrina, who nodded at him and turned to Lily. Dear, your friend boyfriend. Lily corrected her. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Yeah, your boyfriend. He didn't do anything but kill those 3, right? Yes. However, Jacob and the other 2 killed him first at the starting area, correct? Yep, then don't worry about this. Sabrina smiled. Although they do plan to punish nasty people who go out of their way to harm and sabotage other adventurers using arcane eyes, Ammon won't be on that list. Degon nodded and said, naturally, that doesn't mean he will be off the hook. If that old man Rudra is one of the people overlooking the arcane eyes, Ammon will be called to the headquarters. Lily frowned. What will they do to him, Dad, Mom? I am telling you, I am going to live with him in Firefly City once he finishes his speed hunting in the labyrinth. That's final. You have to make sure nothing bad happens to him. She stood up and said with flames in her eyes, I want him in my life just like how you two are in each other's lives. If something happened to him when he is not at fault, then what Natalia slowly asked as she gulped. Then I'm going to get strong enough to topple down whoever that harmed him. I know I'll be strong enough and catch up to frontliners. It's only a matter of time. Humph experienced tales at MVLM Pi Dayan and Sabrina weakly smiled. It was shocking to them to see Lily like this, and they could feel that if something bad happened to Almond, Lily would indeed follow up with what she said. This daughter of theirs could become very stubborn. Relax, Lily, Sabrina said as she gently smiled. Since you like him so much, then we won't just ignore his plight. Dion nodded with a smile. Don't worry. His calling to the GAA headquarters won't put him in danger. I will personally accompany him if he gets called. I'm sure I'll get the order to him if he ever gets one. Natalia thought of something and said, if they can watch various spots in the labyrinth using arcane eyes, then won't they know about Almond's skills? Is that why you said he will be called not for the punishment, but for recruitment? Since he killed those three, I believe he will have to go through some questioning and tests. Sabrina said Grand Admiral is someone who nurtures talents, but he is a righteous man. He needs to see if Almond won't stray to the wrong path. So that's why Lily sat down and slumped back on the couch with relief before she grinned. That's good to hear. Almond is more level-headed than me, that's for sure. True. He even spared that piece of trash because killing him would indirectly harm the innocents, Natalia said as her expression turned foul. I still feel hate towards that. I wish he dropped dead as soon as possible. Consider him dead, Sabrina said, her demeanor turning cold. Based on what you said about that incident, I'm pretty sure arcane eyes were also deployed in that area. At least I hope so. True, Dion nodded. If an arcane eye captured that incident and they see how Almond handled it, he will get plus points and Old Man Road receipts. That's a decision that I might not have been able to make if I was in his shoes. During our time in the middle floors after people were used to the labyrinth and new changes, many killings happened. Sabrina sighed and shook her head. Anyway, don't worry about Almond. You focus on your departure after 2 days. Okay, but I got his back and you got mine, so we have to work this out. I am really looking forward to life now. We got it. Sabrina gently smiled. Suddenly, Dion's phone rang. Seeing who it was, Dion was surprised and walked away. Mr. Han, you two want to eat first or get freshen up before eating? I want to take a bath, Natalia said as she sniffed hard and her nose scrumped up. We are a bit smelly right now. Sabrina chuckled. All right, then go and take a shower. I'll lay out the food on the table. Thanks, E and Sabrina. Lily also got up and yawned as she stretched her arms and left, going upstairs after Natalia. Lily, Sabrina called out. Lily stopped in the middle of the stairs and turned to her mother. What, I'm proud of you. Ooha. Lily grinned and nodded. Me too, of you both. After Lily left, Dion returned and said, we need to go to the GAA branch. Who's coming? Sabrina asked, already guessing the matter. Mr. Han and 2 others. It's just a normal visit, but I am curious as to why they were here. Were you informed? Nope. It must be a guild-related matter. But since he contacted us, then we'll find out soon. Let's go. If it's a guild matter in this city, then it should be only one. Digon raised his eyebrows. Wild Hunt Guild. Yep, that's why we have to get some information from him. Draven must be going insane with his son missing, and I'm positive he talked to Mr. Han about this if they went to visit his guild. The 2 of them left and met up with the GAA members. Draven's party invitation was also sent to the Darkwood family, who received it shortly after they finished talking with Mr. Han and his small entourage. Draven invited us for lunch in the morning. Digon's one eyebrow raised, feeling weird. What's going on? He must want to investigate on his own. Sabrina read the invitation. It seems this is sent to families of all students who winter the labyrinth. Looking at Dion, she said Draven is a frontline adventurer. But not a good one. He will try to do anything to get information, even if he has to kill innocents for it. That won't happen anymore, Dion grunted coldly. I won't allow him to be rampant anymore. Times have changed. The sky turned fully dark after a few hours and before midnight arrived while Hunt Guild members started leaving the labyrinth. As the exit portal was about to close, Draven was waiting with antsy feeling as he couldn't wait to hear from the guild members who went to investigate about his son. He personally heard reports from every single person for 3 hours straight, but he couldn't get much information. Over 100 adventurers had gone and spawned in all 8 starting areas randomly as they only focused on searching, essentially exploring the entire floor during those 5 hours. But nobody found Jacob or anything related to him, making Draven mad as he drank himself to sleep drinking a wine made from rare-grade resources. Tomorrow, Rufus, I want all the information. I'll prepare everything. You go sleep now. You need it. Scary City Global Adventurer Association headquarters. The main building was a huge Kaneship structure, and other buildings connected to it all around. Your next chapter is on MVLEM Pi. It was the biggest and most advanced structure on the Earth, located in the largest city, Skytree City. At the top of the headquarters building in the restricted area, a person emerged from the secret elevator. He was 6'5" and feet tall with a black beard and mustache paired with short black hair and a muscled figure. Although he was 70 years old, his build, aura, and look gave off a youthful, vigorous, and powerful vibe. Grand Admiral Rudra, a frontline adventurer. He wasn't listed on the Global Adventurers leaderboard as he never participated in competitions, but there was no denying that he was one of the most powerful adventurers with unknown depths. What most people didn't know was that he was also one of the few who had attained supernatural disposition even before the Grim World's tutorial descended on Earth. He already had all of his chakra points opened, and he even had opened one of his hidden chakra points unknowingly because of his daily meditation and training. He was always at the front line and the highest contributor to clearing the labyrinths. He became Ga's Grand Admiral to oversee the new military might of GAA and nurture upcoming adventurers. Grand Admiral Rudra arrived in front of a door that projected a robotic face, the leading AI of GAA. "Welcome, Grand Admiral. Please give me a sample of your mana to confirm your identity." Grand Admiral Rudra infused a bit of mana on a tablet stuck on the door which lit up slightly, and a second later the AI spoke confirmed. "Welcome back, Grand Admiral Rudra." He entered the hall with multiple screens lit up all around, and a man looking in his 40s with mixed black and red hair was already sitting there eating a pizza and drinking while watching the screens. "Hey Pops, you're back. Come here. I found someone interesting." Grand Admiral Rudra vanished from his spot and appeared right behind the man, his palm in a slapping motion as it squarely landed on the man's head. "That hurts, old man, but I took it, so let's rest the case. I'm sorry for not going to clear that dungeon." The man turned to look at the old man while rubbing his head. He had purple-blue eyes with intensity of lightning and a lean muscle build with a height of 6'1". Dava, the son of Grand Admiral Rudra Deva, the third rank holder in the global leaderboard and the strongest adventurer of GAA at least based on the global leaderboard rank. "This is the last time. If you ignore my orders again, we are going to have a serious duel." Felt a chill as he got up and fawningly smiled. "Come on, Dad. Wasn't that dungeon clear just fine? There was no need for me to go there. Anyway, sit here. I want you to look at someone." Rudra snorted and sat down on the main chair before leaning back and looking at the front screen. However, in just a few seconds, his pupil shrank, saw his father becoming still and grinned. "Told you, Pops, I found someone interesting. Those top guilds have top-notch young blood talents, the so-called super rookies. It's time we also have someone like that." You know, on the screen was none other than Almond going past groups of monsters, while leaving behind cut-off bodies of humanoid monsters, corrupted priests and priestesses who were over 2 m tall with darkness and death attribute skills. Almond soon stopped and absorbed some monsters' spirits, increasing his stats before he continued moving. "By the way, this is his footage of 3 hours ago. I just arrived an hour ago and asked Astra about the killings of adventurers by other adventurers and saw him. He is in the inner circle of the labyrinth right now where we don't have any arcane eyes, so we can't observe him." Hearing that, Rudra frowned. "He killed others." "Yes, but that it's better for you to see it. Astra, show the target's earliest footage," commanded the Adui Astra. Upon getting S command, the front screen changed as it showed Almond cornered at the pillar in the starting area's stone chambers by 3 young men. Rudra's brows furrowed more. "We have to improve the arcane eyes further. We need to hear the sounds, too. How's it going in that regard? We already got the arcane eyes with sound capture enchantment in development. We'll deploy some tomorrow." Ritter nodded, although he couldn't hear anything. The clarity of the video was ultra high defin, and from all angles due to the nature of how arcane eyes worked. He could see their lips and could interpret what they were talking about. "Who is that brat's father?" Rudra asked when he heard what Jacob said about learning from his father not to leave any trouble and ordered Seeing to kill Almond. When he saw Seeing slitting Almond's throat, Rudra coldly snorted. "His father is Draven. You know him," grinned. "That fellow is hanging at the top 90s in the global leaderboard and seeking to grow his guild." Froster City. Rudra raised his eyebrows. "That's where Dion is, right?" Yas said, his smile widening. "Well, this young guy and Dion have quite the connection as well." Astra fast forward a bit. "Dion's daughter is going to Firefly. I wish we could get her here." Rudra sighed and continued to watch. "We need some more young, talented blood." Rudra saw Almond suddenly floating with mysterious energy using out of him. Surprised, he triggered a special condition. That makes him the 6th one to do this that entered our radar. True. I'm pretty sure there are more people who triggered special conditions and acquired better classes. Nodded. The ones we know have gotten a rank class, S rank class, and even one SS rank class. This young lad's new class is no less than S rank. I'm sure of it. As finished speaking, he commanded the AI Astra. Fast forward and show us some fights in the instances where he takes out the unique items commanded after unique items. RAR raised an eyebrow. Is it related to his class indeed? If I have to guess, his class is pretty powerful. Maybe S or SS rank. It could even be SSS rank. From what I've gathered, he can create explosions anywhere at any point of space within 10 m of himself, which increased later to 20 m. The explosions can be quite unique, too. I've inferred it's related to monsters he had killed. He can also create some unique items which are frankly quite powerful from what I observed. And lastly, he can summon. Rudra soon saw Alfred and was surprised. A humanoid summon. Interesting. Told Astra to fast forward more, but Rudra interrupted him with a snort. Stop it. Astra, listen to me. Set the motion speed to 3 times and show me everything you've captured about this person. Understood. Well, then I'm going out, Pops. You enjoy the show. If you even think about stepping onto the first floor of the labyrinth to see him, I'll skin you alive. Stopped at the exit door and released a hollow laugh. Come on, Dad, I'm not going to do that. I'm quite scared of him to meet him there. He is practically invincible on the first floor right now. Anyway, the second cycle of labyrinth started 2 hours ago, so I'm going to the 10th floor. Good. Left. Meanwhile, Grand Admiral Rudra ordered Astra while watching Almond's adventure. Astra, get some rice and dalta for me. Also, call President Lincoln and put him on my call, he added. Understood. 2 hours passed by as Grand Admiral Rudra finished watching everything. The arcane eyes they've deployed were in the outer areas of all 8 corners of the labyrinth, and some in the 8 major areas. Since there was a shortage of arcane eyes to deploy it at all spots, the ones in the 8 major areas moved around. A few had moved a bit further, which luckily captured Almond's adventure in the fallen monastery town that was watching when Grand Admiral Rudra arrived here. Looking at the footage of Almond's combat in fallen monastery town, Rudra's eyes glenned. Why is he killing monsters when he is already at maximum level, and he is not particularly training? There were people who fought just to hone their combat and learn more about their skills. But from what he observed, Almond was in a very efficient and quick hunting mode. That's not a sign of learning or training. It's as if he has a goal related to killing monsters. Rudra got off the chair and locked his hands behind his back as he started walking to and fro. He could be farming for drops, but that doesn't make sense given his class that produces items. He could also be gathering gold coins. His profile showed he is not well off, but he already got a girlfriend who is Dion's daughter. Looking at the clock, he muttered, it must be over 6:00 in the morning there. Good. Astra, called Dion from my contact list in Frostar City. Dion woke up hearing the ring and saw that it was Grand Admiral Rudra. He couldn't help but dryly chuckle. I have a feeling this is about Almond. Dion. Good morning, Admiral Rudra. Morning. What do you know about Almond? Crocheted Dion. It seems that you've already seen him in action. I'm afraid I only know as much as you do, Admiral. Rudra, bring him here once he comes out. Digon. Roger. Also, I have a favor to ask if you don't mind. Rudra, I got it. I'll make sure Draven won't get what he wants. Digon, thank you, Senior. Rudra, it sounds like you've already accepted him as your son-in-law. Digon, haha. My daughter can be quite stubborn, so I have to do all I can. But since you've seen him in action, can I ask you about your analysis of him? Please, Rudra, he is focused. No unnecessary thoughts. His expression while fighting and killing monsters has a purpose. There's no distraction in his life. He has a strong thirst to become powerful. And Dion and Rudra, he is talented, a monster-level breed of human. The way he improved in his sword mastery can only be summed up as a true blue genius. Like how Mozart knew what to do when he saw the piano and composed a myriad of works in his short life that made a whole case of genres. This young man picked up his sword and did exactly that. Once he learns a fold, I feel he will compose monstrous sword techniques. Dion, I see. I didn't think I would hear this level of praise for someone from your mouth. Rudra, but I will have to test his mind, his heart. We already have some big headaches hiding in the darkness. I don't want someone like him to go on a dark path. Digon, I understand, Admiral. I will bring him to you once he comes out of the labyrinth. Rudra, did your daughter tell you why he extended his stay in the labyrinth? Digon, not in details. She just told me it's related to his class. Rudra, got it. You can go back to sleep now. Digon cough. I usually wake up at 6, but Rudra cut off the call before Dion could finish, a smile hanging on his lips. Lucky, explore new worlds at Freewood Novel. He caught you. Sabrina chuckled. Dion helplessly smiled and laid back on the bed. He was just pulling my leg. Anyway, well, give the good news to Lily later. Since she believes Almond is good, then I believe he will pass Senior Rudra's tests. Adventurers at such a high rank and level could indeed remain perfectly fine even without sleeping for multiple days, unless they exhausted their mind and body doing strong work and needed sleep. On the other hand, Ride as he put away his phone. Even Dion's daughter has found her life partner, and then there's my son who isn't married yet. Rudra rubbed his temples as he muttered, does that rascal want to pass down our bloodline, or not? Astra's hologram appeared as she said, I'm positive he has an offspring or two in the process given his activities. For a fact, a female named Amelia is keeping his baby, though she thinks she is keeping it a secret. Rut was stunned. Since when did you collect such information? I was ordered by to do that as he wanted to know about his possible offspring, that rascal. While Almond was speed hunting the labyrinth, even as a new day descended inside and outside, Draven was in his afternoon party with newbie adventurers and their parents. Given that Draven organized a party, everyone thought that his son had also returned, which wasn't the case in reality. Looking at everyone enjoying and being happy, Draven felt like pulling his hair. He only showed his face one time and then left, letting Rufus and other members of the guild do the work of meeting and talking. Some parents also had a desire to let their kids join Wild Hunt Guild, so they were happy to be here. Draven, what we know so far is that there are 3 more students who haven't returned yet, who Draven asked, his expression intense. Sang and Lamp, these were Jacob's friends. The third is someone called Almond. I know the first 2, but who the is Almond? His parents, no parents, lies in the academy dorms. He has some internal physical defects, making him weaker physically with low stamina. He has been bullied by Jacob and those 2 a few times, but nothing serious. Also, 3 students who returned didn't attend the party. They are Jace, Natalia, and Lily. Draven frowned. Lily and Natalia are kids of the Darkwood Mansion. Forget about them. What's the deal with Jace? He lives with his older sister. I've sent someone to check, but he is at his home training while his sister is at GAA's branch working. I guess they just weren't interested in the party considering Jace would join GAA because of his sister. Draven sighed, his expression weary. Did you ask students if they had seen Jacob? Where did he spawn? Apparently, nobody saw him at the starting area spawning with them, but everyone had spawned to all starting areas, except for one, the starting area leading to Fairy Mountain. Draven's eyes glinted, so nobody here saw Jacob spawned at their starting areas. Not just Jacob, but they also didn't see Sang or Lamp, nor Lily, Natalia, Almond, or Jace, Rufus slowly said as a sheen flashed in his eyes. It's safe to assume that these 6 spawned in the same area. That's it. Draven smashed his hand on the couch's armrest and stood up. Send someone to ask Jace if he saw them. Now, Rufus soon got the confirmation and related to Draven with a nod. Jace said that he saw them, but he left earliest and speedily since he wanted to go to another area, so he doesn't know what happened. What if that is lying? Draven frowned. According to Mark, he isn't lying. He used focus field to check his pulse and behavior when he answered. I can go and check again if you want to do that. Draven shook his head and gulped an entire wine glass. No need, just kill him. Rufus' eyes squinted. That, Draven looked at Rufus, his eyes already turning red. My son is dead, it's confirmed by now. With the items he had, he shouldn't have died at the monster's hand. Someone killed him for sure. I should have sent a knight instead of listening to Jacob. Calm down, Draven. Jacob was a fine warrior. He knew how to fight and survive. You trained him. I also feel there's a high chance that he was killed, but killing Jace will only bring you troubles. Rufus frowned. Wait for Mr. Hand's reply. Draven threw the glass on the ground and roared before slumping back, his head down. I failed you, Marilyn. I failed to protect our son. Rufus sighed. Draven's wife got herself killed to save Draven in the labyrinth 9 years ago on the 2nd floor. Jacob was 9 years old at that time, and it was tough. It was also that time Draven became more ruthless. He spoiled Jacob to get over his mother's death and also trained him and taught him to be strong in this world. But now that Jacob died, Draven had no one to call his own. He will snap, Rufus thought as he looked at Draven. This is only a matter of time. If he snaps and kills students, it'll be over for Wild Hunt Guild. Read latest stories on MVL Rufus. Go to the GAA branch and ask for their help. Ask Lily and Natalia about him. I want to know everything, Draven said before he started chugging the bottle of wine. Got it, and Draven will find the culprit. I'll make sure of it, Rufus said in a firm tone before leaving Draven alone in his room to grieve. Rufus visited the GAA branch in the city and soon met with the branch president, Sabrina Darkwood. After telling her about the ongoing situation, Rufus somberly said, Draven is going to snap sooner rather than later. He will try to hold on until the reply from Mr. Han, but if nothing comes up, I don't know what he will do. We need your help. Sabrina sighed and nodded. I understand. Let me see what I can do, thank you. After Rufus left, Sabrina leaned back on the chair, her expression thoughtful. Making him snap is not good, Sabrina muttered. Considering Draven, Rufus' worries are true. After thinking for several minutes, Sabrina formed a plan. This can work if Grand Admiral cooperates with us. But he will only do that after testing Almond, and he can only test Almond once he comes out. How long will he take? For days, 5 days, 6 days? Will Draven wait that long? Sabrina narrowed her eyes. He will if he gets the guarantee. Sabrina called Dion and told him about Rufus' visit and her plan. Dion, we might have a chance with this. Senior Rudra is very impressed with Ammon, that's for sure. Once Ammon passes his test, he will cooperate with us. I'll send him a message to call me when he's free and tell him about the plan. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia had woken up at 7:00 in the morning. They showered and ate to fill before triggering the skill insight from their third specialized class quest in the training hall of the mansion. Both were sitting cross-legged in absolute focus, experiencing a mindscape of wonder related to their class, where they were acquiring information and using it to design their second-class skill. Time passed by as seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours. Sun went down and night descended, but those two were still in the same position. Meanwhile, Ammon finally decided to sleep. He hadn't slept at all since Lily and Natalia left. All he did was kill monsters. During these 30 hours, he cleared Fallen Monastery Town, Inner Area, Valley of Shadow Song, Major Area, Doom Citadel, Inner Area, Wonder Treetopia, Major Area, Plague Necropolis, Inner Area. 5 hours in total were spent just to travel around in slow moving to recover. After cleaning up Fallen Monastery Town, he went to the second big area Valley of Shadow Song. Like the Fairy Mountain, he reached the valley right as the 4th day of the labyrinth started. Elite monsters spawned in the second cycle, which was beneficial to Almond considering they would be considered different species, so more stat points for him from each group of different monsters. He didn't bother killing monsters at silver level 5 or below, directly skipping them and going straight for silver level 6 and above. It took him 5 hours to speedrun the Valley of Shadow Song, and by the time he was finished, his third spirit wraith was also finished. Its component consisted of 5 boss-type monster spirits: Blade Manny's Maddening, White King Manicure, Wandering Fairy, and Frost Feather Harpy. Among the other 15 spirits, Almond had added 1 human spirit, one of 4 nameless trashes the party had killed in the Frostbite Cliffs area. He hoped 1 human spirit was enough, considering that Wandering Fairy and Frost Feather Harpy were a bit on the humanoid side as well. Naturally, the human spirit was eaten and devoured, but the memories and knowledge contained in the spirit were passed down and would influence the final creation according to what Almond thought. But the final result wasn't like Alfred as he had assumed. It was more like Frankenstein. The new spirit wraith had a human-like physique, 7 feet tall and bulky muscled, wearing ripped pants, a white t-shirt, and a jacket on top. But unlike Alfred, this guy could transform in crazy ways. This new humanoid spirit wraith had flexible transformations. He could sprout monstrous wings that seemed mixed wings of Wandering Fairy and Frost Feather Harpy. He could transform his arms into blades. He could become larger in size. He could turn fully beast mode like Manticore, which had multiple beast features. But unlike Manticore, this spirit wraith looked like a slick nightmare. For legs, for pairs of big crystallized thin wings with colorful patterns, 3 tails with blade-like tip parts, a large variety of 2 horns on all 3 heads, 1 lion-like head, 1 like head, and the third being a mix of fairy and harpy head leaning towards human-style face just like those 2 boss monsters. Ammon named this spirit wraith Chimera Frank, since this guy was a true monster in human-like form, and no doubt the strongest spirit wraith so far. It had tons of strong skills and high base stats. It was already at silver level 5 when it manifested like the Chimera Viper Fiend, with easy 42 stat points to distribute on top of its already high stats. Ammon realized that boss-type monster spirits played a huge part in making this spirit wraith so strong. He had already planned to make the next spirit wraith, which he figured would be even more crazier. He had 2 boss monster spirits from Fallen Monastery Town and 5 from Valley of Shadow Song. The 2 bosses in Fallen Monastery Town were fully humanoid Bishop of Dark Faith and a Poil of Blighted Chalice. This area had basically Ghoul's version of priests and priestesses as monsters, so they were all kind of humanoids. He had kept these 13 spirits of monsters of this area just for the next Spirit Codica creation. After putting 5 boss monster spirits of Valley of Shadow Song, 2 boss monsters, and 13 other spirits of Fallen Monastery Town, Ammon left the Valley of Shadow Song and went to another inner area location like Fallen Monstery Town Doom Citadel. After clearing the Dom Citadel, boosting more stats, and getting 2 more boss spirits from this area, along with a lucky drop of a rare grade item, Almond went to the third big area, Wonder Treetopia. Speeder running this large area as well, he got more stat boost and 5 more boss spirits. And by the time he was finished with this area, his 4th spirit wraith was completed, but Almond didn't bother using it, nor did he use his other spirit wraiths. There was no need. He was sufficiently fast alone. Naturally, he did put together 20 spirits in Spirit Kataku again, with 7 of them being boss monster spirits from Doomed Citadel and Wonder Treetopia. Some was going down afterward, but he pushed further and cleared the third inner area location, Plagued Necropolis, before the clock hit 12 midnight. With 4 spirit wraiths, Alfred, Chimera Viper Fiend, Chimera Frank, and Dark Pope guarding him, Almond slept like a baby without any worry on top of a big tree's branch a kilometer away from Plagued Necropolis. The labyrinth's first floor had a total of 13 monster-infested areas. If one looked at the map, their location would be drawn as mentioned below. 1. Fairy Mountain, major area southwest. 2. Valley of Shadow Song, major area west. 3. Wonder Treetopia, major area northwest. For Twilight Cove, major area north. 5. Crystal Hollow, major area northeast. 6. Ashen Fields, major area east. 7. Starfall Basin, major area southeast. 8. Frostlight Grotto, major area south. These were the 8 major areas that one would choose based on one of the 8 starting spawn points. Almond was already done with 3 of them and also finished 3 out of 4 inner areas. Fallen Monastery Town inner area, Doom Citadel inner area, Plague Necropolis inner area, Burial Light Forest inner area. These 4 inner areas were in the inner circle of the floor. Finally, the centermost area of the first floor, where the floor boss would spawn once conditions were met. Continue your saga on MVL Heart of Wildard Center area. The conditions of the first floor's boss spawning were pretty simple. There were 4 items with special rank in their description found in 4 inner areas' main boss rooms. The description of the items mentioned these items being floor boss's requirements along with the floor boss spawn location's name, so it was easy to know what to do. Ammon had 2 more days before the 3rd cycle of the labyrinth began. He didn't mind fighting in the 3rd cycle with increased difficulty, but he wasn't going to delay just to do that. He planned to clear the rest of the areas and kill the floor boss to clear his first floor and get access to the 2nd floor. The plan to clear the first floor via floor trial went to naught since he and Lily spent the whole remaining time of the 3rd day opening his chakra points. As such, although he could do the floor trial after the girls left, he didn't do it since he had decided to kill the floor boss on his own to clear the floor instead of doing the floor trial. Ammon woke up after 8 hours of sleep and resumed his solo adventure, his 5th spirit wraith still in the making. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia were still in meditation. They entered meditation at 10:00 in the morning yesterday, and the clock was already hitting 9:00 the next day morning. They were in meditation for 23 hours. There was a known limit of skill insight period, and it was 24 hours. Spending the whole 24 hours meant that one gained the full benefits of the skill insight period. Both of them opened their eyes when the 24th hour passed by. Ugh, Natalia clutched her head and lay on the floor. This headache is annoying but worth it. Lily smiled as she also lay on the floor. I had a long fun dream of fighting with exotic powers related to my class that I was designing. Same, Natalia couldn't help but grin thinking of the dream. Anyway, let's quickly submit our 2nd skill design. Eat and then sleep, I'm tired ass. Yep. At noon, Sabrina and Dian talked with Grand Admiral Rudra on a video call. Sabrina explained the plan to deal with the time bomb that was Draven. Hearing Draven's situation, Rudra's mustache flared in anger that if he raised his son with a bit of kindness instead, he wouldn't be wallowing in grief right now. All right, Rudra sighed and continued. I will arrange this play you made, Sabrina, but let's go with 3 days instead of 5. Degon and Sabrina were surprised. Lily told me Almond planned to completely clear all the areas. Sabrina blinked. But you think he can do that in the next 3 days? Senior Rudra, you have seen him in action and also praised him to the heavens. Dion said with a laugh, that's enough reason to believe you. Well, I can't disagree. Sabrina chuckled. I am more and more eager to see him in the flesh. Don't count the chickens early. Rid sternly said, he must pass my test first. If he doesn't pass, he will pass. Dion grinned. We believe in our daughter's ability to see someone's character. She said he is a good person, so he is, that's right. Sabrina said with an almost prideful tone. All right, I'll find that myself soon. You two just get him to me when he comes. As for Draven, I am directing hand to relay the message to him now. Thank you, Admiral Rudra. Sabrina smiled. You two have accepted him without even meeting him. Rudra rolled his eyes. All right, I am cutting off now. Let's hope he passes my test. An hour later, Draven got a call from Mr. Han and he immediately jumped from his chair. Mr. Han, please tell me you have good news. I do have the good news, Mr. Draven. I have gotten approval from the Grand Admiral to allow you to watch the recordings captured by Arcane Eyes. Draven was shocked, his lips trembling. Did you already see what happened to my son? No, I am not allowed to see it. The new policy is that those whose relatives met with unfortunate development will be allowed to see what happened to them in the labyrinth. This is not public yet, but I requested it and they agreed to let you see it after 3 days. 3 days, Draven frowned and then eased it up as he added. Understood. I'll get on the flight after 2 days. Yes, the arrangements will be made by then. Thank you, Mr. Han. Lily and Natalia woke up in the evening after resting fully. After freshening up, they went to the dining table to eat and started TV to watch the ongoing situations over the world. Super Rookie Giant Ranford has just returned from the 2nd floor yesterday and already cleared a red-colored crank dungeon all alone in just 3 hours. The screen showed a young man, 18 years old, with short white-blue hair and brown eyes. He could be considered a pretty boy with his thin frame and look, but his demeanor was cold and indifferent. The reporters were asking him questions while he was moving towards the car surrounded by bodyguards, but he kept a mum and a plain face, ignoring them until he arrived at the car's door and finally turned to the cameras. I heard a question about the strongest super rookie who asked that. It was me. A round spectacled lady in her late 20s replied, raising her hand. Jin looked at her and replied, "You will get your answer soon when the new leaderboard opens up." After saying that, he entered the car and left while the reports continued to speak. "Humph, that is quite haughty." Natalia snorted. "I'll beat some sense into him when I fight him." Lily chuckled. "Anyway, you are participating in the Rising Star tournament, right? Of course," Natalia grinned. "I can't possibly back away when this tournament is giving away stat-boosting items. With my new class, I might enter the top 100 in the new leaderboard. What do you say?" Lily chewed her meatball before answering. "No idea. You need to get better combat-wise. Talented people between 18 and 24 all over the world will be entering brackets of different ranks in the Rising Star tournament. We'll be in the silver rank bracket, and there will be many silver-ranked adventurers. But I can at least get into the top 100 in the silver bracket of leaderboard, right?" Natalia asked with a pout. "That's minimum. If I want the stat-boosting item, you got to train." Lily Riley smiled. "Look, there are 150 cities in total. Thousands will participate, and there are many of the so-called elite families that train their kids to be fighters." Just after the first year of the appearance of the labyrinth, these families had popped up as they knew that the future lay on becoming powerful and having a powerful new generation. That's why the competition will be tough. Aside from class skills, you also need to learn core techniques like physical enchantment, master a weapon, and train in combat. In your case, your class is one of those perpetual class combat types, so you need to master an instrument first. Your second class skill, music weaponize, is pretty cool. It's a passive skill and allows you to perform unique basic attacks based on the instrument you are wielding. Any instrument you use will be your unique weapon, so mastering one is a must. Natalia nodded. Her eyes fired up. Piano will make it hard for me to move, so I can't train in it if I want to utilize my second class skill for the Rising Star tournament. I'll go with flute first. That's good, Lily nodded. You'll start training in it once we reach the Firefly City. When's our flight tonight? At 9:00. Meet your grandparents and stay with them for a bit before we meet up at the League of Firefly Guild's training center. I'll talk to my mentor to allow you in. Yay. Also, we'll enter Labyrinth near the end of the second cycle. Right, because I want to finish the floor trial and get the juicy reward. I'll need it to do better in the tournament, of course. Anyway, let's finish eating so we can go to the GAA branch. I saw Mom's message on the phone after I woke up. It seems Mom and Dad want to talk about something related to Almond. Lily and Natalia heard from Sabrina and Dion about the plan to deal with Draven, and it was frankly wonderful, just like baiting a fish into the hook using bait. The bait was Almond, the fish was Draven, and the hook was Admiral Rudra. Mom, Dad, thank you. That's a great plan, and I'm glad Admiral Rudra agreed, Lily said, grinning as she added. And I am sure Almond will pass the moral test easily. We hope that's the case, Dion said with a nod. Anyway, I'm in a hurry. There's a gold-colored or ranked dungeon door on the verge of breaking about 5 km from the northern city border. I won't be able to see you off at the airport. No problem, Dad. You hurry up. Digon left hurriedly. Sabrina looked at Lily, her eyes glinting as if she was scanning her body. Dear, do you want to open the rest of your chakra points now, or did your mentor say she would do it, she will do it? Lily replied with a smile. But we don't have much time, so I'd like you to help the Talia open her chakra points. I'm sure she will be accepted in the guild given her specialized class and potential, but it's better she gets some help before her examination test. Natalia closed her hands and cheekily smiled. Thank you, Andy. Oh, it's nothing. Sabrina waved her hand and got up from her chair. Let's go to the training room and finish it. Your primary class is quite good due to its skill, and your specialized class is an all-rounder and powerful being at SS rank. I'm sure League of Firefly will consider you an asset to nurture, but if not, Ga will always have a spot for you. Nah, I'll make sure she gets in the League of Firefly Guild, Lily grinned. I'll make better use of her. Andy, I think Lily is going to violate me. Sabrina couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't do that. Lily, hee hee Natalia. The night descended soon as time passed swiftly in the training room. Lily didn't want to stay idle, so she was also playing with her new class skills, exploring better usage and applications to use them in her combat style. Sabrina was proficient in opening the basic chakra points all over the body, so she was done helping Natalia just half an hour before their departure to the airport. Fortunately, the airport system all over the world has drastically improved, and the fuel usage has also changed to magic crystals from dungeons. Each monster dropped magic crystals with attributes, and there was usually a magic crystal vein in dungeons from which adventurers could mine the crystals. The Grand Abyss Labyrinth didn't have those, but both of these supernatural forces were important for humanity's growth. The labyrinth allowed adventurers to level up and get stronger, while dungeons gave much-needed resources. Failure to clear a dungeon before its border turns completely black results in disaster, so it's critical to clear dungeons on time. Usually, the dungeon doors spawned with a white-colored border, but if left unattended, their color would change to blue, then red, then golden, and then black. Dungeons became a high priority for adventurers because there had been multiple disasters occurring due to dungeon breaks. The patterns and time required for their color change weren't discovered because it appeared that each dungeon door had a different period, making GAA and Earth Union put much effort into locating and observing them all over the world. GAA shared responsibilities of handling dungeons with guilds by giving them territories because of that, but generally, dungeons were considered fortunes and a place for training for adventurers as long as they were cleared on time. Thanks to dungeons that often dropped stat-increasing items, it was hard to judge an adventurer's stats purely based on their rank and level. Not to mention other factors like mastery of 5 important mana techniques: physical enchantment, aura unfold, focus field, mana transmutation, and flow state. The distance from Frostar City to Firefly City was 6,758 km. The flight took 3 hours. If it was in the past, it would have taken a lot more hours, but the safety measures while in the air and the functions of the airplanes had drastically improved thanks to the addition of Magitech, which was developing fast. With the additions of various Magitech developments, the importance of dungeons increased even more, igniting competition between guilds. GAA was still at the forefront of development, but many organizations backed by guilds were researching their own new Magitech. Firefly City, one of the 10 biggest cities on Earth, League of Firefly had a huge array of structures to their name: a headquarters building, a training center building, a combat arena, and other smaller facilities. It was like a university campus. As Lily and Natalia landed, both went their separate ways for the time being. Natalia's grandparents picked her up while Lily was picked up by a woman in her mid-20s with wavy red hair. Lee Darkwood. Lily cordially smiled as she stretched her hand for a handshake. So she's the one that Senior Aria favored, huh, Hazel Soul? Nice to meet you, young lady, Hazel said with a smile, sizing her up. Well, you're going to be popular among the guys. Hope you don't mind some courtings. I do mind, as I am taken, Lily plainly said and took her hand back as they both started walking. Thanks to the storage pouch, many people didn't need to carry their luggage, though Lily kept an umbrella since she didn't like to walk empty-handed. It wasn't just any normal umbrella. It was an epic-grade defensive type item that her father had given her. Taken, her poor girl got trapped by some guy. But the world of adventurers is a cutthroat one, Hazel thought as she wryly smiled. That's a surprise, Lily. Is he some famous rookie or an older guy around my age who impressed you so? She is the type that's more into this. Lily thought she could easily read this Hazel girl. What about you, Hazel? I feel like you got someone good as your partner. Well, he is kind of good. Hazel smiled. He's got an S-rank specialized class on top of an A-rank primary class and is doing good. I wanted to join him on the second cycle of Labyrinth on the 6th floor, but the guild said no. Hazel sighed. I need to get better. Duh, you're focusing on the wrong areas as an adventurer. I bet she's also cheating with someone, securing another lap to ride on. Lily rolled her eyes. Funny thing, Lily was actually right. They arrived at the car. So Hazel sat in the driver's seat and Lily went around to sit in the passenger seat after folding the umbrella. But just as the car started and Hazel drove the car, she spoke again. Anyway, I heard from Senior Aria that you have the potential to be the super rookie like the one we already have. Maybe, Hazel responded while smiling. You got S-rank primary class. Right, in that case, someone like you must surely have gotten into a relationship with a talented guy. Haha, is he also going to join League of Firefly? No idea. It's up to him, Lily replied. Oh, to be honest, if you want to be in a relationship with someone, it would be better to be in the same guild. There are only benefits this way, Hazel said with a grin. Jez, will she stop talking about relationships and stuff? Lily sighed internally. She didn't want to talk about this anymore. Yeah, noted. Anyway, how far is the guild's location? Just 10 km. Well, be there soon. Great. Hazel could feel Lily didn't want to talk about it. Tusk, the new kids get some attention and think they are something. Class ranks are not all there is to become a powerful adventurer. Well, she'll find out how tough competition is here soon enough. There was silence in the car for 10 minutes before it was broken by Hazel, who cursed out loud and pressed on the brakes. Lily blinked, her eyes focused on a 3 m tall door manifesting several meters away in the middle of the road. Wonderful, Lily said as she got out of the car. Wait, Lily, what are you doing? It's a 3 m tall door with a white border, meaning that it's a drank dungeon gate. Lily took out her daggers and positioned them at her waist with the sticky belt, and her outfit also changed, turning hazy black wispy magic robe, looking badass. After all, it was her specialized class's second SSS rank skill, A toggle type skill dreads pie mantle. I'm going inside. I was supposed to be allowed to enter any dungeon I wish within my rank difficulty range anyway, and because I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. At that, Lily jumped into the dungeon door. Drank dungeons were small, generally the size of a major area of the labyrinth's first floor. Despite showing phenomena like the sun or moon, these dungeons had fixed boundaries according to their size. Some dungeons were entirely enclosed, resembling large castles, peculiar towns, or sprawling settlements inhabited by various monsters like goblins and orcs. Others took the form of intricate networks of tunnels and caverns, forests, mountains, various unique biomes, etc. As Lily entered the dungeon door, she found herself in a lush meadow with domes made of colorful flowers. The dungeons had some similarities to each other, no matter the rank. The starting area filled with normal mobs. The inner area as one progresses, further resources and elite mobs and boss room, the final boss, whose defeat would lead to the appearance of the exit portal. There were also many bosses, but those only appeared in B-ranked dungeons and above. After the final boss is defeated, the dungeon door remains in existence for 24 hours, allowing the adventurers to explore it and possibly find a magic crystal vein to farm. Dank Dungeon meant the monsters inside were only up to bronze rank level 10. It was like a walk in the park for Lily as she leisurely killed the monsters using new styles. Her second SSS rank class skill, Dread's Pyro Mantle, was a perpetual booster as long as it remained activated. Dread Spire Mantle skill rank SSS type toggle costs 0.5 ton of blood. Every second effect adorn the outfit of Dread Spire Mantle over the user while the skill is active. All attacks of the user, be they magical or physical or both, can drain the vitality of the target based on damage and fill up the gauge of Dread Spire Call. The higher the activation cost, the stronger the vitality drain. You can also channel Drain Vitality to another target. Dreadspire calls 0 out of 100. Once filled up, the user can call upon a Dreadspire elemental to aid in combat. Once summoned, the gauge resets. These elementals have the same stats as the user. You can summon up to 4 at once. Dreadspire elementals: 1. Lupin of Dark and Flame, 2. Rock of Withered Wind, 3. Whale of Curse Weaved Water, 4. Golem of Gloombound Earth. Lily wanted to see these Dread Spire elementals, but the monsters here were too weak, such that it was taking time to fill up the Dread Spire call gauge. It seems that the higher the damage I deal, the faster it fills up. But since these monsters have such a low maximum vitality, the damage it registers, which is based on their maximum vitality, is also considered low even if my attack is stronger. Lily was slightly annoyed at it, but there was nothing else she could do. Fortunately, by the time she arrived at the boss room, a beautiful garden with colorful flowers, the gauge had finally filled. The boss was a massive flower with 5 writhing vines and a circular tooth-ringed mouth. Let's see. Lily summoned Lupin of Dark and Flame as a 5M tall badass black wolf manifested. It had crimson aura waves and some patterns of red on its fur with deadly shining black claws covered with translucent red aura. Lily's eyes sparkled as she saw the wolf attack. The wolf transformed into a dark red stream of flame that formed a massive claw, slashing through the flower and tearing it to pieces before reverting to wolf form behind it. Oh woo, congratulations. You have defeated the dungeon's final boss. Well, but this isn't enough. I need to enter a stronger dungeon as soon as possible. Lily was in a good mood as she tested her new skill. Even though it was only a part of it, she was raring to fight more. So she exited the dungeon and saw there were already normal members of the guild present, whose job was to secure the area around the dungeon door. You brat, you couldn't contain yourself. Lily smiled as she saw the speaker, a gorgeous woman in her 30s with dark silver hair, wearing a black robe embroidered with silver design and a sword at her waist. Ranked 12th on the global leaderboard, she was Arya of Crimson Shadow, the second most powerful member of the League of Firefly Guild. But her gaze shifted to behind Lily as the loop pin of Dark and Flame also emerged from the dungeon door, startling the surrounding people. What is that? Arya looked at the wolf and raised her eyebrows, her eyes glinting. Interesting, it's a pure elemental creature, Lupin of Dark and Flame. Lily replied with a smile and waved her hand, causing the wolf to vanish as she dispersed it, and also found another thing regarding the skill. It seems that once an elemental is summoned, it stays even if I deactivate the skill, which means it needs to be defeated unless I disperse it. Ooha, cool. It seems that you got a pretty interesting specialized class. Arya smiled and stretched her hand towards Lily. Come, we'll talk in detail about that. Lily nodded and grabbed her hand. In the next second, she only saw darkness around her before she appeared right in front of the League of Fireflies gate. Shadow transport. Lily blinked and looked around. Pretty handy skill. Come, let's finish the guild matter first. After that, we'll do a thorough evaluation of your current combat power, and I can go to dungeons, right? I can't wait. It was already almost 1:00 in the morning. The sky was fully dark and stars were visible. By the time Lily finished with guild matters and her evaluation, 3 hours had passed by. There wasn't any need to sleep for her yet, so she asked to dive into a dungeon and went on. Meanwhile, Natalia spent the night at her grandparents' place. They were gold-rank adventurers and progressed slowly as they also had a company to handle. Natalia's uncle was in jail, but his wife, daughter, and son were living with her grandparents. All of them also abhorred him because they knew of his crime and were accepting of Natalia. She had a real family time after years and spent the night with her cousins roaming the city as they showed her around. Lily cleared a big crank dungeon until 7 in the morning with Arya accompanying her for observation. Upon returning to the guild, she fell asleep and met up with Natalia after waking up. Arya agreed to let Natalia train and give her guild entrance examination a day later. Meanwhile, Almond was on the cusp of clearing the entire first floor of the labyrinth. The second cycle's third day had just started, but Almond was ready to summon the floor boss as he stood at the center of the heart of Weldard. Summoning his 8 exotic spirit wraiths around him, Almond put the 4 special items at the center of the eccentric stone circle and initiated the floor boss summoning. Floor boss summoning in 10 seconds. Get into position, 8 of you in 8 directions. We are going all out once the boss appears. Almond commanded his spirit wraiths. Alfred stood at the north. Chimera Viper Fiend stood at the northwest, entering its synthesized tank mode. Chimera Frank stood in the south point, entering its monster lord form. Dark Pope appeared at the southwest spot. Forest Maid Sylvia entered her forest queen form and rooted herself in the western spot. Chimera Crystallist in its crystal artillery form floated in the eastern spot. Starlight Beast crouched itself in the northeast direction of the circle. Finally, the Infernal Knight, wielding a massive great sword and shield of lava patterns and ashen rock, positioned itself on the southeast point atop its fiery horse. Almond stepped back from the center, stopping on the south side 5M in front of Chimera Frank as the countdown hit 0. Floor boss Lord Wilder the Broken has been summoned. The floor boss towered at an imposing 50 meters, a colossal figure carved from rugged stone with deep fissures crisscrossing its surface. These cracks pulsated with an eerie glow streaming vibrant red and green energy, giving it a lifelike aura. In its right hand, it wielded a massive shattered sword, jagged edges gleaming ominously in the light. Its left arm ended abruptly at the elbow, replaced by a menacing hook that seemed to glint with a predatory intent. As it lifted its head to the sky, a thunderous roar erupted from its depths, echoing through the surroundings. A primal sound that signaled both power and impending doom. Lord Wilder, the broken floor boss, vitality, 100 per 100 mana, 25,002,500. Stats: physical strength, 200 health, 1000 stamina, 500 mental, mana 2500 focus, 200 perception, 200 Almond's eyes flashed with power. As he immediately made the first move, Divine Dividers Harvest, the ethereal grim blade manifested and slashed through Lord Wildard before its vitality suddenly dropped to half from 100 to directly 50. In turn, Almond felt surging vitality coursing through him. Now he was as tanky as the floor boss. The air crackled with anticipation as Almond stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the colossal floor boss towering above them. Attack. Everyone attacked at the same time, unleashing a bombardment of exotic skill attacks containing their full power. Alfred unleashed a vortex of flame like a drill containing all of his mana, blindingly beautiful as it pierced through the darkness toward the monstrous giant skill. Flamestorm Drill. Chimera Viper Fiend in its formidable tank mode crackled with mana as it released a relentless barrage of a condensed beam like a rail gun from its barrel. Skill Viper Duin Beam, a new skill attack in its synthesized tank form. Chimera Frank assumed its terrifying monster lord form, a hulking figure of raw power. It let loose a terrifying roar that sent visible ring-layered shock waves that dealt devastating damage, crackling the floor boss's exterior. Skill, Echo of Ruin. Dark Pope cloaked in shadows extended a hand and summoned tendrils of darkness that lashed out with ferocity, striking the floor boss and inflicting deep wounds that siphoned its strength. Skill, Shadow Strike Whiplash. Forest Maid Sylvia in her forest queen form sprouted a giant sunflower that unleashed a bright burning golden beam, unleashing a furious offensive attack. Skill, Sunburst Fury. In the eastern sky, Chimera Crystallis floated gracefully, shimmering with crystalline beauty. With a swift motion, it launched a barrage of razor-sharp crystal shards that flew through the air like deadly missiles, exploding on impact and raining glittering destruction upon the floor boss. Skill, Prismatic Onslaught. Crouched in the northeast, the Starlight Beast glowed with ethereal light, coiling its muscles like a spring. It leaped into the air and enveloped itself into a starlight veil before crashing down upon the floor boss with explosive force skill. Starlight Meteor Strike. Lastly, in the southeast, the infernal knight raised its great sword, and a sweeping arc of molten lava cascaded over the floor boss, igniting it in a blaze of destruction. Skill molten arc cleave roar. The floor boss Lord Wilder roared as they swept its broken sword in a furious motion, its vitality still at 21. The broken sword was suddenly extended, with a dark red and green energy weaved on it, but Almond was ready with his own strongest attack with his insane stats. Before launching this attack, he had used Divine Divider Harvest again to have Lord Wilder's strength stat and absorb it. Next, Physical Enchantment boosted his strength by 100. He attacked the incoming sword attack a floor boss with his praying hunter's sword in a slashing motion, bearing all of his power as it cut past Lord Wilder's sword attack before Almond jumped and executed 5 slashes in quick succession, exerting all of his physical prowess. 5 slashes of starlit destruction. This simple move of the sword required him to exert his physical prowess to the limit to perform 5 slashes that would be connected to each other and create a star-shaped carving infused with a devastating attack from his exerted physical strength and condensed mana. Boom, congratulations. You have displayed the transcendental feat of defeating a floor boss all by yourself. You have been awarded with 1 million gold coins. You have been awarded a complete floor boss subjugation reward chest for achieving 100 contribution on this floor boss fight. Whoa. Almond landed on the ground as the adrenaline rush got to him with that last attack. That was by far his strongest executed attack. On top of his already insane stats, he had further boosted himself with Divine Divider's Harvest. Good work, everyone. The floor boss scattered away, leaving behind a glorious treasure chest that nobody had ever gotten before. But Almond put it inside the storage bag that Lily had given him before leaving, since Lily had kept Jacob's storage pouch inside Almond's backpack that she took out with her when she left. Afterward, Almond captured the floor boss's spirit and simply lay on the ground right there and then. Spirit Kodaka has Fenny. Yeah, later I'm going to sleep. Look out for me, buddies. The last time he slept was over a day ago, and he had been fighting nonstop, so he was extremely tired as his adrenaline rush died down, and in just a few seconds he was sleeping like a log. 10 hours later, Ammon woke up, but along with feeling vigorous and refreshed, he was suddenly assaulted with a burst of memories. Clutching his head, Almond saw images flashing in his mind. Voices of people he had never seen before, but somehow felt familiar. And most of all, the destruction of the world happening in front of his eyes before he entered into the labyrinth's 30th floor. And then the image skipped to the mysterious notification telling him that he was going to be reborn and could get his memories upon clearing 1st to 10th floor of the labyrinth. But then everything went blank, and a clear flow of memories entered him. The memories of him when he was a kid with different parents. How they entered the labyrinth, died, and his life turned a mess before he trained hard until he was 18 and entered the labyrinth, becoming stronger gradually, forming new bonds and bearing new hopes. He and his party cleared the 2nd floor and celebrated outside before the flow of memories was cut off. At that moment, Ammon understood everything that was happening. The light in his eyes shifted, his entire vibe elevated, and he oozed out an aura resembling an indomitable sword, viewing everything in front of it as nothing more than temporary obstacles for him to overcome. You have awakened your dormant trait. Trait Tenacity, rank X description. This trait is awakened due to your undefeated will and tenacity in the face of adversaries. Despair runs from you and hope embraces you. Effect: you may transcend and break all your limits in the pursuit of your goals. The world of my past life was destroyed. Almond clenched his fist. Although I didn't get my full memories, the images, my entry into the 30th floor, that dead floor boss, and that message. Whatever the case, this is my new life, and I will make sure the same fate won't befall this world, for I have people I hold dear now, and I will have more of those people in my life. Almond's eyes were bright. Looking at the spirit wraiths and his feat so far, he had a surge of confidence and drive because he was strong and he was going to get stronger, stronger than anyone to find who or what was putting the Grim World tutorial on worlds. Grim World tutorial and whatever that is above this dot. I am coming there, coming to destroy your system. That is my ultimate goal. At the Labyrinth Gate in Frostar City, there were always 2 people from GAA watching. They changed shifts with 2 other people every 8 hours to be on the lookout. I don't get it. Why are we looking for some unknown kid? It's the 2nd cycle's 3rd day's evening already. You think he died inside? If not, he has 5 hours only. Once the 3rd cycle starts and the monster number increases along with their stats, it becomes way hard to survive inside. The gate is glowing. Someone's coming out. The 2 men fixed their eyes on the gate and soon saw a black-haired young man with almond golden eyes walk out and stretch his arms with a leisurely vibe. Feels good. Almond smiled as he looked around. Everything was familiar, the same as when he first entered the labyrinth, but he was completely different. He sensed a couple of gazes on him and turned his head looking at the two men in their 20s as they were walking towards him. Almond crocheted. "We are from GAA. Nice to meet you." Almond smiled and nodded. "Hi, we would appreciate it if you could come with us to the GAA branch as we have orders from Commander Dion." "Sure, let's go. I guess Lily has made arrangements for me." After Almond arrived at the GAA branch, he met with Lily's parents in the office. Looking at Almond, both of them suddenly sized him up, their eyes filling with shock as they could feel Almond's stats were off the charts for someone at silver level 10. Almond greeted them politely and respectfully, but his bearing was confident and unperturbed, attributed to his arsenal of power, and also the memories he acquired of his past life, and knowing a brutal truth that people of this world didn't know related to the phases of the labyrinth. Anyway, do they know about my relationship with Lily? Almond was only a bit nervous about this one thing. Almond crocheted. Sabrina smiled, her voice gentle and calm as she continued. "Lily told us everything." "Everything?" Almond blinked. Dion had a poker face as he replied with a nod. "Everything indeed, but there are important things that you need to know right now," he added and gestured to Almond. "First, have a seat." Almond sat down on the chair, a hint of curiosity on his face. "The act of you killing Jacob and the other two has been captured in a live high-definition video format due to a secret project of Ga Arcane Eyes." Almond's pupil shrank. "But don't worry," Sabrina immediately added after Dion finished speaking. "Jacob's father doesn't know. If my act is captured, then does that mean what they did to me was also captured?" Ammon asked. He is still calm, no anxiousness or worry. Dion was surprised. It seems he already figured our intentions aren't to harm him. "That's right, what they did to you was also captured at that time." Sabrina nodded. "I had formed a plan to help you get out of this mess and deal with Jacob's father, who was like a time bomb ready to explode because his son died. And Dion said that plan was approved by Grand Admiral Rudra." Almond was genuinely surprised. Grand Admiral Rudra, he's way too big of a big shot. It was too dangerous to leave Draven alone because he could kill students and anyone he found suspicious, which was why this plan was formed. Sabrina narrowed her eyes. GAA decided to let him see the footage of his sons being murdered. This was the only way to keep him from snapping. Almond dotted his expression thought. "From what I know, Jacob's father isn't exactly a good person. I've heard rumors and rumors like those have a basis of truth. Iga planning to eliminate him." Sabrina and Dion were taken back. "Kid is sharp. Lily was right. He is a hoarder of information." "That's right." Sabrina nodded with a soft smile. "Lily is completely smitten with you and we don't have any objections. She's our beloved, brilliant daughter and we trust her judgment completely." Almond's ears turned slightly red as he couldn't help but smile. Cough. Dion coughed and continued with the main topic. "Anyway, that's why we have to remove the threat that is Draven. And you are bait in this plan. We also can't just kill Draven openly. There are guilds and forces that oppose GAA from the dark. And killing Draven without solid proof will put GAA in a negative light." Amen nodded. "So after showing him the footage, you will let him loose on me." Seeing no hint of fear in him, Sabrina and Dion were surprised and Riley smiled. "Aren't you scared?" Sabrina raised her eyebrows. "This is a risk for you." Almond smiled and replied, "2 reasons. One is that this plan was approved by Grand Admiral Rudra. I can't possibly die with him in the play." Dion chuckled and nodded. "That's correct. What's the second reason?" "My class skill." Almond's eyes glinted as an ethereal and mysterious grimblade flashed in them, clearly captured by Sabrina and Dion, who felt a potent, higher rank of power from Almond. It was higher than any of their skills' quality, and that's what Almond wanted to show them. "Interesting," Dion said as he stretched a grin. "Although we are curious about your arsenal of power, we won't pry as that's not exactly tasteful for adventurers. Putting this aside, the stage is set for the play, so we can depart for Skytree City anytime you want." Sabrina waved her hand as a hologram popped up from the table in front of her, showing a countdown. "If you want to rest and sleep, you can do that here or in the Skytree City because you exited the labyrinth 1 day earlier than we expected. Draven is already there and waiting to see the footage, but he will only see it once you arrive there." Sabrina said, "Well, there's no need for rest as I had full 10 hours of sleep after defeating the floor boss." Almond smiled and got up, "But I'll appreciate a shower before we depart." "Floor boss thought you defeated it alone," Dion asked dumbfounded. Sabrina was also taken aback and thought she had heard wrong. "Not exactly alone as I have my summons," Almond chuckled, "but it's mainly thanks to my specialized class's skill." Almond didn't want to leave them in suspense after sharing this revelation, so he decided to demonstrate the skill directly. After all, they were Lily's parents, fully supportive of her and of him. They had even prepared everything he needed with genuine care. If he couldn't trust them, then who could he trust? "I can show you the effect directly on you if you don't mind," Almond asked with a smile. Digon's eyes immediately gleamed as he laughed. "All right, throw it on us. I assume it's not direct offensive skill since you suggested using it on us." Almond nodded, his eyes gleaming as he used Divine Diver's Harvest on both of them having their strength stat. Dion and Sabrina were shocked as they felt a clear reduction in their strength. So you have that floor boss's vitality by half borrowed its strength as well. I suppose Sabrina asked, her eyes blinked once showing amazement. This is powerful. Dion calmed waves in his heart before he heartily laughed. All right, boy, you got one of a specialized class, I can tell. What's its name? Rift Veil Grimblade. Almond answered with a smile and returned their strength. Dion and Almond arrived at the Darkwood family mansion. Almond finished showering and they departed on an advanced private Magitech airplane given to high-ranking members of GAA. In just an hour, they crossed 7,000 km and reached Skytree City, landing at the Global Adventurers Association's headquarters. Since Dion had notified Admiral Rudra that he was coming with Amond, the play had already started. Mr. Han led Draven to the restricted area of the headquarters, leaving in the corridor before gesturing to him. Please go ahead. You'll meet Admiral Rudra past that door and he'll show you the video. Mr. Han left and Draven walked as he arrived at the door. It automatically opened a second later with a single big screen showing Jacob, Siong, and Lamp. Jacob, Draven muttered, his lips trembling. He looked at Admiral Rudra's back facing him and composed himself. Greetings, Admiral Rudra. Come in and stand here. Admiral Rudra replied without turning around, his hands still behind his back as he calmly stood at the center of the big room. The other screens were off at the moment. Only one big screen was turned on. The door behind closed as Draven walked in and stood beside Admiral Rudra, his gaze on the screen. Do you know the crime of killing another adventurer in the labyrinth? Draven nodded. Imprisonment to death sentence depending on the circumstances and reasons after investigation. This law will change soon, Admiral Rudra said, his voice lacking any emotion. But that doesn't concern you anymore. Here, take a look at what your son did inside and what happened to him in the end as a result. Astra, play from the start. Draven wanted to ask something, but in the end he didn't say anything and just looked at the screen. But his expression soon changed as he saw the three of them cornering Almond. Thus Draven gulped, foreboding something bad, and indeed looked at Jacob and said something while Jacob waved his hand, his expression commanding. Right after that, seeing slit Almond's throat, the trio left, leaving Almond twitching in pain and agony heading towards his death. If your son were alive, he would have been subjected to the new punishment law. Not imprisonment, but enslavement and forced labor with period mind-controlled moral tests to determine their disposition and further sentence. The video paused there as Admiral Rudra commanded Astra show the Goblin settlement incident. The video fast-forwarded as Draven saw Jacob, Kong, and Lamp fighting against the goblins. But suddenly, Draven's body as he saw two explosions occurring around Jacob, exploding him into bits as his disfigured head landed beside Jacob. Draven shouted, his breath uneven. Someone killed him. Admiral Rudra didn't say anything as the video continued and soon showed Almond. Hi. Draven was shocked, his eyes trembling. To clear his confusion, Admiral Rudra promptly spoke with indifference. He had a second awakening of sorts, the one that occurs upon meeting some special conditions resulting in awakening a new primary class. Draven's eyes were already bloodshot, his fist clenched. To him, it mattered not if his son did that. He was captured only because of this new Magitech. He himself had killed people in the labyrinth secretly. To him, the only fault here was getting discovered. I'm going to kill you, even if it's the last thing I do. Draven's eyes glued hatefully on Almond as he saw him taking Jacob's storage pouch and leaving. What are you going to do? Draven. Admiral Rudra finally moved and stood across Draven, his eyes boring into his with sharp glints in them. Draven's heart was beating fast. He rationalized because the threat in front of him wasn't something he could face. He knew what this Grand Admiral Rudra was like. One wrong statement and he would face. Taking a deep breath, Draven suppressed his emotions as his expression turned weary and defeated. What can I do except move on? I only wish that fails the moral test and you give him appropriate punishment. I have called Almond here and he will take the moral test soon within half an hour. You are free to spectate. Draven's eyes twitched as he promptly bowed to hide his eyes that showed his current uncontrolled desire. Thank you. I will take up on that offer. Go wait in the long area. You'll be called when it starts. Draven left the room as Rudra watched his back with a somber gaze. It seems that he has given up on the future. Although Draven tried to hide it, Admiral Rudra clearly captured his desire to kill Amond. This desire was set at an extreme level such that Draven didn't think about any consequences at all. All he wanted was just one opportunity to be near Amond to make one move and kill him to avenge his son. What happened to him after he killed Almond no longer mattered in his mind. Good thing that Sabrina hatched this plan in a timely manner. This piece of trash would have caused much damage in the Froster City otherwise. Rutris sat down on the chair inside. Almond, you better pass the test. We need you on the good side. So this is the GAA headquarters. Ammon muttered as he saw the mangacollection structure, with multiple roads streaking over each other in multiple directions and buildings situated around the one giant kineship structure in the middle. He had seen this many times in the news, but seeing it with his own, I was a different experience. There used to be a similar big organization in my past life's world. Ammon remembered that as he had regained some of his memories. The plane landed and both of them got into the car before going straight to the central building. After meeting up with Mr. Han, Dion and Ammon followed him and entered the elevator that stopped on the middle floor of the building, the 32nd floor. As they walked into the floors long, Ammon saw an imposing figure sitting on a couch while reading a hologram from a tablet in his hand, Admiral Rudra. When Almond looked at him, Admiral Rudra put the tablet away and stood up, his gaze directly meeting Ammon's eyes. At that time, Ammon felt something very clearly. The willpower and other mental aspects of his old man were crazy high. Divine Divider's harvest might not work on him as effectively as it works on others, Almond thought as his eyes glinted, and he used Rift Veil eyes. Willpower, mental fortitude, and resistance to mind control, illusions, or fear effects. 99 out of 100 focus intensity. Depth of concentration on a single task impacting the effectiveness and efficiency of abilities or actions. 100 out of 100. Crazy. Did you finish prying? Admiral Rudra asked with a poker face as he stared at Almond. Cough. I apologize. Almond coughed in response, his eyes shifting. He wasn't expecting to get caught. Got you. Admiral Rid chuckled, but I am surprised. Usually I can sense it, but I couldn't sense if you were prying or not. What then? How? Almond asked, his expression shifting from getting startled to curiosity. He must have one of an intuition too if he caught like that. Your eyes and body language gave it away, allowing me to throw a surefire guess. Admiral Rudra slightly smiled. Next time you use that scanning power of yours, create a facade outside. Admiral, you're already teaching him as if he is your student. Digon laughed. So we don't need to do the morality test. I guess the test will happen now. And I am betting on a positive result as well. Let's go. Almond could only wryly smile, but he didn't hold back and checked a couple more things using Rift Veil eyes. Insight, depth of understanding or perceptiveness, affecting problem-solving skills, and the ability to discern subtle truths based on the information captured via advanced awareness. 99 out of 100 sense of justice. Moral compass or fairness influencing the likelihood of defending others, intervening in conflicts, or showing mercy. 10,000 sense of justice is at max. Ammon looked at the old man's broad back as he followed him with Dion and Mr. Han, but I don't understand if this means he is a god saint or normal. I think I'll find out soon during the so-called morality test. Still, he wanted to see one more attribute, though I don't know if it will show me this attribute. Oh, there it is. Almond thought, and it appeared ego-strength balance between humility and self-respect, affecting pride, resilience, and interpersonal harmony. 100 out of 100. He felt kind of relieved sense of justice and ego strength at maximum, meaning that this Admiral Rudra was really someone extraordinary. They walked through a corridor and soon entered through a door, arriving inside a big room with a white wall chamber with one side made of glass inside. There was a pedestal in the center of the room holding a mysterious glass orb with faint sparkling blue, white, red, and green hues of energy. Come. Ahmed nodded and followed Admiral Rudra inside the chamber while Dion stayed outside observing them through the glass wall. Mr. Han had already called Draven, so he soon arrived. Dion just glanced at him before turning his head back to the chamber. Draven's eyes were glued on Almond after he looked at Dion and Mr. Han briefly. Inside, Admiral Rudra gestured at the orb and said, "Put any one of your hands on the orb." This item is called Truth-Seeking Orb, which can discern the truth from anyone touching it. I will ask you a question, and you simply have to answer it as truthfully as possible. If you do not resist the power of this orb, you will automatically speak the truest answer. Ammon nodded as he put his hand on the orb. Before I ask the first question, let me tell you one more thing, Rudder said, his expression somber. Situations may change a person's disposition, and this truth-seeking orb can discern that based on the question I ask. It will bring out your true feelings, your truth that you also may not be consciously aware of it. However, he added, his voice firm, a strong mind does not truly bend, and a just heart does not truly break. The world is unfair, but fairness must be present in one's heart, for a good blade must cut down evil for fairness. Now, are you ready? I am. Ammon nodded. His expression solemn. He knew he wasn't a villain. He believed in goodness instead of going out of his way to harm others. He believed in fairness and accepting it, and he believed in repaying evil with punishment. Hearing Almond's reply, Admiral Rudra turned on the speaker to allow the people outside the chamber to hear his question and Amen's answers. Afterward, Admiral Rudra asked his first question. Why did you kill the 3 people who killed you? Ammon didn't resist the power of this orb because he believed in himself. Hearing the question, his mouth opened without his control and his voice rang out. 2 reasons. 1, for revenge. They killed me without any reason or conflict. I didn't do anything to them, yet they felt the need to bully me, depicting their vile nature. It is only right that I kill them. Second, if I didn't kill them, there was a 100 chance that I would have been hunted down by Jacob and his father, who had taught Jacob the ruthless way to live. My existence and my confession can bring them trouble given that there are ways to discern truth easily thanks to magic. If I may add, I had thought about sparring Lamp who wasn't keen on killing me. However, a weak-willed person like him with a broken moral compass who bases his values on material things and following others was bound to descend into complete villainous. He would spill to Jacob's father, and I would be in immediate danger, even inside the labyrinth with people of his guild and he himself entering to haunt me. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard answers from people influenced by truth-seeking orb, Almond's answer was simply too detailed, which was a testament to the breadth of his mind. Almond himself was dumbfounded as he finished speaking. I do actually think these are my personal thoughts, but it's strange how I spoke automatically. Outside, Draven was gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, barely containing his killing intent. On the other hand, Dian laughed. Well said, what do you think, Mr. Han? Indeed, based on that answer, I can imagine Admiral Rudra liking him already. Mr. Han wryly smiled. Meanwhile, Admiral Rudra asked another question, but it was a simple one, like what would he do if he saw 5 people getting chased by a monster in pursuit of death, and he had the ability to save them outside. Draven turned to Mr. Han after hearing his comment, and said while frowning, Mr. Han, I think that is wrong. Does he think he can dictate the future of someone by prediction? Lamp was a wimpy kid. He even begged Almond before he died. Doesn't this make him ruthless and villainous? Dion's nose flared, but before he could speak, Admiral Rudra's voice rang outside as if he heard Draven's question. Draven, his voice was firm, resonating with authority. We are not training saints here, nor do we need saints in this world. They will not save the world of this time. A person with power must have the ability to discern cold, hard facts, to uphold fairness, and to apply logic in their reasoning. Almond had formed a compelling rationale and justified reason for his act, so don't you dare twist that in my presence. This old man is awesome. Draven shut his mouth after that, but the flame of revenge in his eyes burned even more. All he wanted to do was to tear Almond into pieces, and he was determined to do that. The rest of the morality test was no surprise anymore as Almond answered the question with a proper sense of justice in his heart. He wasn't a saint, but he proved he wasn't evil. Good. The test is over, Admiral Rudra said, a faint smile playing on his face that hinted at something more than mere satisfaction. He was already looking forward to Almond's future. Turning off the speaker, he stood and said, I'm fairly sure that Draven will try to kill you. If he knows he won't succeed in my presence, he won't do it right away. In that case, you and Dion can go out and bait him. Ahmed nodded, mildly nervous, but overall, he was okay and ready. However, he had an idea and he decided to share it. Wait, before we go out, I have an idea. Since you approved of this plan, then you were also looking for the chance to eliminate Draven, right? That's right. He has gotten away because of no proof. But he had done many vile things enough for me to behead him, but I can't because of Earth Union and other guilds' opinions. Without proof, I will be labeled as a tyrant, and GAA will suffer greatly. Then I can erase his cautiousness right now, Ammon said, his eyes glinting as he looked at Draven through the glass. I can force him to make a move on me. Draven, who was outside, was fairly certain that Ammon knew he was Jacob's father. His eyes were spewing daggers, but they shifted as soon as Admiral Rudra looked at him. I can't let that old monster get wary of me. I will only get one chance. Just one chance. What are they talking inside? Draven asked with a frown. It doesn't matter to you, does it? Dion snorted. Meanwhile, Rudra's eyes visibly shook as he heard Almond's idea and stared intensely at Ammon. Are you certain that is possible? I mean, I don't doubt you, but you do realize that being able to do such a thing is exceedingly terrifying, right? Ahmed nodded, his expression severe. I know I can ruin lives with this, but I can also do much more than that. I don't plan to use this power in a bad way, certainly not on the innocents. Admiral Rudra's eyes had a strange flicker of flame, but you can use it to root out vile pests. All right, do it. Let's start walking. I've locked on him, so once I do that, he will attack me for sure. As the duo started walking out of the chamber, Ammon used his Rift Veil eyes to discover Draven's cautiousness. Cautiousness, the trait of being careful and attentive to avoid danger, mistakes, or risks. 63-3400. Why are there 2 numbers? Is his current state already affecting his consciousness? Almond was surprised, but that didn't change what he had to do. The moment they exited the door, Ammon used Divine Divider's Harvest and cut off Draven's cautiousness by half. Done. Draven's vibe had already shifted. His mind was fully occupied by the revenge. Admiral Rudra exited first and Ammon followed. All right, the test is done. Ammon, we have some other stuff to do, so follow me. As for Dion, Han, and Draven, you three can leave." After saying that, Admiral walked towards the room's exit, showing his back to Draven, but he had also given a signal to Dion, who was behind Draven. Ammon also followed Admiral Rudra, his back facing Draven. He could feel literal heat at his back, the vibe and the killing intent bearing on him from Draven. After all, his perception was off the charts. And then it happened. Throwing caution to the wind, Draven, platinum rank adventurer of level 57, primary class of warrior role and specialized class of similar role, attacked Almond as two small black axes with bloody aura and patterns conjured, going straight for Almond, intending to cut him into 3 pieces. "Die," and he shouted as he was close to his goal, his eyes bloodshot. He could see his axes going to cut Almond into 3 pieces. He was already visualizing it, but all that shattered as an imposing figure suddenly blocked everything as a Lappy's blue barrier manifested. Both axes struck the shield before they shattered. The barrier then released a pulse of shockwave targeting Draven, shooting him back right at Dion, whose punch squarely struck Draven's head. Smack knocked out completely cold. Han, upload the recording of his to the internet and send a copy to the Earth Union. Ensure that Almond is completely blurred from head to toe in the videos. Admiral Rudra commanded, his gaze cold as he looked at the unconscious Draven. "Call the enforcers and have them throw him in jail for now. I'll decide his fate later." Almond followed Admiral Rudra as they arrived in a big empty training hall. The materials on the walls, the aura dot, "This hall feels crazy." Almond curiously looked around. It was completely empty with only white square patterned walls. "Ammon, I understand your brilliance, and I'm sure you also do," Admiral Rudra said, his arms crossed. "I don't know what's your plan now that you've successfully started on the path of an adventurer, but allow me to offer you something. In exchange for joining the GAA, I will take you as my personal student and guide you in things that the public is not privy to. You will get my full support. You will get your full freedom as long as you show decent improvements periodically." And Admiral Rudra paused before he smiled. "You can state whatever desires and proposals you have. I will seriously consider them and approve them as long as they aren't harmful." Almond was taken back. "So much sugar, but he shouldn't know about my classes. Why is he thinking of me so highly? I mean, he already knows about my abilities' depth after seeing how I drove Draven to attack me. Continue reading on novel bin. Calm, but training with his guidance and getting GAA's full support, including my freedom. This is invaluable. I am sure to get stronger faster with him at my back since he has secret knowledge of chakra points and is one of the highest authorities in this world. I can also demand to be at Firefly City's GAA branch." Admiral Rudra could see what Almond was thinking. "You were smart enough to choose wisely, Almond. Your senses have given you enough information to form a solid intuition regarding me." Rudra's eyes were smiling. "I have a suggestion regarding Draven." Ammon said, his eyes firm. "You can also call it an experiment." "Oh," Admiral Rudra raised his eyebrows before he nodded. "I'm ears. You must have felt the power that struck Draven." "Right, the way I cut off his cautiousness by half. I did feel something, but it was subtle enough that only a few would be able to sense that." Admiral Rudra nodded. "It should be a fairly advanced power. I assume it should be from an SSS rank class or higher." Almond was surprised. "You know about the class rank above SSS rank. I am certain it exists, though I don't know the name of the rank." Admiral Rudra smiled. "I myself have upgraded my primary class to SSS rank just recently. So what's your suggestion?" Admiral Rudra asked. "I want to use my skill on Draven." Ahmed said, his expression serious. "I want to use him as an experiment subject. I can study my skills because my perception and focus are high enough. I want to see if I can cut off more things from him to make him an obedient dog of GAA. After all, it would be better to use someone like him instead of killing him or imprison him. Using him for a good cause is better in my opinion." Admiral Rudra was mildly surprised. "I don't necessarily disagree with you on that, but we have annoying people in Earth Union who take issues with human rights and even though people like Draven treat other people like animals. It won't be about Draven, but just to make issues for GAA." However, Admiral Rudra's eyes glinted coldly. "We can still proceed with that plan. I will pass the verdict of imprisoning Draven and have Earth Union approve. As for whatever happens to him here, we have to keep a tight lid on it." Almond's eyes sparkled and he nodded. "Sounds good, thank you." He wanted to explore the power of his legendary class and experiment on someone. However, he couldn't do that just on anyone. So it would be better if he did that on a piece of trash like Draven. "Then I suppose you will join GAA." Admiral Rudra smiled. "Yes, but I have some more desires to express." Almond Grant. "Joining GAA will be better if I want to form my trustworthy group, especially now that I have Rift Veil eyes, which can allow me to see a person's everything quite literally. Shoot, I would like to be appointed at Firefly City's GAA branch." Aloud, Admiral Rudra nodded. Next, I want absolute secrecy regarding my classes and their powers. Amen soberly said. I can trust you, but not others. That's a must. I won't let your information get spread anywhere. Admiral Rudra nodded, a flicker of worry in his eyes. There are some hidden forces, something in the dark. This is why we can't divulge some important information to the public. Ammon blinked in surprise and asked, "What is that?" I have no idea, but I felt their presence during the ninth floor's floor boss battle. Admiral Rudra's eyes were intense. I don't doubt my intuition after I saw the unnatural death of a promising adventurer. We can discuss this when I find more information. Anything else you want? Nope. This is all for now because I feel like you'll take care of other things for me on your own. Ammon chuckled. Well, I am certainly not hiding my willingness to nurture you. Admiral Rudra smiled. You are a gem that I want to unearth, but I won't interfere in your life too much. Someone like you needs to grow in your own way so your potential can properly bloom. As he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flickered with mana as a precise string shaped of mana released from his fingers and went inside the floor. A second later, a 5M crystal cube of deep blue color emerged from the floor. Then let's start your evaluation. Show me your status first. Almond nodded. Almond Adventurer rank Silver, level 1099 class. Spirit Dealer SS Specialized Class Rifle Grim Blade L Vitality. 100 mana 22,502,250 stats, 10 unassigned points physical strength, 88 health 84 stamina 83 mental mana 90, plus 135 focus 89 plus 89 perception 91 plus 91, will 100 Admiral Rudra blinked not once but twice as he looked at the status screen. He knew Almond had higher than usual stats. It was clear from his aura, but what you were close to reaching the limit on Silver rank. What's going on? Admiral Rudra asked dumbfounded. It appears that the rank after SSS is LAS. And Legendary, interesting limit. There's a limit on stats in each rank. Almond was also dumbfounded hearing that bonus stats stemming from class perks and items do not count towards this limit. But yeah, there is a limit. Admiral Rudra nodded. Bronze rank can have 50 foundational points in all stats. Silver rank can have 100. Gold rank can have 200. Platinum rank can have 400. But of course, it's impossible to maximize these limits. Admiral Rudra narrowed his eyes as he added with a faint smile that you might be an exception. I see. Almond mumbled. I better save the unassigned stat points then. Since I can gain stats from monsters of each rank as I level and rank up, it's better to save stat points gained from leveling. So, what's the secret? I assume it's related to your primary class, Admiral Rudra asked. Yeah, it is related to my primary class. Almond smiled and revealed it. Basically, I can gain stat points after killing monsters, but not from all monsters. He explained the working of the skill briefly. I see. That's powerful. All right. Other high-ranking classes might have buffing skills that elevate their powers, but your class directly gives you a foundational boost. Anyway, now that I've seen your stats, it's time to see your mastery of physical enchantment. Admiral Rudra pointed at the cube to their left. Punch it with your full power. All right. Almond faced the crystal cube and took a deep breath before putting up a punching stance. Mana infused into his chakra points as he aligned his body to a perfect condition to exert all of his power for a single punch and boom, smash. The cube glowed as it absorbed the power, measuring it in numerical value that was soon displayed inside the crystal cube. The number displayed was 226. Do you know what this number means? Admiral Rudra had a wry smile hanging on his face as he asked. Find more to read at Novel Bin. No idea. Ahmed shook his head. Let me tell you how the power works. First, your strength is 88. Using mana for physical enchantment can at most double your strength, making it 176, but you can still generate more power, and this power is based on how you execute your punch. You made it reach 226 with your execution. Not bad. Admiral Rudra smiled as he added. In short, this punch of yours was equivalent to a punch with 226 stat points and strength. Almond rubbed his nose with a hint of smugness as he smiled. Curious about Admiral Rudra's power, he asked. I am curious. How high is your punch power? This crystal cube can't measure it. I've tried it before and it broke. It can only measure up to 1000 power level. Don't. Anyway, let's sit for now. I want to scan your body properly and see your chakra points. Admiral Rudra said as he released a mana string, causing the crystal cube to return back under the floor. Both of them sat down with Admiral Rudra sitting behind Almond and putting his palm on his back. A minute later, he said, Good job opening these chakra points. There are still some closed off, so I'll open them right now. Right after he said that, Almond suddenly felt a jolt in his and his crotch area. He didn't feel any pain, only comfort. He opened them just like that. Almond was shocked. Now tell me, what other techniques do you know aside from physical enchantment? Admiral Rudra asked, remembering something he added. And Magic whispered, None. I only know these two for now, Almond Riley smiled. But I want to learn Aura Unfold. I feel like I can get the hang of it pretty fast. He was about to mention he'd accidentally used it before, but that would sound ridiculous. No one accidentally uses Aura Unfold. The only reason he could use that was thanks to his memory seeping into his body at that time. It was like his soul had those memories sealed actively, but his soul affected his body, granting it a muscle memory of sorts. He was confused at that time, but everything became clear once he learned of his past life. Good, that's the only technique you can learn for now. That and the techniques of physical enchantment, one of which is strength boost that you've already mastered. Amma nodded. I also want to learn the other two, focus field and fortification. I'll teach you their methods now and get you to a rudimentary level so you can practice and master them on your own. Once we're done, you can go and enjoy in the Firefly City. Really, thank you very much, Admiral. Ammon was pleasantly surprised and thrilled to hear that he could go this fast. He did want to meet up with Lily and Natalia, especially Lily, as soon as possible. Admiral Rudra chuckled in response to Almond's enthusiastic response and said, I would hate to keep you with me and let your girlfriend get swarmed by other young suitors. It's only a matter of time before she's famous all around like other super rookies. While Almond was learning the methods and reaching rudimentary activation of mana techniques under Admiral Rudra, Lily and Natalia were also training under Lady Arya of Crimson Shadow. Lily insisted on getting Natalia to learn alongside her, and Lady Arya agreed on the condition that Natalia pass the entrance examination of League of Firefly with stellar marks. Tomorrow was the day, so Natalia was working hard to learn the flute and the basic magical attacks she could unleash from it while playing it. In the training hall, Natalia moved about, playing the flute and striking at magic dummies that hovered around her. Her flute released small circular waves with a focus center. These were called sonar strikes. Concentrated sound bursts capable of piercing targets, delivering high single-target damage over range. Their mana consumption was very low unless she enhanced the attacks with extra mana. Lily was also gearing her build towards increasing her mana perception and focus more. She wanted resources and items that increased her mana and mana recovery so that she could perpetually keep her first specialized class skill active, which increases her mana recovery by 50 extra as long as she summoned all instruments. While she would release constant basic magic attacks from instruments she wielded, continue your journey with Novel Bincal. On another side of the hall, Lily was learning Aura Unfold from Lady Arya. She had her fun yesterday doing dungeon raids, but it was time to learn today. Her chakra points were all opened by Lady Arya, and coincidentally, both Ammon and Lily were doing the same thing at the same time, learning Aura Unfold. Aura Unfold required higher mana control than usual. It was a way to properly wrap mana around themselves or an object to strengthen it. The benefit was that it didn't consume mana constantly, but mana itself gained a sort of durability at that level of control and application after consuming a certain amount of mana to form Aura Unfold. Mana would transform into aura and become visible in different colors, with colors indicating the level of one's Aura Unfold. Level 1 was blue. The higher one's mastery, Aka level of Aura Unfold, the stronger the boost it provided and the tougher and longer it lasted. The method was to properly exude mana from all of their chakra points outward from skin spores to apply Aura Unfold on the body. This expulsion of mana must be even and consistent, resonating all chakra points with each other. On the other hand, using it on an external weapon or shield was slightly tougher. This required focus field to observe the object structure to see how it flowed magical power within it, and then apply Aura Unfold on it to properly strengthen it. Using it on weapons could allow for the extension of the weapons in ethereal ways, resulting in a personalized arsenal of powers for adventurers called battle arts. However, a single mistake in the entire applied Aura Unfold would disperse. The higher mastery of this technique included strengthening a single aspect effect or part more by higher consumption of mana, but this required even higher mana control and mastery of the technique. After 10 hours of constant tutelage under Admiral Rudra, Almond indeed learned Aura Unfold properly. It helped that his muscle memory seeped properly and that his mana control was quite good. His crazy high perception and focus for someone of his level helped quite a lot as he reached level 2 Aura Unfold at the end. Good job. This was unexpected, brat. You are too good with mana control, even if you have high perception and focus. Admiral Rudra Riley smiled. Thanks, Ammon grinned. Now I want to learn focus field and fortification. Let's start. Admiral Rudra nodded. You'll be done with those two in no time. Tell me what you know about focus field. Focus field is enchanting eyes with mana and project a kind of magical eye based on our eyes outward so that we can observe everything within a dome-shaped range around us. Good, I'm going to guide my mana through your eyes. See how it flows and then do it yourself. Half an hour later, Almond's eyes were faintly glowing deep within as he could observe everything around him. Impressive as expected. The more mana you use, the bigger the range. There are advanced ways to use focus field, but you should master level 1 first before moving to learn level 2. Ammon nodded, his expression eager. Now it's time to learn fortification. I know that we need to connect all basic chakra points to each other to create a complete network of pathways so that we can enrich our entire body to increase the basic defense of the body. Good, but there's more to it, Admiral Rudra said with a smile as he activated fortification. Almond's eyes widened, sparkling with awe as he watched the display of an advanced level of fortification that he knew he wouldn't achieve anytime soon. A crystal-clear, translucent golden film appeared around Admiral Rudra, coating his body like still water. The aura even extended over his clothing, a sign of an advanced fortification. Maintaining this seamless connection from skin to clothing was no easy feat. Projecting fortification outward without losing the bond to the skin required mastery at a high level. You must keep the entire pathway of the chakra network consistent, and no chakra point must connect to more than one. Assign a starting chakra point and an ending chakra point while connecting all chakra points into a seamless network. Almond nodded immediately, closing his eyes and focusing inwardly as he began. Keep at it. I'll return in half an hour to finish some procedures concerning your entry into GAA. Half an hour later, Admiral Rudra returned and saw Almond as he promptly recognized a proper activation of fortification on his body. Good. Now let's begin your evaluation for your profile. Profile. Ammon blinked like this. Admiral Rudra showed his profile. Rava Platinum rank level 8 combat power 810 combat arsenal physical enchantment stage 3 strength boost level 10. Stage 3 focus field level 10. Stage 3 fortification level 10 or unfold. Stage 3 body unfold level 10. Stage 3 weapon unfold level 10 mana transmutation stage 3 elemental mimicry. Stage 3 complex combined mimicry. Flow state stage 3 overdrive. Stage 3 overload. Admiral Rudra, are you perhaps the highest stage in all mana techniques? Almond asked while wondering about Admiral Rudra's combat power. Let me tell you a secret. My profile is classified solely to me, Admiral Rudra said, a faint smile playing on his face. I've shown it to only 3 other people, and you are the 4th one. As for your question, yes, I am the one who explored, developed, and coined names of these techniques, so I am indeed at the highest possible for now. What Almond was dumbfounded. Well, I wouldn't say I did this all on my own, Admiral Rudra chuckled. I had found an interesting book on the 2nd floor of the labyrinth 9 years ago. It showed that mana hid more mysteries than just using it to execute skills. It was a damaged book and didn't have detailed information. But whatever knowledge it had, I had used it to research and explore possibilities with mana to reach this stage. GAA was indeed at the forefront in terms of people with a higher mastery of mana techniques. For the public of adventurers, it was because GAA was researching more on this. But it turned out that it was this old man who solo carried the whole research. Although he had a damaged book, it was surely his insight, talent, and aptitude that allowed him to research this. That makes sense. In my previous life, there were also these mana techniques with minor changes in name. Ammon remembered some techniques. It could be someone or a group also found that book in my last life's world and researched these techniques. That's awesome. I wonder how much these techniques can increase one's power, Almond asked in wonder. I hear mana transmutation can give elemental properties to our mana dot, but I don't know much about it in flow state since such information wasn't on the library or news. Hearing Almond's question, Admiral Rudra chuckled. Well, I'm not bragging when I say that I am strongest in 1 versus 1. Nobody can defeat me alone, even if I don't use any of my class skills. Pausing a bit, he added with a glint in his eyes, at least nobody from our world. Our world. Almond's pupil shrank. Are you saying there are people from other worlds here? That is what my intuition is saying after the information I have perceived and unnatural things I've noticed. Admiral Rudra nodded. I can't help but feel that there's more to this Grim Worlds tutorial than meets the eye, and that some people of our world have made contact with them, especially the dark organizations. I believe you. Almond somberly said, I have some knowledge, but it's incomplete. I need to clear labyrinth floors to get that, but I am sure that it will be of great help to us. All I can tell for now is that something big will happen once the 10th labyrinth floor's floor boss is defeated. In Almond's past life, the 10th floor was cleared soon after he became adventurer, and he knew something had happened, but the memory wasn't clear. He needed to clear the 2nd labyrinth floor to find that out properly. Admiral Rudra raised his eyebrows upon hearing Almond's words and tone. It seems you have some secret. All right, I'll wait until you're ready to tell me. For now, let's begin your evaluation so that I can create your profile. Let's do it. Almond grinned slightly excited. Boom. Almond punched the crystal cube. Good. Stage 1, level 10 strength boost. I'll guide you on stage 2 once you cross 100 points in all 3 physical stats. Now use your focus field as best as you can and keep it for 1 minute without any change. Almond did as told while Admiral Rudra's eyes gleamed, observing Almond's focus field. After a minute, he nodded at Almond. Deactivate it. Your focus field had a 32 radius consistently for 1 minute. That's stage 1 level 3 focus field. Next, activate fortification. Aid is told. Activating fortification within 2 seconds. Not bad. That was fast. Now stand still and grit your teeth. This will hurt a bit. Admiral Rudra rolled up his right sleeve and in the next second punched Almond. Smack. Almond's fortification shattered as he was flung several meters away. But in the next second, a wave of healing showered over him as all pain and injury vanished. He could only release a hollow laugh in response as he got up. That's one way to test fortification. All right, Admiral Rudra laughed. The fastest way is for me to personally test it. Based on what I felt, you can keep your fortification up for 60 minutes easily due to your fine mana control, and it boosts your overall body toughness by 24 of your original toughness that makes your fortification at stage 1 level 2. All right, now use body and fold. Almond nodded, using body and fold as an airy, light blue aura spread around him, reminding him of Dragon Ball Z's Super Saiyan mode, but less showy and small. More closely to the body, punch me with your full strength. Almond blinked before he grinned and didn't hold back as he punched Admiral Rudra with his full power. Boom. Naturally, Admiral Rudra had fortification activated, so not even his clothes got damaged, let alone him. I expected it, but still. Almond Riley smiled. Not bad. Your body and fold increases your physical stats by 27. That's stage 1 level 2 body and fold, and you're already close to reaching level 3. Next, use weapon and fold in your sword. Ammon took out his praying hunter's sword. He had already trained 10 hours solely in aura and fold at first, so he was proficient in using it with this weapon. Admiral Rudra observed it for a moment and said, extend its range as much as you can while keeping weapon and fold activated. Its aura must not budge even in a bit. Ammon nodded, his expression focused. The sword's length range increased by half a meter and its blade width also increased. One must know that the extended ranges, although not physical, share the same level of power as the boosted sword. It was essentially like the sword had gotten bigger and longer while getting the boost from weapon and fold. Attack me. Admiral Rudra saw Almond's wrist and body resonating as his sword slashed, and a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. This kid is indeed monstrous with the sword. His vibe entirely changes subtly when he wields it. That's perfect slash imbuing the flow and power of his entire body. Slash. Wonderful. You managed to increase your weapon's attack power by 48. Admiral Rudra Riley smiled. Your rate of improvement with weapon and fold is absurd. All right, true, but I think it's only when I use a sword, Almond said before he shrugged. Well, I am not going to use anything other than swords, so that's fine by me. Your mana control is already high, so when you study this sword and activated weapon and fold, it paired well, allowing you to reach a higher boost in weapon and fold than body and fold. So I need to study my body better to allow for a better execution of body and fold. Got it, Almond smiled. The last evaluation is of your combat power, but it's better that you do this in Firefly City. Admiral Rudra smiled as he showed a hologram screen to Almond from his wristwatch. Special Hunter. Almond read it out loud, surprised. What's that, a new position in GAA for you? Soon Admiral Rudra explained why he did this. Apparently, Admiral Rudra had decided to create a special position for him in Firefly City's GAA branch to allow him more freedom than usual new low-rank members. After all, Amen was capable of clearing labyrinth floors at higher cycles and stronger than his usual rank. This would scream bias and make him look like a case of nepotism, but it was Ammon's job to shut them up, which was why he decided to let Almond hold the last evaluation to determine his combat power at the Firefly City's GAA branch. All right, your profile's completed. I'm going to send it to the GAA branch in Firefly City. Your jet is also ready, so you can depart after half an hour. Admiral Rudra handed a wristwatch to Almond, an advanced Magitech device that was like a mini-computer. It acted as a mobile phone with magic whisper, ability, and information source. Wearing it on his wrist, Ammon checked his profile. Firefly City, GAA branch. At the moment, a 20-year-old blonde-haired slim man, Julian, was looking at the profile sent by the branch master with an errand of picking up the profile's owner from the airport. With him was his brown-haired, bulkicized partner of the same age, Roken. Hey, isn't this profile strange? Roken, what do you mean, take a look? Almond crocheted silver rank level 10 combat power combat arsenal physical enchantment stage, 1 strength boost level 10 stage 1 focus field level 3 stage 1 fortification level 2, or unfold stage 1 body and fold level, 2 stage 1 weapon and F fold level, 4 mana transmutation stage 0 elemental mimicry stage, 0 complex combined mimicry flow state stage, 0 overdrive stage 0 overload. Roken tilted his head. He ain't better than us. What's the issue? Look at the details below, and his level. You skipped his level. Haha, it's so low, I skipped. Idiot. Julian made a disgusted face. He is 18 years old, and his level being silver level 10 meant that he entered the labyrinth this month, meaning he awakened this month. At most, it's been 23 days since he got access to mana. If he awakened on the first day of this month, only now did Roken connect the dots, resulting in a dumbfounded expression as he exclaimed, "This profile is fake. Ain't no way he reached these levels and those techniques in 23 days. It wasn't like he trained every day all day. Discover hidden tales at Novel Bin," calm Julian muttered as he looked at the profile. It's also strange that his combat power is yet to be assigned and that he got a strange position called Special Hunter. What the who is this guy? Roken looked at the photo. Dude is handsome. Must be from some big family. Are you saying only big families have handsome guys? Julian snorted, his mood foul. Chill, bro, you're also handsome. Anyway, so are we going to pick up this dude? As much as I hate to do it, we have to go now. He should be landing in 10 minutes. Almond landed from the private jet belonging to GAA's upper brass in the airport's GAA's plane landing area. Lily doesn't know I am here yet. I should give her a surprise. Almond smiled. He soon arrived at the arrivals hall where he spotted two people, with one of them holding a sign of his name. They also spotted him. Amen nodded at them as he walked toward them. "Hi, I believe you are here for me." "Yeah, let's go," Julian said with a plain expression as he nodded and turned around. "Hello, friend." Roken smiled and put down the sign as he nodded. "I am Roken, and that guy with a bit of a bad mood is Julian." Julian's lips twitched, but he just continued to walk without any reaction or response. "Nice to meet you," Almond nodded. As Almond followed the duo, Roken curiously asked, "Almond, I haven't heard of the Crocheted family. Where are you from?" Almond blinked. "Well, I am from Far City, and it's not strange you haven't heard of this family as I am the only member with this surname, though I don't know if there are Crochet somewhere else." "Oh, I thought you were from some influential family. Haha." Roken laughed while scratching the back of his head. "Haha, nope." Almond lightly chuckled before he paused and added, "Well, if you consider my girlfriend's family, then yeah, they're kind of influential." "Oh, nice, nice. Is she in this city?" "Yep, she's a member of the League of Firefly. She just joined recently." "That's pretty good. What's her name?" "Lily." Almond smiled. "I had a girlfriend, but she broke up with me a week ago, right before the labyrinth opened." Broke inside. "She said I was not serious at all and not working hard, so she went inside with another group. Well, I can't blame her, but it feels a bit bad." "So she was right?" Almond asked with a wry smile. "Well, kind of. Yeah, I got my subclass the previous month. It's called Runic Blacksmith, a rank. So I started focusing on it since my specialized class and primary class are both B rank, but she wanted me to focus on my combat arsenal." Roken shook his head. "So that became the catalyst for our breakup." "Then she is wrong." Almond smiled. "You do what you want to do." "Yeah, man, I think I'm getting the hang of this blacksmithing stuff. I even crafted a decent rare rank weapon the other day." Julian immediately snorted. "Oh, sure." After failing a dozen times, crafting uncommon rank products, wasting tons of materials, and going completely broke. "Hey, that's just part of the learning process. I'm only going to get better from here." "A rank subclass, Runic Blacksmith, sounds interesting." Almond raised his eyebrows. The group arrived at the car by now as Julian entered the driving seat. Almond went ahead to sit in the back seat while Roken sat in the passenger seat. As Julian started driving, he said, "The branch master ordered me to take you to the branch for your combat power evaluation. Are you ready for it? Is there anything specific I should know beforehand to be prepared?" "Nothing particular. Just know that usage of weapons or items is forbidden during the evaluation, so don't use them even by mistake." Almond thought of something and asked, "What if my summon uses an item? My summon is a part of my power, and so is the weapon it wields." "Right, that." Julian frowned. Roken laughed and said, "That's a good question. We have to ask it there to get an answer. Adventurers who have summon-type powers are pretty rare. After all, we don't have any in our branch." "I see." Almond nodded. "So how was your first adventure into the labyrinth, Pret?" "Pretty good and rewarding." Almond smiled. "Good, good. Oh yeah. Are you going to participate in the Rising Star Tournament?" "Rising Star Tournament?" Almond blinked, curious. "First time hearing this." Roken explained the tournament, causing Almond's interest to peak up. "Sounds interesting." "When is it starting?" "After 8 days, Julian said. "You won't get much far in that since you just entered the labyrinth for the first time and are only at silver level 10. Pausing a bit, Julian added with a hint of mockery, "Well, if your combat arsenal is accurate as displayed in your profile, then you might get a good rank in the silver rank bracket." Roken wryly smiled as he used Magic Whisper. "Come on, bro. You don't have to say it like that. I see." "So you think the combat arsenals evaluated in my profile are false?" Ahmed asked, an amused smile on his face. Do you think God would do that? Then what's with your strange position in the branch? Julian asked, his tone raspy. Usually newbies start as scouts, then climb up to be officers, then to marshal, then captain, and then commander. So what's with the special hunter? You really want to know? Almond's voice dropped, taking on a deeper, almost unsettling tone that caught both Roken and Julian off guard. Roken coughed nervously. I mean, you do, were curious. Are you absolutely sure? Almond's voice grew even lower and more somber, adding a strange tension to the air. Like really, really sure? Roken swallowed hard, visibly tense. Julian, feeling both irritation and pressure, didn't back down. Just say it already. Leaning forward, Almond lowered his voice even more, his tone deadly serious. Listen carefully. I have no idea. Screech, bro, eyes on the road, don't crash, screw. Julian didn't say anything anymore during the rest of the ride while Roken and Ammon talked about various news regarding big families, adventurers, and other stuff. It was past 12:00 on, and the sun was bright with no clouds over the city. After arriving at the GAA branch, they went to the Combat Evaluation Zone, a building with a big white hall installed with advanced projection magitech. They created 3D holograms of monsters and accurately interacted with physical and magical phenomena in a unique way. They were not physical, but any skills and attack that struck them would cause a 99 accurate reaction. Their attacks wouldn't register on adventurers, but wearing a simple device would display the adventurer's vitality, and based on the projection monster's attack, it would reduce the adventurer's vitality. Overseeing this facility was Marshall Lowell, a level 23 platinum rank adventurer. I've asked the branch master, Marshall Lowell said as he nodded at Almond. Your summons are allowed to carry a weapon, but you cannot. The reason is that your summon being able to use a weapon is a part of your power. Got it? Almond smiled. Now then, who should I summon? Will start the evaluation in 1 minute. Get ready. There will be spawning of monsters randomly for 10 minutes in stage 1. Your combat power rank will be determined based on the highest stage you can complete. Almond nodded. I'll go with Infernal Knight. He is not too scary and not weakle looking with his cool mount. He is perfect size and badassery to display. Come out, Infernal Knight. Almond commanded as if he were calling out his Pokemon. Julian, Roken, and Marshall Low focused, curious to see his summon. In the next second, a big vortex of dark orange and emberic red flames appeared within which the Infernal Knight stood as a towering figure clad in dark armor veined with fiery cracks. Wielding a massive great swordstree with molten patterns and a shield of ash and rock laced with lava veins, he exudes volcanic fury. Mounted at top, a spectral warhorse wreathed in flames. His burning eyes peer from beneath the horned helm, scanning the battlefield with lethal focus as the air around him shimmered with heat. Stay connected with Novel Bincom. The warrior was 5 m tall, and the knight at top it was an over 3 m tall humanoid as the pair made a giant monstrous figure together. That's awesome, Roken exclaimed. Infernal Nidishker. Cool, all right, it's powerful, I can feel it. His class must be high-ranking. Julian clenched his fist. Why do people get different ranks of class at the start? No. Unfairness. I'm going to be stronger with whatever I have and get more myself. Admiral Rudra started at B-rank primary class, but he is the strongest. That's a powerful summon you got there. Marshall Law raised his eyebrows, his eyes glinting. Its stats feel quite high as well. Would you mind sharing the status screen of this summon with me? Me too, bro. If you don't mind, Roken quickly said. Almond smiled and showed his status screen for all of them to see via the wristwatch's hologram function. Spirit Wraith Infernal Knightish Rake Silver Level 10 Classification Cavalry Warrior Quirks generates Ember Parks upon getting damaged, which can be used to restore Infernal Knight's health and increase fire attribute damage. But Infernal Knight can't receive any kind of healing aside from its own way. True Knight Agraman. If Infernal Knightish takes fatal damage, his Warhorse Agraman sacrifices its life and revives him. The revived Infernal Knight acquires Molten Fury, increasing his stats by 50. If Warhorse Agraman dies first, Infernal Knight acquires a special skill. Failed Knight's Shattered Vow kills himself and self-destructs in a 100-meter radius while changing the 100-meter radius area into deadly molten lava. Stats: 0 unassigned stat points. Physical Strength 66, Health 62, Stamina 62, Mental Mana 67, Focus 63, Perception 63, Skills, Infernal Flames, A Enhanced Type Darkened Blade. A Enhanced Type Shadow Step, A Movement Type, Hellfire Burst, S Attack Type Infernal Shield, A Defense Type Curse Strike, B Debufadak Type Blazing Rush. Attack Movement Type Emberval Restoration, a Self-Support Type Pyrolasma Attack Type Emberclad Barrier, a Support Defense Type, Inferno's Wrath S Attack Type. There was a silence after Almond showed the status that lasted for 3 seconds before Ollie Smokes Roken shouted, his mouth wide open. Julian's eyes visibly trembled, just like his body. What is that? What kind of summon? Is this what the is? Marshall Lau was also dumbfounded, as he stood there stunned, and his arms crossed as he proceeded. There was a hint of satisfaction in Almond's eyes as he saw their reactions. He was quite proud of his 4 sentient creations as they had human spirit's influence. He had one more that he got last, but he had yet to summon it from the spirit Codica pocket and write down its name and disposition details. And in terms of stats, aside from Alfred and Chimera Viperfiend, the rest had way higher base stats because each of them had 5 or more boss monsters' spirits in their spirit Codica round. This is very powerful. Almond Marshall Lal said as he composed himself, his eyes curious. The stats are close to same leveled field bosses, but these skills and those quirks along with potential growth. What rank is your class? If you don't mind revealing it, my information is classified. So whatever I say would be accepted. Let's go with S rank. It's an S rank class, Ammon replied with a smile. Roken and Julian were further stunned upon hearing Almond's class rank. I see, that's what I expected. Marshall Lal nodded, his eyes curious and focused on the infernal night. By the way, are your summons real entities in some other world? I am just assuming this because there seems to be a story based on that quirk. Almond chuckled. That's not the case. The way I get my summons is a bit special. Their stories are what I came up with. I can decide what kind of personality and disposition my summons get when I summon them first, as this can give me interesting power. As you saw in my Infernal Night, Almond had discovered this when he made Dark Pope Benedict, filling its disposition with a quirky personality and backstory in the mind based on its name. He was surprised to find an interesting quirk based on information he filled, so he figured out this hidden effect of influencing his summons. Marshall Lopal was surprised. He didn't expect something like this to be the case. I think just based on this class skill that can allow you to get your summons of this type, your S-rank class can be considered one of the most powerful if I have to judge. Marshall Law looked at Almond with a smile. The way he looked at Almond was now completely different. This kid is going places if he is really talented. Like his profile shows this in his class. We are finally going to have one supper rookie of this generation. Yeah, I agree. Almond smiled. It's quite powerful if I have to say so myself. Bro, I am so envious like you're up. Roken laughed. Julian was completely still and silent as he observed. He suppressed his growing envy, observed, and fueled his fire to become stronger. All right, 1 minute up. Here comes the first stage. Ammon turned around and saw 5 bronze rank level 5 direwolves around him a few meters away. They launched their attack without hesitation upon materializing. Ammon stood with his arms crossed leisurely and carefree as he commanded in his mind. Burn them. The warhorse Agraman stomped on the ground, creating shock waves laced with flames. A simple use of its flame attributes power unrelated to the skills. The flamed shock waves instantly incinerated the wolves. But the stage 1 wasn't over yet. 2 goblin archers and 1 goblin warrior spawned, initiating their attack soon. Ammon didn't bother dodging and simply waved his hand, deflecting the arrows physically. Warhorse Agraman stomped Goblin Warrior to death, while Infernal Knight Ishkur released a flame wave with his sword in long range, destroying the goblin archers. Like this, 3 more different waves of monsters, all being bronze rank up to level 10, appeared. That was expected. I suppose you don't need to take a break. No, let's start Stage 2. Stage 2 began with 5 silver rank monsters from level 1 to level 5. This time, Almond made a single move. His figure visibly blurred as he wielded his sword, crossing past the 5 monsters within a second as he exerted his physical prowess while using weapon and fold. In another second, all 5 monsters were sliced as their digital structures flickered and vanished. A silver level 5 shadow eagle spawned and made a surprise attack, but before it could near Almond, it was slashed by Infernal Nightishkur. More and more silver rank monsters spawned with gaps as their level got higher and higher, but all of them were killed before they could do anything. Even if they used the skills, none could hit Almond. Soon, Almond started facing monsters at silver level 11 and above. What they are his stats? Julian frowned. They don't like they belong to a silver level 10, even if he has used a couple of statin increasing items, Roken muttered. Just watching with a daze and a bit of excitement. His stats, Marshall Lowe blinked a few times trying to get a reading on Almond. His aura is properly maintained, and not once has his mana control wavered. This kid is not even giving me an opportunity to get a proper guess on his stats, but they are all above 50 for sure. Those movements are impossible without at least that much. Marshall Lopal's eyes glinted as he saw Almond dispatching a silver level 20 chainsaw monkey in a single slash of his sword after leisurely dodging its attack. Julian, is he going to get C10 combat rank just like that? Roken muttered. Julian's fists were clenched in his cross-armed position. His profile is real. He's using all mana techniques with better finness than us, even though we have reached a bit higher level than him in those techniques. He got the C10 rank in his bag. C10 meant that he had reached the peak of silver rank in terms of combat power. It also meant he would be allowed to enter crank dungeons up to the black-colored C-rank dungeons, which are the most dangerous. The last monster of Stage 2 spawned a mini-boss of level 30. Go destroy it. Almond commanded them with what skills to use for the attack. Infernal Nidishkur and Warhose Agraman unleashed dark red flames that whirled around them and rushed forward using S-Blazing Rush skill. While both of them were also enhanced with the Infernal Flame skill that boosted their fire-related damage further. Boom, the mini-boss was obliterated, putting an end to Stage 2. Impressive. Marshal Lal clapped while smiling. Way to go, bro. You better enter that tournament because you might just become the champion of the silver rank bracket. Haha. Julian didn't want to admit it, but he had to do that. Almond was skilled and powerful. Let's start Stage 3, Almond said as he cracked his index finger. A faint smile on his face, Marshal Lowe thoughtfully nodded. You might be able to defeat a few waves. Let's see how far you go in the B rank. Stage 3 span longer because the monsters in this stage ranged from gold level 1 to gold level 100. Do you want to wait a bit to recover your stamina and mana? Yeah, give me a few minutes. Ahmed nodded and sat down cross-legged, entering meditation. You two got a new task, or are you just wandering around instead of training? Marshal Lal turned to Roken and Julian. We were about to begin our training session, Marshal, Julian said respectfully. Then go, Marshal. Can we wait until Almond finishes? Please, Roken asked while putting up puppy eyes. Get lost. Just do your training until you get a task. Julian, don't forget about your goal in the Rising Star tournament. If you want the rewards, you have to work hard. Yes, sir. Roken, let's go. Julian began walking out along with reluctant long-faced Roken. After they left, Almond opened his eyes and looked at Marshal Lau. Marshal, do you mind if I borrow them to explore the city a bit? I also want to visit League of Firefly. They're in their free time, which is usually used for training, so if they don't mind showing you around, sure. Also, I sent them away because I wanted to isolate this session. Marshal Lowe smiled, his eyes flashing a sheen of light. I've turned off cameras as well, so don't hold back in this stage. I will allow you to set your combat power rank if you want to hide your real combat power on your profile. And yeah, I got the mail from Admiral Rudra, he added, but I have no intention of doing that. Almond internally chuckled. Admiral Rudra doesn't know about all of his spirit wraiths, nor the full power of his specialized class, and Admiral Rudra didn't even press Almond to reveal them, so Ammon wasn't planning to show all of his cards here. Continue your adventure with Novel Bin Cal. Not like I can show my full power against the 3D projection of monsters. My Divine Divider Harvest doesn't work on them. He had tried the skill, and it ended in failure, which he expected, since these monsters were not real at all. The Magitech also wasn't high enough to detect that advanced skill and make a proper result, and even if it could detect and have the monster's stats, it couldn't give Almond the boost as he essentially couldn't harvest stats from these unreal monsters. I am ready. Let's start. In the end, Almond fought until his Infernal Knight died. Naturally, it didn't die due to these fake monsters' attack, but Ammon killed the Infernal Knight and triggered its trait, True Knight Agraman, to make it stronger until he defeated the 5th wave in Stage 3, reaching B5 combat power rank. He also exhausted his mana and stamina by then, because the gold rank level 50 monsters were indeed strong enough that he had to exert more of his power. Do you want to continue with more summons? Marshal Lal asked. I assume you have more summons. I do have, but I wonder if I should show more. Almond blinked, his expression thoughtful. Almond answered as he made a decision. Now I indeed have more summons, but Infernal Knight is strongest in terms of stats due to that quirk. I've also exhausted myself, so I guess this is it. Do you want to register your combat power as B5 or lower? Almond replied with a question. Do you know the combat power of silver-ranked super rookies well? The strongest of them have revealed the combat power of B4. Revealed. Almond raised his eyebrows. Revealed indeed. Interesting choice of word. Then I would like to set my combat power at B1 for now. Almond smiled. All right, your position is a bit special. So according to Admiral Rudra, you are allowed to come and go as you please and get priority in dungeons suitable to your combat power rank. You can bring people inside with you, but only those belonging to GAA. You're free to choose and recruit new people for GAA as well. Wow, Almond was surprised. Old man is going all out, and he listened to my last suggestion. Since he could see people's character attributes, he was the best when it came to judging someone with coldly precise detail due to his riff-fail eyes. You don't know what you have to do with this new position. Marshal Lal asked in surprise upon seeing Almond surprised. Nah, Admiral Rudra made it for me but didn't explain much. Almond wryly smiled. I think because he wants me to freely progress in my own way. I see. There's also not much information about you and your position due to Admiral Rudra. Well, putting that aside, do you want anything or want to know about anything? I would like useless rare grade items if this branch has any. I am willing to buy them cheaply. Oh, why do you need them? Just some skill-related condition of my primary class. I need 100 of them. We don't have that many useless rare items in stock, but we do have some that are quite bad despite being rare grade. You're going to the training zone, right? Wait for 10 minutes. I'll send someone there with the items. All right. Ammon nodded with a smile. Thank you for the trouble. Ammon left while thinking about Lily. I am coming soon, Lily. He was eager and wanted to meet up as soon as possible now that he was here. It had been a while since he was in her loveful presence and tasted her kiss. Almond went to the training zone and encountered an interesting situation. What's up, Julian? Is that all you got? Did you even make any progress in this month's labyrinth dive? Or did you just return after strolling for 3 days? I bet he was getting enlightenment under a waterfall somewhere on the 6th floor. Haha, sounds about right. Julian was in a sparring ring with someone of his age, and it seemed that he was losing. Roken had a puffed expression as he angrily said, Doman, you would lose if it's just sparring using mana techniques. How are you going to say the same thing when a monster is about to kill you, Doman? Monsters can't use mana techniques. Ah, right. Maybe you will tell the monsters to fight without using skills then. Doman grinned. You stop it, Roken, Julian said as he got up, his whole body aching as he held his sword properly again and looked intently at Dolman, the muscled guy wearing boxing gloves. Let's continue. Dolman grinned as his fleeting footsteps caused confusion to Julian again, dodging Julian's attack while throwing a jab at him using his class skill, shattering Julian's body in fold and fortification as he puked blood. Almond blinked that Dolman has some good class skills. He got better stats as well. Julian, Domnaman, Roken, and other people in this group were all gold rank adventurers, mostly below gold level 50 and some under 70. I guess this is it. Hey, someone heal him, Dolman said before leaving the ring. I'll heal him, Almond chimed in as he waved his hand, summoning the forest maid Sylvia, who used a skill to heal him. Whoa, who is that? No way. A summon? Is it a new member? The appearance of forest maid Sylvia attracted everyone's attention. She's such a cutie beauty, a girl said as she and other girls approached her looking at her, and Almond curiously. Forest maid Sylvia embodied the spirit of the forest with her flowing gown of leaves, vines, and flowers shifting in hues of green and earthy brown. Her hair woven with twigs and glowing fireflies cascades down her back, while intricate root-like markings spread across her sun-kissed skin. She wielded a staff of ancient wood adorned with vines and a glowing crystal symbolizing her connection to nature's magic. Her emerald eyes shone with calm wisdom while her presence radiated life. Forest maid Sylvia ranked silver level 10 classification all around her mage, quirks floral maid. Sylvia can summon small animated flowers or saplings to assist her in minor tasks from any natural greenery around her. These helpers can retrieve items, carry small objects, or even assist in light combat by distracting enemies. This quirk reflects her role as a devoted caretaker, with nature itself lending a helping hand in her tasks. Nature's caretaker, Sylvia passively releases a soothing aura that gently restores the health and mana of nearby allies over time. The effect intensifies if she is focused solely on tending to others, boosting their recovery. Stats: physical strength 55, health 70, stamina 60, mental mana 75, focus 68, perception 72, skills nature magic mastery, a nature's embrace, a vines of binding, a forest blessing, s healing, do a thorn barrier, s whispering breeze, enchanted flora, a woodland camouflage, a earth's resonance, b verdant surge, s with a gentle wave of her staff. She used a skill and materialized dreamy green wisps infused into Julian and completely healed him. After she was done, Almond put her back in the spirit pocket. Are you a new member? Hi, I am Laura. Nice to meet you. Are you new here? What's your name? Almond politely said. And yes, I moved to this city and joined GAA. I am Marina, another one said with a grin. I have a question, handsome. Are you single? Before Ammon could answer, Roken jumped in with a snort. He's not single. Go away, ladies. He already has a girlfriend, someone of his age at that. Hey, what do you mean by that? Fatty, are you saying we are old ladies? We are just a couple of years old. It's nothing. Humph, ignore that. Girls, it's no wonder Sally dumped him. Anyway, Almond, if you want any help, you can reach out to us. Seniors here will help you since you're new in the city. We'll be happy to show you and your girlfriend the charm of the city. Roken snickered. It's fine. Julian and I can show them around. You all are too noisy. Anyway, don't listen to Get Dumbo. He knows nothing. Marina rolled her eyes. Anyway, we won't disturb you anymore. Have fun. Meanwhile, other girls, particularly the newbies like him, whispered among themselves. His eyes are so beautiful, right, and his fashion sense is good too. That noble vest and coat combo with sleek black pants. Stop it, girl, but I can feel you. What about his class? I think his class is powerful if he has such a powerful-looking summon. Should we invite him to our party? He is also silver level 10, so he'll also enter the second floor next month. Didn't we decide not to invite any boys for our first year here? Meanwhile, the boys were quiet at a distance due to 2 reasons. The first reason is that he healed Julian and seemed to know him in Roken. There were formed groups among scout and officer rank members, forming a sort of rivalry between them to get stronger and get over one another as their total contribution determined the next rank, and they could use Ga's benefits and resources by using contribution points. The second reason is that a girl group that usually plays hard to get for seniors was swarming at him. "Thanks for the healing, but you might attract fellows who will pick some trouble with you," Julian said as he walked towards Ammon after the girls left and nodded at him. "They are free to pick the trouble," Almond S.A. Charkhead. "Anyway, I am here because I want to go to the League of Firefly and do some shopping before checking out my house here." Almond's eyes glinted as he smiled and added, "Of course, your free time to train is precious, so I'll give you some useful pointers regarding sword play. What do you say, let's go?" Julian's reply was swift, his expression deadpan and serious. "But make sure to keep your word." "Haha, what about me, bro?" Roken said as he pointed at himself smilingly. "You got any tips for me?" But before Almond could answer, a laugh echoed from behind as Doman and 5 people of his group, 2 girls and 3 boys 20 years old, approached them. "You're seriously asking pointers from a silver rank level 10 newbie? No wonder you two aren't improving. It's none of your business, Dolman." Julian said, his expression indifferent. "If you're just here to speak, no thanks. You can continue your training." "Little you forgot your beating already," Dolman sneered. "That was a spar." Julian narrowed his eyes. "Now get lost." Conflicts resulting in fights were absolutely prohibited. Breaking this rule could result in bigger trouble and hamper their progress overall. They could only fight in proper sparring. So Dolman could only get even if he wanted to beat Julian. "We are going to a dungeon as we just got a task mail." Unlike a certain someone who got nothing to do, Dolman said as he turned aloof and looked at Almond. "See you later, newbie." "Sure." Almond smiled unfazed, yet a chill glint passed through his eyes as he checked out a certain attribute of this demand. "That one's a negative. All right. I'll have to see if he has a skeleton or 2 in his closet. I would love my next summon to have some good close combat expertise." Almond stayed in the training zone until an officer-ranked girl with long dark green hair arrived who also attracted some attention because of her status as the branch master's student Navarra Erden. She was in the same age group as Julian and Doman's group, 20 to 21 years old. "Here's the rare grade jocks. Keep the storage pouch." "Thank you." Almond accepted the storage pouch and put it in his coat's pocket. 7. "How I was expecting more. Check the mail and pay on time," Invara said before leaving without further interaction. Almond checked the mail and saw that these 7 rare grade items cost him 57,400 gold coins. "Not bad, Roken. I'll buy your rare grade item if you don't have any use for it." Almond said, "Really, thanks a lot, bro. It's not that good," which was why nobody was willing to buy it, "and you put a price that's more than it's worth." Julian rolled his eyes. Roan winced. "I wanted to recover some money. We don't even have any dungeon assigned to us in its 3rd cycle, so we can't enter the labyrinth anymore unless we have a death wish. What can I do now that I've wasted over 200,000 gold coins?" Amen laughed and said, "I'll buy it." "What's the price?" I put it up for 25,000, but I am not going to rip you off. Take it for 10,000. Ammon chuckled. "All right, that just earned you a spot in a B-grade dungeon raid." What Roken shouted. Julian was startled before his brows furrowed. "How? Just know that I got it. I'll tell you when we'll go at the end of the day." Almond cheekily smiled. "For now, take me to the League of Firefly." "Let's go, young master." Roken bowed like a butler and gestured to Almond with a respectful expression. "Driver Julian, take out the car." Julian didn't say anything and began walking out of the training zone. Almond followed as he said, "That said, I also want to buy a car." Roken quickly walked beside Almond. "What's your budget?" "I should buy necessary things first before dumping all gold coins on gathering sacrificial rare grade items. Budget, let's say it's 100,000 gold coins." "All right. I know some good dealers affiliated with GAA, so we'll get a good car with your budget." As the trio got into the car, Ammon asked, "How far is the League of Firefly?" "Roughly 50 km away. They have to protect their territory, which also includes a coastal area. They have to stop monsters coming from the sea," Julian answered as he began driving. "Oh yeah, bro," Roken said as he looked back at Almond. "Why don't you get assigned to the mini branch of GAA there? I mean, it's hard to get spots there, but given your strange position, you should be able to ask it." Julian nodded. GAA members there enjoy better training and a better environment cause there's a beach, and they can join League of Firefly Sea Defense to kill monsters regularly, which earns them more gold coins. "Interesting. That just gave me a good idea." Almond smiled. On the way to the League of Firefly, Almond took his time checking out various important attributes of Julian and Roken. His powers, especially in both of his classes, were suitable for a leader, a commander with the power to arm his subordinates with more power. And Almond himself wanted to form a trustworthy group. He wasn't going to underestimate himself, especially after learning of his past life and the bigger troubles in the dark regarding this grim world's tutorial. Their characters are good in the core. One has a strong drive to get stronger despite the bad hand dealt to him and focuses on it. The other has a carefree and honest nature. His subclass might just pave a good path for him. Starting with these two, I'll make them powerful and earn their loyalty. This is the best way if I want truly trustworthy people to work for me. League of Firefly Guild Base. Almond was genuinely surprised by the scale of the base as they entered through the peripheral gate and saw big and exotic buildings. Yeah, this is nothing, bro. League of Firefly is over 3 times bigger than Gauze Branch here in terms of base size, Roken said upon seeing Almond's expression. But of course, the main headquarters of GAA is the biggest and grandest of all, Roken added with a grin. Let's go, Julian said as he parked the car and turned it off. The trio entered the reception building, which had 5 desks and a person sitting behind each of them. Almond, Roken, and Julian walked towards a desk as the black-haired girl in her 20s promptly asked, "How may I help you visitors? I am here to meet someone," Almond said with a polite smile. "Would you please tell me where is Lily Darkwood?" Hearing that, the girl squinted her eyes for a second before replying, "I'm sorry, but reporters are not allowed to have an interview with her." Almond blinked. "Do we look like reporters?" Roken pointed his finger at himself. "Reporters in camouflage," the lady tilted her head. "We've had 5 of them since morning." Almond wryly smiled. "We are from GAA," Julian replied with a deadpan expression. "How are you here for her inspection?" "Nope. Not even your branch master is allowed to do that. Her profile will be out when the guild decides to do that. We are not here for that." Roken scratched the back of his head and looked at Almond. "Can you please call her here then?" Almond asked with a dry smile. The lady rolled her eyes. "Yeah, sure." "Who are you, her brother?" "Haven't heard of one." I am." Almond paused and leaned ahead before he whispered, "Her life mate." The lady was stunned before her expression gradually darkened. "Security, this is embarrassing. Do you not ever contact or something?" Julia clicked his tongue as they were escorted out of the reception building. "I don't have her contact." Almond wryly smiled. "I didn't think it would be hard to meet someone here. And we didn't think that your girlfriend was the super newbie that's going to be super rookie soon. She's the same one some of those people were talking about, right?" Roken curiously asked. "Yeah, I don't think there's another Lily Darkwood here. Hey, chaps from GA." Suddenly, a group of 6 people approached them. 4 of them were in their late teens and 2 were in their early 20s. "What's up?" Roken blinked. "What you here for?" the red-haired young man in his early 20s asked. "We came to meet someone. I wonder if you can help us." Almond asked. "How you're asking us means that the receptionist rejected you. Hey, don't tell me you're here for Lily Darkwood." Almond had a feeling this group was also about to reject them. Getting no answer, a few of them in the group burst out laughing while the red-haired senior said, "You're not the first one to be rejected. Get lost." Actually, Almond stepped forward as he cracked his knuckle, his face forming a narrowed grin. "I am here with a challenge. I heard there are some strong newbies in the League of Firefly. I guess this is the only way to meet her." A little commotion can be helpful, Almond thought, smiling inwardly. Might as well see what the chaps of this guild got. Julian and Roken were startled, just like the Firefly group. From that group, a brown-haired 18-year-old suddenly sneered and said, "Since you're here for the challenge, I'm sure you'll put something on the line. How about the winner take home 100,000 gold coins? Haha, good idea. The arena's there," another said with a grin. "Don't back off now that you've said it." "Senior Arkur, it's fine, right?" the third newbie asked the red-haired 20-year-old. Ammon looked at Arkur, smiling. "It's fine. We've had challenges from other guilds before, but this time it's GAA. No harm in earning pennies," Riker said as he formed a faint smile. "Come on, chap," Almond crocheted. Almond said and chuckled. "Don't worry, we won't remember that name for long," the cocky brown-haired newbie said before he strutted towards the arena's direction while others also turned. Almond promptly replied as he followed the group. "That's an interesting theory, friend. Unfortunately, it only applies to goldfish. So unless you're one, you won't ever forget my name. He won't ever forget your face after the battle." Roken sneered before he quickly whispered to Almond, "Bro, is this really a good idea? Don't worry. Didn't they say challenges are common?" Almond smiled and glanced at Julian. "I don't give a besides, it'll be fun to see them eat dirt," Julian said as he sensed his gaze, causally walking alongside Almond. Riker heard them and chuckled. "Let's let the fist do the talking now. The arena is 300 m deep, so we should hurry." Ammon followed them while looking around, amazed at the whole base. "Is that hill at the end of residential area? There's a cool palace there." Amen didn't know that Lily and Natalia were training in that private palace that only high-ranking platinum rank members could access, and only they could bring others on that hill. That tall and big building must be their main headquarters building. They soon arrived at the arena section. It was a big bow-shaped area slightly bigger than a football field with 5 elevated platform rings over it in pentagon-shaped points. "This is pretty good," Almond said. The fourth number platform was empty, so the newbie did a long and high jump, landing squarely on the platform. "Come on," he said, beckoning at Almond. "Sure, but I would like to change the bet," Almond said, his voice loud as he raised his hand holding an item. Riker and others looked at it while the brown-haired boy on the platform also squinted his eyes to see the item. "This is a rare-grade weapon drop from the first floor. Star Driver Shard Staff." "No way," Roken shouted. Julian was also dumbfounded. "You can't be serious." Riker narrowed his eyes. "That fetches 1 million gold coins minimum and more if it has good perks and skills." "No," he said it. "So it's on the game now," the blonde-haired newbie said excitedly. "But know that we won't put anything of that value on the line." The second senior, a tall, muscled man with short indigo hair, said with narrowed eyes, "If you said that in excitement, I'll allow you to take it back." "I am serious," Ammon said as he handed the item over to Julian. "He'll hold on to it," saying that he jumped and landed on the platform 10 m away from the brown-haired newbie. "Bro is serious," Roken muttered, his excitement surging. "This is going to be fun." On the platform, Siner grinned at Almond and said, "I am Cyrus, and my role is of a warrior. What's your name again? I forgot." He took out a big mace with a spiked metal ball. It was a rare-grade item crafted in the guild's forge house. Almond took out his praying hunter's sword. "Another rare drop," Riker muttered. "2 top-notch drops from the first floor. That chap must be from a rich fam. Humph." "What's his role?" Almond stretched his arm and made a showy magic symbol with a star theme designed from his palm facing the ground. "I am a summoner." Almond smiled. "Come out. Starlight Beast." At the Cyrus eyes popped out. "That's one cool beast." Whose summon is that Almond's Starlight Beast instantly captivated the platform. The beast's sleek, muscular body shimmered with a soft stardust-like glow, and faint constellations pulsed subtly across its silver-blue coat. A flowing mane shifted between indigo and silver, while intense, glowing silver eyes seemed to peer into every onlooker's soul. As more and more people focused there and closed in towards this combat ring platform, everyone felt as if they felt a mysterious pull from the beast. Unaware that it was the Starlight Beast's inherent trait, Starlight Beast rank, silver level, 10 quirks, Starforged core. This core pulses with starlight, allowing the beast to passively regenerate mana over time and granting it resistance to physical and magical attacks. When its health drops below 30, the core activates a Star Force Surge, temporarily increasing its strength and mana by 25, and surrounding it with a faint protective aura of stardust that reduces incoming damage. Stats: physical strength, 70 health, 80 stamina, 70 mental mana, 80 focus, 70 perception, 70 skills: Celestial Roar, Astral Claws, B Starburst Leap, A Moonlight Howl, B Radiant Aura, C Starlit Veil, B Cosmic Pulse, S Twilight Regeneration, B Meteor, Rush, A Nebula Shield, B Starlight Beast. Didn't have a human soul in its creation. But its birth gave it a quirk on its own, like Chimera Viper, Fiend God, through the process, consisting of 20 spirits that were used as the foundation of their spirit evolution. But unlike Chimera Viper Fiend, Starlight Beast had 5 big bosses from the major area Starfall Basin and 2 big bosses from the inner area Burial Light Forest. "Do we start now?" Almond asked stunned-looking Cyrus. "Why yeah, let's start." Cyrus nodded before he breathed out and focused. "It's just big. It can't be that powerful. I'll go all out from the start." "All right." Almond smiled and commanded the Starlight Beast to use its only S-rank Cosmic Pulse. In the next second, a disc pulse gently released from the Starlight Beast's body, creating an ethereal cosmic disc, covering the entire combat ring platform. Boom! This sound was actually Cyrus' knees hitting the ground before he released a scream as he felt his whole body breaking. Was this too strong? Almond was dumbfounded and told Starlight Beast to tone down on the gravity pressure, but how it shouldn't be this powerful. Cyrus was barely hanging on to prevent himself from getting unconscious. "Gravity I up. I used half-as weight increase." Riker arrived on the platform behind Cyrus and pulled him up. "It seems that Cyrus lost this match. Give it up for our Ga friend here." Almond was already using Focus Field. Thought a bit late, but he captured Cyrus' activity that suddenly ceased. It seems that he used a kind of skill that made the effect of cosmic pull stronger on him. Should be weight or something related to it. "Well, anyone else wants to come up?" Amen said as he enhanced his voice with mana. "Any silver rank can defeat me. I'll give up my rare drop Star Driver Shard Staff." Riker followed up as if he wanted to fuel this. "Everyone, feel free to come up." Riker jumped off the ring while carrying Cyrus and handed it over to his friends. "Take him to the infirmary. He needs to be healed from within his foundation. Tell the healer to check his body properly first." Cyrus' 3 friends took him away while Riker turned back to look at the ring. The second challenger had already arrived. A summon this powerful, Riker narrowed his eyes. "Riker, I'm calling Xavier. You think no one else in silver rank can defeat him?" Sam Riker turned to his friend. Yeah, Sam nodded, his gaze on Almond while he dialed a call to the League of Fireflies super rookie Xavier Roserf. Meanwhile, the second challenger was thrown off the stage 1 second after a makeshift referee from the crowd arrived and rang the gong to start the fight. Repel, Arker frowned. It seems to be based on attraction and repel, Sam muttered. This means that the pulsing ring phenomenon. This is reminding me of some bosses in Starfall Basic. Yeah, that's Star Magnet Minotaur, but it also has a visual effect of Starfall Lion King's glitter pulse, meaning there's more to this skill than just attraction and repel. The third challenger arrived. This time, each step within Cosmic Pulse's range suddenly formed tiny neon colorful stones that struck the challenger along with a hard gravity pull toward the ground. It was over in a jiffy. What the how can Mona lose this fast? Yeah, she's got 2 rank classes and is one of the best among this time's newbies. She didn't get the chance to display her arsenal of power. That beast's crazy skill is overwhelming them. This time the previous month's newbie arrived, who had ascended to the second floor and went past silver level 10. But the result remained the same. Instant defeat. 2 more challenged Almond, and then 2 more, but Ammon hadn't moved a single step from his position. Suddenly, only the uproar and talk ensued, while no one else came to challenge him, nor anyone shouted that they would go next. The one who said he would go after Mona was also silent. The audience was also increasing in size, and the higher-ups were getting informed about the challenge, though it wasn't anything new, so it was just about relaying information. However, that changed within the next 10 minutes when one of the strongest silver level 30 adventurers lost as well. This person had reached level 2 in all mana techniques and level 6 in strength boost. He managed to hurt Starlight Beast, but that's all. Almond had to command Starlight to use 3 skills, and one fact still hadn't changed. He still didn't move from his initial position. Nobody could get close to Almond, nor manage to hit him from long range. Starlight Beast was like a ruthless protector, defeating opponents swiftly while protecting Almond on its own with Starlit Veil, a passive skill that works while Starlight Beast is spending its mana. The effect of creating a mystical transparent silver curtain as a makeshift shield anywhere within its range. Anyone else? Almond shouted, causing other voices to lower. Seeing no one coming forward after 5 seconds, Almond wryly smiled. Well, this is disappointing. Don't be. A voice boomed out before a figure landed on the platform 10 meters across from him. Xavier, defeat him, Xavier. Show him who's the boss in silver rank. Almond looked at the light blue-haired young man with a white shirt and a trouser the same as his age who was quite famous a month ago. Nice summon, Xavier said, his eyes on Almond as he took out a rapier from his storage pouch. Thanks, Almond smiled. I guess I don't need your introduction. Well, I am Almond. Nice to meet you. Xavier faintly smiled. If you have more summons, take them out. This one won't be enough to protect you. I am 20 levels above you anyway. GR. Starlight Beast growled at Xavier, its mane pulsing with a glow. It's saying that you are getting too full of yourself. Almond chuckled. Xavier raised his eyebrows. Well, do you agree? Almond grinned. Absolutely. Xavier icily smiled as his eyes turned severe. I hope you are right, or this will be an unsightly battle. He activated Fortification, consuming 100 mana as a protecting film that appeared around him along with body, and Fold to increase his overall physical power. The referee, who was floating above the platform on a small cloud, felt. They exchanged enough words and hit the gong. Swoosh. Xavier's rapier pointed at Starlight Beast as a sharp blue silvery beam, unleashed, aimed at its head. Starlight Beast reaction was fast enough to protect itself as it used B-rank Nebula Shield skill, a whirling mass of sparkling dust that ate up the beam attack. But Xavier had already launched himself right after that attack. His physical enchantment and weapon in Fold also activated. Starlight Beast couldn't react in time, as Xavier had already arrived at Almond's left. His rapier glowing and ready to deliver a powerful strike using his physical prowess and an attack-type class skill Radiant Pierce, as he might die, so I'd better use it in a non-fatal area, was what Xavier thought as he aimed the attack at Almond's shoulder. But instead of seeing blood, Xavier saw sparks flying before feeling a powerful rebound as his body was flung away. He quickly stabilized himself after shooting 10 away and gained a foothold as he landed, his eyes trembling. Not bad, Almond nodded with a smile. His strength boost is at level 7, fortification at level 4, body in Fold at level 3, and weapon in Fold at level 2. However, Xavier had waves rising in his heart. What's going on? Was my skill interrupted right before it could release? The arena suddenly turned deathly silent. Nobody had expected Xavier to get pushed away after he himself went for an attack, but Starlight Beast was angry, so it launched itself at Xavier, going full throttle for the first time. Starburst leap, a cosmic pulse, S-boom. Xavier rolled to the side as he dodged the leap, but its main attack was the area of effect it generated after lighting. Xavier was struck by the shock wave, making him unbalanced while feeling a jolt throughout his body with pain. And due to that, cosmic pulses, gravity pulls suddenly ruined his foothold as he fell to the ground. Starlight Beast used a rank meteor rush skill, turning into a comet wrapped in fiery starlight, intending to crash into Xavier. It can't be this easy, right? Almond raised his eyebrows. Super rookies are supposed to have S rank and above classes along with a good foundation. Fortunately, Almond was right. Xavier's body was wrapped in a milky blue light as his figure flickered, moving 10 towards Almond as he dodged Starlight Beast's attack and was already in the position of stabbing at him. Radiant pierce swoosh. Almond's pupil shrank as he precisely sidestepped while moving less than half a meter. Dodging the beam by a palm's length. How can he dodge that? Xavier's focus field clearly captured Almond, moving timely as he masterfully dodged the attack. But he didn't have time to think because Starlight Beast was once again on his tail, more angry than ever. Get lost, Beast. Xavier muttered with a dark expression as he caught Starlight Beast's movement in his focus field. He jumped and somersaulted before unleashing his signature powerful attack. Radiant Pierce Crimson Spiral. This time, Xavier's piercing beam had a crimson spiraling effect around it. While the beam also had a hue of dark red, it struck the Starlight Beast squarely, entering its head and coming out of his back as its vitality turned 0 in a second. I have half of my mana now, but that beast's gravity was annoying, Xavier thought as he looked at Ammon. You shouldn't have any more summon as powerful as that beast, right? Wow, that was not bad at all, Ammon said as he clapped and nodded while smiling. Why did you put away your sword? Xavier narrowed his eyes. Are you going to continue with another summon? Of course, if you let me do it. Almond chuckled and added, come out, Dark Pope Benedict. Just as a fancy black crimson magic circle formed below Almond's right hand palm, Xavier launched himself, his rapier glowing while 3 needlake projectiles conjured as they shot toward Almond. Almond's eyes glinted, a smile playing on his face. His left arm, empowered with fortification and body in fold, swooped in a timely manner as he shattered the needles forcefully by using 100 extra manhwan empowerment. Ignoring the stinging pain, Almond's right hand moved as his praying hunter's sword once again appeared in his hand, his eyes cleanly following Xavier as he had arrived in a crouched manner to his left side, ready to stab his rapier. Ammon met his rapier in a head-on collision, but he didn't push away Xavier this time. Do you know, I don't need to do particularly anything to summon. Xavier's expression changed as he saw a figure manifesting from the corner of his eyes that soon saw black tendrils coming at him. Xavier jumped away quickly, missing by a hair's breadth, as he saw a 3 tall figure clad in a black robe with a shadowy effect around him, with one hand empty and another holding a thick black book. Tell me, young man, Dark Pope said to Xavier, his eyes peering at him with a nasty smile to dare challenge my lord here. Are you inspiring or perhaps suicidal uproar? A humanoid summon. He can talk. What the 2 such powerful summons that I feel like he's got in class. Xavier, don't lose to him. That beast is no less impressive. But to have 2 such powerful summons while he is just a noob, his class must be powerful. Dark Pope looked around at the source of such noise. Where are we? Even this is not a battle to the death. So keep that in mind, Almond said with a wry smile. Duly noted. Dark Pope nodded as he turned to Xavier again, his lips spreading into a grin. Come on, young man, let's have some fun. Dark Pope Benedict ranks Silver Level 10 Classification Mage Quirks. Dark Pope Benedict ranks Silver Level 10 Classification Mage Quirks. Veil of Shadows, a passive shroud surrounds Benedict, reducing damage from holy attacks and granting him slight regeneration and darkness. Sin of the Faithful, losing his daughter Muriel to the demons, Pope Benedict broke the god's will to bring her back once Dark Pope Benedict receives fatal damage. Demonic Angel Muriel revives him and joins the battlefield. Stats: Physical Strength 40, Health 80, Stamina 60, Mental, Mana 110, Focus 95, Perception 85, Skills: Darkness Mastery, a Shadow Dominion, a Shadow Strike, Whiplash S, Dark Benediction, a Soul Grasp S, Dreadful Aura, Void Barrier, a Corruption Wave, a Black Prayer, Obsidian, Fouled Arms, a Deathly Conviction S. Use Shadow Dominion and play with him. Almond commanded, Shadow Dominion, a description. Dark Pope summons a large area of darkness that suppresses light, granting him increased power within its bounds. While active, allies within the shadow gain enhanced defenses, and enemies suffer reduced visibility, perception, and slight erosion of their magical defenses. Xavier's expression was dark as he looked at Dark Pulp. This summon feels even stronger than that beast. Darkness suddenly started spreading around the platform as Dark Pope used Shadow Dominion, initiating the combat. Xavier narrowed his eyes, activating his focus field at full power. Where is he? I can't sense him. There's no unique mana trail in this mess. This is bad. Should I attack Almond? No. If I do that, I'll get struck by that summit skills. Come on, make your move. Almond's voice carried over, his tone carefree. Xavier gritted his teeth and dashed at him. I can't hit that guy with my long-range skill. I have to get close. He couldn't detect Dark Pope, so if he didn't do anything, he was just waiting to get ambushed. But just as he crossed 5M, even in his fast dash, crackles of whip echoed in his ears before he felt danger. He had no choice but to boost his legs and change his direction as he made a burst dash to the left, dodging whatever that was about to attack him. Your reaction is pretty good, but how long will you last like this? Almond asked with a smile. While the battle progressed slowly on the platform due to Almond not taking the initiative to attack Xavier, the audience was growing faster even since Xavier's appearance. Naturally, the uproar was even bigger than before, enough to reach seniors of the guild. Just how many summons bro has Roken smacked his lips. But I think Infernal Knight is the most badass, right? Julian, he has more of such powerful summons, Riker asked, his brows furrowed. How many exactly we don't know, Julian curtly replied, including the 2 he showed back in the branch. He got 4 so far. Sam had his mouth covered with his palm, his eyes on the platform. Our super rookie will lose. He doesn't have enough mana to deal with this summon along with Almond, while Almond still has a lot, and he hasn't shown everything yet according to these 2. Why isn't Xavier using his spell Blade's Descent? That SS rank skill should allow him to one-shot both of them if he does it correctly. Riker muttered. Right, he wanted to use it, but I am thinking that he can't discover Dark Pope. That shadow zone must be hindering his perception and vision, Sam guessed. Without proper perception and vision, he could miss the target even if he used Spellblad's Descent, and he's already low on mana, so he only has one chance. Lily, let's go out quick. What's the matter? Some guy from GAA is challenging newbies. He put up the Star Driver Shard staff as a bet. That magic staff is perfect for me, Natalia said, excited. Let's go get it. Lily raised her eyebrows. What's his level? No idea, but it's silver rank. Anyway, I just heard about this from Melissa, who contacted me just now. Let's go. He might be Almond. Lily smiled, her eyes sparkling as she began walking towards the exit. Wait, Almond, how do you know? Natalia caught up to her. Just my guess from what you said, Lily grinned. He is a newbie in GAA. Put up a first-floor rare drop that hasn't been seen for years as a bet and came here. Yeah, that's Almond. Only he was on the Labyrinth's first floor in the second cycle where drop chance increases, especially when soloing, so he might have gotten it. That's kind of makes sense. Let's see if this challenger is really him. Natalia was excited. I'll get that magic staff easily if it's him. They arrived at the arena shortly, but saw that no one was fighting on any of the 5 platforms. Hey, where's that challenger? Mel, Natalia asked as she and Lily walked towards a group of 4 girls of their age. Executive Kin took him away. You should have come here 2 minutes earlier. That rookie from GAA really defeated Xavier, and he made it look easy. Can you believe that? Natalia grinned. We believe because we know someone who can do that. Why did Executive Kin take him away? Lily asked, her brows fur. Executives were only below Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster. They were frontline adventurers. I don't know. He just appeared on the platform out of nowhere and said something to that rookie before both of them disappeared with Executive Kin's teleport skill. I bet Executive Kin is going to recruit him to our guild, one of the girls said with excitement. It will be fun if he joins our guild. He is also quite handsome, you know. I watched the battle with my skill and oh girl, his eyes were something else. Not to mention how he made it look so easy when defeating Xavier. Another one swooned. What's his name? Lily said plainly before narrowing her eyes as she asked. Is it Almond? The girls were startled. How do you know his name? We just found out a minute ago since it's been spreading after he left. Lily vanished like a shadow, onwards to the headquarters building. What happened to her? Nat? He just know that he is the reason why she shoot away Xavier when he came to propose to her. Natalia snickered and left as well, going after Lily. Hey, what do you mean by that? Does that mean Lily likes this Almond? Poor Xavier. I think I should tell him this news and comfort him to move on. Almond found himself in a plain white room inside the guild's headquarters building with nothing inside except 2 chairs. Teleport. Almond's eyes glinted. What a handy skill. Sit. Executive Chin said as he sat down on the chair and gestured for Almond to sit on the chair to me across from him. Almond blinked and sat down. So why are we here? I thought challenges from other guilds were supposed to be common. They are common, but a random newbie defeating our super rookie is not common. Executive Kin narrowed his eyes. If someone recorded your battle with Xavier and how you defeated him, it's going to damage our guild's public image. We can't let that happen, especially now that Rising Star Tournament is approaching. That tournament has the sponsorship of some of the biggest families and all top 10 guilds. There's a lot of money and resources involved in it, so what you've done is quite damaging. Welcome to the adults' world. Executive Kin's eyes glinted as he added his voice firm. Join this guild and we'll forget about your mistakes since you'll be able to bolster the image. Xavier, losing against a fellow guild member won't hurt us. We'll also handle your contract with GAA. As long as you agree, you can join us. Almond raised his hand, blinking with a slight smile. Are you by any chance treating me like I'm 10 years old? I have to admit, though your recruitment tactics are impressive. Pressure, temptation, and a convenient escape from the illusion of mess you've pinned on me. Executive Kin felt like a deflated balloon inside, though he didn't show it outside and just raised his eyebrows. He was about to say something when his wristwatch rang. His eyes flickered as he opened the mail in private mode, making it appear in his brain via magic signal instead of a hologram. I guess that's the file you got on me, Almond commented, his body language leisure as he leaned back on the chair. Don't worry, you won't find anything. Admiral Rudra is personally ensuring that. Executive Chin's eyes shook at the mention of Admiral Rudra. He let go of his facade and laughed out loud. Almond laughed together with him. You stinky brat, where did you come from? Executive Kin asked while grinning. The file I got didn't even have your full name. Almond crocheted. Nice to meet you. Almond smiled. So were you here just to challenge our rookies, or what? I was here to meet someone, but I wasn't allowed to. Almond wryly smiled. The reception lady threw me out. Executive Kin raised his eyebrow. It seems that you've come here to meet our new super rookie. She has been assigned training tasks to complete before Rising Star tournaments, so random people can't meet her, not even reporters or GAA members that I heard. Almond dryly chuckled. Suddenly, the door of the room opened with Executive Kin, and Almond turned at the door and saw Lily standing, her eyes on Almond. Almond stood up and raised his hand to wave at her while smiling. Hi swoosh. Lily's figure blurred as she moved like the wind and hugged Almond tightly. I thought this guild was about to do something stupid after I heard that Executive Kin took you away. Almond chuckled. Haha, they won't do that. Lily Sai glanced at Executive Kin briefly before closing her eyes and focusing on the hug as she soaked herself in Ammon's presence. Ooha, now I am finally feeling better. Let's go somewhere else and decide some things like where we are living together from now on. Meanwhile, Executive Kin felt a chill when he saw Lily's icy glance. It seems that our new super rookie is also cut out of some extraordinary mold. Geez, how can she exude such a resolved killing intent? Looking at the duo, he could only wryly smile. Kids these days. Ah, him. This is unexpected. He spoke after a cough, hoping to get their attention. How about we have a small talk about your relationship chapter? Explore what Lily asked plainly as she stood by Almond, grabbing his hand. Please don't say anything stupid like I am not allowed or anything. She doesn't hold back against her superiors. I guess she got hold of the guild's dynamic based on her treatment here. Almond internally chuckled. Maybe having Lady Arya as her mentor has its exclusive perks. Of course not. I won't say anything stupid like that. Executive Ken smiled as he spoke, putting emphasis on stupid as his lips twitched a bit. But I would like you two to keep your relationship a secret for a bit. Why, that makes no sense unless it's for stupid things. Lily fired back immediately with a frown. Executive Ken's right eye twitched, but he held his smile and replied, well, the boys are kind of fired up because of you, and the girls also have a rivalry. You revealing you have a boyfriend is going to dampen some fighting spirits, so it's really for some stupid reasons. Lily snorted. To be honest, I agree with Lily. Almond smiled, but we don't need to do anything regarding this. It's not like Lily wants to announce to the world. I don't mind doing that so that other girls don't get any ideas about you. Lily cutely harumphed, but I heard reporters can be annoying when they find such things. Almond can stay rational, but I might not if they overstep their boundaries. You are not too known at the moment. Only some channels here are eager to get first and inside news to present to the world when you appear in the Rising Star tournament. Executive Kin Riley smiled, but I agree with Almond. Executive Kin shrugged. I guess I'll leave you young ones to deal with your life yourself. Walk while holding hands or not, you are free. Thanks, Almond smiled. Then send us off to Shadow Palace, please, Lily said. Or we can also walk down this headquarters while holding our hands. I'll take you up on that offer. Executive Kin Riley smiled and got up as he stretched his hand towards Almond. Well, nice to meet you, Almond. I hope you can keep my crude tactics a secret. Almond shook hands and nodded while smiling. No problem. Though I was a bit disappointed to see you do that to someone who defeated your super rookie. I thought only your class was strong and not mine, so I decided to give it a try. Anyway, I trust you to keep this confined. Her would get whooped by Admiral Ridra. Haha, now off you go, have fun. Just as Executive Kin used his skill, Natalia entered and saw them in slow-mo. Her mouth opened and her expression changed as she tried to stop them weighing it, and they were gone. Executive Kin looked at Natalia and Riley smiled. Natalia, right, want me to send you to them? Yes, please. When Natalia was teleported into the Shadow Palace, she caught the lovebirds kissing passionately. You thirsty hoes. But anyway, you continue. I'll take a stroll outside. Adios. After a short, passionate session of kissing, the duo walked outside to the training field of the hill. You can leave the guild, right? Amanda asked. Yeah, why then let's go. Admiral Rudra gave me a property here. Almond Grant. We'll do some selling and shopping first before heading there. Almond, Lily, and Natalia soon met up with Julian and Roken, who were outside. They were still with Riker, Sam, and a few other seniors of their age talking about Almond and other things. Seeing Lily coming with Almond, Riker's brows jumped, so he was telling the truth when he said he knew Lily and came to meet her. Chapter find, but his gaze went to the handholding part, and his heart skipped a beat, feeling shocked. Don't tell me, seniors, we'll be going now. Let's have a good fight later, cheekily smiled. Smell you later, chaps, Roken said with a smug expression and waved his hand while Julian simply nodded at Riker and others before joining Amen's group. Don't tell me he is our beautiful super rookie boyfriend, one of the seniors muttered as he watched Almond and Lily leave while hand-holding. He indeed is, Sam said as he clasped his hand like a Buddha. Ahmedba, may the other boys get peace with that because they are not going to stand a chance against Almond. Well, the silver bracket of the Rising Star tournament is going to be more interesting. Riker smiled. Once Xavier finds this, he is going to train like to get back at Almond. He lost twice in one day. Let's go tell him that right now. Well, start by asking if he knew Lily already had a boyfriend. Another senior snickered. After the trio got in the backseat of Julian's car, Almond said, I want to sell the first floor's rare drops, so let's deal with that to increase my budget. Then I'll drive to the Skypath treasure house. We'll get better prices there. Almond, how many gold coins have you got in total after your first floor's second cycle run? Natalia curiously asked. Roken and Julian were surprised upon hearing that. Something over 2 million gold coins, and I got a total of 6 rare drops on top of the other rare drops we had. That's easily above 15 million gold coins. Almond grinned. Roken and Julian were dumbfounded. Roken smacked his lips. How did you get so many rare drops? Julian focused on the road lest he lose his again, but his ears were attentive. Just a bit of luck paired with an adequate challenge to increase drop chance. Killing bosses while being lower level or soloing them increases drop chances. And in the second cycle, I killed all bosses alone. So 6 of them dropped rare grade items. Did you kill the floor boss? Lily asked, her eyes glinting. I did. Almond smirked quiet easily. Yeah, we can imagine, Natalia sighed. Your specialized class's skill is too ob. Julian and Roken were intensely curious, so much so that it was eating them as they really wanted to know Almond's classes and skills. But they didn't ask as it would be rude. Let's finish shopping and stuff first before heading to my house. We'll open a surprise box there. Even I don't know what it contains. Ammon said as the image of the complete floor boss subjugation reward chest flashed in his mind. Lily immediately followed up with a grin. Floor boss drop. What did you get? People get treasure chest based on contribution, but you killed it alone. I imagine you must have got something crazy. Bingo. It looked crazy in design, so I bet it contains some really good stuff. After arriving at the Skypath treasure house, Julian made a hard bargain for Almond, selling all but 1 rare drop that Natalia wanted and got a whooping 18 million gold coins. One of the rare drops, a shield he got from defeating a Wonder Treetopia area's boss, had max perk values and 3 effects. So it alone sold for 3 million gold coins, the same price as earth-shattering gloves. The gloves were considered one of the most, if not the most, valuable drops because of the effect of burrowing and traveling via ground, making it a highly sought-after life-saving item. The rare drops that Almond, Lily, and Natalia got via team efforts were Praying Hunter's Sword, Earth-Shattering Gloves, and the guaranteed rare drop they got from defeating the hidden boss, White King Mandiker. Lily didn't want any money, and Natalia only took 1 million gold coins because she wanted Star Driver Shard Staff. As such, aside from this one item, Almond sold off everything, including the Pearl of Light Flower and the rare drop he got from Jacob given by his father, the Ring of Egizalayan. All in all, Almond pocketed 17 million gold coins from the sale, and adding another 2 million he got from purely killing monsters and bosses, he was officially a temporary rich adventurer. What's up with the flying vehicles here? I am seeing more and more of them, Ahmed said as he got out of the car and saw 2 strange vehicles flying past them as they exited the Skypath treasure pavilion. One looked like a boat shaped with wings and another was like a sedan sports car with a jet wing design. Yeah, they've started selling custom flying vehicles. It takes several days to make one, but only top manufacturers are selling them for now, Julian said, and each one's starting cost is over 1 million gold coins. Almond, you should buy one. Natalia grinned. You're loaded anyway. Do you have any place where they already have some flying vehicles in the showcase? Almond asked. We can buy a car, but just save 15 million gold coins. Lily said with a smile as she shared a piece of good news. I've asked teacher Arya about the trash tier rare grade items, and she inquired about it in the guild's forge. You can buy the bulk of 100 with the price of 15k per item. Almond was pleasantly surprised. You've already arranged for that. Awesome. What about super grade ones? They have a stock of trash tier super grade items, but only around 20, and it will cost you around 30 million gold coins to buy these 20. Almond looked at the requirement window and sighed. Yeah, I am going to stay broke as long as I want to unlock these stages as soon as possible, but it'll be worth it. Requirement to unlock the skill and finish the upgrade. 1. Sacrifice 100 rare grade items. 70-100 skill unlock and rare grade guaranteed item forge option. 2. Sacrifice 50 super grade items. 50 super grade guaranteed item forge option. 3. Sacrifice 10 epic grade items. 10 epic grade guaranteed item forge option. 4. Sacrifice 5 legendary grade items. 5 legendary grade guaranteed item forge option. 5. Sealed requires the class to reach L rank. They visited a couple of manufacturers who had some flying vehicles already made. Almond didn't want to wait for over a week to get his ride, so he decided to buy a ready-made one. Its design was like a jet sports car, 3 m wide with an additional 3 m of wingspan for retractable wings. Its length was 4 m long. The color schematic was dark and edgy, with mainly black and red color designs. It cost 1.88 million gold coins. Since Almond had gold coins to spare for now, he decided to splurge a bit. He had already gone away to secure more gold coins thanks to his perk of no limit on entry into dungeons matching his combat rank in GAA's territory. Since his combat rank reached B rank, he could access B-grade dungeons containing gold rank monsters. Dungeons were the biggest source of earning for adventurers. Almond gave his new home's address to the manufacturer, as it would take a day to do the last bit of refining and maintenance of the Red Hawk spacecraft. After finishing there, the group finally headed to the new home. This area is near the coastside. Don't tell me, Julian muttered as he looked at the address properly. I knew it, Julian dazedly said as he looked at the so-called house. What the anga, how did you get your hands on this property? Rockin's jaw dropped as he looked at a property that screamed tranquility and aesthetics from all sides. Almond muttered as he walked ahead, entering the gate. What greeted him was a green lawn ground with a small pond to his left. To his right side was an array of flowers and empty ground suitable for growing more plants. Going ahead, there was a cobblestone pathway that parted into 3 paths, each one leading to different structures. In the middle was a beautiful and aesthetic wooden pavilion, akin to an eastern castle, 2 floors big. The left pathway led to a rectangular structure with no walls or roof. It was an open pavilion suitable for meditative-type training. To the right was a guest house and a training ground with strange crystal dummies with metallic coatings. This is crazy, Natalia screeched. I will also live here. I don't mind making my bed on the ground. Lily was grinning as well. This is amazing. Almond. This is in the restricted area of the coastal side, so the general public doesn't come here. We have a beach view right outside and a clean part of the beach to ourselves. But this area is also one where monsters usually enter, Julian said. That's why other residents in this area are all adventurers, powerful ones, mostly platinum rank ones. I feel something more to this, Almond said as his eyes glinted. He could feel magic permeating below the ground and around the whole property. That reminded him of the words Admiral Rutger said when he mentioned giving him a place to live here. So that's what he meant when he said he would give me the safest place. There's definitely some sort of magic formations here. You must be sensing the magic formations. It's not strange here, Julian said. But if this property belongs to Admiral Rudra, then this courtyard definitely has the best magic formations fueled by sufficient magic crystals in the stash somewhere under the ground. Say, Almond, I can live here, right? Natalia asked, displaying puppy eyes and expression. Pretty please. Fine, you can live in that pond. Lily chuckled while Natalia pouted. What am I? A fish. The group arrived at the central pavilion, and sufficient to say, it was amazing. The hall was huge with a set of couches, sofa, chairs, and small tables facing the fireplace. The kitchen was to the left side, and a rectangular dining table was outside the kitchen. The stairs to the second floor were at the end of the hall in the middle section. Everything was fully furnished, and the entire place had decorative aspects like chandeliers, vases, curtains on windows, and such. After looking around a bit and checking out the upper floors, the group sat down on the living hall's couches and sofa chairs. It's time to open the surprise box. Amen grinned as he took out a big treasure from his storage pouch. Complete floor boss subjugation reward chest. That's a long name. Matala was speechless as she inspected the treasure chest. I still can't wrap my head around how Almond soloed the first floor boss. Roken asked dazed as he looked at the giant treasure chest. Julian wondered the same thing. Such a big treasure chest. Just what kind of rewards are in there? Open it, Lily said, her eyes shining curiously. It should contain something extraordinary, maybe a special item. Without further ado, Ammon touched the giant treasure chest as he got a notification asking if he wanted to open it. Discover hidden stories at novel.bin.com. Yes, crackle. The big chest opened with a small and crackles as colorful firecrackers blasted out of it. and with that, a bunch of small, colorful orbs spewed out, each containing various items. Almond saw a window panel containing the list of items and leaned on it. So many things. Skill upgrade card X1. Super rank item ticket X1 special wild berserkers blood X1 special dew of arcane moonlight X1 random skill book B rank to S rank X1 rare blood starite or X2 rare sill shade herb X2 super thunderstone trotto shard X1 super sunroot vine X1 rare sword of wildered rare amulet of blood berser abyss labyrinth roulette ticket X1. What are these crazy things? Natalia shouted as she read the list. What the Roken was dazed, rubbing his eyes. 2 special items, Julian muttered while his eyes trembled as he read the rewards. Sweet Lily grinned, clearly thrilled. She waved her hand, gathering all the orbs using her mana as they floated in front of Almond. Darling, start opening them one by one and inspect them. Let's see what kind of crazy things you got. Amen was rubbing his hands while broadly smiling. Putting away the skill upgrade card into his storage pouch, he said, I'll use the tickets at the end. So let's start with the special items. Touching the orb containing the Wild Berserker's blood drop, he opened it and saw a tiny vial containing glowing red blood. Wild Berserker's blood rank special. Wild Berserker's blood rank special effect. Drinking the blood will increase strength, health, and stamina by 10. There's a 1 chance to acquire Wild Berserk passive skill. Roken's jaw hit the floor. Is this for real? Slap me, Natalia said as she stared at the item. Should I really? Roken blinked as he turned to her. No, this is invaluable. I've seen stat increasing items, but this tops them all, Julian said before he swallowed hard. All 3 physical stats increasing by 10 is big. Lily's eyes glinted. Almond picked up the vial and stretched his hand to his left at Lily. Take it. Why are you giving it to me? Lily asked in surprise. Julian's eyes twitched. Is he for real? You might not know, but there's a limit of maximum stats we can have, Almond said. You should understand now why I've given that to you. Yeah, that item is useless to him, Natalia said while grinning. Do these 2 know about your skill? They don't even know my current stats. Almond chuckled. Roken and Julian blinked, confused. You brought them here for a reason. What's the deal? Lily curiously asked. The 3 of us are going to enter a dungeon tomorrow. They'll be my party members. Roken and Julian looked at each other. You were really being serious about that, bro? Roken asked. Of course, Almond chuckled. Julian clenched his fist. I'll remember this favor. Just consider us a party. Haha, no need to remember favors. I am allowed to bring any members I want, so I chose you too. Simple as that. How you ain't going to invite us to? Natalia pouted. Almond shook his head. Nope, I can't. Even if I want to, he can't. Lily nodded as she understood. GAA won't allow adventurers of other guilds to enter their dungeons. I also have dungeons to do, but I can invite Almond as he is not part of League of Firefly. Yep, but we'll time our dungeon entry so we can get together once we finish our respective dungeons. Almond smiled. Sounds good. Afterward, Almond looked at the second special item, Dew of Arcane Touch rank, special effect. Drinking the dew will increase mana, perception, and focus by 10, greater than 1 chance to acquire mana crystallite passive skill. Nobody was as surprised as previously because they had guessed that the second special item might be something like that. But it was still crazy as these 2 consumable items gave 60 stat points. Natalia, Roken, and Julian didn't bother hiding their envy. After all, it was impossible not to feel envious of such invaluable items. All right, who is going to open this skill book? Almond smiled as he took out a pitch-black skill book from an orb. Opening it will transform it into a random skill book from B rank to S rank. Natalia pointed to herself with a pleased smile. Why don't you open it yourself, bro? Natalia threw daggers at Roken with her eyes. Nah, my luck is. Natalia pointed to herself with a pleased smile. Give it to Natalia, Lily said with a chuckle. She's the divine witch after all. I'm just afraid she will lose that title if she tries her luck here, Almond cheekily said as he threw the book to Natalia. Well, give it a try. Is she that lucky? Julian raised his eyebrows. Well, she got an S-rank skill from the random skill chance that was supposed to only be up to an A-rank skill. Almond wryly smiled. Holy cow, that's another level of luck. All right, Roken said as he looked at Natalia. Hey, what is she doing? Her ritual or something, I guess. Lily shrugged. That won't help, Julian scoffed. Zula Arsaka voodoo zing bing King Kong. Natalia spluttered gibberish before slapping the book's cover and then opening it slowly. As soon as she completely opened the book, it glowed and started changing as eccentric patterns and designs appeared. Lightning crackled around the book, looking as beautiful as the blue and white lightning-themed design and patterns that appeared on the book. Lightning Dragon Skill Set Book Owner Almond. Skill 1. Lightning Tail Whip S effect conjures a lightning dragon tail anywhere within 10 m of the user to deal devastating lightning attribute damage. Causes shock and paralysis. Skill 2. Voltron Edge S effect infuses a melee-type weapon with crackling lightning energy, increasing the weapon's damage significantly and granting lightning attribute to all attacks released through the weapon. What the almond muttered despite himself. I thought it would be one skill, but it's two, Roken exclaimed. Julian, do you know about skill books? There are skill books with more than one skill, but to get one like this, Julian was dumbfounded. Crazy. It looks like Natalia's gibberish luck increasing magic is true, Lily muttered. Those two are some powerful skills, especially that Voltron edge. But you'll have to learn them yourself, Julian said, and only one person can view the content. Who is you? Only you can give it to another one to view it. Skill books had workings of the skill. Adventurers had to learn it themselves by reading its content. Almond nodded as he conjured a mana hand and grabbed the book from Natalia. This is nice indeed. I needed some good attack skills anyway. Thanks, Nat. Natalia sat there with a smug expression. I told you I am the divine witch Natalia and I can manipulate luck at my whims. I guess you'll be opening the random things from now on. Almond grinned. I am curious to see how long Nat's luck streak lasts. Lily chuckled. Bring it on, moving to the next items. They are just materials. Almond said as he took out the 2 blood starite or pieces that can be used to make a solid rare rank weapon. Roken said with shining eyes. Almond threw them at him and said, they are yours to experiment. What are you sure each one can easily cost over 200,000 gold coins? Roken was taken aback as he caught the earpieces. Yeah, just take them and use them to get more experience with your subclass. As for the rare rank and super rank herbs, can I let you handle their sale? Julian Almond asked. I can do that, Julian nodded. Our branch will buy them. Herbs are precious to make potions. If these herbs are something that we haven't acquired before, we must let GAA get their hands on it. Some herbs have seeds hidden in them, Lily said. So close inspection of herbs is a must because we can grow them here if we get the seeds. That's a huge benefit. That's interesting. Almond raised his eyebrows. But they would require more than just regular air, water, and sun, right? Yeah, they need tons of magic crystals. Julian nodded. We already have a garden in our GAA branch. The dungeons are assigned properly so they can farm magic crystals from killing monsters and finding magic crystal veins. Nice, Ammon said as he moved to pick up the next orb. This one has super rank material. Sorry, but I won't give this to you, Roken, he said with a smile as he got an idea. Now that I got the skill book in this super rank material that's of lightning attribute, I am going to use it to commission a good sword. Read new chapters at novel bin. That's a good idea. Lily nodded. This short sword looks badass. Amen commented as he took out the next item, Sword of Wildard. The short sword had a rich dark green wooden handle with rose-red patterns, and the sword's main part was even more unique. A sleek green crystal blade, Sword of Wildard grade rare high. Attack 200 plus 110 of user's strength perks, plus 10 strength plus 15 stamina plus 5 focus plus 15 health. Effects. Active. Wild Blade unleashes a slash projectile that deals damage based on your strength and mana consumption. The slash gets stronger the more it travels up to 500 m for plus 200 bonus damage. Cooldown 1 minute. Passive Blood Drinker. The sword absorbs the blood, either yours or your opponent's, and increases its attack by 5 up to 100 increase. It's a high-tier rare grade, Natalia exclaimed. You don't get these even on the second floor. True, Roken nodded. And this sword is even good. 2 effects and almost maximum perk value. Its active skill's cooldown is very low. Julian narrowed his eyes. You can abuse this as a long-range one-shotter. Indeed, this is not bad at all. Almond raised his eyebrows. I'll use this until my super great sword is ready, and then I'll use dual wielding because it sounds fun and powerful. Knowing you, you'll do crazy good even with dual wielding swords. Lily grinned. I do dual wielding daggers and it's fun. Dual wielding is good, but it also consumes more stamina and mana. This is good when it comes to fighting a strong single monster to want to finish it faster, Julian said as he looked at Almond. Getting adequate mastery in dual wielding is important for that, but I suppose you won't have any problem with that. Do you have some kind of innate talent related to the sword? Because your sword mastery is very high from what I saw during your combat power evaluation. You can say that, yeah. And I'll keep my word of giving you pointers and sword training. Almond smiled and picked up the next orb before taking out its item. Amulet of Blood Berserker, grade rare high defense, plus 200 physical death perks, plus 10 perception, plus 8 focus, plus 20 health effects, passive blood burst. The lower your vitality, the stronger your strength. You also gain life steal, absorbing the vitality of the targets you bleed with your weapon. The life steal effect is doubled, and you also recover stamina if you attack with your fists and come into contact with the enemy's blood. Active Crimson Warrior. When your vitality drops below 30, you can activate Crimson Warrior to increase your strength by 200 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. These are some crazy effects, Lily muttered. This can actually make someone unkillable if they are good with fist fights. Pugilist-type adventurers will go crazy for this item. Roken said they fight with bare fist because of their class, so pairing them with this item will make them unkillable against same-rank mobs. Yes, but I have a very good use for this. Almond's eyes glinted. I'll have to try this new tactic I just thought of against a strong boss. I know what you're thinking. Lily looked at him. You want to use Divine Divider's Harvest to get strength, drop your vitality below 30. And use this skill, right attacking after that is going to be catastrophic. That's just too op. Natalia was dumbfounded. What does Divine Divider's Harvest do? Bro, if you don't mind telling, I'll leave it as suspense for now. Amen faintly smiled. You'll see that tomorrow when we enter the dungeon. Anyway, it's time to begin the final course. Almond took out the super rank item ticket and Grand Abyss Labyrinth roulette ticket. Natalia stood with a smug expression, both of her hands stretched forward. We shall receive divine which Natalia's fortune. Haha, there's no way you will get lucky all the time. Roken laughed. Time to get exposed. Foolish, Natalia said with a disdainful expression. Amen sent the tickets on her palms and said, all right, let's see you roll high again. At least I'll hope that because I benefit. Natalia began as she closed her eyes and uttered gibberish while moving both of her hands holding the tickets. You first, Natalia spoke, her voice deep as she raised the right hand holding the super grade item ticket. If your luck ritual is the real deal, Lily crossed her arms as she said, then it should be a high-tier super grade item. Ooh, shakalaka. Natalia shouted and used the ticket. It shattered and turned into moes before transforming into a fancy black robe with a waist belt attached. It looked pretty cool with dark gold and crystal blue patterns on the fabric. Everyone quickly inspected the item. Nightfall Ebinox Rogue Grade Super / High Defense, plus 200 Physical Death, plus 400 Magic Death Perks, plus 40 Mana, plus 14 Focus, plus 16 Perception, plus 20 Strength Effects. Active Nightfall Retreat. This effect can only be activated during the night. Using it will make the user invisible from all senses for 10 minutes cooldown. 1 hour. Cost 200 Mana. Active Darkness Surge. Upon using this effect, the user can produce dark elemental energy for 5 seconds doubles during the night. To give their next skill or attack the dark attribute for bonus damage based on the amount of darkness energy produced during 5 seconds. The darker the place, the more dark energy is produced. Cooldown 30 seconds. Cost 50 mana. No way she got divine powers of luck. Roken wondered with a disbelief expression. No way, she is just on a lucky streak. Or maybe this item ticket was supposed to give a super grade high tier item in the first place, Julian said as he rolled his eyes. TK, you dare doubt my divine might, foolish mortal. Natalia shook her head with lament. She threw the robe at Almond and focused on the other ticket. We'll find out the reality soon with that ticket. Almond chuckled as he put away the robe in his storage pouch. Do it, Lily said, staring at the exotic metallic black ticket with dark gold metallic patterns. Natalia used the ticket and it actually burst into colorful sparks that turned into a big roulette with 5 sections. The roulette had 5 sections, each containing a single word. Talent, skill, consumable, item, random talent. Is it talking about innate talent? Roken's eyes widened. Yeah, that should be the case. Julian nodded. I believe that's the most valuable out of the 5 there. Well, getting the talent option out of the 5 will prove that Nat's luck ritual is the real deal. Almond grinned. You better not fail, Nat Humph. Just watch, she won't get it. Lily chimed in. But I am saying this so that she will get it. Here I go. Natalia pressed the red button and the roulette started spinning. It seems that I have to press the button to stop it. Natalia raised her eyebrows. Well, that's just perfect. Lily grinned. Now it's really all up to your luck. I pray for talent. Roken closed his hands. Natalia hit the button and the roulette started slowing down. The needle was hitting each section's border, slowing down more and more until the needle entered the random section and hit the border. Go over, go over. Natalia's face was red as she muttered. Everyone's eyes were glued to it. The needle even bent since it was a flexible one, but would it cross over to the talent section from the random? Natalia spluttered gibberish in the next second end. It didn't cross over. Roulette stopped on the random and a pitch-black palm-sized box appeared. Roken slapped his thigh. So close. Well, Julian simply shook his head while smiling. That's how luck works. Open the box, Lily said. Yeah, the moment of truth is only after you open the box, Almond grinned. Natalia touched the box, her expression utterly somber. Behold, the box opened as a strange black glowing light and scattered form oozed out slowly. It lingered around the open box, making everyone feel something mystical. Inside the box was a soft red cushion, and on it was a black bead looking rough but still having a strange sheen to it. There were hidden patterns on it, but they were so deep within that it had entered the micro realm. It was simply impossible to observe them with normal or even just enhanced eyes. Everyone just quickly inspected the black bead to satisfy their curiosity. What the is this? Natalia blinked. Broken myth bead rank requires 1000 perception to inspect this item. Everyone was dumbfounded, but before anyone could say anything, another strange thing happened. What's going on with me? Natalia shouted as she looked at her arms and body glowing all black and gold sparklingly. This Almond was shocked. he suddenly had a very familiar feeling looking at the phenomenon on Natalia. Lily looked at Almond's face. Hearing him and seeing his expression, she knew Almond guessed something. Is her class evolving? Lily turned back to Natalia as she connected the dots. The only thing Almond had experienced that she didn't was a new class awakening. It was an instinctively logical conclusion, but she was wrong this time. What's going on? Roken was dumbfounded. That's class evolution. Julian narrowed his eyes. No way, right? Amen saw Natalia's expression easing up and her eyes closing. We can only wait now. Anyway, I'll take the bead. This is definitely something good, and this is Nat's third lucky trigger in a row. I'm guessing whatever that is happening to her occurred because of opening these random things and getting lucky in them. Somewhere in the mysterious black space filled with stars, there was a throne, and on it sat a ladylike figure that couldn't be perceived properly. Only the shape and outlining of her hair and outfit were visible as she glowed in a whitish-blue aura. Grimworld Tutorial Overseer in front of her was a screen displaying the live feed of Almond's new home. Her eyes seemed to flicker as she saw the black bead, and then Natalia, as an amused expression, appeared on her face. He's already affecting world lines in his new life, i.e. unconsciously making things better for the people around him. Interesting. The Air of Oblivion talent is enhancing it due to its effect of his strong impression imprinting on people he finds important. What an interesting curve this is going in. The lady seemed inebriated. She pointed her finger ahead as a square run plate appeared. Her finger released a trail of white string as it entered the plate. Her eyes seemed to blink afterward as the screen changed again, showing Almond, who was in a sword stance while unconscious, his aura oozing out watery, dreamy golden substances as he faced the dreadful level 300 mythical rank floor boss. The lady appeared highly intoxicated as she watched him scatter away. Almond's lips moved unconsciously, his eyes closed as he stabbed forward in the air and slashed, unleashing a torrent of golden destruction that destroyed a foe several times stronger than him completely and utterly. Almond, oh Almond. You better set foot into this realm of power again and properly this time, or else everything will be ruined again. Natalia sat back down on the couch, her eyes glittering as she was reading something. She could feel 4 gazes on her, all hungry to know what happened to her. Share it already. Lily rolled her eyes. Natalia grinned, her nose pridefully high. Behold the wonder of divine witch Natalia. Scales of fortune, innate talent rank. Legendary effect plus 10 luck. Passively increases the user's overall luck, enhancing chances of favorable outcomes in day-to-day events and challenges. Fortunate scale. The user can manifest an ethereal scale that stores a desired amount of luck, ranging from 1 month up to 1 year's worth to provide a temporary surge of exceptional fortune. This stored luck can be unleashed at any chosen moment for a powerful one-time effect, greatly boosting luck for a critical situation. Once the lucky event occurs, the boost dissipates, and the user's natural luck decreases proportionally to the stored amount, resulting in average luck until the pre-used luck period has passed. An hour later, Julian and Roan left the courtyard while still feeling a bit riled up inside. Bro, Almond is kind of amazing. What do you say? I think I'm going to support him. Support for what next? Earth Union presidential seats election? Julian chuckled. But you were right. There's a reason he invited us here into the dungeon tomorrow. Well, respond to his reason appropriately. Looking at the night sky while walking out, Roken laughed before saying, I think our days are going to get better thanks to Almond. Meanwhile, Lily, Almond, and Natalia talked about various things and also decided on their dungeon entry time tomorrow. Almond had just gotten a notification in his wristwatch that rank dungeon door with a white border had appeared. Without further ado, he had booked the dungeon to his name by informing Marshal Lau. Lily wanted to enter rank dungeon, but she wasn't allowed to. However, she still decided to enter a black-bordered crank dungeon. It was 10:00 in the night, so they weren't sleepy yet, and since they hadn't eaten yet, the trio decided to go out and eat somewhere nearby. After returning, Almond and Lily went to their luxurious bedroom while Natalia went to sleep in a different room. The house had 6 big rooms in total, so there wasn't a lack of space. I'm going to take a shower first, Almond said as he headed to the bathroom. Lily saw Almond going in and thought, I also need a shower since I didn't have one after training. She took off her clothes outside and opened the bathroom door, which wasn't locked. Hearing something, Almond turned around and instantly swallowed hard upon seeing Lily's hot figure, utterly tempting from head to toe. His gaze went to Lily's twin round marshmallows with cherry tips. They hung slightly low while having a tempting curvature upward, appearing firm and yet soft. Lily's face was a shade of pink as she felt Almond's gaze and saw his little dragon getting hard, but she boldly walked inside as she said, I'll wash your back. Almond turned around, his ears red. Sure. However, the image of Lily's slim and perfect figure wasn't leaving his mind. The shower room was not too big, but it had water spraying installed on all 4 sides along with water spraying from the top. Almond deactivated all sprays while Lily was soaping his back. Turn around, Lily said, her voice small. Almond turned around and met her eyes, finding a similarity in their current emotions. Ahem, should I clean you while you clean me if you want to? Sure, then I'll go ahead. Almond picked up the shower gel and dripped it on Lily's. It slid down and covered her pink cherry, but before it could drop on the floor, Almond had put away the bottle and put his hand over her twin peaks as he started rubbing. Lily's face turned a shade redder, but she was done with Almond's chest and went down, her hands roaming on his abs with anticipation of going further down. You like them? Lily asked with a smile, feeling electric currents from Almond fondling her. Well, yeah. Almond coughed and moved above, foaming her shoulder and neck area. Lily giggled and moved down, suddenly grabbing the hard meat rod gently within her palm and moving it. Almond twitched but stayed strong. Nevertheless, his red ears and flushed face indicated that he was feeling the unintentional strongly. His hands went down and fondled her twin peaks strongly for a bit to make Lily twitch as she almost let out a moan before he moved at her belly. But Lily responded by increasing her hand's speed of cleaning Almond's stiff little dragon. Wait, Almond stammered as he leaned ahead, feeling intense pleasure as he rested his head on her shoulder. Lily got excited as she really wanted to see the result and didn't stop. No, I'm not going down alone. Almond tried to hold back and armed up as he grabbed Lily's and pushed his hip in the front, his meat rod resting right below Lily's pink lips at her crotch. Lily felt a strong current of pleasure as she hugged him tightly and moved her hips on her own, feeling Almond's straight and stiff meat rod rubbing her down. Both of them could feel their hearts racing so fast, their blood rushing in their body and minds filling with pleasure. I can't anymore. Almond groaned as he released the load that started hitting the glass behind Lily as he twitched. Lily suddenly kissed Almond while pressing herself tightly in the hug, her body twitching as her dam also flooded. As their passionate kiss continued, Almond turned on all the shower points. That dot felt amazing, Lily said after a minute, her head resting on his shoulder in his embrace. Almond smiled as his right hand gently slapped her butt cheek and then strongly squeezed. I agree, my naughty girl. After they finished showering, both of them slept on the bed in skin to skin. The morning arrived soon as Almond and Lily woke up at 8:00. After wearing the pajamas they bought yesterday, they went down and saw that Natalia was preparing breakfast. Lovers woke up. Sit down. The breakfast is almost ready. What are we eating? Almond asked as he sat down and turned over the plate before grabbing a fork and a spoon. I smell eggs. Yeah, it's a breakfast set with egg as the main ingredient. Egg rolls, omelet, half-fry egg with mixed spice and bread. Nice. Lily smiled, her stomach slightly rumbling shortly after she spoke. We have 2 hours of free time before entering our respective dungeons. Let's do some morning training after breakfast and then leave. What do you say? Sounds good. An hour later, Lily and Almond sat down on the training ground as they had finished sparring with each other. Natalia was practicing her flute attacks on the dummies. These strong dummies were set up through the ground so that they could actually move around at various speed levels, giving Natalia an adequate challenge on how to control her magic basic attacks to hit the targets. By the way, take this with you, Almond said as he took out the Nightfall Ebenox robe. You'll benefit better from this since your primary class is also attuned to dark attribute and you're an assassin type. Thanks, Lily smiled and took the robe before putting it in her storage pouch. Oh, yeah. We still have an hour, so do you want to finish the deal with the Guild's Forge to unlock your skill before entering the dungeon? Sure, definitely. My spirit pocket is full, and I'll get more spirits from the dungeon. It's better I use them to create items. One more thing, Lily said as she took out the Dew of Arcane Touch. Do you mind if I give this to Nat instead? She'll, of course. Almond chuckled as he interrupted her. I don't mind if you want to give it to her. Actually, I got an idea. Same, Lily grinned. Let's use her scales of fortune. Almond grinned and nodded. Turning to Nat, he shouted, Nat, come here. Natalia stopped her training and walked towards the duo. What's up? Looking at the transparent vial containing magical blue sparkling liquid, her heart skipped a beat with anticipation. There's a 1 chance to acquire mana crystalline passive skill from this. Lily said, her smile sharp. Let's see you get it. And I reckon that this passive skill is anything but ordinary. Almond said, I'm assuming that only the complete floor boss subjugation reward chest drops these valuable consumables that increase stats so much. And even then, they have a 1 chance to get those unique passive skills. Natalia gulped hard as she tremblingly took the vial. I can really get such an awesome skill. But how much luck should I use? 1 month, 2 months, 6 months? Natalia muttered, unable to decide. Lily and Almond entered thoughtful expression for a few seconds before they simultaneously spoke. 3 months. Natalia blinked. Jez, what's with that? Sync? Well, if we consider a 1 increase in luck per day, then 3 months should be enough to push the probability to 100. Almond answered. True. I calculated the same way. Lily smiled. All right, then 3 months it is. Natalia nodded, her expression somber. Let's do this. Using her innate talent, a mystical scale appeared. After choosing a period of time, 3 months manifested on one side of the scale while a golden milky star appeared on the other side of the scale. Done, Natalia said before taking a deep breath as the fortune scale vanished and her luck increased proportionally. Without further ado, she opened the vial and chugged in the content. I got it. Natalia was shocked as she acquired the passive skill. I really got it, great, Almond smiled. Now share its details. Let's see how powerful it is. Natalia shared the skill while grinning from ear to ear. It's freaking awesome. Monocrystalline description. You have monocrystalline pathways established in your body. Uncovering their mystery can allow you to step into the advanced usage of mana, and you can also teach others how to form monocrystalline pathways once you discover how they formed in your body. Skill rank S growth affects plus 50 mana stat. You can store 1000 mana and monocrystalline pathways which you can use to recover your mana pool. Lily and Almond were dumbfounded as they reached the skill's details. This is crazy. This skill's potential is way high, Almond muttered. Nat, once your perception and focus reaches 50 plus, you should give an hour or two daily to learn more about monocrystalline in your body. Lily said this is a big boon for sure. Natalia grinned. Suddenly, Almond got a call, and he picked it up via his wristwatch that was connected to his mobile phone. Great. Our new ride is here, Almond said as he lightly laughed. Our new day is off to a good start. Let's go and finish the deal in the guild before diving into dungeons. They arrived at the League of Firefly Guild base like a gust of wind in their new flying ride. Many people already recognized him because his fights yesterday were recorded by multiple people and spread everywhere, even on the internet. Almond was already being considered a super rookie of GAA by many people. Lily, Almond, and Natalia went directly to the guild forge, where Ammon paid for 93 rare-grade trash items. He directly sacrificed them without further ado and unlocked his spirit factory. Lily had also ordered 3 tough crystal cubes, and they were ready. Almond put a moonlight crystal in each of them, successfully creating a super useful monster detection and lighting item. Focus Field could also discover monsters, but it cost mana while using this item was free except for its 1-hour cooldown. Not to mention, it illuminated 50 m of radius. Almond gave one to Lily and kept 2 for himself, intending to use one for himself and one to experiment in the new option of his spirit forge factory. Amen left quickly after finishing matters in the guild. He contacted Roken after parking his new ride in the GAA branch's parking area and found out that the duo was in the training hall. His voice was hesitant. Did they land in some trouble? Almond raised his eyebrows. His eyes flickered as he went inside like a gust of wind, soon arriving at the training zone. Indeed, when he arrived there, he saw Roken and Julian hanging upside down in the air, their legs bound by magical vines controlled by a blonde-haired guy in Doman's group. He was a bit speechless to see them getting bullied like this. What's going on? Almond spoke, his voice high as he walked towards the group. Hey newbie, I told you well, talk later, Dolman said with a grin. Come here, we're having some training-related fun. I don't have time for stupid. I have a dungeon to enter with those 2. Amen plainly said before he took out his sword and slashed in smoothly, projecting a simple magic slash as he cut off the vines. Julian turned while in the air, landing on his feet while Roken fell on his back. Their mana was drained, so there was no way they could break free from those vines themselves. Did you say that we're simply doing stupid here? Doman narrowed his eyes. Did I stutter? Ammon asked as he raised his eyebrows. Hey newbie, it's better to show some respect to seniors, you know. A guy in Doman's group snorted coldly. You never know when you might need them. Seniors. Ah, right, I am your senior in that case. Almond smiled as he glinted, activating the wristwatch and showing his position in the GAA. According to GAA, my position as a special hunter is above you all. There's no position like that here. Dolman frowned. By saying that, you are denying Admiral Rudra's authority. You know, he appointed this position himself. Everyone's expression changed. Almond shook his head as he sighed and turned around. Anyway, we don't have time for stupid. Let's go, Roken. Julian, hey, newbie senior. Since you well above us, how about giving us some pointers? Doman baited. Almond, a sly expression forming on his face. Get an appointment. Hearing Almond's response, Dolman's face turned dark while Marina and her group burst out laughing. What happened back there? Almond asked, his face speechless. Like, how can you give in to them and then suffer? Roken sighed. Julian just doesn't want to quit. I have no reason to decline his challenge, Julian said with a deadpan expression. I lost, so I had to hang like that. And then I had to join the fray and lose. Roken rolled his eyes. What was the challenge? Almond curiously asked. Rock, paper, scissors. Almond almost slipped and became even more speechless. Yeah, but it's not normal rock, paper, scissors, Roken said. When you lose in a bout, the loser must use their hand moves to defend against the winner's unarmed melee attack, mostly punch or slap. If you successfully defend, nobody gets points. But if the winner's attack hits you, then the winner gets a point. The first one to get 3 points wins. Just that Dolman is a melee fighter. He trains in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, he's bound to win. Almond shook his head as he unlocked his aircraft's doors, and Roken quickly took the passenger seat. I know, but I'll win someday, and smack his smugness out of his soul. Julian's eyes icily glinted. Imagine when he loses against someone he used to bully. Rejoice because that day will come soon. Almond chuckled and went to the back seat. And Julian, you're driving since I have something to do with a skill. I've sent you the address of the dungeon door. All right. Sitting inside, Almond used the Spirit Forge factory skill as his consciousness arrived in a large dark hall with a scully maw with a whirlpool in its mouth at the end, and exotic weapon slabs on both sides of the wall. Almond's spirit pocket had 99 normal monster spirits and 1 floor boss spirit. I have to earn a lot of gold if I want to unlock the other guaranteed forge options. Amen thought as he looked at the big screen above the scully moss showing the requirements. What if I sell my spirit items at a cheaper price? I can essentially make thousands of spirit items as long as I have spirits. I can extend durations of good items and keep other items' duration to 3 days. Even if I sell them cheap, I'll earn a lot of gold coins. Almond's eyes glinted. Well, no harm in trying. My items are pretty good. Better than normal items, so they'll sell for sure. Almond directly put 99 spirits in the maw whirlpool, keeping only the floor boss spirit. Now time to check the new guaranteed function in the weapon slabs. Almond went to a weapon slab on the wall, a broadsword slab. As he touched it, a dreamy, cloudy, dark green bordered screen appeared before his eyes. Broadsword slab. 1. Craft a random broadsword. 2. Use the guaranteed rare grade forge option. Almond chose second option and the screen changed while an additional blank screen appeared beside the original one. Broadsword slab design. Create your desired design of the broadsword on the blank screen. Rare grade guarantee forge. Up to 3 spirits as ingredients. Sacrifice 10 uncommon grade items for a low-tier rare grade result. 0 out of 10. Sacrifice 15 uncommon grade items for a mid-tier rare grade result. 15. Sacrifice 20 uncommon grade items for a high-tier rare grade result. 20. So I can design a sword in that blank screen, huh, neat. Almond was kind of excited. Swords could really become exotic with myriad designs from their blade's width, length, and curvature to the blade shape itself. That said, I can use spirit items as a sacrifice, right? Almond muttered. It would be if I needed to get normal items for sacrifices. Almond took out a spirit item glass blaze shield and attempted to add it as a sacrificial item. The count increased by 1. Noise. 5 minutes later, the trio landed in a restricted area of the city. The dungeon door had opened just yesterday, so it still had white border around its gate. The road was blocked since the door was in the middle of it. There were 2 middle-aged men standing guard there. Seeing the aircraft landing nearby, they knew the adventurers who were supposed to enter had arrived. Please sign this. Only 3 of you are going in, the second man asked. Yeah, us 3 are enough. Almond smiled. Almond signed on the paper before he nodded at them and entered, followed by Julian and Roken. Why did they send only 3 gold rank adventurers? After reading the dungeon's density value, relax. One of them must be a peak gold rank adventure veteran if they only sent 3 here. I see you have entered the lair of the orc bandit King Troa. The group found themselves inside a huge hall with floating purple and orange lights after entering. It's a structure-type dungeon. Julian raised his eyebrows. The final boss must be at the very top. This looks like a big castle, Roken said as he looked around before stopping at the stairs. There's only one way. You both have rare-grade weapons, right? Almond asked. Yeah, good. Almond wore his lethal fong boots, snow-hide cloak, and his Poland tiger's belt at his waist. He took out 5 other items and attached them to the belt in miniature form with the belt's effect Shimmering Trap X1, Shimmering Spine Spears X3, and Moonlight Crystal X1. Whoa, what's that? Roken blinked. Cool item. Almond smiled and took out more items. Here, take them. This is called the White Poland Charm Ring. It has a magic shield skill and an illusion skill with a 10 chance to charm the target. Charm won't work on monsters here since they are gold ranked, but the shield will be helpful since it scales based on your stats. Roken took the ring and wore it. Nice, this is for you. Almond handed over 2 small orbs to Julian. They are wispy illusion bombs. They'll confuse monsters and cloud their vision, even if their effect is lowered against gold-rank monsters. Use them when required. Got it, let's go, Almond said as he started walking while Julian and Roken followed him. Aren't you going to use your summons? Roken asked, confused. Nope, no need. Almond chuckled as he unsheathed his sword of Wildred from his back. This is enough. I want to improve my combat ability this way. I can explore more possibilities on how to use my body and sword when I fight against monsters who each use different methods and styles. And another reason is that I can freely use my swords on them, so that I can conjure more ideas unlike on humans during training where I can't kill them. Is that how geniuses think? Julian thought, a bit speechless. The trio climbed up the stairs and faced a big wide door at the end. We'll likely face monsters inside with some sort of challenge, Julian said as he was ready with his sword. Roken also gripped his big hammer tightly, his body packed in metal chain armor. Both of them had worn rare armor, boots, gloves, and a couple of rings, so they were ready for this dungeon. Almond, you don't have any armor, or you were not wearing one, Julian asked with a frown. Not wearing one. Almond walked forward and touched the door. I don't need it because I won't get hit. Get ready. I'm opening it. Saying that, Almond pushed the door with a palm attack as he activated his physical enchantment. Boom. The wide door flung open and crashed into a couple of monsters. You have entered the first area, Hungry Pit. Defeat the 50-pin furred wolves within 5 minutes for challenge completion. But there was no light inside except for the glowing green eyes and the slightly glowing red fur of the monsters. It's a dark area. Roken cursed. I hate those. Well, I didn't think I would get to use this so fast. Almond chuckled as he threw the moonlight crystal cube on the ceiling of the floor. The monsters were already growling and looking at them. The cube lighted up the whole room as everyone saw the first section of the dungeon. There was a wall just 20 m away with a door on it. And in this 20 m of space were roughly 50 strange monsters resembling a mix of wolves and porcupines. The wolf-type body had spikes on their fur and they glowed menacingly. Their levels ranged from 5 to 20. Pin-furred wolves ranked gold level 14 stats. Physical strength 55, health 65, stamina 55. Mental mana 55, focus 45, perception 65, so many at once in a single place. They won't shoot those spikes, right? Roken gulped as he took out his tower shield. I'm going into defensive mode. Guys, you all handle them. Oh woo. I think the strategy here was to open the open slowly, let out a few of them outside and close the door again, or we are supposed to have more people here, Julian said as he gripped his sword tightly. We'll have to waste a few mana bottles already to kill this many at once, or we'll get overwhelmed, unless Almond summons Swoosh. Alas. Almond directly dashed inside. He briefly vanished from their vision as he crossed past 4 wolves. In the next second, all 4 of those wolves were sliced cleanly into 2 as they vanished into moes, leaving behind 4 magic crystals. The wolves focused on him, but Almond was dancing on the battlefield. The spike attacks of the wolves either missed or he destroyed some with his sword as he cleanly sliced off wolves one by one. At this moment, Julian fully realized that he wouldn't be a match for Almond, even if Almond didn't use his summons. Bro, is it just me or does Almond have higher stats than us? Roken muttered. Way higher. Julian said we have over 50 points in all stats and close to 100 with perks from the items we are wearing, but Almond has more than us, or at least close, but I can't fight like him. Julian narrowed his eyes as he continued. He knows exactly what to do in the next second, 1 second early. The way he uses his focus field is better. He is directing this battlefield solely to let his sword meet the flesh of these wolves ruthlessly and precisely. I don't think we need to go in there. Right? Roken put down his shield on the ground and put his chin on top, watching Almond butchering the Pinford wolves. He's certainly having fun, so let's just observe, Julian said, his eyes intent on Almond. He was analyzing Almond as best as he could to learn. As a swordsman, he was aware of foundations. His foundation of properly slashing the sword was established after he swung his sword over 100,000 times, but Almond was appearing way past his level in his eyes. I know the cold truth that talent exists. Julian clenched his fist. Someone just progresses way faster in some things. But I don't believe that those without talent cannot reach their level. I will reach his level. Something was getting ablaze. It was on the verge of lighting up an inferno. But whether Julian would be able to light it up, only the future would tell. That was fun. Almond breathed out as he put his sword back into the sheath. The whole room was sparkling with magic crystals scattered on the floor. He stored all the spirits. He kept timpan-furred spirits in his pocket while throwing the rest of them into Spirit Forge Factory to be made into random items. Almond, what's your status? You said you would show us. Right? Roken spoke with puppy eyes as he walked towards Almond. You only need some fur on you. Then you would look exactly like a bear. Almond laughed seeing Roken's face. Challenge complete. Congratulations. You have been awarded a strength fruit. Strength fruit not bad, Julian remarked, glancing at the vibrant notifications suspended in the air. Almond inspected the fruit and laughed as he threw the fruit towards Julian. Take it. What? Julian was dumbfounded as he caught the fruit. It just increased his strength stat by 2 points. It's meh. Almond turned around and stretched his arms. Anyway, let's continue. He used his mana, controlling it to attract the magic crystals as they flew toward him, and he put them into his storage pouch. Bro, you serious? Roken shouted as he followed behind. The chance for a stat-boosting item as a reward to appear in dungeon challenges is freaking 5 or less. That's sad, Almond sighed as he waved his hand. Anyway, here's the reason why I don't need it. Almond shared his spirit devour skills detail and his status with them. Julian and Roken saw the skill's details first. As they read it, their footsteps stopped and their eyes went wide, practically going off-screen. With the SS rank skill, then they saw his status and realized why Almond's stats were so high. Almond arrived in front of the door and put his palm over it. "Hurry up, I am opening this door." Boom. "Wait, don't you want to recover?" Julian snapped out and dashed ahead. He extensively used mana and stamina in that intense battle for 3 minutes to kill those 50 wolves. He should be exhausted. "Don't worry, I recover fast." "Bro, what is the rank of your C?" Roken's mouth suddenly shut, and footsteps stopped as he saw the scenery past the door that Almond blasted open. "You have entered the second section barracks of the Orc Bandit Warriors." Ammon thought it would be a room, but the scenery in front of him was as big as 2.5 football grounds, with wooden walls and tents, along with over 100 bandit orc warriors or more. As he couldn't see everything from there, Roken muttered, "Orc Bandit Warrior rank gold level 24. Their levels ranged from 10 to 30. Even Julian's face formed sweatbeats. He quickly finished eating the fruit before saying, "Almond, did you check the density value of the dungeon? That's an important indication to determine if a dungeon has sections with a huge number of monsters congested into one relatively smaller place, such as this room and that area over there." As he finished speaking, a bead of sweat fell off his face. "How high is the dungeon's density value?" "Almond density value, yeah, I think it was around 1380, Ammon said as he saw the group of orc warriors several meters away turning to him. Meanwhile, hearing the number, Julian and Roken trembled. "Almond, get back fast," Julian shouted as he snapped out quickly. There was a membrane at the door, indicating that monsters inside couldn't see them unless they entered the area. But Almond was already inside while Julian and Roken were still in the first section. One of the orcs suddenly roared, initiating the battle. As a result, the membrane turned red. Those inside wouldn't be able to exit now. "We should go." Roken dashed inside with a determined expression, jumping and landing right in front of Almond with a shield ready to block. "Bro, summon your monsters." Julian also blitzed inside like lightning, swinging his broadsword as he consumed 15 of mana to use one of his strongest skills as a glowering wind projectile 10m long shot forward. The orc bandit warriors couldn't do anything on time as the slash cut the whole group in half. "Nice." Amen chuckled as he stood in a sword stance with his sword raised to his eye level and pointing at another group rushing at them. A wide grin stretched on his face as he said, "But don't worry, the numbers don't matter when you can dance all over them. Unleash your senses, boys." Swoosh. Almond vanished from his post. Using only physical enchantment and nothing else, only exerting his physical body appropriately, he jumped and turned upside down while in the air, his position calculated. "Yes, I should try this interesting method." Almond's sword point released a neon glowing blue thread of mana, while compressed and condensed, as he quickly wrapped it once around the 5 orc warriors with his mana control. "Cry, I should name this sword thread." Almond's momentum remained fast as his jump continued, while the 5 orc warriors were sliced. He landed in the middle of another group of orcs before crouching low and swinging his sword, as a beautiful wavy trail of blue briefly appeared around him. Slash! In the next second, all 5 orcs were sliced without any resistance. Almond was moving way faster than their perception could follow. This was not just fast in terms of speed. He was double of their speed and triple with physical enchantment according to stat difference. But the problem was Almond's unconventional way of moving around and swinging his sword. More and more orcs were rushing at Almond, but they couldn't predict or follow his way of attacks and moving. It was too much random for them to hit Almond. Those that tried to attack either hit their own, met the air, or in rare cases met with a swift retaliation from Almond. Julia and Roken faced a relatively lower number of orc bandits since most of them were aggroed by Ammon. Roken gulped and quietly took out a camcorder as he stuck it on his shoulder. "I got to capture this, Julian. Like, look at that monster. Watch out." Julian kicked the injured orcs club that was about to hit Roken from behind. "Finish off your enemies properly first, idiot." But even as Julian said that, his eyes couldn't help but go over to Ammon. He is not using focus field dot or any protection measure against such a huge number of monsters. With the roar, Julian's eyes flashed a hint of irritation as he turned to the orc. "Roken, you just focus on buffing me with your skill and recording, and you better record him properly. I'll handle the orcs coming our way." "Roger," Roken grinned. While Ammon and Lily had gone into the dungeon, Rudra had also gone into a red-bordered A-rank dungeon. Alone, of course, he exited after 7 hours. The moment he left, his wristwatch rang with a notification. Ra raised his eyebrows. It was a video linked to Video, the biggest video sharing and live stream platform. A mysterious silver rank trampling all over 300-plus DVB rank dungeon. The video had a boastful title, with the initial video screen showing dungeon result of lair of Orc Bandit King Tra. First area 50 pin fur wolves annihilated within 3 minutes. Second area, 200 orc bandit warriors were decimated within 24 minutes. Third area, 30 elite orc bandit platoon ruined within 54 minutes. Final boss area, orc bandit King Troa one-shot. The video was just 10 minutes long, but it showed key parts showing off the good moves. Admiral Rudra started watching the video and immediately knew it was Amund. He watched to see how Amund was doing. He nodded as he watched the fight in the first. When he watched him fight in the second area, Admiral Rudra smacked his lips, thinking how fast he was growing in combat proficiency. And when he watched the third area's fight, he was silent. Something clicked in him as his expression changed. He called someone and spoke with stern urgency. "Take down this video for my tube fast." He then called Almond. It was a bit over 4:00 in the evening. Almond's group had exited the dungeon 3 hours ago. Lily's dungeon was a biome type with a bigger size with less density value, as those required more time to clear due to dungeon size. They had exited just an hour ago. Both groups had met up at a place to eat. Ammon was famished as he had physically pushed himself for thrill and challenge in the dungeon, and others were hungry. Admiral Rudra's call arrived just as the food arrived. Ammon simply nodded with a and said yes on the phone as he didn't talk much. Rudra Almond, what you showed in the video is easily discernible to top experts, especially those in the dark that I talked about. Don't show too much talent to them, and if you do, tell your friend to do it properly. Like the talk lasted for roughly 4 minutes before Almond wryly smiled and turned off the wristwatch connection. What did he say? Lily asked. Well, it's about the video. He said it's fine to upload, but make sure that the video doesn't get any hints that make it connect to me. Julian was visible once, and both of your voices too. Those could be used to discern that it was me in the video, even though my face was censored completely. Oh, Roken's neck shrank. Did Admiral reprimand you? Nah, he just told me to tell you to censor the video properly. It's taken down, but you can upload after removing the hints that reveal your and my identity. So your identity must not be exposed through the video. Julian raised his eyebrows. Why such a secrecy? I can't tell. Almond shook his head. As a matter of fact, this is a precaution because there's not much information at hand for that particular subject in the first place. I see. Since there's not much information in the first place, it's better to be careful from the start. Lily nodded. Admiral Rudra must believe in his hunch or whatever that makes him want to set this precaution. Yeah. Ahmed nodded, his gaze on the food as he sniffed slowly, taking in the fragrance. Anyway, let's start eating. After that, I need to open a business with everyone's help. The group returned to Almond's courtyard villa after eating and sat down on the couches, watching Almond in the spacious spot in the hall. Here's our products. Almond waved his hand as items started pouring out from a black portal, forming piles. Aside from devouring a spirit of each monster species and officially getting his stats to the limit of silver rank, Almond had used the rest of the spirits to craft spirit items. Pinford wolves gave crossbows that conjure and shoot exploding arrows of flame attribute, and a throwable type item spike bomb that burst into exploding spikes upon impact. Orc bandit warriors gave medium and heavy armor, and various kinds of melee weapons like swords, clubs, hammers, and such. The third area had platoon that consisted of orc bandit mages, assassins, warriors, tanks, and support, so spirit items from them were of a wide variety. Naturally, Almond saved the dungeon boss's soul. Out of 418 items here, roughly half of them are low-tier rare grade, the rest of them are uncommon grade. Julian and Roken were dumbfounded. Ho, that's a big loot. Almond, so you want to sell them, eh? Natalia rubbed her chin. This can legit work. We are getting rich with this. True, Lily nodded. If we sell them cheap and reasonable, they'll sell like hot cakes, even if they are not permanent, because your items have good effects. Come on, it's time to inspect them and set the prices for each batch of items. We'll think about how to sell them. After deciding appropriate prices, Lily and Natalia arrived at the pile and started working. Let's separate the piles into the batches of the same items first. We'll put a price tag on each batch. Julian and Roken looked at each other as they swallowed hard. They knew Almond had one more crazy class skill, and they were dying to learn more about it. As if Almond read their thoughts, he sent them the skill's details and said, "Here's the skill responsible for these items. Read it and then join here." After creating several smaller piles of the same items and putting their price tags, "Bro, if we sell all of these items, then you'll get roughly 2 million gold coins." Roken excitedly said, "And this is your product from just one dungeon run." Almond grinned. "I'm seeing hope of unlocking my skills options early now. So how are we going to sell these times efficiently? Any suggestions?" Julian showed 3 fingers as he said, 3 ways. First, we can set up our own website portal and advertise it in various media to get customers. Second, we tie up with GAA and Earth Union and use its resources to reach customers quickly, but we might have to adjust the price and cut we get from the sales. Third, we can use Silverbird services, and I personally recommend the third option. Julian is right. I say we go with Silverbird Services. Roken nodded. They are a growing delivery service platform of 17th rank guild, Silverbird Tree Guild. They've bred and trained magical birds called silver light birds from the 8th floor. These little skitters are monsters with no offensive capabilities, but have a super fast speed and can phase through physical things with their skill. They deliver things all around the world. Oh, I've heard of them a few times. Almond nodded. So how does this service work? We can upload the list of items we want to sell to their website after making an account. They'll only take delivery fees and no additional cut from sales. So they are getting favorites for new sellers who want to sell their products. But we'll have to coordinate when the birds come here to take the goods. So we need to hire someone to work 8 hours a day, Roken answered, as he had learned about their services to sell his products from runic blacksmith class. I have someone in mind. Almond smiled as he thought of Alfred. More people have started focusing on production-type sub-S's, Julian said. Alchemists and blacksmiths are in large numbers, but other exotic sub-S's are also popping up. There's a tattoo master in the 2nd-rank Blackguard Guild who can paint a tattoo on your body to give you a significant physical boost along with a unique skill related to the tattoo. I've heard about him, Lily nodded, and he is just one. I bet there are other weird sub-S's. That said, I wonder what we'll get as our sub-S's. Natalia wondered and then shrugged, but we need to reach gold rank for that and it'll take time. Next month, Almond Grant. We are going to clear 2 floors or maybe 3 floors next month and reach gold rank. We have 22 days until the new first cycle of the labyrinth starts, so we are going to train heavily for these 22 days and complete our specialized classes. Anyway, Ammon continued with a wave of his hand and summoned Alfred. We will use Silverbird Services. How about we contact them right now and set up the business? Alfred here will oversee the goods and coordinate during the 8 hours every day when the birds come here to take the products. Let's do this, Roken grinned. Almond, you should call them since it's your business. I am sending you the number. 2 hours later, everything was set up with the Silver Bird Services. Alfred understood the instruction, and Almond planned to let him handle this courtyard as the head butler. There was no need to put him back in the pocket anymore. And along with the wolfclaw gauntlets at his waist, the property also had spectral wolves as solid guard dogs. Julian and Roken left after Almond told them he would accompany them to training a day later since he was going to be busy for the next 24 hours. Almond, I have to leave for now. Teacher Arya wants me there for some training. Lily sighed. And my exam was delayed in the morning, so I am going to take it now. Natalia said, her fist clenched. I did everything I could, so it's time to show them my power. Then go, Almond smiled. I also need to complete my current specialized class quest of using skill insight and creating my 2nd class skill, so I'll be meditating for the next 24 hours. Good, then I'll properly discuss with Teacher Arya about my terms. Lily nodded with a resolved expression. Did she take any problem with you living here? Almond raised his eyebrows. Natalia snickered and answered in Lilistead. Lady Arya thinks that Lily will focus less on training and important things if she's with you, and she is just very wrong. Lily snorted. Almond grabbed Lily's waist and pulled her as he smiled. She is wrong indeed. Come spar with me for an hour. I got some new moves to show. So let's get some pointers and then you can go prove her wrong. Lily's eyes sparkled. Wonderful. I also got some new moves. Let's go, darling. Natalia stomped her feet. I have to be there at the guild in 10 minutes to take my exam, take my aircraft. Almond touched his wristwatch. I've given temporary access to you. Woohoo, all right. Smell you later, but make sure to shower after you finish sparring. Natalia left, leaving Ammon and Liliers a bit red before they burst out laughing as they remembered their time in the shower room yesterday. Natalia went to take the examination. Where's Lily? Lady Arya asked, frowning. She is at Almond's place training. She'll return after an hour, Natalia said as she cupped her fist. I am ready for my examination. All right, let's go. The examination was similar to the combat evaluation Ammon had, but instead of stages, Natalia faced waves of monsters one by one that increased in power with each wave. The result required to enter the guild as its main member was to clear 5 waves without any break-in between except for 30 seconds of gap between each wave. But Natalia's performance successfully rocked Lady Arya's boat. She still has mana. Lady Arya's eyes glinted. Her movements are also better than before. Her flute magic attacks are more precise and powerful. Did she learn how they work on her own? Her improvement is fast. Who is she? Lady Arya. A man in his 50s with a brown beard and long brown hair asked as he appeared beside Lady Arya, his eyes on Natalia, who was fighting 20 ahead in the hall. Brian Earth crossed a top 15 global rank adventurer and 3rd most powerful in the League of Firefly. Brian, what brings you here? Lady Arya glanced at him, but then continued to watch Arya and said, anyway, she's a new rookie who just needs a bit of polishing to shine and become a super rookie. Her combat style is completely different thanks to her special lead class. So if she can develop with that class as the center focus, she'll be a powerful asset in the near future. Are those instruments also buffing her? Brian asked as his eyes glended. Yes, all 4 instruments, including the flute she is wielding, are buffing her constantly. Brian frowned. Am I wrong, or the timer indicates that she's been fighting for over 15 minutes now? She's been fighting for 15 minutes, and yes, her mana recovery is abnormally high. She already had high mana recovery due to her specialized class, but this is more than that. This wasn't the case last time I saw her, so she got some kind of improvement in the past 24 hours. Brian smacked his lips. That's a lot of mana and high recovery for a newbie silver rank, not to mention how it drastically increases her combat power due to the nature of her class skills I am seeing. Are you going to take her in as your student? I've already taken her, but she is more than I expected her to be. Lady Arya smiled. We might be getting our 3rd super rookie. Hey, what's her class rank? Her primary class is B rank, but her specialized class is SS rank. What? Brian was dumbfounded. And you didn't find it important to tell me, and others, that we have someone with an SS rank specialized class? Yeah, King Dog. How is he moving around like that? Sky 11. His movements are crazy, and I think that cloak is partly responsible for it. At Sky 11, what do you mean that item has a skill that makes him move like that? Sky 11 at absolutely. Check the 139 part of the video. It shines briefly there, and then his speed increases and the amount of time he floats around. I am guessing it has some gravitifying effect, but he only uses it when necessary, since it seems to remain active only for a minute or two. I guess anyway, that doesn't change the fact that he is a monster in combat. Burning Fighter 9 at Sky 11. His boots are also aiding him in speed and jump, I am guessing, but he is able to coordinate his movements very well. I for one can't move like him, even though I can fight those gold rank monsters. Lo, holy cow, that guy is killing those monsters as if he is killing flies. I think the video title is fake. He's definitely not a silver rank adventurer. None one. That's obvious for all to see, but he is pretty good nonetheless. I wonder if he'll appear in the Rising Star tournament. Sword God. This man is a true monster of the sword. I would love to spar with him. Kiara at Sword God. It's Sword God himself. I am learning a lot about sword training thanks to your videos. And if you say he is a true monster, then how does he fare compared to you, Senior Dumb Doll at Sword God? When are you going to reveal your identity? Senior, we are tired of seeing a scarecrow bucket hiding your face. Are you a renowned adventurer, or what? There are many theories painting you as some top adventurers who use sword. So when's the grand reveal from yourself? Senior Sword God at Kier, compared to me, I'm afraid he has a lot to learn. But if I can get his identity, I might extend an invitation to him. Purple Knight at Sword God. You've never invited anyone to your mysterious abode in nature's embrace. Senior, nobody knows where you record your sword training videos, but you're going to invite him. That's unprecedented. Roar Hero at Purple Knight. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Senior Sword God has never invited anyone to his video, but he wants to do it this time. I guess that guy in the video is really that good. Roken had uploaded the video with extra censorship after leaving Almond's house that evening. The video only focused on Almond, his face blurred, and items were slightly altered. The original noises were replaced with some badass music, and there was no hint of other people in the video. The video was gaining views at above average speeds, slowly blowing up. There were some people who felt like they had seen that guy in the video. These people were those who had seen Almond in the Fairy Mountain, and they only felt that because of the snow-hide cloak and white Poland tiger belt that he had worn. But no matter how hard they tried to remember his face, they couldn't. Almond's innate talent, Air of Oblivion, was playing its part, as his impression on others was easily forgotten. Unless it was on people he considered important. Somewhere in the northern mountains of the globe, a man in his 60s sat cross-legged on a rock, facing a small waterfall 10 meters away from him. In front of him floated a table and cup with the control of his mana as indicated by a faint lustrous border around the items. A hologram was also projected from the table's center, displaying the video of Almond with his face blurred. You got something good, young man. The man spoke with his eyes glinting in light. I have to find you. Caressing his beard with one hand while nodding as he watched the video. His eyes glinted as he contacted someone using his custom comm wristwatch like the ones GAA members had. It had a unique design different from GAA wristwatches, indicating that he was part of a different organization. He indeed was, but not part of an organization. Instead, he was the head of a renowned family. Duncan Sylvester, the head of the Duncan family, renowned in martial arts, mainly sword mastery. The Duncan family was comparable to the Ryuji family in terms of sword mastery. In terms of sword play, these two families had dominated the field globally, even before the Grim World tutorial descended. Duncan Sylvester, son, I am sending you a video link. I want you to find the adventurer in the video. Make sure to inform me immediately once you find him instead of taking any unnecessary actions. Duncan Roy. Understood. Also, have you thought about Master Richie's proposal, Duncan Sylvester? I've thought about it, and I might agree if more of the old monsters join. Reuters' involvement is also important, but he hasn't answered yet. Duncan Roy Admiral Rudra might reject the proposal, but his absence won't affect the outcome if the rest of the powerhouses join. Duncan Sylvester, that's true, but his opinion matters. Duncan Roy, understood. I'll contact you once I make progress with your task. Duncan Sylvester contacted Admiral Rudra afterward. Rudra, it's rare for you to call me. What's the matter, Sylvester? Have you seen that video of a young man with genius sword play? Rudra. Don't. Admiral Rudra rubbed his temples. Sylvester, oh ho, you seem to know him. That's wonderful. Rudra, don't poke your nose in this. Stay away from him. He doesn't need your influence. Sylvester, I am sad you are treating an old friend like that. I've put my son onto it, so we'll find him sooner or later. So let's just save our time and resources, shall we? I won't meddle much. I just want him to spar against my grandson. Rudra, your wish will be granted. He'll participate in the Rising Star tournament. Sylvester, cough, and I also want to spar with him. Rudra, how about you spar with me, Sylvester? Rudra, yeah, I figured. Sylvester, I just want to see him up close and clash the swords. The video is shortened and edited, so I can't see his full brilliance, but he is a wild one. That's for sure. I can refine him. You know, Rudra, no need. He'll be able to refine himself. Sylvester, you should know that leaving some geniuses alone could also destroy them if not properly guided. You haven't forgotten about Nena, right, Rudra? He is different and fine. I'll take him to you, but not anytime soon. It'll be after the Rising Star tournament. Sylvester, great, and Rudra, make sure that old from the Ruji family doesn't sniff him out. He'll want to do the same as me once he sees that video. In fact, he doesn't have a male grandson, so I bet he'll be more thirsty for this guy. Rudra thought I should take down the video again. Sylvester, no need. It's fine. Only I and that old can discern his genius sword from that video. The others might think he is a wild sword fighter with cool moves. That's all. It helps that the video is shortened and edited, not to mention that it'll spread as a fake video due to its title. Rudra, ooha. Anyway, is that all, Sylvester? There's one more thing. It's about Rishi's proposal. Sylvester, what do you think about his proposal, Rudra? That's dated for the month after next, and I won't answer until a month later. I am going to sniff in darker places, and if I am right in my suspicion, I am going to do my best to prevent you all from triggering the floor boss. If those old die, we are going to have a big loss of power. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, so we have to be prepared. Sylvester, sniff in darker places. How do you think your suspicion will prove true at those places, Rudra? That's my current best bet. Sylvester, are you going alone, Rudra? I can't afford to take anyone with me. Sylvester, want me to come if you were really right. Then don't you think going alone might be dangerous even for you? After a second of silence, Admiral Rudra replied, Rudra, all right, I'll tell you when I am going. Be ready. Almond had entered meditation and used his specialized class quest skill Insight at 10:00 yesterday night, and he had just woken up after spending 24 hours. Welcome back, Master. The pearly, charming voice belonged to a beautiful girl in her 20s with a forest-themed maid outfit. Don't tell me you didn't move at all after I summoned you. Almond wryly smiled. He had summoned Dark Pope Benedict and Forrest made Sylvia as guards before he entered meditation. I simply stayed here as your guard since there didn't arise any need for me to move. Sylvia smiled. I see. Well, just relax now and follow your desire. You can laze around, tend, or train. Just keep your mind active and running. Okay, as you wish, Master. Then may I go to the garden? I wish to explore something there. Sylvia said with twinkling eyes. Almond grinned. Go, nice, they are thinking. Almond internally nodded in satisfaction. He wanted his sentient summons to grow more and become more intelligent. They were already a new soul, a new kind of species with intelligence. So if they could grow their consciousness and become more intelligent, they would be able to self-develop their powers. Like how adventurers start introspecting their skills and how magic works to improve and create skills once their perception and focus cross past 50 points. It wasn't easy, and it usually took multiple months to even years to develop a powerful skill. But these spirit wraiths had high stats and their existence was based on their power. If they became more intelligent, Almond felt they could develop their powers further. Almond went outside and saw that Alfred and Dark Pope Benedict were hanging around on the ground. Sensing Almond's presence, Alfred promptly bowed and said, Master, while you were aware, the products have been sold. How many? All of them. Almond was taken aback. All of them, yes. Almond used his wristwatch to check this account balance and he was dumbfounded. 2.02 million gold coins after deducting the delivery charges. I might have gotten a very good business in my hand, Almond muttered. My lord, now that you're awake, are there any instructions for me? Dark Pope asked as he glanced at Sylvia, who was humming cheerfully and tending to the garden, sowing seeds she created and watering them. Nothing in particular. Do whatever you want, and if you want a sparring partner, I can summon Ishkar. Oh, that is interesting, my lord. I would love to do that. Almond stayed with his summons for half an hour. Alfred was roaming around the 3 buildings, cleaning and adjusting them. He also told Alfred to do anything like cleaning and stuff. Almond granted his summons access to television and the internet as well, so they could learn more about them. Afterward, he contacted Lily and found out that she and Natalia were somewhere on a hidden island in the sea with Lady Arya for extensive training, and they would return after a day. After talking with her, Ammon decided to do some fighting and training to get stronger as well. He had a new skill that he wanted to test, and also finally introspect his class skills and learn how the magic worked since he had reached 200 in perception and focus. With those 2 stats that high, Ammon was eager to learn more about magic and the construction of skills. Contacting Marshal Lau, he first asked for a blue-bordered B-ranked dungeon. You have entered the Delura's meadow at the horizons as Almond stepped into the meadow. The sheer vastness of the landscape stretched endlessly before him. A lush field of vibrant, otherworldly flowers blanketed the ground, glowing faintly in the perpetual twilight. The horizon seemed both near and impossibly far, bathed in warm hues of gold and pink as if caught in an eternal sunset. Wisps of light flitted lazily through the air, their trails sparkling faintly, while the soothing hum of magic resonated faintly beneath Almond's feet. This dungeon is amazing. Almond felt amazed at the scenery, yet this serene beauty felt that strange. The meadow seemed alive, watching its tranquility masking an undercurrent of danger. As Almond moved forward, distinct areas began to show up. Those must be the monsters' locations. The nearest one was a glade. A dense grove of silver trees spread there. Their mirrored leaves reflected the twilight sky, creating a disorienting array of light. Faint whispers echoed through the glade, drawing intruders deeper into its heart. You have entered the dungeon's first area. The whisper light glade as Almond entered and walked past a few trees. He saw 2 fairy-like monsters dancing in an empty patch of ground with beautiful designs carved on the surrounding trees' trunks, one blue and one pink, male and female. Both fairy-like monsters held some weird wooden instruments in their hands, as their crystal blue and red eyes glowered at Almond upon seeing him. Lullaby Sylphid Adam rank gold level 47 stats. Physical strength 74, health 68, stamina 54, mental mana 78, focus 70, perception 72. The other was Lullaby Sulfive, who also had similar stats. Time to see if my fiddling in the skill works. Ornat's eyes mystically glowed deep, within with an ethereal blue-gold hue. As he used his Rift Veil eyes unveil those monsters for me. Lullaby Sylphs are ethereal creatures with an all-rounder skill set, cloaked in flowing silver, and their haunting melodies sap strength and will. They can summon meadowisps, glowing orbs that act as catalyst for their variety of skills. They should be avoided. The Sills summoned tin orbs as they blanketed towards Almond. Right off the bat, Almond promptly used fortification, strength boost, and focus field along with using weapon and fold on his sword. His body blurred as he exerted his strength to jump high, avoiding the orbs and creating a significant distance of over 100 meters quickly. From above, he waved his sword, pouring 200 mana, and using the sword's engraved skill, Wild Blade. Active Wild Blade unleashes a slash projectile that deals damage based on your strength and mana consumption. The slash gets stronger the more it travels, up to 500 meters, for a plus 200 bonus in damage. Almond had scanned the sword and already perceived its engraved skill rune when he studied it to use weapon in fold on it, and as a result, he had already learned how to influence the skill with his mana. Ammon made the slash longer in length and thinner, adjusting it while its core magic effect of absorbing atmospheric power to enhance itself based on distance remained working. Splitter. The slash traveled at sonic speed and sliced both Lullaby Sylphs before the slash splintered and shredded both of them further. Better than dead, absorbing their lingering spirits, Almond continued in the forest and encountered another pair of Lullaby Syl. Almond was basically playing with them with his focus field that was aided by his 200+ perception and focus. Nothing at this level could even remotely touch him. After killing 10 pairs of Lullaby Sylphs, he threw their spirits into Spirit Forge Factory. The density value of this dungeon was 773, so I should get a good amount of monster spirits. He asked for the highest density value dungeon in B-rank blue border and got this. Based on pure numbers, he got a bit over 400 spirits in the previous dungeon, which had a 1,300+ density value, so he should get roughly 200 in this dungeon. Almond continued and cleared the 3 areas one by one leisurely, not going all out, but just using enough and exercising his proficiency in handling mana while improving his mana techniques. Finally, he reached the boss area after over 2 hours. The dungeon was big and Amen took his time walking when moving to the new area, soaking in the scenery and drowning his brain to explore the usage of his new class skill. Espadata, at Grim Vale El Ahmed knew he had created something crazy. But this skill he comprehended during Skill Inside Enlightenment, required him to explore it more to unlock its effects, and the fun he was having while doing it had made him enter into his zone. A state of mind where his entire being flowed in the perfect condition to explore the skill. Your next chapter is on novel Bincom. Arriving at the boss area, took out his sword, his aura subtle and serene. His almond eyes gleamed with silver-white spark, an indication of his new skill. Espetada Ed Grimville, you have entered Sweet Bell's Horizon Edge. Challenge triggered. Defeat the boss within 1 minute for a golden chest, 2 minutes for a silver chest, or 3 minutes for a bronze chest. In front of Almond was a circular arena of grassy ground surrounded by flowers and crystals. Roughly 100 meters away from Almond, the boss stood at the center of this arena. It was a majestic centaur with crystalcled armor, looking as if the crystals had grown from its body. It wielded a lance spear in his hand and a bow around his shoulder. Sweet Bell's Caretaker Center, Tell Lost Rank Gold Level 70 Stats Physical Strength, 160 Health, 500 Stamina, 120 Mental, Mana 300 Focus, 150 Perception, 150. The moment the boss turned to Almond and roared, Almond made his move. A pulse of ethereal sphere expanded from Almond with him as the center. It expanded 150 m radius covering the boss. Espetada at Grimville Sever. Almond's eyes flickered as a slash formed in the air right behind the boss, and instantly the slash and his body switched places. The boss saw the slash suddenly appearing in place of Almond and shot at it, its speed breakneck. Centaur was barely able to respond with a hurried attack, but something strange happened. The slash passed through its weapon, severing it in half and expanded into 6 slashes that proceeded to slice the centaur into pieces as its body separated, but its vitality didn't reduce at all. The centaur looked visibly confused. It could feel its entire body, but it was separated into pieces. Gravity cut off. Almond's mana was consumed as he severed gravity in this domain by half twice. The severed parts of the lance and center suddenly lost balance as they floated in the air. In the next second, Almond teleported again with the method of severing and displacing space in his domain and arrived in front of a severed part of the centaur that exposed its power core. Without further ado, Almond drove his blade into it, forcing a cry out of the center as all of its body parts wreathed, its vitality reducing rapidly. Almond twisted his sword and shattered the core, destroying the dungeon boss as it turned into moes and vanished, leaving behind a big magic crystal, a spirit, and a golden chest. Capturing the spirit and putting magic crystal and golden chest into his storage pouch, Amen faced the beautiful and otherworldly starry scenery at this horizon's edge and sat down cross-legged before closing his eyes. Espetada Ad Grim Veil Type Domain, rank Legendary, cost greater than 1 mana per second to maintain the domain to the range of 200 m radius. Exercising powers in the domain costs additional mana. Effect Grimmel Type Domain, rank Legendary, cost greater than 1 mana per second to maintain the domain to the range of 200 m radius. Exercising powers in the domain costs additional mana. Effect within the domain of Grim Veil, you are the all-severing rift. There is nothing you cannot cut and connect. Within the domain of Grim Veil, you are the all-perceiving ice. There is nothing you cannot unveil. Explored techniques. 1. Rift displacement. Severe is space and displace it. 2. Spatial severing. Sever the space while maintaining a connection between severed space or displace the connections. 3. Absolute severing. Sunder everything you are able to perceive. This skill was a power that Ammon deemed bat-hit crazy and activated his neurons in hyper mode, giving him a sort of high as if he was a god within the domain of this skill. Almond wanted his second-class skill to be of powerful offense, but also to have more comprehensive powers that included the aspects of his class, and Espetada at Grimville was the result of his enlightenment for 24 hours in the skill insight session. He also improved his class's legendary quirk Rift Veil Eyes since he gained more understanding of his specialized class. He explored the skill's power and created 3 techniques so far, and they felt enough for now. At the moment, he was exploring the mysterious phenomenon of Skill Room, as he termed it, to learn more about his primary class's powers and skills. He also planned to learn the new S-rank skills from the skill book. This dungeon was otherworldly and serene. Almond found it good for meditation, especially at this horizon's edge. Let's check the spirit explosion. First, I want to modify it a bit. Inside the skill room, he could see 3 sections. One section belonged to his primary class. The second one belonged to his specialized class. The third one belonged to classless skills. Each section had unique semi-metallic-looking runes with eccentric patterns that formed otherworldly symbols. They were skill runes containing the mechanism of the skills. Items also had engraved skill runes within them that gave them their magical effects. Only those with perceptive and focus above 50 could begin to find them. Naturally, Ammon could not wrap his head around how skill runes formed yet. He didn't witness the process of one forming. but learning the skills from the skill book would allow him to witness one. But even though he couldn't create skill runes, he could explore one and fiddle with it inside as he did with the wild blade skill rune in his sword. Since his primary class had predefined skill runes that could get affected automatically by his performance and stats increase in perception and focus, Almond wanted to affect them actively. Almond was soon absorbed in learning and exploring. 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye, as Almond made a proper summary of the skill rune structure based on his interpretation and his experiments with them. From his understanding, the skill runes were purely made of mana and condensed stasis form in a way that would allow it to channel one's mana and transform it according to the skill rune's internal structure and manifest its power. A skill rune had 3 sections: design section, per section, execution section. From what he learned, the design section acted like a blueprint of the skill. If someone filled the design section of a skill rune, but the other 2 sections were empty, then the skill rune would be useless. It wouldn't do anything at all except dispersing infused mana. Determine one shape and motion, how the skill appears or behaves for any type of skill, be it defensive, attack, buff, or any other. For example, the shape of a ball to fill it with fire energy, a slash shape, simple sparks, or aura visibility. 2. Trigger mechanism determines how the skill is activated, such as verbal commands, gestures, or pure thought. 3. Range and area of effect. Specify the effective reach of the skill, single target, AoE, or self-cast. This part wasn't hard. It was just design, nothing of substance without the core section and execution section. The next part was the tricky one, the core section. It was the heart of a skill rune. It defined the skill's attribute alignment, power source, and intensity. To create this section of a skill rune, a person must have sufficient mana control according to the effect they desire. This section determined mainly 3 things. 1. Attribute alignment, fire, water, wind, etc. Or any perceived magical phenomenon with an attribute. 2. Power source determines the ratio of mana potency versus control. An overbalanced ratio causes explosive burst effects, while a balanced ratio yields precise and sustained effects. 3. Amplification nodes, small sub-runes embedded in the core to increase the potency or refine the mana energy's output. Example of core section. A flame-shaped core with amplification nodes, arranged symmetrically with channel fire energy, in a controlled burst spewing constant flames from one's hand or conjuring a flower that constantly rains pollen with some kind of effect. A jagged, chaotic infusion pattern might result in wild, unpredictable elemental discharges. If the desired result was just an explosion, this would work. There were also ways to combine the two and make it such that it would be in a controlled motion at first and then burst, much like how Almond had already done that with his pure control inside a Spatic Grimval, where he splintered his single slash into 6 slashes. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Novel Bin Cal. The 3rd section, execution section. This section governed how the mana exited the rune, whether through the body or manifest within the sensible range of the user, to interact with the environment or target. This section determined 1. Duration, whether the skill is instantaneous, channeled, or persistent based on work done in the core section to dictate it. 2. After effects, attribute effects, residual damage, buffs, debuffs, or environmental changes caused by the skill based on the skill's core section structure. 3. Efficiency. A network section connecting all the above that determines the mana cost and stamina drain relative to the skill's various parameters and post-execution impact. After making a summary of the skill creation's mechanism, Ammon decided to create a simple skill rune based on a new technique he had recently created, Sword Thread. Sword Thread, it was a finely condensed mana given a sharp edge with his exceptional control that highly excelled when it came to some particular areas like a sword, for example. To create the skill based on Sword Thread, Almond first designed it to make the sword string appear like a spring shape, as he wanted it directly wrapped around a target upon manifestation. He kept the trigger mechanism as his thought command. Upon command, the skill rune would absorb his mana according to his desired amount based on his skill execution. The core function was simple for this skill. He didn't have any knowledge of how to give a proper attribute to his mana, yet as he reckoned he would need to learn mana transmutation to give different properties elemental or non to give to his mana in this section. He created 10 nodes in a spring shape, overlapping his visual of the spring shape he created in the design section, and kept the power source balanced, so that the entire string would have a constant flow of power to maintain its sharpness according to the design. Lastly, he set the execution section. He set the channel duration according to how he set up the core section. The spring sword thread would remain active as long as he fed the skill his mana. The after effect was nothing else aside from damage, according to the skill's effect on the target. He didn't know how to fill up the skill rune's core section with attribute powers, so this skill didn't have any buff, debuff, or additional effect to bring out aside from pure damage. Efficiency was determined automatically based on the above things, but he could change it by changing the above parts of the skill to determine which part of the skill would get more mana and potency. But his skill wasn't anything complicated, so there was nothing to change. He could change the thread's width and length, but he wanted to keep it his current design for now and see how it would go first. Now let's see if it actually works or not. Almond got up and moved towards a nearby crystal grown, a meter long from the ground and roughly half a meter in thickness. He gave command to that skill rune. Almond's mind was instantly connected to the skill rune, bringing back the familiar feeling of having it in his control. In the next second, a precise 4.7 m length of sword thread in a spring shape materialized around the crystal in an even fashion from its head to bottom. It is tightly wrapped around it, its edges embedded inside. That took 231 mana. Almond was speechless. He saw that the sword thread around the crystal was dispersing in the next second instead of shattering the crystal by gripping it. Okay, so it was a failure. But Almond was grinning because he knew exactly why it didn't work. Using the skill once actually gave me full insight on what I need to do in the skill rune to make it work properly. I should first create a random crude skill simply using my mana and determine parameters from it to input in the skill rune. Yes, this should work. Almond spent the next half an hour refining the skill rune thoroughly. The result surprised him. The skill cost lowered to 120 mana and it instantly shattered the crystal. He knew he could improve further, but he was satisfied with this result. Serpent Coil Thread Blade. After naming this skill rune, Almond pulled his mind out of this subject. He took out the skill book Lightning Dragon skill set. It's time to learn this. I am definitely excited to have some flashy cool skill and how I might be able to delve into getting some lightning affinity to use it as an attribute. The requirement to delve into mana transmutation was having 200 perception and focus. Almond had exactly 200 perceptions and focus on his own, not including the bonus stats from the items perks he equipped. Almond opened the book and turned to the first page. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but wryly smile. I somewhat expected this, especially considering that this is an S-rank skill set, but still well, I can't say I am not a bit thrilled to try this. The first page's most important content was straightforward. The best way to familiarize and affiliate yourself with lightning is to get struck by it with fortification activated and powered just enough to make it shatter and feel the lightning with your senses, and the resonance it invokes when struck to your mana. Almond had seen videos of adventurers training in extreme environments, natural or unnatural, to invoke affinities. Those who had gotten skill books with elemental attributes always tried this type of method. Well, now where do I find a place with constant lightning weight? There ought to be a dungeon with lightning theme. Almond didn't linger inside this dungeon anymore and left. After contacting Marshal Lau, he immediately asked him for a dungeon that had a lightning theme. Almond bet that a lightning-themed dungeon would have a lot of lightning, since it would have a lot of lightning attribute aspects, as a whole lightning attributed monsters, lightning biome, lightning materials, and such. If he was in some small guild, it would be hard to find such heavily elemental dungeons, but he was in GAA Marshal Lowell. I just checked. There's no lightning elemental dungeon in our city, but there's one roughly 1,000 km away in the Thunderbird City. That city has naturally lightning alignment, so lightning elemental dungeons spawn there more. There are 2 identified there right now. Almond, that's awesome. So which one is mine? Marshal Lau? None. One is in a rank dungeon that's scheduled to be cleared by several top 20 guilds together. The other is a B rank, and it is golden bordered already. It's scheduled to be cleared tomorrow by Thunderbird Guild because it's in their territory. Almond, is there a way for me to enter that B rank dungeon somehow? It's really important for me. It indeed was. The S-rank skill book was an absolutely legendary item in terms of rarity. If he learned those 2 skills, he was sure to get lightning affinity and he would be able to master lightning mana transmutation. Almond wanted to enter that dungeon at all costs. Marshal Lau, well, it won't be hard at all. We can just pay for an entry cost, but sending you alone with strangers inside a dungeon. Don't you feel the risk? Almond thought hard. Did he feel at risk after being surrounded by his crazy summons, with his stats already surpassing the adventurers who would enter the same dungeon with him? Nope. He had Admiral Rudra's protection item, and he also had his own trump card. The point of revealing some information was to hide something more important. He wasn't going to tell anyone else about his legendary classes skill, not even Julian or Roken. That knowledge would be confined to a small sphere and wouldn't grow any further. It wasn't about trust. It was about keeping the information from spreading in a simple sense. Admiral Rudra had told him to keep a tight lid on his legendary class's information, but he could show his primary class in turn to make it his main attraction point if there was going to be one out in the light eventually. So he was ready, Almond. Well, if you feel I would be at risk, then how about sending a guard or two with me? I'm sure Admiral Rudra wouldn't mind paying for 2 people extra. Marshal Lal, all right, I'll inform the branch master about this. She will make a positive decision in light of you having Admiral Rudra's stamp, but the 2 people coming with you would be the ones I select. Julian and Roken won't go there. They're not strong enough. Almond, no problem. I'm coming there in half an hour and will leave for Thunderbird City at your arrangements. I wonder if I can get my summons to my pocket no matter the distance. Almond wondered and tried. He had a faint connection with his summons. So he tried to put Infernal Night into his pocket, and it surprisingly worked. Interesting. So the distance doesn't matter when I want to recall my spirit wraiths. Almond still returned to his house. He put everyone except for Alfred in his pocket and left the house in Alfred's care. A funny coincidence. Ammon was about to enter that dungeon tomorrow to get lightning affinity and learn the skills. Meanwhile, the reason Lady Arya took Lily to that hidden island was for Lily to experience the darkness and let her acquire darkness affinity. As someone on the 7th rank of the global leaderboard, Lady Arya was strong, suffice to say, but her dangerousness was masked by her rank for general people. If someone asked veteran adventurers about who was the most dangerous adventurer on the global leaderboard, everyone would have the same answer: Lady Arya of Crimson Shadow. She was someone who had mastered the art of assassination on a new level. Her skill set, her both classes, and her entire being augmented her role as an assassin. The island where she took Lily was a special one. It had a strong alignment with darkness, and this was also where she improved. Natalia accompanied them for other training, but she was alone at a beautiful riverine with glowing flowers. On the other hand, Lily and Lady Arya were below the river stream in a hidden underground area for their special training. This area had an underground water stream where Lily and Lady Arya sat. It was illuminated by strange dark purple crystals and flora that oozed out shadowy energy and black hues. What are you thinking? Your mind is not in complete darkness yet. Permeate your senses into the darkness here. Lily's eyes twitched as she heard Lady Arya's voice. I was thinking about Ammon. Lady Arya sighed. What do you want to do? Nothing. I will continue to live with him and you have to agree. Lady Ariel's expression became stern. If you continue to be this stubborn, I'll have no choice but to revoke this mentorship. Not flinching at all, Lily replied while looking straight at her. Fine, Lady Arya sighed. Are you serious you want to forgo this mentorship for some boy? Are you serious you want me to forget someone I love for some mentorship? Fine, fine, Lady Arya snorted. Since you've praised him so much, then I'll approve as long as he performs well in the Rising Star tournament. He defeated Xavier and you think it's not enough? Lily pouted. That brat is nothing much. Lady Arya snorted. Even you're better than him, so winning against Xavier doesn't count, and you are not telling me about his class skills and other things as well. So I'll have to see him fight in the Rising Star tournament. Fine, but I will still live with him until the tournament starts. Lily firmly said. As for his result in the tournament, I have no doubt he'll take the first rank. Humph, all right, I got it. Now close your eyes and focus. You told him you would return after a day, but that's not the deal we have. You will only return once you grasp the darkness attribute. Since you said you would do that in one day, then keep your word. Watch me. Lily closed her eyes and focused. It was already almost 2:00 in the morning when Ammon arrived at the GAA. The sky was completely dark and the jet was ready to depart. The 2 other people going with him were level 100 gold rank adventurers Nikki and Anton. Both of them were in their mid-20s and members of the same party. Everything was arranged, so the trio departed at 2:20 and arrived at the GAA branch in Thunderbird City half an hour later. The dungeon raid was supposed to start at 7:00 in the morning, so Almond decided to sleep in the dorms at the GAA branch, Northern Mountain Peak area, Thunderbird City. A group of 6 adventurers, all above gold level 80, were gathered near the dungeon door. Leader, are we seriously going to have 3 extras in this raid? Are they going to take items and stuff, or just going along with us? They might be coming for some lighting affinity training. Do we have their profiles? The leader sighed. Give me a break. I'll answer your questions one by one, so listen. They paid for the slots, so they will take the rewards they earn. We'll move with the contribution system in place. TSK, don't TISK. Things have changed, so earn your rewards. We are 6 and they are just 3. It won't be hard. The leader paused for a second before continuing, and they are indeed coming here because one of them wants some lightning affinity training. I don't have their profiles, but we'll be meeting them soon. Just as he finished speaking, the aircraft arrived on the mountain and flew towards them. The group saw 3 people jumping off the aircraft and landing nearby. Almond looked at the group as he walked towards them and was surprised to see a familiar face. Henry, how you know him? Leader asked the orangey-haired girl standing beside Henry as she blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Henry was shocked. This guy, meanwhile, a few of Henry's party members narrowed their eyes. Is he the one whose poster we saw? That he is definitely that one, and Henry's reaction says it all. The two GAA members also didn't expect Almond to find someone he knew. Well, that made things certainly easy because they knew they'd be facing some annoyance from this guild, courtesy of them crashing into their raid. Alas, they didn't know they might be facing more than just annoyance now. "I wasn't expecting to see you here." Henry Riley smiled, but his eyes showed confusion and disbelief as he asked, "Shouldn't you be silver rank? Still, don't tell me you reached gold rank." "Haha, I am still silver rank." Of course, Almond chuckled as he stretched his hand. "How's things been since then? Not damaging." Henry shook hands, a grateful smile on his face. He also magic whispered, "Thanks to your leniency, nothing bad happened, but you hear might bring trouble to you." Ammon captured a hint of distress in his eyes. Henry's party members were curious, so everyone introduced each other, but Henry didn't speak much about their encounter and just said that they met on the first floor this month when he went as a knight. However, everyone figured out everything. It was well known in the guild that the vice guild leader's son was brutally beaten up on the first floor by a party headed by the student of Lady Arya. The fault lay in him, so they couldn't openly hold her accountable, but that didn't mean the grudge was settled. The vice guild leader and his son both held grudges, especially Zoran. He had made posters of Natalia, Lily, Almond, and Alfred from his memories and wanted to find more information about others aside from Lily, so the guild members knew about them. "Now that everyone knows each other by name, at least, let us start the raid," Henry said as he turned to the portal door. The Thunderbird Guild group went inside first, followed by Almond, Nikki, and Anton. "You have entered the dungeon Blitzer Crow's Thunderland." The starting area was Thunder Hills. Past it, they could see lightning, crackling tall trees with dark clouds in the sky that chain reacted with trees. Most of this lightning naturally had lower intensity and power than actual lightning. They were a product of man's transformation, with lightning elements of proportional amount. The monsters were gathered at various parts of the hills, so the party started moving towards the first hill filled with grass and some trees housed by lightning horn rhinos from level 70 to level 85. Lightning horn rhino ranked gold level 80 stats: physical strength, 165 health, 200 stamina, 150 mental mana, 200 focus, 150 perception, 150, you better stay safe and back. Silver rank, it's already too much that someone at your level was even allowed to enter a gold-bordered B-rank dungeon, said a short, dark brown-haired man named Craig. "It's fine. You don't have to worry about me," Almond responded carefree. "Just do your thing and I'll do mine." "Yeah, but don't intervene in our fights or you'll put us in trouble," the yellow-haired girl chimed in as she pointed her staff high, intending to use a skill on a herd of 7 lightning horn rhinos ahead. The other 5 spread around and moved forward at her action. The tank of the group provoked the rhinos and moved in a different direction as the yellow-haired girl cast multiple buffs on him. The others became ready to flank and hurl their attack skills on the rhinos. Henry didn't move from his position and adopted a stance of watching. "You're not going to fight?" Almond raised his eyebrows. "No, I am mainly here as an observer for this party. I'll only intervene in an emergency." "Gotcha," Almond said before summoning Infernal Nidaskar, Starlight Beast, and Chimera Crystallist. All 3 were bigger in terms of size among his summons and could cover his left, right, and behind. "They aren't strong enough to fight monsters here from the stats." Henry frowned. "Yeah, I don't want them to fight here," Almond chuckled. "I'm just letting them out to get them some air. By the way, we are going ahead because I want some lightning strikes in that forest. Just you all." Henry frowned and informed. "This dungeon has a density value of 533, so there will be more monsters in that lightning forest." "Yeah, no worries, we'll be fine. I got 2 strong guards with me," Almond grinned. Nikki and Anton were slightly speechless. He was really treating them as his bodyguards, though that was the purpose. But still, "All right, move as you wish," then Henry nodded. The Thunderbird group had already killed a rhino when Almond was leading his monsters past them with Nikki and Anton, and that was when Starlight Beast reacted. The beast turned to the magic crystal dropped by the rhino and conveyed its thoughts to Almond. Chimera Crystallize also conveyed the same thing. "Hey, you want to eat it?" Almond paused. The reason he summoned Starlight Beast and Chimera Crystallize was that both of them had a lightning affinity. Chimera Crystallize had lightning skills. And although Starlight Beast didn't have pure lightning skills, it also had affinity because there were a few monster spirits with lightning attributes in the Spirit Codica session that birthed it. "Can we kill a group of lightning horn rhinos?" Almond turned to Nikin and Anton. "I would appreciate your help." "Sure, we can, but I heard Marshall saying that the dungeon won't pose a threat to you." "What does he mean by that?" Anton asked. "By that, he probably means this." Almond took out a random rare-grade mid-tier spirit sword that he had crafted yesterday and didn't sell for delivery. He hadn't worn any of the equipment that he wore when he went to the dungeon with Julian and Roken. Turning to the group of 4 rhinos 20 m to his right, Almond promptly kicked the ground as he went full throttle on his mana techniques. Strength boost level 10, fortification level 5, focus field level 7, body enfold level 4, weapon enfold level 7. He had drastically improved his mana techniques level during the past 2 dungeon raids. Swoosh. Nikki and Anton saw Almond slashing off a rhino into 2 at the start as he dashed past the group. Both of them were shocked at that display, but it was just the beginning. In the next second, they saw one rhino's head suddenly wrapped by faintly neon glowing white-blue thread dot that instantly sliced its head into slabs. The other 2 rhinos' horns crackled with lightning as 2 horn-shaped projectiles conjured and shot toward him. Ahmed jumped even without looking back and somersaulted above the rhino, while waving his sword from above, slicing one into 3 with 2 swift slashes and landing on the other before piercing his sword into its head. What's with that swift coordination of his moves? Anton was dumbfounded. His reflexes are crazy. It feels like he has way higher perception than what his level suggests, Nikki muttered. I guess that's one of the reasons why Marshall didn't show us his status profile. Henry, who also watched everything, had his jaw dropped to the ground. What the how is he a silver rank? I knew he was strong on the first floor, far stronger than what his level indicated. But what is this? Moments later, the Thunderbird Guild had also finished off the 7 rhinos and looked in Almond's direction, hearing the slight commotion of battle there. Did he just kill those 3 rhinos? Are you an idiot? How can he kill them when he's a silver level 10 brat? No, seriously. I think he killed them and only he is there. The other 2 who are gold rank are not even close. Let's ask Henry. Yeah, he killed them. Don't judge him by his rank and level, that's all I can say. Henry Riley smiled as he saw Almond. The other party members turned silent in disbelief upon hearing the confirmation. They watched Almond going ahead after 2 of his summons ate the magic crystals. If he is that strong, then he must be proficient in mana techniques, and his classes must also be crazy powerful. Not just that, but these people won't understand his martial prowess with the sword, Henry thought. Don't you want to eat the magic crystals? Ashkar Almond curiously asked. Not unless they have fire attribute, my lord, Ashkar replied, his voice deep and slightly grating. Got it. I want to know how they benefit you all. Almond grinned as he asked Chimera Crystallist and Starlight Beast, did you finish digesting them? What did you get by eating those? Starlight Beast released sparks from its snout, as it replied with the thought that it felt stronger. Chimera Crystallis floating giant crystal body with eccentric patterns, and 4 crystals that separately flew to both sides glinted along with its quartz-shaped eye as it conveyed its thought to Almond. Almond checked their status and was dumbfounded. They are able to get stronger by absorbing magic crystals. Their stats had slightly increased. I get stats by eating spirits, and my spirit wraiths get stats by eating magic crystals. Did your summons get powerful by eating magic crystals? Nikki asked, her bushy brown eyebrows matching her hair raised. Yeah, Amma nodded at her. It's not strange, Anton said. Some summons do get stats by eating magic crystals dropped by monsters. Some summons require materials or other resources related to their attributes. All in all, most of the summons have some kind of growth mechanism. You can figure them out and make your summons stronger. Interesting, Almond grinned. Then I guess I have to start feeding my summons the good stuff. Change of plans, Almond continued with a smile. Could you 2 hunt some monsters for me in the forest, please? Meanwhile, I'll attract some lightning from the sky to temper myself. Be careful of the lightning from those clouds, Nikki said. Drink mana potion promptly when it's lower because lightning strikes are unpredictable, and you won't be able to dodge since you will be in a meditative state. Understood. Almond nodded as he exerted his physical strength after activating his mana techniques and jumped high, kicking the tree's branches while going up. Most of the trees were a couple 100 meters tall. The lightning from the clouds above periodically struck them, setting off a chain of lightning effect in the air and through trees. The hundreds of thunder blitz monkeys in this area were spread out, but the atmospheric lightning coming from clouds that eventually struck them seemed to charge them up. Their fur glowed up as if getting a power boost. Let's not attract more monkeys from afar, Anton said as he took out a strange gauntlet with a long metallic drill embedded in it in his right hand, while his left hand only had a glove. Nikki appeared to be a mage from her outfit and the wand in her hand. That brat has completely left the monsters around here for us. Nikki saw Almond standing at the very top of a tree and struck by lightning as his fortification shattered, getting a mild lightning shock throughout his body. 2 monkeys were going up to attack him, and he didn't even bother doing anything as if he was expecting them to take care of the trouble going his way. Let's just do our job. We got to enter a gold border dungeon thanks to him anyway. Anton chuckled as he jumped like a rocket, swiftly appearing on the same level as the monkeys before he pierced his drill into one, crackling with blue lightning, and kicked the other one down. Nikki was about to be surrounded by 9 other monkeys of levels 86 to 90, but she appeared carefree as she waved her hand, and faint purple lightning crackled around her. 10 nail-shaped wood nail flickering lightning projectiles materialized around her before surging forward and piercing into the 10 monkeys, including the one that Anton sent down. In the next second, all 10 monkeys burst out with purple lightning that tore their flesh and burned their blood with high intensity, giving them intense lightning damage as they were electrocuted, their vitality dropping to 0. Although these monsters were empowered by the lightning, too much lightning into them actually worked adversely because they were not elemental creatures. If it was a pure elemental creature, that lightning-attributed attack would have done way lower damage. Marshall Lowe sent Nikki and Anton with Almond precisely because both of them had a lightning affinity and they had gained it via training. Being peak gold rank adventurers, they were not weak and had cleared gold-bordered B-rank dungeons before. "Come on, eat them," Nikki said with a chuckle as she saw a drooling Starlight Beast who was just looking at the magic crystals. Starlight Beast nodded before eating them. Chimera Crystallist also joined in the feast. Infernal Knight was suddenly attacked and suffered some damage without being able to attack the monkey properly with his sword, but Anton had jumped down by that time and finished it off. "Be careful. They are twice as strong in terms of base stats, so you'll have difficulty." And Tun said to Infernal Knight, his eyes curious, "This one can speak, so it must be intelligent. I am grateful for thine help." Infernal Knight's voice rumbled out. "However, I would request you to allow one monkey to fight me." "I shall duel," Anton laughed. "Sure." Starlight Beast and Chimera Crystallist positioned themselves around Infernal Knight after eating 5 magic crystals each, ready to assist in case more than one monkey entered the fray. Anton saw that these summons could coordinate with each other, and his interest in them grew even stronger, adding to the summons I saw in the video when he fought in the League of Fireflies Guild base. He already has several strong pets. His class must be very strong. He speedily vanished from his location with a strong dash towards a monkey and kicked it towards Infernal. "Enjoy your duel." 10 minutes later, the Thunderbird Guild's party had cleared all lightning horn rhinos in the first area and arrived in the forest periphery. Seeing Almond getting struck by lightning in the sky and his summons getting played around by Nikki and Anton in a 2v3 battle, they were a bit speechless. He's really getting struck by lightning in Ob-rank dungeon. "What are his stats exactly? Let's take a short break here since there are no Thunder Blitz monkeys around here," Henry said as he sat down at the periphery. Illa, the orangey-haired girl, sat nearby and looked at Almond. "Leader, you want to tell us more about him? Why is he so strong for a silver-ranked newbie? I don't know. All I know is that he's strong." Henry Riley smiled, and Admiral Rudra is his backer. "You mean the Admiral Rudra? It looks like he is a super rookie of GAA who is unknown for now. But if he participates in the Rising Star tournament and displays his power, he'll get a strong backing," said Luke, the light brown-haired guy in the party, while his eyes glinted as he fell into thought. "I informed Zoran about this guy, but it looks like things won't be that easy. He can forget about beating him up, let alone making him beg if he got Admiral Rudra at his back. But should I inform him about this information?" Luke's eyes nastily shone. "It'll be more interesting if things develop further. Let's just hope he comes here with some strong adventurers from the guild to make things interesting." Whenever lightning struck his fortified mana on his body and shattered it, Almond could feel the essence of lightning due to his connection to his mana. His mana acted like a medium of sorts that conveyed the power of lightning. It was like a wild signal that was up to him to interpret and comprehend. And then when the lightning passed through his body after shattering his defense, his body itself imprinted the power of lightning. It was up to him to recognize and understand its impact, to perceive his entire body's reaction and lightning's effect on his flesh and blood. Generally, the biggest starting obstacle is staying focused enough to perceive the lightning's nature and essence amidst pain. But owing to Almond's tireless and arduous self-training and physical enhancement that reflected his desperation and determination both before he entered the labyrinth, his capacity for enduring pain had reached remarkable heights. One could also keep fortification stronger to prevent it from shattering, but that would diminish the feedback of the lightning elements. It was clearly written to immerse body and mind both in the lightning. His mind connected to his mana, which was immersed in lightning when it struck his fortification, and his body experienced lightning's essence when it struck his body and spread. Almond had forgotten about the pain and was immersed in feeling the lightning's attributes, its essence. He was in it until a monotone voice of the labyrinth rang in his head. "Congratulations, you have acquired a skill. D-Lightning Elemental Mastery." Almond opened his eyes and grinned. "Awesome. Lightning Elemental Mastery skill rank D, next rank progress 2. You can attract lightning elements in the atmosphere to transform your mana and give it lightning's attributes. Effects when applying lightning attributes. 1. Bonus lightning elemental damage. 20 potency of your mana. 2. Shock potency. 13 chance briefly disrupts the target's actions, causing a minor loss in movement and reaction speed. 3. Paralyze potency. 14 chance immobilizes the target, rendering them unable to act. There's stronger lightning in the next area. I got to go there and train. Almond's eyes glinted as he looked at the mountain with unnatural dark clouds covering it all around, crackling with golden lightning. It was also a big area in size, since the mountain was 2-3 km wide at the base, and roughly 400 m large peak 7 km high. Although the density value of this dungeon was medium, the dungeon's border had turned golden. It was considered the highest level because turning black meant the dungeon would break shortly with no way of preventing the dungeon break, even if people entered inside. How long was I up there for? Almond asked as he descended. Half an hour, Anton answered before raising an eyebrow. You want to move to a more intense lightning area? Yep, Almond smiled. Come on, buddies, let's go towards that mountain. Almond jumped on the Starlight Beast's back and sat cross-legged with leisure. I'll recover fully in the meanwhile. He also checked the status of his pets and nodded in satisfaction. It looks like they'll eventually hit the stat limit of the rank. It would be great if I could do that to all my spirit wraiths. Almond had made his Dark Pope Benedict hit the limit in mana stat, and due to his extra 10 mana passive trait because of his body, he had 110 mana. He also didn't need to rely on his physical body due to his shadow physique and skill set. So in terms of overall power, Dark Pope was currently the deadliest, but the rest of his summons hadn't hit the limit in the stats yet, seeing how the stats grew in Starlight Beast and Chimera Crystallist. Each magic crystal of gold rank monsters gave them 1/5 random stat points. I have access to dungeons without limit, so I can start this grind. Almond's eyes glinted. Ammon made a mental note to list all of his Spirit Wraith's core attributes and powers, then gave it to Marshal Lal to find suitable dungeons. As the party arrived at the mountain base, Ammon jumped off the Starlight Beast and took out some items. Lightning Static Field Flag X2 Rare, Thunderballis Spear X2 Uncommon, Lightning Charge Armor X2 Rare, Thunder Blitz Bombs X8 Uncommon. These items were from 4 Lightning Horn Rhinos and 10 Thunder Blitz Monkeys since he had captured their spirits. He didn't capture other spirits of monsters the group may have killed since he was immersed in the training. Use these items when necessary. I've shared the details, so take a look. Ricky and Anton were surprised but also curious. What's with this effect? It can boost all lightning elements within the field for the user with lightning affinity to use to charge their skill. Nikki was dumbfounded as she read Lightning, Static Field Flag. This armor is quite powerful, especially its effect. It boosts our physical stats by 20 if we can charge it with a bit of lightning or get struck by lightning damage, Anton murmured. But they got 3 days of existent duration. Husso, they disappear after 3 days. Nikki blinked. Both of them could feel that these items looked a bit familiar as their theme resembled the Lightning Horn Rhino and Thunder Blitz Monkeys. Yep, they disappear, but I can extend their duration. Almond smiled. He didn't reveal how, but it would be enough to let them know that he could increase it. If your class can create items like this, it's pretty powerful. Anton's eyes glinted. Is this your primary class indeed? Almond smiled. This and summons are from it. Create items and get summons. Nikki and Anton looked at each other feeling speechless and envious both. It was a powerful class. Anyway, let's continue moving. I want to train, Almond said as he looked at the mountain, eager to put a theory into practice to increase his speed of gaining lightning mastery. It's a bit dangerous, as the book said, but it's a method. Since it's a method, it's worth trying. Almond internally snorted. I have good control, can be patient and remain focused. I won't mess up. It was just a death if not careful type method. He should try it at least, while being careful. Almond's group stopped roughly 1 kilometer up in the mountain at a good spot, with a thick patch of dark clouds raining lightning above a big river's path flowing through the mountain. The lighting was more intense and strong in this area, perfect for his new challenge. He summoned Forest Maid Sylvia and Dark Pope to help him since this would be a bit dangerous. These two had support skills and healing skills, so he summoned them to heal him when necessary. Nikki and Anton could feel that Almond wanted to do something particular. They had already given their knowledge to Almond about how they practiced in lightning to acquire affinity with it, and he followed it as well. But when they saw Almond's fortification appearing as he got ready to take on the lightning of this area, they frowned. Why did he make such a thin fortification and even layered body and fold on top? Anton asked. Do you know anything about that, Nikki? No idea. Nikki muttered as she slightly shook her head. But why so weak? We have to stop him. Anton's expression changed. But before he could do anything, a pale yellow lightning bolt struck him. Crackle. Almond's thin fortification shattered instantly as the influx of lightning struck his body. For a brief moment, Nikki and Anton saw Almond's whole body lighting up as if the lightning purposefully spread everywhere in his body, and then his breathing stopped. The duo was horrified as they instantly dashed him. But Dark Pope and Forest Maid had already made their move, using their skills on Almond to heal his burnt body. Almond had also cut off his own distraction in half and other aspects of his mind, using his grim blade to converge his mental capacity fully on focus, intensity, adaptability, and mental clarity. He is breathing. Nikki bit her lips, but she trembled as she figured out what he did. I know what he did and why he is unconscious right now, so you figured it out, and Tun said, his expression grave. This focused his consciousness on his body and fold and heightened his connection with Mana to only focus on the lightning. That way he felt lightning's purest essence striking his consciousness when it hit him with his body aura activated, and he made sure that the lightning would spread throughout his body. Nikki clenched her fist. Does he have a death wish? Will he even wake up now? Dark Pope and Forest May looked at each other shocked. Infernal Knight, Starlight Beast, and Crystalist also gathered together. Our Lord died. Infernal Knight's speech crossed over generations as he cursed it out loud. The influence of the show he watched yesterday on TV showed up. Relax, young lads, Dark Pope said with a chuckle. If our Lord died, we would vanish, but we are still here, so he is alive. Master is alive, Forest Maid said with a serious expression and nodded, her eyes on Almond as she continued to heal him slowly and use her buff on him to affect his psyche. That's true. Anton nodded as he looked at the summons. The summons still in existence meant that Almond was still alive. What was he planning pulling a stunt like this? Nikki was annoyed. His mind, especially his consciousness, must have received a strong shock. Is that how he wanted to immerse his mind in lightning this guy? Anton sighed. He couldn't help but agree that Almond was reckless. But a part of him also wanted to see the result of this reckless method. Is he even able to sense or understand anything right now? Anton felt doubtful as he looked at Almond on the ground, completely still. Indeed, Almond actually felt death up close. Everything turned blank for him, bringing him the familiar feeling that he had right before he awakened his new class. A nasty presence started eating up his consciousness as well. He felt like just turning off everything and entering the darkness until a flash of world destruction appeared until he saw Lily, Natalia, and other familiar faces. That was when Amen's consciousness ignited again. He remembered his task and his mind felt clear. The world around him appeared different, but all he saw was lightning. At first, he saw blue lightning as it crackled through the clouds and struck below the water. His mind churned and the scenery he was seeing changed. A golden lightning tore through the clouds and struck him. The golden lightning surged through his body like a flood of pure energy, lighting up his vision with blinding intensity. For a split second, he thought he would be consumed, but instead his consciousness surged forward. His mind bathed in it along with his body. He felt the very essence of lightning touching his soul. It didn't feel like an external force anymore. It was an intrinsic part of him, flowing through every fiber of his being. He felt the surges of energy as part of his own rhythm, as though the lightning had become a living entity within his veins. It wasn't just raw destructive power. It was a force of creation and transformation, vibrating at frequencies that resonated with his thoughts. It was as if he was learning to be the lightning, and Almond didn't stop this. He let himself carry on this feeling. The scenery around him changed. He imaged a world of lightning as it crackled around him. Colorful lightning painted the sky, humoring his thoughts. They all struck him in this dreamscape. His body trembled under the intensity, but he was no longer afraid. He was no longer just a passive recipient of the force. He was one with it. He could feel the intricate patterns of the electrical flows around him, and inside him, as if his mind had tapped into the primal pulse of the world itself. Almond lost himself in this ecstasy of turning into lighting, becoming its essence. Fast, intense, bright, electrical, unpredictable, tearing and riding through the air, thunderingly loud, attractive, magnetic. Ammon felt it all. The world around him was alive with lightning, pulsing in waves of vibrant colors as each bolt of lightning was like of divine power painting across the sky. The earth itself seemed to hum in resonance with the storm he painted, as though the very fabric of reality was shaped by this force. It wasn't just the sensation of lightning anymore. It was a full immersion, an understanding of it as a living, breathing entity. It was the world of lighting. He was fully focused on this sensation, his mind now fully attuned to the lightning. No longer were the lightning strikes chaotic and uncontrollable. He could sense their paths, their timing, their essence. He knew the moment a surge of power would crackle through the air before it happened, as if he could predict the flow of energy itself. Every spark, every current was like a voice speaking directly to him, offering its knowledge, its guidance. Ammon understood. He could feel it in his bones. The thunder roared louder as though the sky itself was acknowledging his transformation. And in that moment, Ammon's connection to the lightning deepened even further. It was now part of his soul. He could control it, mold it as if his very thoughts shaped and applied the properties of the lightning. He commanded it. He dominated it. Congratulations. By using your own power to aid you in this paramount task bearing a fatal risk, you braved through it and triggered a state of mind that allowed you to acquire a deep insight into the way of lightning. Your lightning elemental mastery has reached S rank. Almond's group stopped roughly 1 kilometer up in the mountain at a good spot, with a thick patch of dark clouds raining lightning above a big river's path flowing through the mountain. The lighting was more intense and strong in this area, perfect for his new challenge. He summoned Forest Maid Sylvia and Dark Poke to help him since this would be a bit dangerous. These two had support skills and healing skills, so he summoned them to heal him when necessary. Nikki and Anton could feel that Almond wanted to do something particular. They had already given their knowledge to Almond about how they practiced enlightening to acquire affinity with it, and he followed it as well. But when they saw Almond's fortification appearing as he got ready to take on the lightning of this area, they frowned. Why did he make such a thin fortification and even layered body and fold on top? Anton asked. Do you know anything about that, Nikki? No idea, Nikki muttered as she slightly shook her head. But why so weak? We have to stop him. Anton's expression changed, but before he could do anything, a pale yellow lightning bolt struck him. Crackle. Almond's thin fortification shattered instantly as the influx of lightning struck his body. For a brief moment, Nikki and Anton saw Almond's whole body lighting up as if the lightning purposefully spread everywhere in his body, and then Dot's breathing stopped. The duo was horrified as they instantly dashed him, but Dark Pope and Forest Maid had already made their move, using their skills on Ammon to heal his burnt body. Almond had also cut off his own distraction in half and other aspects of his mind, using his grim blade to converge his mental capacity fully on focus intensity, adaptability, and mental clarity. He is breathing. Nikki bit her lips, but she trembled as she figured out what he did. I know what he did and why he is unconscious right now. So you figured it out, and Taunt said, his expression grave. This focused his consciousness on his body and fold, and heightened his connection with Mana to only focus on the lightning. That way he felt lightning's pure essence striking his consciousness when it hit him with his body aura activated, and he made sure that the lightning would spread throughout his body. Nikki clenched her fist. Does he have a death wish? Will he even wake up now? Dark Pope and Forest May looked at each other shocked. Infernal Knight, Starlight Beast, and Crystalist also gathered together. Our Lord died. Infernal Knight's speech crossed over generations as he cursed it out loud. The influence of the show he watched yesterday on TV showed up. Relax, young lads, Dark Pope said with a chuckle. If our Lord died, we would vanish. But we are still here, so he is alive. Master is alive, Forest Maid said with a serious expression and nodded, her eyes on Almond as she continued to heal him slowly and use her buff on him to affect his psyche. That's true. Anton nodded as he looked at the summons. The summons still in existence meant that Almond was still alive. What was he planning pulling a stunt like this? Nikki was annoyed. His mind, especially his consciousness, must have received a strong shock. Is that how he wanted to immerse his mind in lightning this guy? Anton sighed. He couldn't help but agree that Ammon was reckless. But a part of him also wanted to see the result of this reckless method. Is he even able to sense or understand anything right now? Anton felt doubtful as he looked at Almond on the ground, completely still. Indeed, Almond actually felt death up close. Everything turned blank for him, bringing him the familiar feeling that he had right before he awakened his new class. A nasty presence started eating up his consciousness as well. He felt like just turning off everything and entering the darkness until a flash of world destruction appeared, until he saw Lily, Natalia, and other familiar faces. That was when Almond's consciousness ignited again. He remembered his task, and his mind felt clear. The world around him appeared different, but all he saw was lightning. At first, he saw blue lightning as it crackled through the clouds and struck below the water. His mind churned and the scenery he was seeing changed. A golden lightning tore through the clouds and struck him. The golden lightning surged through his body like a flood of pure energy, lighting up his vision with blinding intensity. For a split second, he thought he would be consumed, but instead his consciousness surged forward. His mind bathed in it along with his body. He felt the very essence of lightning touching his soul. It didn't feel like an external force anymore. It was an intrinsic part of him, flowing through every fiber of his being. He felt the surges of energy as part of his own rhythm, as though the lightning had become a living entity within his veins. It wasn't just raw destructive power. It was a force of creation and transformation, vibrating at frequencies that resonated with his thoughts. It was as if he was learning to be the lightning, and Almond didn't stop this. He let himself carry on this feeling. The scenery around him changed. He imaged a world of lightning as it crackled around him. Colorful lightning painted the sky, humoring his thoughts. They all struck him in this dreamscape. His body trembled under the intensity, but he was no longer afraid. He was no longer just a passive recipient of the force. He was one with it. He could feel the intricate patterns of the electrical flows around him, and inside him as if his mind had tapped into the primal pulse of the world itself. Almond lost himself in this ecstasy of turning into lighting, becoming its essence. Fast, intense, bright, electrical, unpredictable, tearing and riding through the air, thunderingly loud, attractive, magnetic. Amen felt it all. The world around him was alive with lightning, pulsing in waves of vibrant colors as each bolt of lightning was like of divine power painting across the sky. The earth itself seemed to hum in resonance with the storm he painted, as though the very fabric of reality was shaped by this force. It wasn't just the sensation of lightning anymore. It was a full immersion, an understanding of it as a living, breathing entity. It was the world of lightning. He was fully focused on this sensation. His mind now fully attuned to the lightning. No longer were the lightning strikes chaotic and uncontrollable. He could sense their paths, their timing, their essence. He knew the moment a surge of power would crackle through the air before it happened, as if he could predict the flow of energy itself. Every spark, every current was like a voice speaking directly to him, offering its knowledge, its guidance. Amen understood. He could feel it in his bones. The thunder roared louder as though the sky itself was acknowledging his transformation. And in that moment, Amen's connection to the lightning deepened even further. It was now part of his soul. He could control it, mold it, as if his very thoughts shaped and applied the properties of the lightning. He commanded it. He dominated it. Congratulations. By using your own power to aid you in this paramount task, bearing a fatal risk, you braved through it and triggered a state of mind that allowed you to acquire a deep insight into the way of lightning. Your lightning elemental mastery has reached S rank. It's been half an hour, Nikki muttered. He's just breathing, nothing else. Anton had a frown on his face as he scanned Almond. Should we take him out of the dungeon and check up at the GAA branch here? He might be in a coma. I think Master is fine, Sylvia said as she tilted her head. He is not in a coma, at least he is active. His soul is indeed. Infernal Knight nodded with his arms crossed. Lord is fine. Waha, it's only a matter of time before he wakes up. Benedict laughed, appearing carefree, and it was then that something strange happened. A strong electrical aura and pulse spread out of Almond. The thunder in the sky above this part rumbled as the dark clouds gathered above, crackling with lightning. This Nikki was shocked to feel such a pure lightning or oozing out of Almond. He's attracting lightning elements. Anton blinked as he took a few steps back away from Almond. Get away from him. It's going to rain lightning with how the lightning elements in the atmosphere are behaving here. Just as he finished speaking, a pale yellow shining lightning bolt flashed and struck Almond. But strangely, that lightning shattered into electrical sparks, forming a strange field around him. Almond's eyes opened as more and more lightning bolts struck him. One every second as he floated up, his body crackling with lightning. It coursed through his blood, bones, and flesh without hurting him. This feels crazy good, Almond said, his eyes flickering with electric current. It was like he gained a new pair of lenses to watch the world tailored to discovering the world of lightning. This can't be, Nikki was dumbfounded as she uttered in disbelief. Don't tell me you reached S rank. This phenomenon, I am sure it appears only when someone reaches S rank in an elemental mastery. Anton muttered, his face incredulous. How can you reach S rank this fast? We've been training for 2 years periodically and only reached freaking a rank lightning mastery. I don't know. Almond shrugged as he smiled and deactivated the lightning attraction that was automatically turned on. This was honestly unexpected. He chuckled as he landed on the ground. I did a gamble and it paid off. He wasn't going to reveal that he had adjusted his psyche, using his specialized class power to enhance his focus intensity before gambling on this dangerous method. And it worked wonders, giving him a sort of enlightenment of lightning that he induced onto himself by dancing between life and death. Anyway, how long was I out for? Almond asked as he looked at his lightning elemental mastery. Lightning elemental mastery skill rank S, next rank progress 18. You can transmute your mana into lightning and give it lightning's properties. You have total control over your lighting and high control over atmospheric lightning attributed phenomena. Variance Golden Haze Lightning 23 per 100 effects when applying lightning attributes. 1. Lightning Elemental Potency Scaling with your mana 100. 2. Shock Potency S grade. 3. Paralyze Potency S grade. 4. Electromagnetism. 5. Lightning Psychophysiology. You were blanked away for roughly half an hour, Nikki said, her eyes glinting. Can you tell us the method you've applied? We will pay for it if you don't want to give it for free. Anton followed up, his expression somber. Valuable information is often sold at a price. Both of them felt that Almond had used some kind of method to cheat death after pulling that crazy stun of getting his mind and body deeply assaulted by the lightning. A powerful magic lightning nonetheless. The golden lightning of this dungeon was a variant stronger than normal lightning, with some hidden effect that most probably only the boss of this dungeon properly wielded. I can tell you the method I've used, but it's honestly very dangerous. Almond wryly smiled. I took on the danger because of 2 things. First, I was confident in my psyche to handle the influx of lightning's essence into my body and mind. Second, the source of my confidence, which was the class skill that I can only use on myself. I used it to increase my chances of success. That's how I used this dangerous method to my advantage. Of course, I wasn't expecting to get such a big progress. Almond added with a chuckle, "This was a big surprise. According to the notification, I entered a state of getting deep insight into the way of lightning." Nikki and Anton were surprised, but also finally understood why Almond succeeded. Boldness paired preparation that pulled luck on your side and resulted in this. Anton shook his head as he wryly smiled. "We definitely can't replicate this even if we want to and try the same method. True, but I can share an important insight that I realized today." Almond faintly smiled. "An insight to enter a state where your performance reaches its peak. A state in which things became easier for you to understand and execute." Nikki and Anton were instantly curious. But it was not just them. Almond's summons were also curious and became attentive. "What is it?" Master Sylvia curiously asked. "I decided to name it the state of singular focus." Almond grinned. "I have pinpointed out the condition required to enter this state, though that doesn't make it any easier. Of course you may think I'm crazy, and that's fine, but this is my stance on this state." "Say it already." Nikki rolled her eyes. Almond laughed and nodded. "All right, so here it is. This state can be achieved when there's a tough obstacle in front of you that you need to believe you can overcome. A challenge to rile up your mind, but also a challenge that is within the realm of possibility for you to accomplish. You must have adequate tools and skills at your disposal to believe this. Deluding yourself won't work. This challenge must also give you stress and fear, a threat of death or death-like devastation. A steep consequence for failing the challenge." Ahmed narrowed his eyes. "In my case, it was death, the most primal cause of stress and fear, experiencing twice already. I want to try it again, which may indicate there's something wrong with me." Almond internally wrathfully smiled. "I better calm down and stabilize myself before diving into this dangerous realm again." Amen continued his explanation. "So in simple words, the key to entering this state of singular focus is the balance between the thrill and fear of the challenge you have designated. Abandon all other thoughts, all distractions, and everything else aside from your singular focus of completing this challenge." Nikki and Anton were dazed. It was like they understood what he meant, but it felt absurd. Seeing their expressions, Almond laughed and said, "There's a reward and there's death. Move on this fine thread and dance. That said, I hope Thunderbird Group hasn't defeated the boss yet." Almond cracked his neck as his eyes flickered with lightning. "I want to have a duel with the boss and play with lightning in this dungeon more." After reading that lightning variant in the status, he was eager to reach 100 in it and unlock the Golden Haze lightning. And he wouldn't get the chance again because this dungeon would disappear 24 hours after defeating its final boss. They should be on the mountain peak by now. Since this is a Golden Border dungeon, there will be 2 or more side bosses aside from the final boss, Nikki said as she looked up. "I also want to try lightning at the peak of this mountain. So let's go." Almond grinned. He put away all of his other summons in his spirit pocket except for Starlight Beast and jumped on it. "Starlight, I'm going to do some lightning infusion and you to increase your physical body's prowess." Almond grinned as he patted its back. "Well, move like lightning. Are you ready, roar?" Almond used lighting to rile up Starlight Beast's physiology, increasing its speed and power according to the amount of mana he consumed. Zoom. The Starlight Beast's mind and body both sped up literally as it ran up on the mountain, crackling with lightning. Nikki and Anton followed up, barely keeping up with Starlight Beast's speed despite them having higher stats. Reaching S rank now, he can use lightning in more magical ways. Nikki wryly smiled as she relayed to Anton using Magic Whisper. "There's not much we know about him, but it doesn't feel overboard anymore that he's getting special treatment with the backing of Admiral Rudra." And Tun replied as he watched the duo moving. "He is something." When they arrived at the peak of the mountain, the Thunderbird group was in the middle of fighting against the side boss of the dungeon. It was a giant thunder panther, fast and deadly. Henry didn't meddle in the battle as usual, but the 5 Thunderbird members were having slight trouble with the boss because of its speed. The panther could move quickly and also turn into a lightning zap to inflict attack and move. Their tank was almost severely injured, saved only thanks to the buff and timely healing, or he would have been severely wounded. The party was more on a defensive move while trying to hit Panther with their skills and proper strategy. Using feints and pincer attacks, the party continued their clash for 3 minutes before the Lightning Panther was finally slayed. So their teamwork isn't that good," Nikki muttered. "Their skills are sloppy. They need a more rigorous training." Anton nodded in agreement, while Henry could only smile wryly as he knew Nikki was right. "Can you call your party to rest here?" Ammon said as he watched towards the center of the peak, where the party and Panther had fought a battle. "I need to do something there." Almond looked up and saw that the dark clouds were thicker in there. They were dropping lightning strikes on the ground at the center for some unknown reason, but Ammon wanted the golden lightning that streaked through that patch of cloud. Henry called the party members to his side before they sat down to rest and recover. "What's up with him?" Henry Craig asked. He saw Almond looking up at the clouds after standing in the center. But right as he asked, thunder rumbled greatly, and a lightning strike struck Almond, startling the heck out of Thunderbird's party. What the he's dead, right the dusk and smoke were overshadowed by flickering lightning that prevented them from seeing Almond. But a few seconds later, they saw he wasn't scathed, including his outfit. And then they saw him sit down cross-legged, as lightning strikes hit him every other second, before diffusing into sparks and dancing around him for a short time before dispersing. Even Henry was dumbfounded. After a short discussion of Almond's current activity with Nikki and Anton, the Thunderbird people realized what a monster Almond was. Itch, how powerful is he? I hope Zoran brought a platinum rank adventurer with him just to be safe. Thought Luke, who had informed Zoran about Almond, and was likely almost reaching the dungeon with Thunderbird Guild members for revenge. But he is a silver rank level 10 in the end, right? Not even the strongest of super rookies and silver rank can do much against peak gold rank adventurers. The party was numb after minutes of watching Almond. They simply recovered and rested for 20 minutes before finally getting up to move again. The next area was a highland with big giant trees and small water bodies scattered amidst trees. It was also the final area of the dungeon, roughly 4 km away from this mountain's base. They had ascended the mountain from the south, so they moved to descend in the north in the direction of the next area. 10 minutes after the Thunderbird group left, Almond also stood up. Golden Haze Lightning 43 per 100. I guess this is the most I can progress here. Almond looked in the north to see the giant trees and stronger lightning in the sky in the next area. That's where I'll reach 100. Are you done? Nikki and Anton walked towards him with Starlight Beast. We have to hurry. Almond turned to the duo and jumped on Starlight Beast. I forgot to tell them not to fight the dungeon boss. No worries, they'd need an hour more before finally engaging the boss. Anton smiled. We can catch up with them, Nikki said as her aura surged and purple lightning crackled around her before forming into a pair of wings. Well, you can fly. Almond's eyes sparkled. I got to create a lightning wing skill. I can fly, but actively flying consumes more mana, Nikki smiled. But this place is abundant with lightning elements, so it won't be a problem. Anton also crackled up a pair of blue lightning wings as he said with a faint smile, see you in the next area. Both of them flew off the mountain's edge. Almond wanted to try creating wings, but he had no time to waste time. Let's go, buddy. Full throttle, Amen grinned as he buffed Starlight Beast with lighting. Roar. After catching up with the Thunderbird Guild group, Ammon relayed to them about his plan to fight the dungeon boss alone. Naturally, they didn't mind it. In their mind, if Ammon wanted to court death, they wouldn't stop him. After telling them this, Almond, Nikki, and Anton separated from the Thunderbird group to fight monsters in this area. Almond wanted to try out new things with mana techniques since he had reached S rank and lightning elemental mastery, the first of which was enhancing his body and fold technique. Body and fold increased one's every stat at the cost of constant mana consumption. Almond gave lightning's attribute its aspect of speed, clarity, and intensity to his body and fold, and empowered himself further. It was hard to maintain a lightning-style body and fold at first, but he did it successfully after a few tries. Having acquired lightning psychophysiology due to reaching S rank and lightning mastery, Almond could use lightning not just in an attacking way, but to figure out how it affected and interacted with his mind and body, which would allow him to create buff-type skills as well. Almond also used electromagnetism, and it was easier than he thought. He could control his sword without touching it, though it consumed mana per second. All in all, Almond explored and killed the monsters in this area while exploring his newfound power. Only 2 types of monsters were found in this area: thundercaled hogs in the woods and lightning thornfish from the multitude of ponds. Lightning hornfish appeared to be able to observe a certain range outside of their ponds, likely due to the lightning elements infused in this area. Passing by any pond at 5 m or less distance would prompt attacks from the lightning hornfish, a fast and deadly lightning attack from their horn. Almond found this place to be a good practice spot to try various things, and it was big, so there was no lack of monsters. Starlight Beast and Chimera Crystallist just followed and ate magic crystals that Almond's killings dropped. Almond, what's up with your recovery? You drank a very low amount of mana potions during the past hour, while we've drank doubled at least, even though we are more efficient with our mana. And Tun curiously asked. Yeah, I have a kind of high recovery. Almond answered with a chuckle without turning back to look at them. It seems that we are finally at the end of this area. At the end of this island was a single huge tree with thick greenery. It was 1 km tall with big branches and thick foliage. Lightning crackled dangerously at the very top, though they couldn't observe what was above from the bottom. In the middle, they could see a point where the branches interacted strangely, creating a sort of wooden ground. You have entered Jaria's Thunder Tree Nest, not too far from them. Thunderbird Guild's group also stood there looking up. Well, let's start climbing. Almond crouched and stretched his legs one by one before his body crackled with lightning as he used a lightning-style body and fold. He sent Starlight Beast and Chimera Crystalist inside the pocket. See you in that middle area. That's where the second side boss is likely located. Nikki waved her hand with a smile before she flew up. Anton nodded at him and also followed up. The Thunderbird group was envious to see them with the wings and easily going up. Ugh, this tree is conducting lightning strongly. The yellow-haired support role girl in the group cried out as she was shocked upon touching the trunk. We have to spend more mana than we thought to climb this. Meanwhile, they saw Almond suddenly turning into a lightning stream as he began streaking over the tree's flat trunk, leaving the Thunderbird group in a dumbfounded state. Meanwhile, 2 peak gold ranked adventurers entered with a silver rank level 10. Zoran. Zoran had left when he was level 5, but he had entered the second cycle with a big party to reach level 10. Brother, take out your Thunder Sparrow and let's go, Zoran said with an angry grin. I want to see him beat up as soon as possible. Zoran, we can't just gang up on those people of GAA, Famous said as he rolled his mustache. Our guild will get in trouble if we do that. There was a 23-year-old adventurer belonging to Thunderbird Guild Gold level 100. He was considered one of their strongest in gold rank with his double A rank classes and to rank Lightning Elemental Mastery. But there's one way, said Rome, the adventurer around the same age as Themis. We can challenge him to a duel if you want to see him beat up, but the condition is that he must accept. Zoran pulled a long face. Why can't we just beat him up? I got up badly, but I can't do anything. That's the problem, kid, Famous grant. Why don't you go and beat him yourself? If you do that, there won't be much trouble, but we are seniors. If we beat him without any reason or rhythm because you said so, then you will get in trouble along with our guild. Indeed, Rome added, if he had joined just some random guild, then it wouldn't be a problem if we beat him up. But he is a member of GAA. Unless you bribe some higher up in GAA to keep out the trouble, you can't go around beating their people. Fine, I'll provoke him, Zoran said with a nasty grin. I have a good idea. Sparkwing Scarab side boss rank gold level 100 physical strength, 190 health, 195 stamina, 185 mental, mana 205 focus, 195 perception, 180. It was a giant beetle 5m long with menacing golden lightning sparking wings flapping, while its wing case opened up and pulsed with a glow as if charging up. It released 3 arcs of lightning to make sure that at least one of them would hit Almond. But Almond simply took on one head-on with his lightning-style fortification with lightning resistance as a bonus activated. Lightning diffused into his body as he felt the golden haze lightning's power. Almond stood leisurely with his hand on his chin, his expression thoughtful. Sparkwing Scarab screeched and readied its claw as it charged up and extended with razor-sharp blades. It attacked Almond, wanting to tear him into pieces. Almond's feet crackled with arcs of lightning as he jumped and dodged, his movements sharp and precise. He floated upside down, effortlessly suspended in the air, his body held aloft by electromagnetic pulses drawn from the crackling energy that surged through the tree. The lightning arced around him, conducting through the air to maintain his position, allowing him to defy gravity with a seamless balance of power and control. I need a stronger and pure version of Golden Haze Lightning. This beetle is not enough. His body flickered as he pulled himself towards the corner where the group had gathered and was watching him for the past few minutes. They were sitting ducks watching a show while feeling a mix of disbelief and awe. You can go ahead and kill it. I've wasted a lot of its mana, so it should be easy to kill it. The Thunderbird party simply nodded and went to fight the beetle without saying anything. They had seen too many abnormalities on him that they were numb. His mana is not exhausted yet, but that beetle might exhaust its mana soon. Henry was speechless. It's not like he would have more mana than the boss. That what a strange young man. Only if he knew that Almond actually had more mana than the boss. And his mana recovery was possibly the highest one among all adventurers, thanks to his SS and legendary rank classes, along with his innate talent that doubled his mana recovery. Are you going up ahead to fight the final boss? Henry asked. Yeah. After a few minutes, Ammon nodded. As he finished speaking, his eyes caught something ahead as he saw a lightning crackling bird flying towards them from a distance. Someone's coming here. Henry, Nikki, and Anton turned around upon hearing him and were surprised. Did someone enter the dungeon, but the guards should have arrived shortly after we entered to secure it. Henry frowned. Don't tell me it's a dungeon break-in. Anton's expression turned somber. Impossible. Henry shook his head. The mountain outside and the surrounding area is under our guild's surveillance. Other people can't break in, so they must be from the Thunderbird Guild. Nikin raised her eyebrows. They arrived soon, and when they were some tens of meters away, Almond recognized the face on him while Henry's expression changed drastically. Why is he here? Interesting development, Almond muttered as a smile hung on his face. The sparrow landed on the branch's edge some meters away before the three people jumped off and walked towards them. "What are you doing here?" Henry asked, his brows furrowed. "Shut up," Zoran spat. "Just stand silently and don't say anything from now on." Henry clenched his fist, his anger bubbling, but he didn't talk back. If he is here to cause trouble, things will escalate way more. He sent magic whisper to Themis and Rome, telling them that troubling the GA members here would cost the guild dearly. "Relax, Henry. We won't be at fault if Zoran can provoke his enemy first." "No, you don't understand, Henry. Just watch." "Yo, do you remember me?" Zoran hatefully looked at Almond as he stopped 2 meters away from him. "I don't remember every trash I see on the road," Almond replied, his lips slanted as he made a face as if he was unsure. Nikki and Anton were startled at the sudden aggression on Almond's part. "Do you have some problem with this guy? Do you have a beef with this guy?" Both of them. Magic whispered to Almond, asking him similar questions. "Yeah, and I'll deal with this. You two just watch." Meanwhile, Zoran almost blew his top upon hearing Almond, but he came here with a plan and composed himself. "You may not remember me, but I remember you. How are those two doing?" Zoran sneered. Almond narrowed his eyes and didn't respond. He just looked at Zoran dead in his eyes. Famous in Rome looked at Zoran, feeling awkward on his behalf. "Humph, I can't touch that black-haired, but I swear I will teach that other a hard lesson in the future." Zoran licked his lips just like the one I taught to in my guild a few days ago. "Are you done barking?" Almond smiled, albeit it was a frigid, cold smile. "Your plan is trash, just like you, but I'll humor you out of my own desire to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." In the next second, Almond suddenly moved and slapped Zoran pat. A couple of his teeth flew as he spit blood and fell on the ground like a rag doll before he cried out, "Kill him! Kill him!" Famous and Rome looked at each other before looking at Almond, Nikki, and Anton. "This is bad. We are evenly matched at best." Famous was speechless. "Take him away, you two," Henry said, his expression grave. "No, no, not yet," Almond said as he kicked Zoran in his stomach, this time provoking a reaction from Rome. As they moved, Rome picked up Zoran while Themis stood before Amond, a curved sword in his hand. "Chill, little brother, you're going too far." However, he was surprised that Nikki and Anton didn't move or do anything. Seeing his gaze, Almond grinned as his eyes flickered with lightning. "You came here to fight, so fight is what you'll get." In the next second, Fami saw Almond's body blurring fast. He turned around and timely saw Almond kicking Zoran as he flew like a rag doll. "You." Rome pointed his hand at Almond, conjuring 2 wind orbs as they struck Almond. However, they snuffed out after simply touching his fortification coating. Rome was dumbfounded. Almond was speechless. "Thanks for the consideration, but treat me as if you were fighting a peak gold rank adventurer." After saying that, he disappeared and moved towards Zoran again before kicking him again. He didn't hit Zoran too strongly, but also not too lightly. Famous cursed as he snapped out and seriously attacked Demon, his sword and body crackling with lightning as he used a skill to buff himself after using physical enchantments and focus field. "Use focus field. This guy is fast," Theus said to Rome. "His stats are way higher than his rank and level indicates." Arcuric Blair Zoran felt his world spinning. He only felt pain and nothing else. "Stop," Famous slashed Almond, but only he saw sparks flying before his hand was deflected strongly, almost making him lose the sword. With the Rome took out his staff and used his class skill Frost Mist, unleashing a mist toward Almond with the intention of freezing him. Almond grinned as he released a burst of lightning by transmuting 100 mana into lightning. The lightning traveled through the mist, destroying it and also electrifying Rome. Simple elemental skills versus elemental attacks from someone who had acquired an elemental master had a big difference in potency. In an equal power clash, the former was no match for the latter. Moreover, lightning interacted with mist and conducted with it, so even though Almond used his lightning crudely, it overpowered Zoran's B-rank class skill, which was well merely B-rank in Almond's eyes. Smash! Almond kicked Zoran again, making him fly in the air. This time right after he nullified Rome's Misk skill, Famous hissed as he went full focus and released his class skill as a cross-shaped red lightning shot toward Almond Dot, who dodged it leisurely as he jumped and slapped Zoran's face, smacking him down from the air. Rome attacked again. What the Famous fought while suppressing his disbelief and shock. A brutal yet comical scene ensued. Famous and Rome solely focused on attacking Almond, but neither of them could hit him properly. Meanwhile, Almond simply slapped and smacked Zoran around the spacious branch. The Thunderbird group had finished off the beetles shortly and saw the scene as their jaw dropped on the floor after realizing what the heck was happening. What the Luke's neck shrank like a turtle as he felt goosebumps rising. That Zoran, who did he mess with Henry, Anton, and Nikki, were long dumbfounded and just watched blankly as Ammon played around with those 2 gold rank adventurers who were at the same level as them while also beating up Zoran. From bronze level 1 to silver level 30 would net an adventurer 117 unassigned stat points. And then breaking through to gold rank and reaching level 100 from level 0 would net an additional 300 unassigned stat points. A total of 417 unassigned stat points, not including other bonus stat points one could get from items in Labyrinth and Dungeons and from their class perks. These gold rank level 100 adventurers were far weaker than Almond in terms of stats, not to mention that Almond had 200 in perception and focus thanks to his legendary class's perk, making his force field way stronger than theirs. But if that wasn't enough, Almond was a sword prodigy who could use it masterfully as a weapon of great versatility. And people who used swords against him were prone to getting seen through by his prodigal way of seeing things, as he easily spotted weak spots of Famous and nullified his sword moves. He could see through their moves, react faster than them with his force field, and easily render their attacks and strategy useless, resulting in this situation of him playing with these 2 gold level 100 adventurers while he beat up Zorn around like a rag doll. Stop. Stop. Famous breathed out as he stopped and shouted, his face red. Fighting and trying hard to hit Almond without any success resulted in him spending more and more stamina, so he was already tired. He could feel his strikes and moves getting worse and worse as he continued with this futility of fighting Almond, so he snapped and stopped. Rome was in a similar situation, but Almond didn't even look at them as usual. However, he also stopped since he didn't need to move anymore as he didn't sense any attacks coming his way. Heal him. He just got knocked out with that last slap. Amen said as he continued to look at Zoran, whose face was totally like a pig with his slaps while his body was aching at all places. Henry quickly arrived there and used a healing potion on Zoran, pouring it on his body. Zoran's eyes opened, but the moment he saw Almond, he screamed and moved back, dragging his as if he saw a ghost. Almond's eyes glinted deep within as a ghastly dreamy blade flashed through. Zoran, you will never ever trouble anyone again out of malice. Zoran's courage cut in half thrice permanently. You will never ever show your ugly and desire on people weaker in status and power than you. Zoran's mental fortitude cut in half thrice permanently. From now on, you will focus on doing good deeds and helping others. And if you don't do that, I swear to your God, I will skin you alive. Zoran's apathy cut in half thrice permanently. This resulted in his empathy growing automatically, but his fear of Almond also reached new heights. His mind became a mess as Almond's words rang inside after the innate attributes of his character were forcefully adjusted. He screamed while grabbing his hair and suddenly lost consciousness right there and then. Gulp. Some of them swallowed hard witnessing this while some frowned, but all felt a chill crawling down their back. Is there a way to contact outside from inside the dungeon? Ammon asked as he turned around to look at Rome. And no, Rome shook his head, then stay here. Ahmed narrowed his eyes as he summoned all of his spirit wraiths. Nikki Anton, I'm going up to play with the boss. Immediately inform me if they try to run out of the dungeon. I've commanded my summons to attack them if they try to escape. Almond turned to the Thunderbird party below level 100 and said, start climbing up. I won't kill the boss so you can take the kill and reward. The group quickly scurried away and started climbing the tree further. Ammon then turned to Themis and Rome as he continued. I am stopping you from leaving because I don't want Thunderbird Guild's people storming here. Ammon icily smiled. I'm not confident in fighting against veteran platinum adventurers yet, so things can get ugly with emotions and heat, especially if Zoran's father gets the news. So don't you dare run out outside or I'll kill you all first. And trust me, I can. My summons here are immortal as long as I am alive, and they might look weak in stats, but they have powerful skills and some of them won't go down before killing a few of you. You heard that right, lad's dark poke crackled loudly. We have a death wish. But the question is, do you neigh? Infernal Knight's horse. Agraman neighed loudly as flames rose around them in intensity. Not all are like you two. Forrest made Sylvia rolled her eyes before she turned to Themis and Rosen, but my friends are right. You may want to think him 30 times before going against our master's orders. As she spoke, Forrest made Sylvia rooted herself on the branch, transforming into her Forest Queen form using her S-rank Forest Blessing. The other spirit wraiths also locked on them, ready to pounce on them. Even if their stats were weaker, the 7 of them still gave an intimidating presence, not to mention that their appearance was already intimidating and scary. Dead silence ensued. Even Henry forgot what he was going to say while Nikki and Anton could only look at each other in shock. Who is Almond? He is Almond. We got it. Famous said as he deeply breathed and looked at Almond. We won't do anything foolish. Rome quickly nodded while sweating bullets.